After enduring the tumultuous waves of life, Harry, burdened with memories of a past life and an inexplicable system, is reborn at the tender age of 9. Meanwhile, Ron embarks on a journey as a time traveler, as Decora and Harry secretly forge a friendship while publicly ruling their own domains. The secrecy of the wizarding world crumbles, exposing wizards to the gaze of Muggles. When this world ceases to be recognized as such, we all become mere sustenance. Chapter 1. The Siege. The boy who lived, Harry Potter, the savior, the heir of Dumbledore, has now transformed into a pariah. The words flicker and distort on the pages of the Daily Prophet, accompanied by a photograph of Harry Potter, whose demeanor appears agitated, eyes reddened and bloodshot as he frantically waves his wand. In Diagon Alley, people gather in clusters, whispering over the newspapers, some expressing outrage, others lamenting, while a few display a hint of excitement, as if reveling in the downfall of a once esteemed figure. The chill of a long-standing animosity culminates in this moment, with certain clandestine actions finally tipping the scales. One individual, unable to contain his anger, strides boldly into the throng, declaring, "Were it not for Mr. Potter, would you even be alive to discuss others?" A voice from the crowd retorts, "Child, what do you know? Perhaps it is the Dark Lord's soul fragment that has invaded Potter's body. We should exorcise him. It is a matter of saving him." A towering, muscular man pushes the accuser aside, bellowing, "We should petition the Ministry of Magic to examine our dear Mr. Potter's soul for our safety." His serious, anxious countenance commands attention, as if genuinely worried for the populace. Nearby, some begin to stir, their expressions revealing a flicker of intrigue. The lingering shadow of the Dark Lord has left many in a state of heightened vigilance, especially after the loss of Dumbledore and the absence of a recognized strongest power in the wizarding world. The recent battle's aftermath, coupled with the rapid advancement of Muggle technology, has left the wizarding community precariously balanced. The emergence of surveillance and the proliferation of the internet have brought the secrecy laws to the brink of collapse. Each wizard contemplates their fate, yearning for an outlet amid the oppressive atmosphere. Some factions have redirected this outlet toward the current savior. With no Dumbledore to shield Potter any longer, I could see this moment. Ron can no longer restrain himself and delivers a punch, exclaiming, "I'll not tolerate your nonsense, you fool." The inherent strength of the crowd has rendered them arrogant, paying little heed to the unfolding drama. Pureblood families seize this incident as an excuse for their agendas rather than a wake-up call. The large man tilts his head in confusion, disbelief evident in his eyes. A bystander reaches for their wand, but halts upon recognizing the familiar face from the newspapers. Ron swiftly brandishes his wand, declaring, "Bind him at once." The man is ensnared by ropes. Aurors executing their duty, we suspect this individual is a remnant of the Death Eaters. We ask for your cooperation. The onlookers scatter like startled birds, while Hermione glares at the rambling man, her lips moving as he promptly collapses face first into the dirt. In flourish and blots, Luna peers out the window at the chaotic scene, then turns back, leisurely flipping through a book, remarking, "There are quite a few pesky insects around." "Ron, well done, Hermione," Ron says with a grin. Leaning closer, he then shouts to those around, "What are you all waiting for? Go capture the accomplice." Hermione glances at Ron with admiration, noting his keen observation. Meanwhile, two Aurors whisper among themselves, "This Weasley, lacking in personal merit, has managed to secure a powerful Aliisa minister for a wife. The savior is his brother, and his father and sibling in prominent positions. His current role is merely a product of these connections. Indeed, he was timid when the captain was absent, but now he holds a commanding presence." Ron overhears their words, a mix of embarrassment and resentment flashing in his eyes. Yet, upon seeing Hermione and George, he conceals his feelings. "Ron, has Harry written yet?" Hermione asks, concern lacing her voice. "Not yet. He's probably feeling quite overwhelmed and needs time to recover," Ron replies, gripping his wand tightly. George casts a curious glance at Ron, his expression inquisitive and skeptical. Number 12, Grimmauld Place. The newspaper on the table is crumpled and stained with tea. In the dimly lit room, a man huddles in the corner, his frail body emanating an aura of despair, a lightning-shaped scar adorning his forehead. On the other side of the room, a television, an anachronism in the antiquated setting, flickers to life. According to the Associated Press, Queen Elizabeth II awarded Ms. Hermione Granger a title during an outdoor ceremony at Windsor Castle. As the camera pans, Ron Weasley's smiling face appears on screen. Upon hearing that familiar name, Harry's eyes glisten with unshed tears, a profound sorrow enveloping him. He stares blankly ahead, the courage and conviction of your seemingly extinguished. He gazes at the smiling faces on the screen, a complex interplay of disbelief and repressed fury swirling within him. After the Battle of Hogwarts, he had applied to become an Auror, quickly rising to the position of captain due to his exceptional abilities and notoriety, eventually marrying. Ginny, Hermione, similarly, ascended to the ministry, becoming a prominent official. Power, honor, and acclaim coalesced around this group, even the pure-blood families momentarily retreating from their brilliance. Yet, renown became his shackles. Vanquishing Voldemort rendered him the wizarding world's most powerful sorcerer, with every action imbued with significance, magnified beyond measure. Some, perhaps, can only share in adversity and not in prosperity. Dumbledore possessed the capability and strength to navigate such heavy honors, while for Potter, this burden proved more daunting than facing Voldemort. The scars from the battle lingered initially. He dreamt of his godfather's fallen form, Dumbledore plummeting from his tower, and the haunting gaze of Professor Snape. In time, his dreams morphed into desperate attempts to reach out, running to grasp their figures, only to fall repeatedly, stumbling and faltering. Even if he ultimately succeeded in grasping them, everything would dissolve into ephemeral bubbles, vibrant yet fragile. Ultimately, upon awakening, he is met with the bright morning light, tranquil moments, and the adoring gazes of others. Yet he endures the harshness of reality, accompanied by the agonizing ache in his heart. Chapter 2. Passage Porter's mind was besieged by torment as he questioned why he could not save them, why he was compelled to witness their sacrifice, and why he, by some twisted fate, was allowed to bask in the glory of reputation and wealth. The Death Eaters donned the garb of pure-blood families, evading judgment. Heroes were laid to rest, covered in earth, descending into death. And he, the one they had protected, felt powerless to alter the course of events. Left only with the hollow title of savior, deceiving himself into believing he had done his utmost. Overwhelmed by despair, Porter, in a fit of madness, slammed his head against the wall, blood cascading from his forehead down his cheek, staining his collar and seeping into his garments. In the shadows, Creature observed the unfolding scene with a sense of grim satisfaction, muttering that the current master was a wretched half-blood. Yet he was bound to obey the commands of his former master, serving one who did not belong to the Black family. With that, he vanished from the old residence with a soft pop. During a mission, Porter had acted rashly, inadvertently killing someone who should have lived, losing control amidst the throng of reporters. In that moment, as the crowd buzzed with speculation, he felt a perverse sense of satisfaction, believing he deserved no such indulgence. Confronted by those who denounced him, an unparalleled calm enveloped him, prompting him to allow the discourse to flourish unchecked. In an unnoticed corner, a golden pendant hanging from him flickered with a cold light. In the distance, two figures cloaked in black concealed themselves in the shadows, silently observing the nearly broken savior. One bore a demeanor of cold ruthlessness, while the other gazed upon the tormented soul with compassion. A deluge of owls surged towards his home with Ginny, their crimson letters scraping against the windows. The protectors he once relied upon had perished in the great battle, and a part of this calamity was undeniably his fault, leaving him without a defense. Porter accepted the accusations laid against him. Later, unable to bear the burden of his friend's discomfort, he voluntarily resigned from his position, paying the corresponding price. The brave Gryffindors never lost their courage or confidence to face life anew. Ron and Hermione supported his decision, insisting that he deserved a rest. He began to compensate the family of the person he had inadvertently killed, striving to make amends. He confided in his wife his desire to wander the world. Declining her companionship, Porter commenced his journey, bidding farewell to his friends. He strolled beside the pyramids in Egypt, traversed tropical rainforests, and listened to the chimes resonating from ancient temples in China. He would stand atop Mount Everest, gazing at the vastness of the world, as bar-headed geese soared overhead and the prayer flags on the neighboring peaks fluttered like silken tapestries. Occasionally, he would sit quietly in a cafe in New York, observing the bustling Muggles rushing about, skyscrapers rising around him, with the golden-red sun suspended between the buildings. At times, he navigated through the crossfire of Muggle gunfire, witnessing the tricolor flags of red, white, and black arranged beneath his feet, surrounded by the chaos of a living hell. However, in his contemplation of the living, Potter pondered whether this individual included himself. The evening sunlight streamed through the window at an angle, gradually illuminating the floor before shifting onto Harry. "Hey, Potter," Draco's voice taunted. "I hear you've cowardly hidden away." The once savior of the world, unable to navigate even this minor tempest. With a sudden crack of apparition, Draco's figure materialized, tall and imposing in a fitted black suit, lurking in the shadows. The golden sunlight glinted off his polished black shoes, an exquisite dance of light and dark. The composed and smooth Malfoy patriarch had arrived at his rival's abode. Potter slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes reddened and his hair in disarray. Draco, taken aback by this unfamiliar sight, had always found himself at odds with Potter. He had never witnessed him in such a state. "Hey, Potter," he remarked, as he stepped forward, traversing from the darkness into the light and then back into the shadows. Potter remained at the threshold of light and shadow, silently observing Draco's approach. He wished to lift Potter, much like how Potter had once rescued him from the flames. However, upon glancing at the greasy clothes Potter wore, Draco wrinkled his nose in disdain, mockingly questioning, "When did you learn to dress like Snape?" As he spoke, he pinched Potter's hand between his fingers. Suddenly, he felt something hard and upon closer inspection, discovered it to be a box, tightly clutched by Potter. Draco winced as pain shot through his fingers, crimson blood trickling from his fingertip onto the pendant box. A flash of golden light erupted. "Potter, what on earth is this you possess?" Potter widened his eyes in astonishment as Draco abruptly vanished. The silence enveloped the scene, akin to countless days gone by, solitary and desolate. Dust danced in the sunlight, morphing into various enchanting images, mysterious and resplendent. Another flash of golden light extinguished Potter's figure as well, leaving only the television screen, tirelessly rolling with footage of prominent figures discussing the significance of the Queen's appointment, mentioning Ms. Granger among them. Meanwhile, on the street before number 11, Grimmauld Place, Ginny paced anxiously. "I feel so panicked, truly, just like that night when Dad was attacked at the Ministry." Hermione comforted her. "Harry has faced the Dark Lord directly. Are you still worried about his safety? Let's see if we can get inside." Harry had reconfigured the old house's security measures, to which Hermione expressed a hint of annoyance. Ron glanced at his watch, unable to suppress his glee. Ginny caught sight of this moment and turned to her brother, locking eyes with him. "Brother, do you know something?" she inquired softly, her emotions restrained yet tinged with a plea. Chapter 3, Uprising. "Still sleeping, are we? Wake up." A cacophony jolted Harry from his stupor. He sprang upright, finding himself in a dim, cramped environment, cluttered with debris. It was eerily reminiscent of the stairwell where he had slept before the age of 11. What a vivid dream it was. Harry felt a sense of familiarity, yet simultaneously found himself ensnared, overwhelmed by a suffocating violence that intermittently surged within him, rendering his heart exceedingly restless. Rising early and toiling late to prepare meals for them, subjected to frequent verbal and physical assaults, he found himself, at a tender age when he could scarcely reach the stove, igniting the gas and donning Dudley's cast-off clothes, all in the name of survival. Relegated to the role of a servant in the Dursley household. In the throes of adolescence, he curled up in a cramped cubicle, enduring the ceaseless thumping of Dudley bounding up and down the staircase, dust swirling in the minuscule space, making his lungs feel unbearably constricted. At that moment, he mused. He must have been nothing more than Dudley's oversized plaything. He tightened his embrace around Aunt Petunia's waist, resting his head against her abdomen. His voice slightly distorted as he remarked, "It feels wonderful, old friend." Yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, Harry deftly evaded her, darting into the kitchen, snatching a slice of bread from Dudley's grasp, and perched himself on a stool, nonchalantly crossing his legs as he began to eat at a leisurely pace. Dudley, witnessing his empty hands, shot Harry an angry glare before erupting into a wail of indignation. Leaning back against the chair, Harry beamed at the astonished trio before him, exclaiming, "I've long wished to do this. It doesn't matter if it's not real," followed by a long sigh as he rubbed his shoulders against the chair, feeling quite exhilarated. It was only when Uncle Vernon seized his ear and hurled him into the stairwell, declaring that he would be denied food for 2 days, that Harry began to grasp the unsettling reality of his situation. Malfoy. It suddenly dawned on Harry that Malfoy had visited him just before he lost consciousness. "You wretched fool, what have you done to me? How'd I end up in your mind?" The recently awakened Malfoy appeared somewhat flustered, glancing around frantically, his platinum hair swirling wildly with each movement. Upon hearing this, Harry scanned his surroundings. Good. There was no sudden apparition in the dilapidated little room. He then gingerly probed his own arms. Excellent. He was neither cloaked in invisibility nor under a disillusionment charm. Everything remained unresponsive. "Potter, think with that colossal brain of yours." "You foolish Gryffindor," Malfoy fumed, watching as Potter meandered about the tiny space, ignoring him entirely, which infuriated him to the point of distraction. Pondering how the illustrious heir of the Malfoy family had fallen to such depths, Harry contemplated whether the dream had not yet concluded. Otherwise, why would he be dreaming of Malfoy? In his mind, Malfoy perceived the intimate thoughts accompanied by subtitles. Harry struggled to convince himself of the situation's authenticity. For this distinct style of expression, coupled with a haughty tone, could only be masterfully articulated by Malfoy himself. Suppressing his disdain, he was about to voice a retort, but then recalled that Malfoy resided within his own mind, akin to having ingested a concoction brewed by the Weasley twins, causing him to scowl as nausea surged within him. Since embarking on his travels across the globe, nothing had ever so profoundly unsettled his state of mind. Potter, how dare you find me distasteful? Malfoy, in a fit of exasperation within Potter's mind, surveyed his surroundings, intent on imparting a lesson to Potter. However, it felt as though he had struck cotton with a punch, unable to cast any spells. Potter, do you understand? Harry furrowed his brow, eager to hear the subsequent words. Yet Malfoy fell silent. A sense of being toyed with washed over Harry. He sought to locate Malfoy's presence within his own soul, but lacking knowledge in this realm. He feared damaging his mind, and thus refrained from action. If only Hermione were here, Harry mused, knowing she would always find a right course of action. He sensed a ticking time bomb in his mind. It was absurd to trust Malfoy to dwell within him, yet it was a matter requiring careful consideration. Malfoy floated in a mysterious space, surrounded by ancient symbols reminiscent of ancient runes. He regretted not having chosen those subjects during his course selection. He felt a surge of potent energy within this realm, akin to fierce flames. Observing the white fire that suddenly enveloped his hands, he found the experience surreal. Suspended beneath a starry expanse, magical energy flowed quietly, with different elements sparking against one another. Malfoy quietly embraced the sudden influx of power and emotion, waiting in the shadows for the arrival of fate. Harry attempted to cast a spell without a wand. A cup of water soared toward him. Dudley's milk, uncontrollably, flew towards the staircase where Harry stood, causing Dudley to widen his eyes in terror as the milk seemed to possess a life of its own. Crashing against the staircase door. "Ah, Mom." He began to whirl frantically around the table. Hearing the commotion, Petunia hurried down the stairs, exclaiming, "What's wrong? What's wrong? My darling Dudley?" Upon witnessing the scene before her, she was initially shocked, followed by a complex expression tinged with nostalgia. "Alhamra," Harry said as he emerged from the staircase. "Good morning, Aunt Petunia. I'm a bit thirsty. This is the kind gift from my cousin Dudley." He winked at Petunia, then turned to the astonished Dudley. "Thank you, cousin," he said, holding the floating milk with one hand, taking a sip, and a ring of milky foam appeared around his mouth. He then raised his cup in a gesture towards Dudley before heading upstairs. Dudley, eyes wide with disbelief, attempted to snatch the milk, but as he approached, he was sent flying away. "Oh dear, Dudley." Petunia seemed to finally register Harry's unusual behavior, rushing to assist Dudley. Uncle Vernon, drawn by the noise, descended the stairs just in time to encounter Harry ascending. He gaped in astonishment, about to drag Harry down, but inexplicably found himself floating down the stairs instead. "Petunia, did you release Harry?" Vernon forced himself to disregard the oddities surrounding him, hoping to find an explanation within Petunia. Petunia remained silent, her mouth slightly agape, staring blankly at Harry's retreating figure. Vernon shifted his gaze downward, spotting a large, unwelcome substance on the floor. "Dudley," he exclaimed in shock, spinning around to yell, rushing toward the staircase, only to be sent flying away. Another mess splattered onto the floor. Chapter 4. The Task. Harry listened to the furious shouts from downstairs, shaking his head in resignation, wondering how things could still be this way, though the exhilaration in his expression was hard to conceal. His spirits plummeted once more as he pondered quietly, waiting. If this were indeed true, he would certainly not accept the original outcome. A dull ache began to throb in his heart again. He resumed renovating his little abode, employing the concealment charm and the muggle-repelling charm, while thoughts of the Ministry of Magic had long since faded from his mind. Suddenly, a fierce pain surged through his brain, and a stream of crimson liquid flowed from his nose. With a heavy thud, he collapsed onto the floor, his small frame curling up in agony. Blood soon followed from his other orifices. Enduring the pain, which felt as if he were being seared by flames, akin to the excruciating torment he had suffered in the past, he could not help but scream. Yet the surroundings remained eerily silent. Shortly after, a piercing scream echoed in his ears, and his mind plunged into a void, consciousness slipping away. Meanwhile, the Dursleys anxiously paced outside their home, having lost track of it without knowing when it had happened. In Hogwarts, within the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sat in his chair, his gaze fixed on a corner of the room, deep blue eyes lost in contemplation. The flames in the fireplace crackled and danced, while several cockroaches scurried across the desk. Dumbledore pinched a few and popped them into his mouth, a look of pleasure crossing his features. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he waved his hand, and an apparition resembling a bat rushed in. "Professor Dumbledore, there has been a tremendous surge of magical energy in Harry's vicinity," Snape exclaimed, his expression fraught with urgency as he slammed his hands onto Dumbledore's desk. A few unfortunate cockroaches met their demise beneath Snape's palms, prompting a disdainful frown as his hands quickly returned to their pristine state. Dumbledore's demeanor shifted to one of gravitas. The portraits of former headmasters began to stir, all aware of the implications. He tugged at the edge of Snape's robes, and with a pop, the two vanished from the office. In Austria, within the tower of Nurmengard, an elderly man sat upon the ground, as if attuned to something. Silver streams flowed within his deep-set eyes, and his furrowed brow unfurled, rejuvenating his entire being. He murmured softly, "Albus, at last, we have a glimmer of hope. It is time for me to make preparations." At 4 Privet Drive, in the suburb of Surrey, two figures suddenly materialized above the house. "Dumbledore, can we go down there? Look at the fine location you have chosen." Snape scowled, his expression stoic. Venom dripping from his words directed at the greatest white wizard of the current era. "Severus, let us descend and investigate," Dumbledore replied with a warm smile. Though it was short-lived, Harry lay on the floor, drenched in blood, his complexion ashen, as if his departure was imminent. Healing spells from healing arts had no effect here. Harry continued to bleed. "Dumbledore, is this what you assured me? That he would be placed in a safe environment?" Snape questioned, his eyes ablaze with fury. With a soft pop, the personnel from the Ministry of Magic arrived tardily. They beheld the Dursleys, who were pacing anxiously at the entrance, and fell into a perplexed silence. What was the situation? Inside the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey had ushered the two out, insisting they not disturb her. Dumbledore stood outside, and with a mere utterance summoned Fawkes, the Red Phoenix. Fawkes humanely nodded and took his perch upon Harry, shedding a few tears. Dumbledore, suppressing his fury, had stormy blue eyes that sent shivers down the spine, and the intense magical fluctuations stirred the air around him. He glanced at Snape, giving a subtle nod. Snape acknowledged with a slight nod of his own and departed with purposeful strides. "Not simple, indeed," George remarked. "What do you think?" "Well, we must venture in to see," Fred replied. The twins, hidden in a corner, quietly exchanged a celebratory clap, then patiently awaited Madame Pomfrey's exit before stealthily slipping into the hospital wing. "Wow, look what we've discovered. Little Harry, the injured little Harry. Oh, poor Harry, covered in blood," they exclaimed in unison, embracing as they gazed upon Harry, who lay on the bed. Harry's consciousness drifted into a mystical realm, where a starry sky loomed above and the ground was firm and rich with peculiar flora. The distance was shrouded in mystery, with the faint silhouettes of colossal beasts lurking. Nearby, ancient inscriptions in a golden script flowed gently, seemingly imbued with life. Not far off, Draco Malfoy hovered silently in midair, clad in a black suit. His chin slightly raised, his face bathed in starlight. His arms hung loosely, eyes closed, and his platinum hair floated delicately. Harry stared at the tranquil Malfoy, momentarily entranced. They had always been adversaries, each yearning to strike the other for ages, yet an unspoken understanding lingered between them. Gazing at Malfoy, who appeared as innocent as a newborn, Harry recalled the outstretched hand from earlier and found himself at a loss for how to regard him. "Sir, please maintain a degree of seriousness." The diminutive white weasel attempted to adopt a grave demeanor, yet Harry found it impossible to be serious under the circumstances. "This is a map awaiting exploration by the host, including you, Mr. Malfoy." The little weasel disregarded the potential impact of its words on Harry. "The system is, of course, designed to serve the host. All that is absorbed from others, their wealth, souls, memories, and even the curses and dark aspects of their souls, become the host's to possess. The host is urged to consider this carefully. Numerous functionalities await development by the host." With that, the weasel transformed into a cascade of light and darted away, morphing into a magnificent creature that soared into the sky, its wings casting shadows over the land, vanishing in an instant. Harry found himself grappling with the overwhelming influx of information. From his extensive experiences, this realm appeared to be a self-contained world. How had he entered this place? Was it truly a matter of absorbing life? He felt compelled to verify the information presented by this creature. Harry approached Malfoy slowly, only to be halted midway by an invisible barrier. With a resounding thud, his glasses nearly embedded themselves into his face. "Oh, that hurts," Harry groaned, rubbing his face and grimacing. Then, a line of small text materialized on the glass wall. "Host permissions not unlocked. Please complete the corresponding tasks before attempting again." Beneath it, in even smaller font, it read, "Task 1. Please eliminate Dumbledore's suspicions regarding you." Chapter 5. The Headmaster. Just as Harry squinted to see more clearly, a white ferret reappeared on the other side of the barrier, its face pressed against the wall, black eyes meeting Harry's green ones, filled with a mocking semblance of humanity. Oh, I forgot to mention, the map requires quite a bit of soul energy, so during the initial setup, I inadvertently borrowed a bit of yours. What? You used my soul? Harry suddenly understood the reason for his earlier nosebleeds. He greeted the newly appeared creature with an abundance of courtesy, extending warm regards to its family, thereby expressing his profound respect for it. Wait, what was I supposed to do? Who was I meant to save? Before Harry could voice any further questions, he was abruptly expelled from the scene. The white ferret within the barrier gazed at the polite boy with a silent expression, contemplating the need for improvement in both his manners and psychological resilience. It discreetly accessed a panel, adjusting the task's difficulty from light to deep crimson, the sound of chimes echoing for an extended period. In the distance, Malfoy awoke, sensing the tightening of his bindings, an unshakable feeling that the small creature nearby was somehow involved. Suddenly, the world before Harry transformed into a blinding white expanse, and then he was met with the sight of two noses, so close that he could distinctly see the hairs within their nostrils. Harry exclaimed, startled. Whose unruly child is this? The Weasley twins straightened up, standing at the edge of the bed, ready to commence their performance. Oh, how terribly saddened I am by Harry's reaction, George lamented theatrically. Indeed, we graciously present to him our meticulously constructed architecture within our nostrils, Fred chimed in. Harry, somewhat speechless, contemplated the absurdity of their claim. Nostril architecture? Really? A smile crept across his face as he focused intently on George, attempting to discern any hint of embarrassment in his eyes, but found none. He then turned his gaze to Fred, a wave of discomfort washing over his heart. Furrowing his brow, Harry sensed Fred's unease. What is going on? Fred questioned. Growing anxious, Harry burst into laughter, finding them to be delightful clowns, yet the thought of their eventual fate darkened his amusement. What was that fate again? A bittersweet sensation surged toward his eyes and the tip of his nose, quickly overshadowed by a void in his thoughts. You'll come to see me again. Won't you? Harry pleaded, casting a hopeful look in their direction, eager to comprehend what had just transpired. The twins, momentarily taken aback by Harry's earnestness, soon became animated once more. The Savior's invitation. How could we possibly decline? George exclaimed. Indeed, Fred concurred. Harry, upon hearing their words, refrained from arguing, as if he had been called by that title long ago. Madame Pomfrey began to exhibit signs of impatience. With a flick of her wand, the twins were promptly propelled towards the door, accompanied by their startled exclamations as the entrance closed behind them. Harry, sensing the shift in her demeanor, observed as Madame Pomfrey adopted a gentler expression, softly inquiring about his condition and any lingering pain. As she gazed at the frail boy in the hospital bed, memories of his bloodied state from that morning flooded her mind, stirring a deep sense of compassion within her. I'm fine, thank you, madam, he replied. But Madame Pomfrey seemed enchanted by his use of madam, her expression softening further. Harry, how do you feel? At that moment, a voice, aged yet resonant, reached Harry's ears. It was Dumbledore. Upon hearing that familiar tone, Harry's eyes immediately welled with tears, and he stared blankly towards the doorway, where a scene he had envisioned countless times in dreams unfolded before him. Soon, tears streamed down his cheeks and trickled down his neck, as he felt as though his heart had been ruthlessly wrenched from his chest and trampled upon. Breathing became a struggle, and Harry clutched at his collar, silently pondering his next move. Noticing his distress, Madame Pomfrey turned to retrieve a prepared potion, swiftly returning to his bedside. Child, you must drink this, she urged. Upon hearing her words, Harry seized the vial with a sense of desperation, gulping it down in one motion. Dumbledore, observing from the doorway, was taken aback by the scene. He sensed that Harry's intense reaction was somehow connected to him. Why did the boy harbor such strong emotions for someone he had never truly met? Furthermore, how did he know of the Chosen One? Dumbledore was certain that Harry had not been exposed to the magical world until now. Realizing something was amiss, he contemplated the possibility of Polyjuice Potion. He approached slowly, locking his gaze onto Harry's vibrant green eyes, which brimmed with sorrow. Dumbledore's heart skipped a beat as he felt a wave of relief. It seemed this child had encountered some extraordinary experiences. Yet, he was met with a blank slate, a powerful mental barrier. Dumbledore remained on high alert. At that moment, an alarm blared in Harry's mind. Warning, warning. Due to the host's behavior, Dumbledore has begun to suspect the host. The mission is on the verge of failure, and the penalty for failure is the extraction of 1/3 of Malfoy's lifespan. Harry felt a surge of panic. He had not anticipated that Dumbledore would discern something awry so quickly. Observing Malfoy's face becoming ashen in his mind, Harry resolved to take action. Guided by instinct, he threw off the covers, padded barefoot towards Dumbledore. Sensing Harry's movement, Dumbledore subtly gripped his wand. In the current magical realm, he feared no one-'s assault. Yet, it did not feel like an attack. He sensed no malice, so he quietly lowered his defensive barrier. What could this child possibly intend? His curiosity piqued. Dumbledore felt a tightening in his abdomen, warmth radiating from within. He had perhaps indulged a bit too much at breakfast and was feeling slightly uncomfortable. He lowered his gaze and found Harry tightly embracing him, pressing his face against the purple wizarding robe he wore today. It seemed as though he were his grandson. Wait, did he even have grandchildren? Dumbledore chuckled at the unexpected whimsy of his own thoughts. Mrs. Pomfrey was taken aback by Harry's sudden display. "Child, what are you doing?" she wondered, attempting to pull Harry away, but Dumbledore restrained her with a glance. "Child, what troubles you?" he softly inquired. Throughout his life, apart from his siblings in childhood and that one person, he had never experienced such closeness. It felt refreshingly novel. People spoke of him as the greatest wizard of the age, yet this intimacy was scarce, reverence abundant. He yearned to truly savor this warmth of ordinary human connection. The notion of it being a facade never crossed his mind. After all, it was Harry. Harry stood frozen, his unexpected actions driven by an overwhelming surge of emotion. Utterly unaware of his next move. Was it courage bestowed upon him by Merlin? Malfoy had long since settled into the recesses of Harry's mind, watching him charge forth, striving for his own longevity in a state of leisurely ease. Do not ask how he knew. It was obvious. The words were inscribed boldly before him. Anyone blind would be a fool. Yet, how dare Potter? Malfoy roared in despair within his consciousness. This foolish giant, was this truly what Gryffindor represented? I only feel an immense closeness to you, as if in a past life we... Harry faltered, struggling to continue. What was he to say next? Should he confess that in a previous existence he had perished? And why had he died? Once more, Harry felt the urge to strangle that white ferret. He lowered his arms, looking down at his bare toes. Oh, he wasn't wearing shoes. His ears flushed crimson, beginning to smolder under the sunlight. Chapter 6. Failure. A human steam engine? This version of Harry certainly had some peculiarities. Dumbledore noticed his embarrassment, his eyes revealing a hint of delight. Such a child, bashful and timid. Surely there couldn't be any significant issue. He had no intention of pressing him further and wisely seized the opportunity to redirect the conversation. Child, perhaps you were startled by your recent injury, instinctively seeking an adult's comfort. That is entirely natural. The floor is cold. Do take a seat on the bed. Snape, stationed at the doorway of the infirmary, questioned whether Dumbledore had been replaced or had perhaps consumed too many sweets, for such saccharine words were hardly befitting the greatest wizard of the age. Leaning against the wall, he hesitated to enter. May I ask who you are? Harry forced himself to think of nothing, striving to appear as a 9-year-old, seeming helpless and innocent. Child, I am the headmaster of this school. You may call me Professor Dumbledore. The school? Why do I remember being at home? Harry feigned ignorance, fully aware of his surroundings that felt intimately familiar, drawing upon his lifetime of acting skills. Child, it appears there are certain matters you ought to be apprised of in advance, Dumbledore remarked kindly, blinking his eyes. Yet Harry distinctly sensed a measure of wariness and vigilance lurking within the depths of his gaze, a sentiment that even Dumbledore himself remained oblivious to. This realization left Harry feeling somewhat despondent, as the recent warmth seemed but a fleeting illusion. Although the headmaster might graciously come to his aid or soften in response to certain actions that touched his heart, having endured the trials of 2 generations of dark wizards, ascending to the presidency of the International Confederation of Wizards, and being acknowledged as the most formidable sorcerer, he had navigated the treacherous waters of pure-blood families while earning Voldemort's dread. Trust was a luxury he could scarcely afford. Dumbledore would never easily relinquish his guard or skepticism, not even for a savior such as Harry, especially given the multitude of flaws presently evident. Harry consoled himself internally. Flaws do not vanish by mere neglect. Rather, they tend to magnify with the passage of time. He had never anticipated that his inaugural encounter with his most esteemed headmaster would unfold in such a manner. Within a short span, the Weasley twins disseminated the news of Harry Potter's arrival at Hogwarts throughout the school, igniting considerable excitement. Yet, considering the twins' penchant for mischief, this was likely yet another amusing trick. They had previously claimed that Merlin himself had arrived. Percy, ever observant, spotted Professor McGonagall in the distance and hastily yanked the twins from their seats. threatening them in hushed tones that any further outbursts would result in a letter to their mother. The twins exchanged wry smiles, mimicking Ginny's penchant for tattling. "Let us go, George," they loudly mocked, seizing some snacks and slipping away from Percy's grasp like eels. As others dispersed, one might ponder whether it was yet another of the twins' pranks. None dared to provoke Madame Pomfrey's ire. In the infirmary, as Dumbledore inquired about the information he wished to ascertain, he regarded the anxious Harry before casting a glance at Snape, who stood at the doorway, and thoughtfully took his leave. Madame Pomfrey administered a potion to Harry, advising him to rest well. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Mission failed. Malfoy's lifespan reduced by 1/3. Upon hearing this, Harry's previously rosy cheeks began to pale once more. Yet, as a warm current coursed through his veins, his complexion gradually regained its health, and his features began to transform. Harry's demeanor started to mirror that of Malfoy. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his face, half of which remained shrouded in shadow. His wild brows, akin to swords, were sheathed at their tips, embodying an air of invincibility and calculated intent. His emerald eyes, vibrant under the sun, reflected the lushness of life, while in the shadows, they hinted at the dark depths of a forest's green pools. Light and darkness coalesced beautifully upon the countenance of a single individual. With a proud nose and rosy lips, his pallid skin still bore traces of illness. Though he was but a child, he possessed an air of sacred dignity and nobility, as if he were destined to be a king from birth. Harry remained oblivious to this fact. He swiftly shut his eyes and delved deep into his consciousness. Observing Malfoy's frail demeanor stirred an overwhelming sense of guilt within him, igniting a furious desire to shatter the transparent glass wall, though it proved futile. In this fleeting moment, the revealed vulnerabilities were considerable. The Malfoy residing in his mind appeared somewhat at a loss. His lifespan siphoned away, inciting a blend of fury and helplessness. It seemed that Potter required further guidance. It was high time to showcase some genuine prowess. At this juncture, Malfoy adopted a demeanor of remarkable composure, as if what had been drained was not merely life itself, but rather arrogance and prejudice, bestowing upon him an air of undeniable credibility. "Potter, listen closely. I am here to assist you." Malfoy suppressed his emotions. Dressed in a tailored black suit and polished shoes, gradually approached the transparent barrier, gesturing for Harry to come closer. "What am I to do?" Harry, clad in a white hospital gown and barefoot, rushed to the glass wall, hastily inquiring. Malfoy leaned against the glass, signaling Harry to draw nearer. Neither of them noticed that as they neared each other, a faint white halo emerged upon the ground, forming a silent pact. The wings of destiny fluttered gently, redirecting the course of the magical realm into an uncharted territory. While Harry lay unconscious, Dumbledore reappeared in the infirmary, his expression contemplative. He had just administered a potion to Harry that revealed magical manifestations, not a simple restorative draft. The polyjuice potion? No, the magic of love had not dissipated. So, what was amiss? Was it related to the time turner, or perhaps a consequence of interdimensional travel? At that moment, Snape entered, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon the unconscious Harry, his features dark and complex, fixating intently on the boy in search of traces of a familiar visage. After a prolonged examination, Snape reluctantly acknowledged the unmistakable presence of that insufferable Potter, turning away to spare himself further vexation. Dumbledore observed Snape with an amused glint. It had been ages since he had witnessed such a vivid expression from him. In a hushed tone, Snape remarked, "The Malfoy family is unaware of this matter." Dumbledore nodded in assent, choosing not to elaborate further. All truths would eventually unveil themselves in the passage of time. He resolved to keep Harry at Hogwarts, taking it upon himself to educate the boy. As for the blood magic, he would ensure Harry spent some time there each year. Chapter 7. Bestowing Gifts. Ding. Please complete the next task. So, is my first task accomplished? Harry inquired. The system ignored him, continuing to announce the subsequent task. Please deliver the accumulated maintenance fees to the Dursley family within 2 hours. Harry felt a surge of displeasure at the thought of delivering it to those who had mistreated him. Why should he? Yet, a lingering sense of conscience reminded him of their tangible care over the past years, particularly during his childhood. Having been reborn, he had come to understand the nuances of priorities and the clarity of grievances. He pinched his nose and swallowed his frustration. Coexisting as a family was unattainable. This was merely a form of recompense for the years spent during the tumult of the Cold War, amidst economic strife and instability, whether willingly or not. They had ultimately provided him with a sanctuary of belonging. Indeed, there exists a distinction between kindness and resentment, Harry pondered, his anticipation mounting as he continued to regard that place as a mere inn, a transactional arrangement between both parties. Years of mistreatment, he mused, warranted a minor reprimand. Malfoy, observing Harry's thoughts, felt a mixture of exasperation and admiration, truly deserving of the title, the Chosen One. He inwardly scoffed, yet found a measure of reassurance. Without hesitation, Harry seized the opportunity to slip away while Madame Pomfrey was absent, though he needed someone to guide him. Despite knowing the location of the headmaster's office, he could not venture there alone. Within a vast cavern, several dragons gathered to play cards around a square stone table the size of 16 basketball courts, its surface littered with gold, silver, and jewels. Towering stone monoliths adorned with enigmatic inscriptions surrounded the table, alongside small stools rising 9 stories high. A diminutive white dragon fluttered to the side of a grand silver dragon, barely reaching the height of the stool. "Mother, I had quite a satisfying meal today. Where do we eat? Which restaurant number?" "Number 19. The food there is passable just barely." "Stop chatting. We're about to lose," interjected a green female dragon. "All right, go play," replied the mother. "Okay, mother, I'm off," the little dragon said, flapping its wings as it soared from the cave entrance. The atmosphere in Restaurant 19 was thick with warmth and fragrant aromas, as colossal beings vociferously engaged in games of chance. The little dragon entered, calling out, "Father," but the nearby dragons paid it no mind. "I took one out to play," the dragon heard, and indifferently replied, "So what? Go play on your own." As it was shooed away, angered, the little dragon exited the restaurant. It rejoiced and quickened its pace. "Hello, senior. Might you escort me to the headmaster's office?" As a figure approached from afar, Harry felt a pang of recognition and an ache in his heart, reflecting on his close relationship with this individual. "It's truly you, Harry." "Greetings, I am Cedric," the young man said, exuding a comforting presence, handsome and affable, his demeanor bright and warm like the sun, illuminating the hearts of those around him. A noble character, as Harry discerned from years of experience. Harry's affection for him surged. "Hello, senior. I wish to go to the headmaster's office. Could you direct me? Allow me to accompany you." "How delightful." Cedric affectionately ruffled Harry's hair, beaming with pride. He took Harry's hand and draped his own school robe over him, saying, "Be careful not to catch a chill." Harry tightened his clothing, puzzled by the kindness of this stranger he had just met and the ease with which they interacted. It was noon, and the area surrounding the infirmary was eerily quiet. Harry did not inquire why Cedric was there, nor did Cedric question him about his destination. They traversed this alternate realm together, seemingly sharing an unspoken understanding as they walked in silence. The first casualty of a war stood resolutely within the castle of Hogwarts, meandering through the corridors as the midday sun cast fleeting rays upon the ground, neglecting the visitor from another timeline. Cedric slowly walked alongside the young savior, guiding him towards the brilliance that awaited him. "Here we are, Harry. Go on in." "The password is cockroach cluster," Cedric said as he brought Harry to the door of the headmaster's office. Harry bid him farewell, turned to face the familiar entrance, and called out, "Cockroach cluster." The stone lion reluctantly stepped aside, revealing the spiral staircase within, and Harry ascended it slowly. Cedric quietly observed Harry's retreating figure, his eyes brimming with unspoken words. Yet ultimately, he merely pressed his lips together and vanished in an instant, as if he had never graced the earth. Inside the office, Dumbledore paused his lunch, sensing a peculiar disturbance in the air outside the door. Soon, however, he was too preoccupied to ponder this, as he was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Harry at the entrance. "What brings you here, my boy?" Dumbledore inquired. At that moment, Harry found himself at a loss for words, grappling with the task assigned by the troublesome system. His relationship with Dumbledore was still in its infancy. Why would he seek out the headmaster for anything? He silently chastised his own dependence. Dumbledore regarded Harry with a sense of warmth. If there existed familial bonds, it would indeed be a most wonderful thing. "Do not worry, Harry. I will inform your loved ones. For now, focus on your recovery here. Madame Pomfrey will take good care of you." Dumbledore extended an invitation to share a meal, which Harry declined before exiting the office. Once outside, he broke into a run, the breeze tousling his hair and exposing the prominent scar on his forehead. His emerald eyes sparkled with determination, a spirited youth radiating a resolute aura, even if his worn clothing was somewhat conspicuous. This drew the attention of the surrounding students. "Is that Harry Potter?" Some gazed down and recognized the small boy dashing past. Gasps of astonishment began to echo around him. If one were to inquire why Harry behaved so, one might as well question the vexatious system that plagued him. It was not merely the dwindling time that fueled his urgency, but also the ominous new line of text that accompanied his task. "Task failed. Malfoy's lifespan reduced by 1/3. Task succeeded. Intelligence points increased by 10. Harry gazed in astonishment at the novel revelations surfacing in his mind. What on earth is this? Chapter 8. The Panel. Name: Harry Potter. Age: 9 years. Physical fitness: 30 out of 100. Your health pales in comparison to that of a Muggle. Appearance: 76 out of 100. Apart from your face, you barely pass muster. Soul strength: 75 out of 100. Difficult to assess. Having lived 2 lives, this is quite rare. Intelligence level: 50 out of 100. Below passing. One wonders how you became a savior. Magical power: 20 out of. Understandable, as you are still a young wizard. Relatively proficient among your peers. Plant affinity: 5 out of 100. Believe me, you possess no talent in this area. Alchemy talent: 70 out of 100. You may activate this talent skill. Potion ability: 65 out of 100, having inherited a slight portion of your mother's prowess. Combat skills: 70 out of 100 adequate, considering your previous life as an auror. Articulation: 3 out of 100, it is better to remain silent when possible. Flight ability: 80 out of 100, reasonably competent, just barely suitable for professional leagues. As Harry gazed at this panel, a sense of embarrassment washed over him. The manner of speech bore an uncanny resemblance to Snape. While running, he collided abruptly with another individual, whose flowing hair fell across his forehead, obscuring the scar. "I'm so sorry," he exclaimed, upon raising his gaze. He was struck by a sense of familiarity. "Do you perhaps have a brother?" Harry inquired recklessly, eyeing the slightly older student. The young man smiled good-naturedly. "No, I'm an only child. What is your name?" Harry pressed. "I am Cedric." Harry was profoundly astonished, even beginning to question whether the preceding events had been mere illusions. "Let us hurry. Professor McGonagall is waiting for you," called out those nearby Cedric. "Goodbye, little one." Another Cedric bid farewell, leaving Harry in a daze. "We must go. We must go," Malfoy urged within Harry's mind, chastising him for his lackadaisical attitude. It was only then that Harry emerged from his stupor and resumed running, his small frame deftly avoiding the inquisitive students around him. In his thoughts, he queried Malfoy about the money. "I feel embarrassed," Harry admitted, scratching his head. "Once you exit Hogwarts and head to Hogsmeade, I know you will find a way," Malfoy replied with an eye roll. "If it weren't for my own life at stake, I would have no need to divulge the secrets of the Malfoy family." Meanwhile, in his office, Dumbledore munched on a soft toffee while instructing Fawkes to follow Harry. Fawkes was somewhat reluctant, desiring rest. It emitted a call, and flames suddenly enveloped its body. In an instant, it vanished, leaving only a few ashes behind. Dumbledore sighed. "All right. It seems each one possesses a rather formidable temperament." At that moment, a picture frame on the desk revealed a striking man with golden hair, exuding an imposing presence, greedily gazing at Dumbledore. Feeling somewhat flustered under the man's scrutiny, Dumbledore promptly flipped the frame face down on the table. When Harry, clutching pounds, stood beside the fireplace at the elegant wizarding robe shop, he felt slightly dazed. To his knowledge, this was a prominent wizarding clothing establishment with branches in London and Paris. Was this also a Malfoy enterprise? How is it that pounds existed in a wizarding shop? He contemplated the seamless expandable bag in his hand, lost in thought. Malfoy reveled in his mind. This is a secret communication method inherent to pure-blood families, to be activated only in emergencies. Were it not for my life being drained in the process, I would not disclose this to you, he emphasized once more. As soon as Harry acquired the money, Lucius, far away at the manor, became aware of the situation. "What? You say the outpost in Hogsmeade has been activated?" Lucius inquired, having received a report from his subordinate, and fell into contemplation. Such a method was known only to the head of the family. Even during the Dark Lord's reign, it had not been utilized. He recalled Snape's unexpected visit, and sensed that matters were becoming increasingly complicated. Who is the individual who activated the secret contact point? What actions did they undertake? The visitor, a child, possibly Harry Potter, arrived to collect a sum of pounds, and the voice of the individual grew softer, tinged with uncertainty. Lucius, perplexed by this baffling occurrence, found himself at a loss. He meticulously stroked the ring on his finger, lost in contemplation. When Harry once again settled onto his hospital bed, he experienced a profound sense of euphoria as he sensed the changes within his body. His mind felt exceptionally clear, and details that had previously eluded him now stood out like an oil lamp in the dark. He could even brew a potion of good fortune with ease. Despite Snape's piercing gaze and the venomous atmosphere surrounding him, filling him with a swell of confidence. Patiently, he analyzed his current predicament. An unknown entity lurked in his mind, demanding constant vigilance. He He needed to understand the state of his soul, while also attempting to save lives despite his memory lapses. Yet, the troubling fact remained that he did not even know who had perished. Fortunately, despair is not absolute. Harry noted that certain individuals he encountered elicited peculiar reactions within him, possibly linked to those who had passed away. However, with Dumbledore gone as well, he struggled to fathom who else could lead him toward death. Overwhelmed by the sudden and relentless questions, he resolved to sleep, hoping for a brighter day upon awakening. Suddenly, a voice pierced the quietude. Host task 1 incomplete. Continue absorbing 1/3 of Malfoy's lifespan. This pronouncement struck the two languid individuals like a bolt from the blue, disrupting their plans. They surmised this must be a long-term endeavor, devoid of any time constraints. After all, Dumbledore's trust was not easily bestowed upon a mere 10-year-old boy and a head of a household with a fractured mind. However, the task's completion seemed to disregard all fundamental principles, and without any special circumstances, it was hard to envision how their doubts could be alleviated. In Harry's mind, Malfoy felt a surge of terror, acutely aware of his waning vitality and fragile body. Watching Harry still lost in a dazed slumber, he could not help but speak, his voice tinged with desperation. "Potter, no. Harry, in light of my past desire to save you, please save me." Awakened by this nightmarish revelation, Harry felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. This was never his intention. Malfoy was not deserving of such a fate, much less being entangled in his own troubles. The frail visage reflected in Harry's eyes bore a lifeless pallor, lips devoid of color, fragile as a recently blown soap bubble, beautiful yet ephemeral. His heart ached with an unnameable pain. Determined, Harry set out once more towards the headmaster's office. Chapter 9. The Contract. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore received a letter, its pale yellow envelope sealed with crimson wax, emblazoned with a triangular emblem encasing a circle marked by a horizontal line. Dumbledore felt his heart sink. The magical community could not withstand another upheaval. What could Grindelwald possibly mean by this? He tore open the envelope and extracted the letter, its elegant handwriting leaping into view, as flamboyant as ever. After perusing the contents, Dumbledore grasped the essence of the message. He proceeded to make another prophecy, which depicted a vision he had witnessed. It appeared to be a glimpse of the future magical realm. A portion of the entire world was shrouded in a faint veil of light, with both humans and wizards gazing warily at the sky. Cannons aimed heavenward, while adept aurors were strategically positioned along the periphery of the luminous barrier. A few figures floating above. At the center stood Dumbledore, flanked by a rejuvenated Grindelwald, surrounded by individuals clad in eccentric attire, some ethereal, others resplendent. Opposing them was a young man, instilling a sense of dread and awe, gripping his wand with an expression of disbelief. His face was obscured beneath the brim of his hat, emanating a potent magical aura that seemed capable of cataclysmic destruction with a mere gesture. His left hand extended. Vibrant green flames danced restlessly. Behind him loomed a cadre of cloaked figures, exuding an aura as formidable as that of the esteemed professors of Hogwarts. The sight of this tableau rendered Grindelwald sightless, necessitating further potions for his healing. This vision revealed an abundance of information. Had the future secrecy laws been breached? Was there an unforeseen force that had suddenly emerged, hidden for years? Dumbledore pondered whether this was connected to the rapidly evolving savior, and if it all bore any relevance to him. If only one individual met the conditions, it would be Voldemort, and his recently established trust in Harry began to falter. He fell into deep contemplation. After a while, Harry entered, and Dumbledore scrutinized this young savior, his piercing gaze capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. Harry neither recoiled nor faltered, meeting Dumbledore's gaze, a gaze that many adults found difficult to hold. Dumbledore's expression shifted, a smile gracing his features, resembling the amiable headmaster of old. "Headmaster, you must have sensed that I am no longer the Harry you once knew," Harry stated forthrightly, catching Dumbledore off guard. Locking eyes with the unflinching Dumbledore, he steadied himself and continued, "Due to certain constraints, I am unable to explain everything to you at this moment." Dumbledore fell into contemplation, pondering the nature of these constraints and what they entailed for Harry. He smiled, his eyes affirming, wishing to encourage Harry to continue, yet deep within, he meticulously scrutinized every word. Harry, however, did not hear the sound of task completion echoing in his mind. Was it still insufficient? With a sigh, Harry resolved to raise the stakes. Malfoy observed Harry's decision, hesitating, fully aware of his own selfishness in expecting others to bear such burdens, especially one as significant as this. Nonetheless, when it came to matters of his own life, he stifled the urge to voice his objections. "I know my words may seem feeble, But I implore you to trust me. Harry gazed directly into Dumbledore's eyes, his emerald orbs like shooting stars colliding with the profound ocean of Dumbledore's gaze, leaving ripples of emotion in their wake. Dumbledore sensed a rare authenticity, a sincerity he had not encountered in many years, as he laid his heart bare before Harry. Bound by an unbreakable covenant, Harry stood beneath a cloak, summoned by Dumbledore from the portrait. Dumbledore did not intervene. Instead, he felt a surge of guilt within him. What he desperately required now was the truth, to ascertain whether the Savior was indeed the pivotal figure of the prophecy who stood on his side. Harry gazed curiously at the figure emanating dark mist, whom Dumbledore affectionately called Jim, while the portraits on the wall appeared unfazed by the stranger's presence in the office. The wizarding world was on the brink of turmoil, not merely due to a handful of dark wizards. In this office, Harry had garnered an unprecedented absolute trust from a great wizard and the unwavering loyalty of a pure-blood patriarch. Malfoy, having witnessed many sycophants signing soul contracts for others, found it hard to believe that Harry was unaware of the implications. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed Task 1. Reward: fusion with the original soul. What? Original soul? Am I not the original? Harry was somewhat perplexed. Meanwhile, in Malfoy's manor, a platinum-haired young master lay in slumber, suddenly stirring as his eyes flickered open, fixating intently on the ceiling. Harry lay on a hospital bed, quietly merging with his own soul, feeling his senses gradually sharpen, even catching glimpses of the flow of magic. As night fell, a few scattered stars adorned the deep blue velvet sky, rendering everything profoundly tranquil. In a small hut by the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid tended to his furry companions, while the crackling flames in the nearby fireplace whispered softly. A shadow suddenly appeared, prompting Hagrid to turn and notice the wood quietly burning. He scratched his head, muttering to himself, "What is going on? Could it be my imagination?" The following day, after Harry had rested, he engaged in a warm exchange with Dumbledore. From future revelations to spells he could wield, and an assessment of Harry's own strength, Dumbledore gained a comprehensive understanding, altering his plans significantly. It was time to elevate Harry's power substantially. Dumbledore stroked his beard, observing Harry, who was struggling under Moody's training, and chuckled, narrowing his eyes, pondering that perhaps his old friend might live a bit longer. Should alchemy be added to the mix? And what about that individual? Dumbledore hesitated, his hand pausing on his beard, contemplating. Chapter 10. Ron. Harry wandered through the mysterious realms of his mind, gazing into the distance where a colossal figure loomed, immense structures overshadowing everything, while he felt like an ant amidst a stampede of elephants, barely surviving. As a foot drew nearer, accompanied by a fierce whirlwind and a foul stench, fear gripped Harry, and he shut his eyes in despair. Yet again this dream. Harry jolted upright from his bed, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. "Dobby," Harry called out, and with a soft pop, a house elf materialized in Harry's bedroom. Over the past few years, Dumbledore had entrusted him to Hogwarts, where he received careful instruction. Harry had gleaned much from this experience, as well as from another mentor. The mere thought of this individual caused a dark line to form on his forehead. What a peculiar character. He was merely a student, not some strange anomaly requiring such stringent oversight. "The esteemed savior calls for Dobby. What an immense honor," the little elf exclaimed, his large ears flapping with excitement. "Calm down, Dobby," Harry commanded with a hint of exasperation, feeling somewhat dizzy from the elf's exuberance. Speaking of Dobby inevitably led to thoughts of Draco, who was now residing with the Malfoys. This reflection brought a smile to Harry's face. In truth, the young dragon was quite amiable. It was he who had gifted Harry this freedom-loving house elf, allowing Dobby to work in the kitchens at Hogwarts. Remembering the proud look on Malfoy's face at that moment was simply delightful, and Harry couldn't help but smile. Once Dobby appeared, he adhered closely to the narrative of their previous lives, albeit with slight variations. The once free-spirited elf now hesitated to accept the clothing Harry offered, even resorting to somewhat excessive measures to thwart Harry's attempts to grant him freedom. Dobby ceased his trembling, his large eyes fixed on Harry, hands tightly clutching the tiny garment. "Dobby, could you kindly escort me to Platform 9? Would you mind waiting a moment, Mr. Harry Potter?" He felt somewhat bewildered by the system's demands, yet complied nonetheless. Harry called upon himself to refresh, and in the blink of an eye, he felt revitalized. "Mr. Potter can cast spells without a wand," Dobby observed, his demeanor reflecting a sense of familiarity with such occurrences. After all, there were even stranger things afoot. With a swell of pride, Dobby puffed out his chest, declaring, "This is Dobby's master." One might wonder how Dobby had inadvertently been drawn into the system. It seemed he was absorbed 1 year at a time. At London-S Platform 9, a thick haze enveloped the train station, shrouding the crowd in a ghostly semblance. The crimson engine loomed ominously through the fog, resembling a colossal beast. The air was filled with a cacophony of voices, children wailing and adults scolding sharply. Oddly dressed individuals collided with a pillar nearby. A Muggle, noticing this strange occurrence, glanced down at his daughter, who was engrossed in her toys. Just as he intended to capture the moment with his camera, he found himself staring into a pair of enormous eyes. In a state of bewilderment, he dropped the camera and stumbled away, leaving his child to realize her father had vanished, prompting her to burst into tears. The piercing cry immediately drew the attention of those nearby. A well-dressed lady, clutching a handkerchief, gently lifted the sobbing girl into her arms. Not far off, Mrs. Weasley, inadvertently catching sight of the struggling child, murmured softly, "Such a young age, and already a handful." After speaking, he lowered his head to gently pat Ron, instructing him to observe how his brother would pass through before following in. The bewildered Ron nodded obediently. Behind them, the woman covered the little girl's mouth and nose with a cloth, pressing her face against her own chest, feigning a soothing demeanor. Gradually, the girl became still, resting quietly against the woman's chest as if nestled against her mother. Nearby, an Auror noticed this and chuckled lightly, wondering if the couple had been quarreling. Harry sat in the carriage, quietly gazing out the window, feeling a twinge of resentment towards Dumbledore. Why had he been summoned for this? He was already residing in Hogwarts. Thoughts of new friends crossed his mind, particularly Ron and Hermione, and a pang of heartache struck him. Suddenly, the carriage door swung open, and a platinum-haired young boy entered, followed by a bodyguard with short, stiff hair, a massive build, and arms reminiscent of a gorilla, exuding a rather sluggish demeanor. "You're here," Harry exclaimed upon seeing Malfoy, his eyes brimming with delight. Malfoy, however, quickly reined in his joy, nodding with an air of restraint before plopping down beside Harry. "So, have you encountered that foolish Weasley yet, along with the future Minister of Magic?" Malfoy casually inquired. Goyle, somewhat dim-witted, turned his head slightly, puzzled by the mention of the Minister of Magic, as if lost in a riddle. Harry felt a flicker of concern. The carriage was filled to capacity, and with Draco present, he wondered if trouble would ensue. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent as the carriage fell into a hush. At the end of the train, Ron struggled with his cumbersome luggage, finally locating a carriage that housed only a small wizard. He entered, greeting the boy, who glanced at Ron and nodded briefly before descending into silence. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Ron walked beside the window, quietly observing the fleeting scenery outside, lush green mountains and waters as the train sped by, birds flitting into the woods. The vast expanse of sky invigorating his spirit. Chapter 11. Pastries. He had arrived at the age of 9, initially filled with excitement at becoming one of the protagonists. Having the opportunity to interact closely with the Savior, wield magic, and transform into someone he could only dream of in his previous life. However, recalling the adventures he had witnessed, he thought better of personally experiencing them. He preferred the role of a bystander. What if I were sorted into Hufflepuff? Ron pondered quietly. From his older brother, who attended Hogwarts, he learned that Harry Potter had arrived at Hogwarts at the age of 9 and had a room within the castle. This contradicted what he had seen in the films, prompting Ron to wonder if this was a fan-fiction scenario. The small wizard across from him observed Ron, who had become statue-like, with only the rise and fall of his chest proving he was alive, piquing his curiosity. He cleared his throat softly, but Ron did not react. Ahem, the small wizard raised his voice, yet Ron remained unresponsive. With an elegant roll of his eyes, he returned to his book. After a considerable interval, Ron seemed to finally grasp the situation. The young wizard's eyes sparkled, as he believed he had finally caught sight of himself. Unexpectedly, Ron turned and exited, making his way towards the gathering crowd. Oh, what a savior! If he were sorted into Hufflepuff, the chances of close interaction would dwindle. Ron approached Harry. Meanwhile, Harry gazed at the small wizard outside the door, feeling a slight headache. He could not recall such a multitude attending in his previous life. Who had such a loose tongue? Beside him, Draco sneered. Ah, our savior remains ever so popular, scrutinizing the current hero. The experiences from two worlds lent Harry an extraordinary aura, further enhanced by the absorption of his own soul. At this thought, Malfoy felt a slight flush, making Harry the most captivating figure in the crowd. A stark contrast to the one from the original world, causing Draco to smirk discreetly. At that moment, a sudden stir rippled through the crowd. It turned out the headmaster was ushering people away. Gradually, the throng dispersed, and Harry exhaled in relief, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Amidst the thinning crowd, a striking figure with fiery red hair caught his eye. Their gazes met, and Ron offered an awkward smile, while Harry reciprocated with a courteous nod. Observing Ron's indifferent silhouette, Harry felt a pang of disappointment. After all, they had shared over a decade of companionship. However, the thought of Ron also being sorted into Gryffindor and sharing a dormitory brought him some comfort. On the way back, Ron silently regretted it. The wretched film had misled him. No one had mentioned how striking the savior was. Remembering the actor from his past life who portrayed a corpse, Ron's face contorted in a comical grimace. In the background, two heads of red hair huddled closely together, seemingly in deliberation. "Excuse me, sorry to interrupt, but have you seen Neville's toad?" A young girl unceremoniously pushed open the compartment door, her eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of Harry, whose hair was tousled from heat. Hermione, feeling a tad bashful, inquired, "Why were there so many people crammed in here? Is it truly you?" "I know all about you, of course." I went ahead and bought a few extra reference books. A History of Modern Magic, The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, and Significant Magical Events of the 20th Century, all of which mention you. Harry beamed with delight, thrilled to encounter a familiar situation from his previous life. It seemed events had not veered too far off course. He pondered over Ron's earlier demeanor, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. Perhaps it was due to not sitting in a compartment together, which left him somewhat troubled. Upon witnessing this, Hermione's previously flushed face returned to normal. Draco observed the scene, arms crossed and legs casually crossed, wearing a smirk that did not reach his eyes as he glanced at the doorway. Instinctively disregarding the little witch beside him, clearing his throat, Hermione's gaze shifted to Malfoy, and she realized there was indeed another person present. "May I ask who you are?" she queried. "Draco Malfoy," the young master replied, lifting his chin with haughty pride. With the train's long whistle accompanying their journey, the same individuals began to forge distinctly different connections. As the first-year students arrived, the towering figure of Hagrid, clad in his fur coat and adorned with a scarf woven from unicorn hair, called out boisterously to the newcomers. Harry, Malfoy, and Goyle found themselves in one small boat, while Ron, Hermione, and Neville were grouped together in another. Hermione, pointing at a small black spot on Ron's nose, exclaimed, "You've got something on your nose." A vein pulsed on Ron's forehead, revealing his embarrassment. As the boat rocked gently, he began to absent-mindedly wipe his nose, dismissing Hermione's forthcoming concern. Meanwhile, Neville observed their interaction with a look of bewilderment, his eyes wide as he attempted to discern the black mark Hermione mentioned. However, the dim lighting thwarted his efforts. Two blossoms bloom, each expressing its own charm. Harry gazed at the looming silhouette of Hogwarts, noting the subtle differences from his previous life. In his first year, he had been a fledgling wizard, unable to perceive the grandeur of the ancient castle that had nurtured generations of witches and wizards. Now reborn, he opened his eyes to behold the cradle of the majority of Britain's magical community. Blinding light filled his vision, and he caught glimpses of light flowing gently, though clarity eluded him. "Congratulations, host. You have gained a glimpse of the castle's full glory. A task is now assigned. Explore the traces of magical currents within the castle and obtain half of its privileges. The deadline for this task is 3 years. Please plan wisely." In his mind's eye, a white ferret lounged in an ornate armchair, surrounded by a small round table that bore a glass of juice and several pastries, exuding a cunning that belied its seemingly foolish demeanor. Its tiny eyes sparkled with shrewdness as it observed Harry's sudden appearance, as if it had anticipated this moment. With a mere gesture, a large armchair materialized on the empty ground. "Harry, please take a seat." Following the invitation, Harry settled into the chair and reached for a pastry, intending to savor it. "This is a delicacy of my kind. You cannot eat it yet." "Beware of explosions," the ferret chided, snatching the morsel from Harry's grasp. Disappointment flickered across Harry's face. Since their first encounter, the pastries had held a peculiar allure, whispering temptations to him. The ferret left him with a singular admonition: "Do not speak ill in my presence." "All right," Harry thought, striving to clear his mind. Nearby, Malfoy observed Harry's gaze, a contemplative glimmer in his eyes. "Have you entered that place?" he wondered. Chapter 12, The Sorting. As night fell, the majestic castle drew nearer, its windows ablaze with light and life. A witch clad in deep green robes stood at the entrance, awaiting the arrival of the new students. With a serious demeanor and meticulous attention to detail, she surveyed the gathering throng of young wizards, her gaze briefly drifting to Neville's cloak, which was fastened unusually close to Harry and Malfoy. When a number of students ceased to grow, she cleared her throat and began, "Welcome to Hogwarts." Professor McGonagall announced that the feast marking the beginning of the school year was about to commence. "However, before you all take your seats in the dining hall, It is imperative that each of you ascertain the specific house to which you will belong. Sorting is an essential rite for during your time at Hogwarts. Your house will serve as your home. You will attend classes alongside fellow students from your house, reside in the house dormitories, and spend your leisure hours in the common room. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house boasts a rich history and has nurtured remarkable witches and wizards. Your exemplary conduct during your tenure at Hogwarts will earn points for your house, while any transgressions will result in point deductions. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope that regardless of the house you are sorted into, you will strive to bring glory to it. In just a few moments, the sorting ceremony will take place before the entire school community. I advise you to take this time to compose yourselves and present a more spirited demeanor. Professor McGonagall's gaze shifted to Neville, and with a slight pursing of her lips, she turned and walked away. At that moment, the previously quiet young witches and wizards erupted into a flurry of chatter. I overheard my brother mention that the sorting ceremony would involve facing a giant troll. No, it was actually a test of our spellcasting abilities, and we would need to demonstrate a certain number of spells to gain entry. But I don't know any spells. As the discussion swirled around her, Hermione felt a twinge of anxiety. She quietly muttered incantations, as if rehearsing something. Ron, witnessing this, found it amusing. Although he was aware of the challenges ahead, he couldn't help but appreciate Hermione's earnestness. It was in this moment that he began to understand why he ultimately fancied her. The thought caused his ears to flush a faint red, and he turned his gaze forward. Hermione sensed someone observing her and glanced around, finding nothing amiss, only a small wizard in front, whose ears were as red as an apple. The doors slowly creaked open, and warm, golden light spilled through the threshold, illuminating the faces of the young witches and wizards while revealing the enchanting scene within the castle to their wide, innocent eyes. The great hall was ablaze with light, thousands of candles hovering in mid-air, illuminating 4 long banquet tables set with gleaming cutlery. Seated around the tables were boys and girls clad in wizarding robes, while further afield, wizards of various garbs and formidable magic mingled, accompanied by ethereal ghosts drifting about, eliciting gasps of wonder from the young students. As they drew nearer, the spectacle unfolded before their eyes. Magical, wondrous, mysterious, and perilous. The gateway to the world of magic lay open before us. At the professor's table, a solitary chair was positioned, upon which rested a tattered and patched hat, bearing several cracks. Nearby, Malfoy seemed to sense the gravity of the moment, gripping Harry's hand tightly, for he understood that this was the final instance of their shared journey. Dumbledore would not permit it. Otherwise, how would they have fortuitously encountered the Weasley family in a previous life? At a time when Harry was still quite unfamiliar with the wizarding world, and even the colloquialism about Merlin's socks eluded him. It was a traitor from a pure-blood family who first made contact, establishing the impression that Slytherin was merely a gathering of malevolent wizards. Lurking in the shadows, Voldemort posed a significant threat, ready to emerge and strike at any moment. Furthermore, Malfoy recalled the peculiar presence within Harry's mind. The variables were already too many. The optimal course of action was to strive to maintain the trajectory of the original world's development, thus preserving the advantage of foresight. Harry, Draco, echoed in Harry's consciousness, evoking a response from him. What's wrong? He mused, feeling somewhat exasperated. Ever since Draco had emerged from his mind, certain symptoms had manifested, such as their profound connection. No one else could be as close to them as they were to each other. Draco felt a swell of pride at this moment, yet his expression quickly shifted to one of intensity as he lowered his eyelids, concealing the tempest within. Hannah Abbott, while Harry was lost in thought, had completed her song with the tattered hat. A young girl with golden hair and twin ponytails darted to the front of the bench and seated herself. Hufflepuff, the hat proclaimed with vigor, eliciting a raucous cheer from the Hufflepuff table. The girl's cheeks flushed as she hurried to her long table, her braids swinging. She randomly chose a seat, and the surrounding badgers gathered around her. As the numbers dwindled, the line progressed. Hermione, as in a previous life, was sorted into Gryffindor. Harry shifted his gaze to Ron, noting the continued sorting. It appeared Ron would follow him. He nodded at Ron, who returned a slight nod, indicating they were not yet well acquainted. Harry felt a twinge of disappointment at the proximity to Malfoy. Harry Potter, the tables began to stir, the whispers rising as Harry approached. Cedric from the Hufflepuff table waved at him, prompting Harry to smile and wink in response. Meanwhile, the Weasley twins from Gryffindor clanged their plates in Harry's direction, their faces alight with joy. Harry felt his face flush, despite the busy training and constant running around at Hogwarts over the years. He had managed to forge a few friendships and reconnect with some individuals. With these thoughts in mind, Harry settled onto a stool and placed the sorting hat upon his head. "Oh, Harry, you must open your mind to me," the hat murmured in his ear. "No dilly-dallying. Let us adhere to our prior agreement. Quickly sort me into Gryffindor." Harry felt a sense of helplessness, for this was not within his purview to dictate, and the white weasel in his mind was decidedly averse to prying eyes. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, the hat sagged its tip in disappointment. It would need to adapt, after all, having experienced similar situations in the headmaster's office. "Gryffindor," the sorting hat murmured quietly. Ever since it had inherited the will of Gryffindor, nothing had driven it to such a frenzy. "What?" Professor McGonagall, standing nearby, did not catch the words clearly. "Gryffindor," the sorting hat exclaimed loudly. Dumbledore, seated comfortably, wore a look of delight, while Snape's poker-faced demeanor barely shifted into a semblance of a smile. Reflecting on the past few years, Snape recognized Harry's brilliance and his talent in potions. He had just discerned Lily's shadow in Harry's eyes, yet unexpectedly, he was sorted into Gryffindor. Indeed, it was a Potter. A chorus of gasps erupted from the Gryffindor table as everyone applauded fervently. "We have a Potter." The Weasley twins tossed aside the hats they had been wearing, exchanging high fives. Percy laughed heartily, and Sir Nicholas of Gryffindor joyfully bobbed his head, darting about. Meanwhile, Slytherin was enveloped in an eerie silence. Although Malfoy was aware that this was a prearranged agreement between him and Potter, he still felt a pang of dissatisfaction. He glared coldly at Potter as he approached the long table, attempting to convey his anger, but alas, his capacity to express such emotions was limited to just a minute each day. Having noticed Potter's unusual demeanor, he had just used his time. Poor Harry felt a chill creeping up his back, mistakenly attributing it to a ghost's presence. Chapter 13, Conversations. Ron's sorting garnered little attention, save for his brothers. Amidst the cacophony, he made his way to Gryffindor, where Percy approached him, wrapping his arms around him and whispering, "Congratulations, Ronnie dear." The Weasley twins leaned in, with Fred cheerfully placing a white ring-shaped object around Ron's neck, while George stood by with a smug grin. "This is a gift." Ron looked down to find it was clearly a miniature toilet seat. "Ah." Ron stared at his brothers, forcing a smile that barely masked his irritation. "All right, stop teasing him," Percy said, feeling slightly embarrassed under Dumbledore's gaze. He poked George, who, upon receiving the cue, noticed the attention from the surrounding students and shrugged helplessly, then bent down to bite at the toilet seat around Ron's neck. Harry observed the spectacle, while Hermione widened her eyes, wondering if all wizards behaved in such a manner. It made her feel somewhat out of place. Though Ron was a bit annoyed, he was not about to let his brothers resort to licking the toilet. Just as the words slipped from his lips, a cracking sound echoed, and the white toilet seat revealed a brown interior. Accompanied by a sweet aroma that overwhelmed Ron's senses, it was chocolate. What on earth? He was both amused and exasperated. Hermione released a breath she had been holding. Thankfully, there were still normal people here. Dumbledore, grinning at this unfolding scene, met Harry's eyes and winked, then raised his wand and cast a spell that amplified his voice. "Welcome to Hogwarts." All gazes shifted from the peculiar scene to the words of Dumbledore. "I shall utter but a single phrase. Foolish child, let us commence our meal." Instantly, the dining table erupted into a lively atmosphere. Harry gazed at the sudden emergence of food and then turned to his companion, Ron, who was seated beside him. Indeed, it was true. They had not initially been placed together, but Percy had drawn Ron over. "Hello," Harry greeted warmly, noticing Ron's somewhat bashful demeanor. Ron felt slightly disconcerted. He was not particularly keen on being so close to the Savior, yet Harry's cordiality rendered it difficult for him to appear overly peculiar. Consequently, he seized a piece of roasted meat from the table and began to eat voraciously, thus avoiding further engagement with Harry. Harry seemed to sense something amiss, but refrained from voicing his thoughts. After years of camaraderie, Ron had become one of his closest confidants, and Harry was well acquainted with his character. Was it the butterfly effect at play? As he pondered while eating, Harry mused that it was peculiar how Ron appeared different. However, he chose not to shatter the delicate silence surrounding this realization. The four of them sipped on the beverages Harry had brought from the Muggle world, made brief introductions, and, worn out from their day, retired early for the night. As they settled in for sleep, Harry observed Ron, who seemed already deep in slumber, and raised an eyebrow before lying down himself. He knew he must rest well, for he had grand plans for the night that would address issues at their roots. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Harry, with a piece of bread clamped between his teeth, departed from the dining table, while Ron watched Harry's receding figure, feeling a quiet sense of relief. In the Transfiguration classroom, Upon opening the door, Harry discovered only one individual present, a small figure slumped over in the front row, nearly buried beneath a pile of thick tomes. "Hello," Harry greeted Hermione, taking a seat beside her. The young girl appeared to be still immersed in the world of her books, her eyes slightly dazed. After a considerable moment, her gaze finally focused on the handsome savior sitting beside her, causing her cheeks to flush ever so slightly. "Hello," she replied, and upon perceiving Harry's friendly demeanor, her initial nervousness began to dissipate, prompting her to open up. "I am Hermione Granger," she introduced herself, extending her hands with enthusiasm. "I rushed away the other day and didn't have the chance to introduce myself. My parents are Muggles, and I worry that I may struggle to keep pace with the school as curriculum." The young girl exhibited a hint of anxiety. Observing her unease, Harry quickly sought to reassure this somewhat naive future Minister of Magic. He realized that while he had grown closer to Ron, his friendship with Hermione had developed more gradually. He had never envisioned that such an accomplished individual would experience moments of trepidation. Harry felt an obligation to alleviate his friend's worries. Thus, one listened with intent, while the other harbored a growing fondness, and their conversation blossomed naturally. At that moment, a small cat stealthily slipped through the door, observing the two young witches seated in the front row of the classroom with a look of satisfaction. Its ears twitched gently as it leaned in to listen to the exchange between the two young wizards. Upon overhearing first-year students discussing the execution of a Nimmagus transformation, the nature of the Patronus charm, and the influence of a person's soul and emotions on spell casting, Professor McGonagall was profoundly astonished and resolved to test them. A small cat suddenly leaped onto the table, climbing up. At that moment, Hermione spotted the unexpected feline and let out an exclamation of surprise. Just as she intended to reach out and pet the cat, Harry swiftly grasped her hand, pressing her back into her seat. Puzzled by Harry's actions, Hermione watched as he approached the cat, bowed, and greeted it with a respectful hello, Professor McGonagall. This revelation left Professor McGonagall unable to remain in her disguise. A flash of light enveloped her, and in the blink of an eye, she returned to her human form. How had she been discovered? There were plenty of cats at the school, and drawing from past experiences, she had deliberately concealed the frames around her eyes and altered her coloration during the transformation. Who would have expected that someone could see through her ruse? The feline professor felt a twinge of doubt regarding her shape-shifting skills. Curiously, she inquired of Harry, "How did you perceive me?" Harry gazed at Professor McGonagall, noting that whether in her human form or as an animagus, her aura was strikingly brilliant, making it impossible for him to overlook. He was also particularly attuned to the subtle currents of magic surrounding them, although he knew better than to voice this. They reached a mutual agreement to keep this incident confidential until the arrival of another individual. Chapter 14. Following. Ron, hidden behind a door, stealthily observed this scene, lost in thought. Indeed, things had changed. The Chosen One was actively engaging with a Muggle who had just entered the wizarding world and had yet to display any notable talents. Was it genuinely just a simple act of friendship? Additionally, recalling the previous night, he remembered Harry sneaking out. Logically, Harry had been residing at Hogwarts for a considerable time, so it was odd for him to behave in such a manner on the first day of school. He trailed after Harry, witnessing him converse with Quirrell. Yes, the very Quirrell who was possessed by Voldemort. Ron watched the two stroll down the corridor as if they had known each other for ages. A chill ran down his spine, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. If the Chosen One were to ally with Voldemort, how would they navigate such a scenario? He certainly did not wish to endure years under Voldemort's dominion over the wizarding community in Britain, especially when his entire family was entangled in Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix. However, wasn't Harry's parents murdered by Voldemort? How could he possibly coexist peacefully with this individual? Could it be the Imperius Curse, a Polyjuice potion? Or perhaps the fragment of Voldemort's consciousness within Harry was awakening and overpowering his original self? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Did Dumbledore tacitly accept this occurrence? Ron felt a shadow of despair looming over his future. He resolved to draw closer to this Chosen One, to discern his true intentions and uncover the truth. As for Dumbledore, well, his mental fortifications were not particularly robust at the moment. It was best to keep a safe distance from such powerful wizards. Meanwhile, Harry regarded Quirrell, who towered over him, handsome yet adorned with a purple turban, reminiscent of an Indian mystic. Professor Quirrell beside him felt a sense of trepidation. After all, upon his arrival, he was compelled by a note to meet his archenemy under the cover of night. The note read, "Greetings, Mr. Voldemort. Would you like the Philosopher's Stone? Let us rendezvous at midnight before the trophy room." The use of honorifics was notable. Quirrell sniffed, a refreshing scent penetrating his mind, momentarily clearing the fog that enveloped it. Harry slightly tilted his head to glance at Ron, who was stealthily following behind, finding it somewhat amusing. After all, he was the first to fall into the trap so swiftly. This evening, he had specifically seized the moment when the other dormitory occupants were fast asleep to venture out. He intended to gauge Ron's intentions, so he had discreetly administered a sleeping potion to the other two, ensuring they would not awaken during his escapade. As for Ron, under normal circumstances, a young wizard on the first day of school would be unfamiliar with many things and, in such a state of fatigue, would likely wish for rest. Even if he desired adventure, his actions were rather illogical. As Harry passed by Ron's bed, he purposefully increased the sound of his footsteps in the dim light. He distinctly observed Ron's eyes subtly shifting. At that moment, if Ron were merely dreaming, he should not be following him. If awakened by the noise, he would either venture out alone or join Harry. If he wished to avoid adventure, he ought to remain in bed. The act of clandestinely trailing a fellow student while being both wary and intent on tracking his movements was not characteristic of Ron from the previous world. Despite Harry's mental deliberations, he remained cautious in his actions. Turning to Quirrell, he said, "Professor, let us proceed to your office." Quirrell's demeanor suddenly transformed, becoming enigmatic. His previously hunched posture straightened, and he smiled, abruptly glancing back into the shadowy corridor behind him. It was silent, devoid of any presence, and a look of suspicion crossed his face as he sensed the stillness. Leaning down, Quirrell whispered to Harry, "Very well," and affectionately ruffled Harry's hair, a gesture that felt half coercive, half threatening. He pressed his wand against Harry, steering him towards his office. Their figures moved closely, as if their souls were intertwined. Meanwhile, Ron, having just witnessed the two walking intimately together, failed to notice in the dim light that Quirrell's wand was pressed against Harry's neck. Harry's expression remained unchanged, instead exuding an unusual ease, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the cautious professor. At that moment, a sudden meowing echoed ahead, followed by Filch's voice. "Let me see which student is awake at this hour. Once I catch you, your house will face severe penalties." His face emerged in the dim light, not particularly benevolent. A long-time squib, yet serving as the caretaker at the largest wizarding school in Britain, the disparity had long since eroded his scant goodwill. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Harry turned to Quirrell, his expression betraying a sense of morbid curiosity, eager to observe how he would respond. With a flourish of his wand, Quirrell cast the disillusionment charm, yet it seemed insufficient. Meanwhile, Ron, observing this from a distance, muttered a quiet curse before hastily retreating. Naturally, at such a moment, fleeing was the only sensible option. He had no desire to achieve notoriety on his very first day at school, a fate better suited for his elder brother. As for Harry, he would offer a silent prayer on his behalf. After all, survival took precedence. Ron's scant conscience stirred within him. Ultimately, he could not bear to witness Harry in peril, especially if it were a result of Voldemort's control or perhaps his own butterfly effect. He dashed toward the office on the 8th floor, breathless as though racing against death. They ambled to Quirrell's office, the clock striking midnight, the castle enveloped in slumber, save for the occasional movement of figures in the wall paintings. Quirrell's office exuded an enticing aroma of garlic, prompting Harry to wrinkle his nose in distaste. Fortunately, he had the foresight to bring along some catnip. Indeed, it was the only reason the little kitten had been drawn to him, ensuring Ron's safety as well. Voldemort was no benign entity. Should he discover that someone had witnessed his dealings with the Chosen One on the very first day of term, it could prove catastrophic. Before stepping out, Harry had consulted the Marauder's map, noting that Filch was nearby. All he needed to confirm was Ron's presence. The rest was of little consequence. Chapter 15, Deception. Once Quirrell entered the office, he seated himself, his hands clasped upon the desk, scrutinizing the remarkably relaxed stance of Harry Potter. An unsettling sense of being overlooked igniting his irritation. However, recalling the note he had received that evening, he examined the 11-year-old boy with keen interest. "Was it you who sent me that note today? What do you know?" Quirrell ventured, testing the waters. The note had been a fan letter from a young boy with black hair, and at that moment, under the watchful gaze of many, Dumbledore had also been observing him. He could do little but feign the demeanor of an ordinary professor, yet he had not anticipated being so swiftly unmasked. "I know you are Voldemort, but I am here to propose a partnership." Harry spoke up, a smile gracing his lips as he declared, "I offer you the Philosopher's Stone as a gesture of goodwill." To bolster his credibility, he divulged some information to Voldemort. "The protective magic my mother cast was bestowed by Dumbledore. He utilized her to facilitate your demise. He had long sensed Peter's treachery, yet believed that this matter would aid in your destruction. Thus he acquiesced, unwittingly aiding your cause." Lowering his head, Harry removed his glasses and gently rubbed his eyes, which immediately reddened. Internally, he scoffed, "Goodness, this mint aroma is quite overwhelming." When he lifted his gaze, tears streamed down his face, his eyes swollen and quivering, as if he had been holding back for far too long, finally allowing his emotions to spill forth. Chilo was somewhat taken aback. "Quick, release me," he urged, trembling as he untied his scarf, turning his back to Harry, exposing the distorted visage on the back of his head, scrutinizing the enigmatic savior before him. "How do you know these things?" Voldemort inquired, his tone laced with skepticism. Yet he had already come to believe a significant portion of it. In his mind, Dumbledore was nothing like the benevolent figure the world perceived. Rather, he was an exceedingly hypocritical individual. "Even so, I still killed your parents. Why would you seek my collaboration?" Voldemort's patience waned as he yearned to uncover the truth. "Look into my eyes," Voldemort commanded. Harry obediently lifted his gaze, his emerald eyes momentarily causing Voldemort to falter. Reminiscent of a time long past when he had gazed into the eyes of a mother, Harry was acutely aware that Voldemort would not trust him. In his mind, he screamed for urgency, urging for their grandfather to show the film. The weasel was growing impatient, yet there was little to be done, for Harry had taken considerable time to persuade him. Within Harry's mind, Voldemort glimpsed a scene reminiscent of his own childhood: bullying, ridicule, and the fervent desire to resist. Unlike himself, however, Harry lacked the strength to rise against his oppressors. Until one day, he encountered Brother Tom, who offered solace, brought him treats, and enlightened him about the wizarding world. They often met on the school playground, watching the sunset's radiant glow while sharing fried chicken, the golden red light casting a harmonious aura around them. As for this so-called Brother Tom, Voldemort's eyes widened. Was this not a youthful version of himself from around 5th grade? He gazed in astonishment at this former incarnation, deceiving the present child. In his narrative, he was a hero defeated in revolution, while Dumbledore stood as an impediment to the advancement of the wizarding realm. Regarding that fateful night, he intended to invite the Potters to conspire in grand designs, but having previously encountered Dumbledore, he fell victim to a well-laid trap, subsequently controlled by the powerful wizard's soul-binding curse, which tarnished his reputation and severed ties with the pure-blood families of today. Dumbledore, ruthless and unyielding, resorted to sending his own subordinates to Azkaban to shield his interests, and it was Peter who caused the deaths of the people on that street. Yet, they imprisoned the loyal Black solely to usurp his family's wealth and manipulate the remaining purebloods. Upon reaching this realization, Voldemort found himself momentarily dazed. Today he learned of his subordinates' unwavering loyalty. He could weave a tale, and had he not experienced it firsthand, he might have believed it himself. However, considering that this was likely a Horcrux he had created in his youth, he felt no surprise. Well done. Later, in an attempt to evade the remnants of his conscience, Dumbledore sent Harry into the Muggle world, oblivious to the arrival of Uncle Tom, who would reveal the entire truth. Yet, when Harry was merely 9 years old, Dumbledore discovered Uncle Tom, and in a bid to protect Harry, he was slain, leaving Harry injured and triggering a surge of magical chaos. In pursuit of his own ambitions, Dumbledore manipulated the truth within Harry's mind, inciting him to despise a hero who sought to guide the wizarding world towards enlightenment. Voldemort, observing the boy who appeared to harbor a profound hatred for Dumbledore, erupted into laughter. He deemed this the most delightful news he had encountered in years. Although he pondered the origin of the Horcrux, it had become inconsequential. The Philosopher's Stone lay before him. Should Dumbledore's own protégé be the one to slay him, it would be an exquisite outcome. His gaze softened as he gently patted Harry's shoulder, his expression one of feigned compassion. "What your Uncle Tom said is true. In the past, I was friends with your parents. To escape Dumbledore's persecution, they cast the Fidelius charm on their home, and I was the secret keeper. It was Dumbledore who exploited this, leading to your parents' demise, and I bear some responsibility for that." Harry, regarding the twisted visage striving to convey sorrow, nearly succumbed to laughter. The moment had reached its critical juncture. Harry steadied his resolve, gazing at Voldemort with an almost affectionate look, as if he were the closest person in Harry's world. "And the Philosopher's Stone?" Voldemort inquired, shifting the conversation to the matter at hand. "How did you bring it here?" Harry offered no reply, silently observing the figure before him, then lowered his gaze to retrieve a stone from his pocket. Voldemort's eyes fixated greedily upon the object, though the bizarre turn of events caused him to hesitate. How was it that upon his arrival, the item had been delivered into his hands? Could the contents of Harry Potter's mind be trusted? Was Dumbledore using this as a test? Voldemort wavered, yet he rose and approached Harry slowly. Regardless of whether it was a trap, the Philosopher's Stone was genuine. He could still escape Dumbledore's wrath, especially with the Savior present. As this thought crossed his mind, a cold smile graced his lips. Observing Harry's dazed demeanor, Likely a result of excessive soul-sucking, Voldemort frowned in disdain. The Philosopher's Stone remained inert. It seemed he would have to hold it himself. Exercising caution, he instructed Harry to place the stone on the table, as the earlier events required verification. He could not yet fully trust Harry. Everything unfolded seamlessly. As Harry approached, Voldemort leaned forward slightly, his eyes gleaming with fervor, utterly unguarded by Harry's proximity. In his mind, Harry frantically called out to the system, desperate to know when he could touch him. When? The white ferret rolled its eyes, but dutifully reported 3, 2, 1. As they drew nearer, the distance between them became negligible. When Harry's hands met Voldemort's, a flash of golden light erupted, and he vanished. Simultaneously, Harry's mind welcomed an unexpected guest. Chapter 16, The Silver Needle. Gently, he opened the door, gazing at the stillness of the corridor. With a quietude born of accomplishment and a hint of mirth in his emerald eyes, he stealthily made his way forward. The greatest troubles of the wizarding world have been alleviated. On this night, shrouded in obscurity, the prisoner of Azkaban remains in agonizing anticipation. Certain members of the pureblood families are still awaiting another upheaval within the wizarding realm, hoping it will not be as catastrophic as the last. All they need to do is absorb Voldemort's soul. Yet, is the matter truly so simple? Harry's visage is concealed in the shadows, the moonlight cascading like silk upon the back of this solitary traveler. In the corridor, a portrait discreetly opens its eyes, its orbs swirling with curiosity. Behind him, a chorus of voices emerges, innocent and oblivious to the world's complexities. He sighs, feeling a twinge of envy, as Ron enters the classroom and takes a seat beside him. Simultaneously, a small cat leaps onto the table, provoking a smirk of mischief from the two individuals nearby. Ron, catching sight of this, quickly deduces the feline's identity. Although aware of the need to maintain his discretion, the experience from the previous night has left him feeling quite exposed. Shortly after his escape, he encountered Dumbledore, who uttered not a word but merely surveyed him with eyes that seemed to penetrate the very essence of his being, leaving Ron with the unsettling sensation of having been revealed. Ron remains oblivious to subsequent events, yet, thankfully, tranquility still reigns within the school, providing him with a slight sense of relief. He feigns ignorance and gently strokes the little cat, which, startled, arches its back and puffs up its fur. Harry regards him with admiration, relishing the moment. Surely, one who dares to touch the whiskers of a tiger deserves the title of a warrior. At that moment, Ron feigns terror, stammering an apology to Professor McGonagall, while inwardly reveling in delight. How splendid is Professor McGonagall! Just then, Harry gives Ron a reassuring pat, discreetly offering him a thumbs up beneath the table. Hermione, with a look of appreciation and envy, wishes she could feign ignorance as well, eager to pet the little feline. The previously awkward atmosphere among the three begins to dissipate. The classroom suddenly feels crowded, with the two houses distinctly separated. Professor McGonagall, with a serious demeanor, states her intentions, and amidst the apprehensive gazes of the young witches and wizards, transforms the desk at the podium into a grunting pig. The trio seated closest to her genuinely feels the warmth and unpleasant odor emanating from the creature. The pig's head oscillates incessantly, its ears quivering at intervals, causing Hermione to wrinkle her nose in distaste. Harry gazes greedily at the flowing magic, yearning to witness it once more, to master this profound incantation. In his eyes, streams of colorful light flow in diverse directions. This seems familiar. Is it not the wondrous script he once glimpsed within his mind? He contemplates deeply, seeking commonalities, whether it be the patterns of color or the shapes of movement. Could it truly be akin to the ancient runes? The forthcoming task is to transfigure a matchstick into a silver needle, the incantation being transfiguration. Professor McGonagall deliberately raps on the blackboard, urging her students to pay heed. Hermione listened intently, her hands resting on the table, nodding her head in sync with Professor McGonagall's key points, occasionally raising her hand to pose questions. Beside her, Harry observed this scene with a sense of resignation. It had been ages since he last attended class in his previous life. And while Hermione's encyclopedic knowledge had left a lasting impression on him, coupled with that white ferret, it had tugged at his soul, rendering his useful memories scarce. Had she behaved in the same manner in his past life? Habitually, Harry nudged Ron with his elbow, signaling him to glance at Hermione, as if they were old friends rather than newly acquainted classmates. Ron felt a twinge of discomfort. He too noticed the earnestness of the girl beside him. Having endured enough of the relentless grind in his previous life in Hogwarts, he had hoped to take it easy this time. Yet unexpectedly, there was a top scholar nearby. What a predicament! The Murphy's Law at play, as Professor McGonagall set the silver needle before them. Harry contemplated whether to transform it immediately or to wait a moment, for feigning ignorance could be quite exhausting. Thoughts of his past life flooded his mind, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia. Upon his arrival in this world, he had unwittingly brought along the magical prowess from his former existence. Mastery in wandless magic had become second nature, and attending school here felt merely like following the crowd without any particular aspirations. Transfiguration. Harry resolved to test the waters. Envisioning the desired form in his mind, a silver needle, intricately engraved with a vine, entirely cloaked in vibrant green, with a few leaves gracefully entwined around its tip. Before him, the matchstick began to transform smoothly, aligning with Harry's intentions until it perfectly materialized. At that moment, he glanced around at his fellow young wizards, who were diligently focused. Ron was fervently reciting the incantation, his face flushed like a lion with ruffled fur. Beads of sweat trickled from his forehead into his freckles, ultimately landing on his collar, leaving dark spots as evidence. Unable to contain himself, he broke into a wide grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Ron, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation, shot an indignant glare at Harry, for the first time perceiving the savior as somewhat insufferable. Harry, sensing the tension, covered his mouth, though the mirthful glint in his eyes betrayed him, compelling Ron to respond. Unable to hold back, Ron extended his mischievous hands toward Harry's armpit. Unbeknownst to Ron, he was gradually shedding his wariness of a savior. Harry laughed and dodged, unintentionally bumping into Hermione. Incensed, Hermione glared at the two boys engaged in playful antics, especially when she caught sight of the exquisite silver needle displayed on Harry's desk, which only deepened her displeasure. Before she could voice her grievances, Professor McGonagall, upon hearing the discordant noise amidst the spell-casting, approached with a frown, ready to reprimand them. But her ire was momentarily quelled by the sight of the silver needle on the table. Mr. Harry Potter successfully conjured a beautifully intricate silver needle, earning Gryffindor additional points, while Professor McGonagall beamed with joy, her elation palpable. Many young witches and wizards, by the end of the academic year, found themselves unable to transfigure even a mere matchstick into a complete silver needle. With such a prodigious talent in Gryffindor, it seemed that this year's House Cup would no longer elude them, much to McGonagall's excitement. She held aloft the silver needle Harry had produced, and the young wizards gazed in awe at the remarkable creation. Seamus Finnegan, seated behind Harry, watched the scene unfold with a tinge of frustration, irritatedly waving his wand. Questioning why he could not achieve the same feat as Harry absorbed the surrounding sounds, his cheeks flushed slightly. However, an ominous premonition washed over him, and McGonagall sensed something amiss. Armored protection, they both shouted in unison. Chapter 17, The Note. Seamus attempted a transfiguration spell, which unexpectedly resulted in an explosion. His hair, once a chestnut hue, now stood erect in a charred brown. His complexion darkened, transforming him into a strikingly different visage. He exhaled softly, as if he had ingested charcoal. The other young witches and wizards, initially shocked and fearful, soon erupted into laughter. Without a doubt, Seamus had earned a notorious reputation as the Exploding Prince. It was no wonder that during the final battle of Hogwarts, he was tasked with demolishing that bridge, truly a case of making the most of one's talents. Despite having shielded his fellow students, Harry's expression grew increasingly grim. At that moment, Draco Malfoy's voice echoed in his mind, recalling that he had inadvertently allowed Malfoy to misplace the note intended for Quirrell the previous day. A chill ran down Harry's spine, his hands trembling slightly as cold sweat enveloped him in an instant. If Voldemort were to uncover his secrets and disrupt the course of events from his previous life, he could not fathom the consequences that might ensue. Why had Malfoy discarded that note? Controlled by the system, he should not have acted against Harry's interests, especially after the sincerity he had sensed during their years together. Professor McGonagall noticed Harry's distress, mistakenly attributing it to the young wizard overexerting his magical abilities. She instructed Ron, seated beside Harry, to assist him in visiting Madame Pomfrey's infirmary. Harry did not protest, recognizing that attending class under such circumstances was impossible. The young wizards behind them whispered amongst themselves, marveling at the fact that, even in such a situation, Harry, the savior, could perform spells that most third years struggled to master. At that moment, Harry grasped Ron's hand and led him to a secluded corner, his demeanor serious. Ron sensed the gravity of the atmosphere and expressed concern, noting that typically, no one rushed to attend class, save for the overachievers. With a smile, he said, "I'll go with you," despite having only just revealed himself before Dumbledore the night prior. He still wished to accompany Harry. In that brief moment, Harry chose to cast a protective spell, enveloping them both under his safeguard. Ron seemed to be stepping into the magical realm for the first time, acutely aware of its perils. When he heard that sound, it was as if he had finally emerged from the peaceful era of his previous life. Harry glimpsed the Ron of yore. He smiled, patted Ron's shoulder, and took his hand as they rushed towards the 8th floor. Before the stone beast at the head of the headmaster's office, Ron was breathless, gazing at Harry with admiration. His cheeks slightly flushed. Could this be the legendary savior? His physical prowess was undeniably formidable. Lemon drops, cockroach clusters. Harry desperately searched his mind for the possible password to the headmaster's office. If only he had kept a list of Honeydukes sweets in his pocket. Frustration welled within him. Meanwhile, Ron, noticing Harry's darkening expression, shrank back, hesitant to speak. Just then, Dumbledore approached from behind, walking leisurely with a smile that suggested he had just received extraordinary news. Harry regarded Dumbledore with a sense of urgency akin to that of a courtier, feeling a pang of regret. Why was he so anxious about matters of world-saving when Dumbledore would surely handle it? Over the years, Harry's respect for the headmaster had waned. For who would expect a principal to behave in such a manner? While Harry endured Moody's grueling training, Dumbledore had watched with a grin, occasionally pulling a cockroach from his pocket to munch on, chocolate crumbs dotting his white beard. Harry felt as though he were meeting this candy-loving old rascal for the first time. Dumbledore often tested Harry's views on wizards and muggles, his stance on Hogwarts, and whether he aligned with the philosophy of certain professors, all while professing his utmost trust in Harry. Yet, who had secretly followed him the night before? Harry knew Dumbledore was right behind Ron, and he must be aware of Professor Quirrell's sudden disappearance. At that moment, Harry realized he had overlooked a pressing concern. How could he explain Voldemort's abrupt vanishing to this suspicious old professor? However, he had little time to ponder this, for he was uncertain whether the soul he had absorbed last night truly belonged to Voldemort. He resolved to confront Dumbledore directly. Yet, he suddenly remembered Ron's presence. It was best that Ron remained oblivious to this matter. The fewer who knew, the better. Dumbledore seemed to perceive Harry's inner thoughts. No, he definitely did. What kind of benevolent headmaster would employ legilimency on a student at any moment? Although his deeper thoughts were shielded by the weasel, Harry's superficial musings laid bare under Dumbledore's scrutiny. Harry felt a wave of frustration wash over him, embracing the principle of better a friend than a foe. Ron hugged Harry and swiftly departed from their sight. Dumbledore remarked that the vigor of today's youth is indeed remarkable. He discerned Ron's inexplicable reverence towards him, though it was not entirely unfounded. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, for he had uncovered some intriguing thoughts within Ron's mind the previous day. However, there was no rush. It was a truth universally acknowledged that no one could fully comprehend all matters, as the world was replete with the unknown. He too harbored a sense of awe and permitted the occurrence and existence of such phenomena, like the savior before him. Harry, feeling a surge of impatience, inquired whether Dumbledore could ascertain Professor Quirrell's connection to Voldemort during their dinner the previous evening. He pressed further, asking if Dumbledore could confirm whether Quirrell still bore Voldemort's presence while following him. Dumbledore nodded. At this moment, Harry exhaled deeply and delved into his mind. Approaching the glass wall, where Quirrell lay dormant within his consciousness, deciding it was time to awaken him, Harry refrained from explaining his sudden inquiries, and Dumbledore showed no inclination to probe further. This had become their mode of interaction over the years, ever since Harry had introduced Dobby the house elf to Dumbledore. Hoping to have him adopt Dobby to work in the Hogwarts kitchen, Dobby had mysteriously vanished from their sight. Subsequently, Harry realized that before Dumbledore, he was utterly exposed. Chapter 18, Absorption. Upon exiting the office, Harry sought a tranquil place to assess Professor Quirrell's condition in his mind, recalling the room of requirement. It remained unscathed by the great fire of his past life, indeed a suitable refuge. What? Had the room been destroyed? Harry recognized that this thought was amiss. Had the room of requirement been consumed by flames? Was this yet another fragment of his lost memories? He chose not to dwell on it further. The pressing matter was to investigate Voldemort's condition. Moreover, there were no classes today, allowing him ample time to delve into his own affairs. On the 8th floor, standing before the tapestry, Harry concentrated, wishing for a place to study ancient alchemy. Before long, a door materialized before him, a large door of deep brown, adorned with a tarnished copper handle, ancient and enigmatic. Harry was somewhat intimidated by this archaic portal, recalling a similar one he had encountered during his previous life while venturing to the Himalayas. From it, he had obtained a golden pendant, though he could not recall the exact time of that journey. Since then, he felt his magical prowess had surged, mastering once foreign concepts with newfound ease. The weasel in his mind, initially resting comfortably abruptly sat up. It scrutinized the door through Harry's eyes, for the first time adopting a serious demeanor, its small black eyes gleaming with astonishment. It awaited the moment when Harry would step through the door. Unbeknownst to him, as he placed his hand upon the doorknob and turned it with force, the door swung open, and he entered. The white ferret was greatly disappointed. Within lay nothing more than an ordinary classroom. At the far end stood a bookshelf laden with tomes on alchemy, accompanied by a window that opened to a view of the Quidditch pitch, where a few individuals were engaged in practice. Beneath the window rested a pale green sofa, next to which sat a small white desk adorned with several pots of clivius. Harry found it curious that the sofa was green. Could it be that, deep down in his subconscious, he still favored Slytherin? Thoughts of Malfoy surfaced, and he felt a sense of clarity. Harry immersed his consciousness in that enigmatic space, approaching the glass wall and greeting the nearby small white ferret before scrutinizing Quirrell, who remained in slumber. The purple turban had vanished, exposing the back of his head. Suddenly, several lines of text appeared on the glass wall. Task 15. Invite Malfoy and Ron to lunch, deadline, before 2 o'clock this afternoon. Task success. Increase flying ability by 10. Task failure. Absorb 1/3 of Quirrell, Voldemort's soul. The name Voldemort twisted and flickered on the wall, and after a prolonged gaze, Harry finally discerned the letters. The weight in his heart lifted, and he emerged from his reverie, quietly awaiting the arrival of the deadline. The white ferret remarked, "No, you really are hungry now? How can you eat anything? I advise you, while you can enhance your magical power, if you absorb too much, you will cease to be yourself. When the soul exceeds the capacity of the body, it will explode," it cautioned earnestly. Moreover, it cast a disdainful glance. "This one is too vile and filthy. He will taint your soul." Harry paid no heed, for he had not experienced any abnormalities when absorbing Draco's essence. His hatred for Voldemort was profound, wishing for his soul to vanish into oblivion. Harry sat quietly on the sofa, watching the sun ascend to its zenith. His deep green eyes filled with contentment as he munched on the sandwich Dobby had brought from the kitchen, glancing at the alchemical texts on the nearby shelf. Feeling quite reflective, the fragment of Voldemort within his mind stirred awake, observing the scene before him, surrounded by an oppressive darkness, with only a handful of stars visible above. A transparent wall loomed in the distance, rendering any incantation futile. He realized he had been deceived by Harry, and as he attempted to apparate, the surroundings yielded no response. In a moment of desperation, he transformed into a wisp of smoke, seeking escape from the endless void above. Harry looked down upon the man, witnessing his futile struggle, a sense of vengeance coursing through him. Soon, Voldemort grew calm and released Quirrell. The emerging Quirrell appeared timid, inching towards the wall, pushing against it. His warm palm met the cold glass, causing him to shudder. Harry's visage suddenly appeared before him. Quirrell vigorously tapped the wall, signaling Harry to look at him. "Harry, dear Harry, I am your professor. Could you release me?" The weak man pleaded with a hoarse voice, addressing this boy who was decades younger than him. Harry remained unmoved, quietly observing the former Muggle studies professor, who had now transformed into the grotesque visage of Voldemort. Noseless, with serpentine eyes, pallid and ghastly. The image of Dumbledore plummeting from the tower echoed in his mind. Alongside Snape's murmured always, the voice gradually fading into the sinister laughter of Voldemort. He cruelly fed his loyal follower to the great serpent, piece by piece, swallowing him whole. Mountains of Muggle corpses piled high, the composed George, and the woman whose wand emitted a green light, striking Sirius black. Bellatrix's dagger pierced Dobby's small body without hesitation, slicing through the fabric of space, directly embedding itself in Harry's heart, causing excruciating pain that rendered him nearly lifeless. Harry realized that perhaps Professor Quirrell was under Voldemort's control, sharing in his demise. Yet he felt powerless to intervene. The system had already determined the next time for soul absorption, and he had previously warned the professor to steer clear of the Albanian forest. Yet, he found himself retracing the steps of his past life. Perhaps he was no longer the original Harry. Hatred had clouded his judgment, tormenting him day and night like a relentless parasite, making sleep elusive. Harry steeled himself, striving to ignore Professor Quirrell's desperate pleas. For this moment, he had resisted the urge to rescue his uncle from Azkaban, endured Wormtail's gluttony at Ron's home, all to ensure Voldemort remained oblivious to any anomalies, leading him to Hogwarts, this meticulously laid trap for his minions. He feared there might be a connection between the Horcruxes. Although he had some knowledge, he chose to leave them undisturbed. Harry quickly exited, settling onto the sofa, orange juice in hand, sipping while observing. He glanced at his panel. After years of inactivity since letting Malfoy go, there had finally been some changes. Chapter 19. Inquiry. Name: Harry Potter. Age: 11 years. Physical condition: 3010 out of 100. Currently adequate. Swallowing poses no issues. Hospitalization is unlikely, and other students remain oblivious to your peculiarities. Appearance: 765 out of 100. Ambiguous in a rather effeminate way. One could easily mistake you for a pretty boy. Hard to believe you possess such tastes. Soul strength: 7,510 out of 100. Truly ravenous, repulsive, nauseating. A vast array of obscured images floats by, akin to being forced to consume excrement. Intelligence level: 5,010 out of 100. Your meager intellect clarifies why you would choose such refuse to ingest. Magical power reserve: 2020 out of 100. Oh, how trivial that was, merely a slight increase. How pitiable indeed. Affinity for plants: 520 out of 100. This has nothing to do with that mess. Your Indian brother contributed significantly. Alchemical talent: 7,015 out of 100. Is there gold in that waste? No wonder. Perhaps eat a little less next time. Potion prowess: 655 out of 100. How did you manage to augment this? Combat skills: 7,015 out of 100. Quickly express gratitude to your indescribably odious father. The art of language: 320 out of 100. Truly a marvel to behold. Even excrement has acquired the ability to speak. Flight capability: 8,010 out of 100. No wonder it has increased. After all, one is a jet-propelled warrior. Next time, I say next time, should you behave thus again, I will ensure our mutual destruction. Harry spat out his orange juice, splattering it across the sofa and the alchemical tome. His astonishment overshadowing any anger at the mockery, replaced instead by an indescribable joy. In his mind, the weasel observed this scene, inching closer, witnessing for the first time his partner's volatility. Ha ha ha! After a thorough cleanup, Harry wiped away the sticky juice from himself and his surroundings. Would Voldemort also witness this? With that thought, he delved into his mind, observing the vacant expression of Quirrell, his demeanor shifting suddenly. His pupils dilated as he fixated on the lines of text flashing on the screen. Blood spewed forth from his mouth, staining the glass wall, only to be absorbed. Never before had he endured such humiliation. Harry Potter, I shall not coexist with you. Voldemort struggled to open his eyes, gazing at Harry, who now stood in a position of superiority, his expression cold and his gaze contemptuous, looking upon him in utter degradation. Voldemort lowered his head, a slight smirk forming. Despite the child's fortunate encounters, he remained too naive, unaware of the world's capacity for harm, including curses. Additionally, having absorbed fragments of souls, he had shed some of his own fury, resulting in a clearer mind. Reflecting on that book, did no pure-blood family know of its existence? Why had he not seen anyone practicing it? It seemed the side effects were an unspoken understanding among them. When he had obtained that tome, he had unwittingly stepped into Dumbledore's trap. Had he maintained clarity, he might have achieved greatness akin to Grindelwald. Yet now he found himself a prisoner to this child. Voldemort surveyed his surroundings, a mysterious space filled with the flickering forms reminiscent of Nivern, perhaps not devoid of opportunity, a chance at immortality. Meanwhile, Harry remained oblivious, reveling in the annual festivities, experiencing joy beyond that of his wedding to Ginny. He noticed that Voldemort had fallen silent and gave it little thought, under the system's support. His desire to escape was merely a fanciful delusion. The weasel, however, took note of this scene, inching closer but remaining silent. Some truths can only be comprehended through personal experience, and in this case, it pertains to Harry. Just after class, Draco Malfoy hurriedly sought out Harry. Upon receiving a note the previous evening, he had intended to wait until after dinner to rush to Professor Quirrell and deliver the note to him. However, by the time he awoke, it was already the next day, and he frantically informed Harry that he had misplaced the note. Draco sought confirmation from his classmates about any unusual occurrences the night before, but to no avail. Yet, there was a boy with black hair with whom he had engaged in prolonged conversation. The onlookers could hardly recall the boy's appearance, only that he seemed bewildered. They remembered the presence of such a figure, but failed to retain his visage. The black hair swayed. The blank face and slender physique resembled that of Spectre, sending shivers down their spines. After one more individual appeared from Slytherin, he vanished without causing alarm, as he slowly faded from their memories. As if a collective memory had been erased without notice, save for Draco. He observed his classmates laughing, arguing, and playfully teasing one another, while the Weasley twins' paper airplane soared from the Gryffindor table, landing directly in his teacup, leaving Draco with a sense of being out of touch with the times. After all, He had outgrown such youthful antics. Fortunately, Harry was in the same boat as him. This thought brought Draco a modicum of solace. He gazed at the paper airplane in his cup, finding it somewhat amusing. Draco summoned his courage to approach Harry, intending to apologize, uncertain if he had inadvertently caused trouble for him. However, upon arriving at the Gryffindor table, the young wizards who had witnessed the unfolding events anticipated a spectacle, with some Hufflepuffs even bringing snacks, only to be disappointed by the outcome. Draco did not find Harry amidst the Gryffindors, who regarded the little snake amidst their midst with surprise. At that moment, Ron, seated at the table, beheld this platinum-haired young gentleman for the first time in his world. Reflecting on Draco's experiences from stories, he felt a twinge of compassion and regret, casting a gaze upon him that conveyed a mix of sympathy and pity, as if lamenting the dawn that could not shine and the dusk that could not darken. Draco sensed Ron's gaze, feeling somewhat offended. Who deserved pity, he thought, but a Malfoy? Yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, recognizing that Harry's opinion held greater significance. He turned to Hermione, contemplating the value of befriending the future Minister of Magic, even if she hailed from a Muggle background. Hermione appeared somewhat taken aback. As for Harry's whereabouts, Ron remarked, why should one worry about the Chosen One? In the brief moment they were conversing, he might have already experienced a surge of magical power, mastering nearly every spell. The disappearance of an ordinary person could indeed signify a genuine vanishing, while that of a protagonist likely indicated a quest for riches or extraordinary powers. It would be best for mere mortals like them to refrain from intruding. Chapter 20, Commotion. Draco observed Ron, who appeared indifferent and aloof, and felt a sense of unease. Why was the red-haired Weasley so agreeable today, so eager to search for Harry? He suppressed his doubts and beckoned Ron to accompany him. As Harry's former comrade, surely there was some unspoken connection between them. The two wandered through the castle, with Ron admiring the suits of armor in the corridors and the murals above, feeling as though they had embarked on an adventure in a medieval European castle. Upon reflection, it wasn't too far off. With the moving portraits and the silly-looking troll picking its nose, it did seem rather foolish. Wait, a troll? A troll with a stick picking its nose? Ron suddenly realized where they were, and his excitement surged. Draco, initially hurrying along, turned to find Ron standing there, looking foolish, and approached him with impatience. What are you doing, you foolish Weasley? His previously furrowed brow relaxed into a look of disbelief, as he found himself momentarily frozen, breathing becoming increasingly laborious. Surrounded by the echoing laughter of that madwoman, Draco attempted to convince himself that none of this was real. Harry had been reborn, equipped with formidable power, and Voldemort could not possibly be their adversary. However, the heart that felt tightly gripped was telling him otherwise. He had never truly emerged from that battle. A silence enveloped the three of them until Draco broke it, recounting the events of the previous night. Harry listened intently, not shying away from Ron's presence. Harry was already aware that Ron had followed him, and it dawned on Draco that Ron seemed to know about the Room of Requirement. Had his brother informed him? Or had he and Harry conspired to meet at the Room of Requirement later? This thought stirred jealousy within Draco. Upon realizing that Harry bore him no ill will, he exhaled in relief and bid Harry farewell, reminding himself that they had classes in the afternoon and could not skip. Harry turned toward the library, searching for texts related to the spells or magical creatures Draco had mentioned. Ron, however, was uninterested. He was exhausted and in need of a nap. Both tacitly ignored the question of why Harry was present there. At the library entrance, Harry hesitated, daunted by the sight of numerous young wizards studying within. Although he had once enjoyed an advantage over his peers, his inherent lack of diligence made him reluctant. Yet, the pressures of adulthood compelled him to step inside and resolutely take a seat. He picked up several books on magical creatures and alchemy, forcing himself to read. The weasel in his mind gazed through the glass wall at the deranged individuals and then at the person who treated books as a formidable foe, sighing in resignation. It appeared that I must make my entrance. Meanwhile, in the great hall, a cacophony erupted, with Peeves gleefully tumbling about the ceiling, wielding a pastry bag filled with cream. Selecting his fortunate victims. From time to time, a dollop of white cream descended from above, eliciting a few curses amidst the raucous sea of people. This only served to intensify the fervor of the mischievous spirit, akin to a catalyst igniting a chemical reaction. The Weasley twins, perched atop a table, joined in on the farce. George stealthily aimed a firework at the entrance, intending to surprise the first unsuspecting individual to walk through, while Fred hurled a specially concocted balloon bomb toward the gathering of revelers. A young girl from Ravenclaw stood atop the table, her flowing black hair cascading down to her shoulders. With a leaf in hand, she gently blew a whimsical tune. though her melody faded into the background. She remained blissfully absorbed in her own world, oblivious to the gazes of onlookers. "Cease this at once." A voice thundered, though few noticed. Only George trembled and scuttled beneath the table in response. The voice belonged to Snape, clad in a voluminous, greasy black robe. Cream splattered across his dark hair, slid down, adorned with colorful bits of paper, rendering him reminiscent of a chocolate cake decorated with vibrant candies. He shot a fierce glare at Dumbledore, who was observing the chaos, and made it clear that he was not fooled by the latter's invisibility charm. With a vacant expression, he began to clean himself off, though his suppressed fury was palpable. He pushed through the crowd, making his way to the center. The young wizards, having their amusement interrupted, turned from hostile glares to a semblance of shame, lowering their heads as if wishing to vanish into the floor. Harry, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle, trailed behind Professor Batbogey, only to be taken aback by the sight of a flushed Ron and Malfoy, who was pointing at him from behind. What was happening? Snape reached the center, and the previously boisterous crowd fell into an uneasy silence, gradually dispersing. The renowned Hogwarts enforcer brandished his wand, binding several instigators together, including George, who had sprayed him with streamers, and the mischievous spirit who had flung cream. Chapter 21. Quarrel. When Snape noticed a couple of Slytherins among the offenders, his expression darkened further upon seeing Draco attempting to sneak away behind Ron, only to be caught by Seamus. "Poor old professor, having to clean up your mess," he intoned. "Due to Gryffindor's provocation, I shall deduct 50 points. Ron's face turned crimson, and he shot a glare at Snape, his fiery red hair resembling a blazing flame. "Disrespecting a professor, another 10 points from Gryffindor," Snape continued. Hermione, having overheard, squeezed through the crowd to grasp Ron's arm, preventing him from acting impulsively. Snape, sharp-eyed, noticed the commotion and hastily approached Professor McGonagall, who reluctantly declared 10 points deducted for Slytherin's impulsive actions. He then cast a sweeping gaze over the group of thoughtless young trolls, deeply concerned for the future of the wizarding world in Britain. In the hushed atmosphere, the girl still blowing her leaf tune atop the table became all the more conspicuous. Ravenclaw exhibited a blatant disrespect towards the professor, resulting in a deduction of 10 points. Severus Snape, as if seizing an opportunity, swiftly imposed the penalty before she could rise from her seat, his spittle showering every individual adjacent to the professor. "All of you will serve detention every weekend for 2 months, he pronounced, and when the sound of lamentations reached the professor's ears, a satisfied smirk graced his lips. Turning, he beheld Harry, who was relishing the misfortune of those around him. The conversation shifted abruptly, and you, Potter, witnessing your classmates' transgressions without offering guidance, will also endure 2 months of detention. With that, he strode away, his cloak billowing behind him like a bat in low flight, leaving behind a bewildered Harry and Professor McGonagall, who was hastening to reprimand Ron and the Weasley twins. The professor reveled in her joy, the students faced their detentions, and everyone appeared to possess a promising future. Dumbledore observed the cacophony of cries from the young wizards behind him, contentedly savoring his pile of cockroach clusters as he departed with a cheerful demeanor. The following morning heralded Harry's eagerly anticipated defense against the dark arts class. He was genuinely curious about the enigmatic Professor Quirrell. Rising early, he summoned Ron and, on their way, encountered Hermione. The trio made their way to the Great Hall for breakfast, evoking memories of a bygone era, though everything felt distinctly altered. During breakfast, Harry surveyed the offerings before him, merely potatoes and various roasts. Despite having consumed British cuisine throughout his upbringing, he had never truly adapted to it. Since embarking on global adventures and sampling diverse delicacies, he had grown increasingly averse to these mundane meals. Beside him, Hermione and Ron united in their condemnation of Professor Snape. It appeared Hermione still held a degree of respect for her teachers. However, after Snape had inadvertently included her on the detention list, she regarded him with disdain. His sudden actions had disrupted her meticulously crafted plans and curtailed her study time. Hermione was a planner, and any disruption to her schedule would incite her extreme irritation. Harry divided his thoughts, one ear attuned to their conversation, while the other engaged in silent dialogue with Malfoy, and within moments, they had devised a strategy to locate the mysterious boy. However, considering Harry's extensive travels and the years spent exploring magic alongside Dumbledore, it was implausible that he would remain utterly devoid of clues regarding such magic. Could it possibly be ancient sorcery? If that were the case, even Dumbledore would struggle to navigate it. Harry's mind drifted back to the peculiar door and the golden pendant. Pendant? When had he acquired such an item? His thoughts were engulfed again, and despite his effort to resist, he found it ultimately futile. Something was amiss. This system felt fundamentally flawed. This world felt profoundly wrong. Upon entertaining this notion, the weasel in his mind jolted upright in its death throes, detecting the entire glass screen radiating a crimson glow, demanding Harry's obliteration. Nearby, a desperate Voldemort, upon hearing this command, felt a flicker of hope ignite within his eyes. This was an opportunity. However, what exactly did this young lad do to provoke such a profound reaction from this enigmatic entity? Before Voldemort could fathom the implications, the flickering screen settled into tranquility, only to be replaced by swiftly appearing text, the crimson glow intensifying to the point where it compelled Voldemort to close his eyes, unknowingly sealing his fate for eternity. Task 17. Please craft Ascension Hat. Time allotted, 1 minute. Success will yield an increase of 10 in magical reserves. Failure will result in the extraction of 1/3 of Voldemort's soul. Task 18. Please have Niller accept you as a disciple. Time allotted, 1 minute. Success will augment alchemical talent by 10. Failure will result in the extraction of 1/3 of Voldemort's soul. Ding. Task failed. Commencing punishment. Before Voldemort could even embark on his grand ambitions, the system promptly terminated him, his essence absorbed by Harry. Ding ding ding. Harry's physical evaluation soared. The white weasel severed Harry's connection to this realm, fabricating an appearance of normalcy. Is it not yet the right time? Has the pace quickened? The weasel pondered with great curiosity. It resolved to seek counsel among its kin, transforming into a colossal dragon that blotted out the sun, soaring to the highest heights. Vanishing beneath the starlit sky, Harry felt a sudden surge of vitality coursing through him, yet it was fleeting. Beside him, Simon prodded Harry, who turned to meet Simon's gaze with a look of uncertainty. Simon's face flushed. Could the savior truly be so striking? The thick black hair, the emerald eyes, the ruby lips. He cast a glance downward, his cheeks reddening further. For the first time, Simon experienced the benefits of British openness. He suppressed his thoughts, feeling somewhat bashful as he apologized to Harry. Yesterday, during Transfiguration class, it was his fault that Harry had exhausted his magical energy. Coming from a wizarding family, he understood the dangers of overexertion for a young sorcerer. Simon expressed his sincerest apologies, having wished to find Harry the day before, but he had not seen him all day. By the time he finally laid eyes on him, it was already evening, and seeing Harry's fatigued expression, he refrained from bothering him. Now, however, the opportunity had arisen. Harry graciously accepted the young boy's apology, further endearing himself to Simon, who had already held a favorable view of him. What a considerate person he is. As they settled comfortably in their chairs, Harry felt an impending sense of doom as he gazed at Professor Quirrell. The professor removed his purple scarf, exuding a unique charisma. Harry quickly glanced into his mind. Voldemort was nowhere to be found. It truly felt like the sky had fallen. At that moment, Professor Quirrell's gaze fell upon Harry, accompanied by a slight smile. Chapter 22. The Duel. Fortunately, Professor Quirrell did not continue to fixate on Harry. He cleared his throat gently, redirecting his classmates' attention towards him. With a smile, he began, "I am your defense against the dark arts Professor Quirrell." His distinctive demeanor and magnetic voice suggested a man of experience and capability. Some of the young witches below flushed slightly, shyly lowering their heads upon hearing him. Originally, I serve as a professor of Muggle studies at Hogwarts. This summer, I ventured into the forests of Albania, where I acquired a wealth of knowledge and made a pivotal decision. He paused momentarily, refraining from elaborating further, instead shifting the conversation, expressing a hope that throughout the semester, I might impart my insights through my teachings. Subsequently, Professor Quirrell instructed the class to open their books, methodically and coherently elucidating the nature and effects of dark magic, addressing the importance of defense, methods of protection, and ways to enhance one's abilities. Harry gazed at the professor, who spoke with such eloquence, momentarily taken aback. During his time within the castle, driven by curiosity and possibly influenced by Voldemort's presence, he had attended Quirrell's lectures. Though Professor Quirrell possessed a superior skill set compared to his predecessor, one could still discern his distinct teaching style and linguistic habits remained unchanged. He exuded none of the timidity or fear that had characterized him before. This was Quirrell in his Pro Max Plus version. What was happening? Beside him, Ron stared in astonishment at the seemingly genteel and erudite professor, a stark contrast to the character he had encountered in the novels, yet he soon found solace. If this were fan fiction, it would be easily explained. Ron recalled the image of Harry and Professor Quirrell walking together in the corridor that fateful night. If not, and considering Harry's previous close relationship with Quirrell during their time in the castle, it all began to make sense. Ron felt a closer bond with Harry. As the class neared its conclusion, Harry relaxed his vigilance, pondering what he might have for lunch. However, Professor Quirrell caught him off guard. I have a goal for everyone, and one of you has already completed it ahead of time. Quirrell's gaze fixated on Harry, prompting his classmates to follow suit. Harry felt exposed and uncomfortable, hurriedly rising to his feet, while Ron cast a sympathetic glance in his direction. Was this the treatment reserved for protagonists? Perhaps it was better to be an ordinary supporting character. Hermione felt a pang of discomfort. Although the professor posed numerous questions, he could hardly contain his penchant for self-inquiry. So why had he called upon Harry? Quirrell seemed pleased with Harry's awareness and did not pursue further discussion, merely instructing him to step up to the podium. I've heard that Mr. Harry used the shield charm to protect some classmates during yesterday's transfiguration class, Quirrell said with a smile. At this, Harry's guard went up. He was uncertain of Quirrell's intentions. Next, I will use the disarming charm, Professor Quirrell stated, turning to Harry, while you shall employ the shield charm. And together, we shall demonstrate for our classmates. Quirrell narrowed his eyes, observing this kindred spirit who had arrived in this world before him. Could this be his future master? He felt a sense of indignation. After all, how could an 11-year-old child like him possibly defeat someone who had devoted many years to rigorous training for the sake of his family? Was it merely due to his close relationship with the prince? Kilo fixed his gaze firmly on Harry's eyes, hoping to glimpse the prince of his clan reflected within. A mixture of fear and anticipation swirled within him. The rigid etiquette and harsh hierarchies of the past had etched a deep-seated apprehension of superiority into his very bones. Yet, the ambition to flourish in this foreign world, coupled with the frustration of feeling suppressed, ignited within him a courage to break free from his constraints. Kilo harbored a desire to see Harry suffer a setback, to embarrass him in front of their peers, thus alleviating the pent-up frustration within himself. However, upon noticing the boy, who was considerably shorter than him, a faint trace of disdain crept into his heart. Suddenly, Kilo's weapon surged forth, a crimson light hurtling directly towards Harry. Imbued with fierce momentum and power, Harry's pupils constricted as he sidestepped, narrowly evading Kilo's assault. Ah, this little fellow possesses more strength than anticipated. His attack was not something one could easily evade without perceiving the trajectory of the magical onslaught. Harry offered a sheepish smile to the professor, apologizing for his instinctive reaction. The younger wizards below were left agape. They had heard whispers of Harry casting the shield charm the previous day, initially dismissing it as mere rumor. While the savior might indeed possess some extraordinary qualities, to wield spells that even seasoned aurors struggled to master on the very first day of school seemed rather implausible. Those who had not witnessed it firsthand remained skeptical. Who could have imagined that Harry could evade even the professor's attack? Good lad. Let us have another go, Kilo said. His enthusiasm peaked. Harry nodded. This was indeed an opportune moment for real combat. As Kilo's attack approached, Harry summoned his shield charm, creating a barrier that sent ripples through the air. The onlookers held their breath, gazing in admiration at the young combatant who appeared remarkably valiant amidst the skirmish. Ultimately, however, Kilo's adult prowess proved advantageous, as he breached Harry's protective charm, sending him sprawling. Kilo deftly caught Harry, gently lowering him back to the podium. Harry composed himself. Although he had retained some of his strength, he had also discerned certain issues. His combat experience was not lacking compared to adults, yet his magical prowess had diminished significantly. This was a dilemma that needed addressing. Natural growth was far too slow. Despite the simplicity of the maneuvers, they stirred a tempest of excitement among the spectators. The classroom resonating with gasps that gradually transformed into applause. Harry felt somewhat uneasy under the weight of their admiration. After class, he sought to approach Kilo under the pretense of a question, eager to probe into the depths of the professor's character, only to be rebuffed with an excuse about needing time to acclimate to teaching this new subject. What a cunning individual, Harry silently scoffed. Meanwhile, Hermione had transformed into a devoted admirer of Professor Kilo, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she remarked to Harry and Ron. No wonder the Slytherin wizards were saying last night that Professor Kilo would become the next Dumbledore. I now find some merit in their words. Chapter 23, Somnambulism. In the dimly lit corridor, an eerie silence enveloped the space, pierced only by the flickering light of the torches affixed to the walls. Quickly, this way. A voice suddenly shattered the stillness, urging, keep up, don't lag behind. Let's see where Harry has gone tonight. The speaker was a small boy with fiery red hair, followed closely by another with chestnut locks. A plump boy trailed behind, his brown hair resembling a moving chocolate confection. Ron gazed into the distance, where a shadowy figure loomed at the end of the corridor. Hurry, we're running out of time. He had no chance to signal Neville, who was falling behind. relying instead on his previous experience of stealthily following Harry. Meanwhile, Harry's eyes were open yet vacant, devoid of any consciousness. With his head bowed and dragging his feet, he moved forward aimlessly, his destination shrouded in mystery. Suddenly, Filch's small cat approached, meowing incessantly upon spotting Harry. As if awakened from trance, Harry cast a disillusionment charm, rendering himself invisible. While the cat puzzled over the sudden disappearance of the figure ahead, several conspicuous silhouettes in the distance drew its attention. The little feline, unable to contain its curiosity, darted forward. To its surprise, 3 figures emerged. Filch burst forth, his eyes gleaming with delight as he recognized the trio of students trespassing at night. "Which house do you belong to? Just wait until I catch you," he bellowed. Upon seeing Filch, Ron and his companions immediately took flight. "Why is it never a good night?" Ron lamented, running his fingers through his messy red hair and pulling along the lagging Seamus. They cannot afford to fall behind. Where does Harry vanish to every night? Ron's insatiable curiosity gnawed at him. During the day, Harry claimed he went nowhere at night, which seemed implausible. Yet now, there was no time to ponder that. Being caught by Filch was no trivial matter. Internally, Ron raged, yet outwardly he remained obedient, like a subdued spouse in Hermione's presence. Although he was no longer the same Ron, he still felt as if the headmaster loomed before him whenever he faced her. Once Filch departed, Harry did not lift the disillusionment charm. He continued onward, descending the stairs as if they would lead him into infinity. On this chilly autumn night, the temperature plummeted, and clad in his thin wizarding robes, Harry ventured into the cold, damp basement, involuntarily shivering from the chill. Inside, a row of cabinets stood tall, filled with an array of extraordinary herbs. A cauldron bubbled away, brewing a deep crimson potion, wisps of vapor spiraling upwards, occasionally flashing with iridescent colors. This was indeed a genuine concoction of exquisite quality. "Oh, what brings you here?" Severus Snape, initially alert with his wand in hand at the sound of footsteps outside the door, relinquished his guard upon seeing Harry enter. The Gryffindor's nocturnal escapade had led him to the office of his staunch rival, and Snape was prepared to mock the boy whose intellect seemed as dull as a troll's, ready to deduct points from the house. However, he quickly discerned something amiss with Harry. The boy's gaze was vacant, his movements stiff, and he muttered incoherently, almost as if under the influence of a soul-sucking curse. A frown creased Snape's features, pondering who would dare to lay hands on Harry once more. Upon closer inspection, he noted that Harry's condition bore some resemblance to the aforementioned curse, yet it seemed more akin to sleepwalking. Ridiculous, he mused, but this notion eased the tension in his mind and sparked thoughts of retribution. After all, it was Harry's peculiar behavior that had caused Snape such concern. He recalled a few years prior when Harry had exhibited similar antics, back when he had not yet been sorted into a house. This time, Snape couldn't help but wear a sinister smile. Continuing with his initial thoughts, Snape tempered his actions, allowing a measure of leniency due to this newfound possibility. Gryffindor students wandering at night. 25 points deducted, he declared with satisfaction, observing the young Harry before him. He had been worried about Harry's potential, fearing that Slytherin's chances in the House Cup might be jeopardized, but now, Harry was still murmuring softly. Fragments of phrases like "I'm sorry" and "please don't die" floated into Snape's ears. Unable to discern the boy's words clearly, he leaned in closer, curious to uncover the nature of this peculiar display. Unexpectedly, Harry grasped Snape's hand tightly. Snape struggled momentarily, feigning resistance, yet he did not withdraw. This was Lily's son, after all, with those striking emerald eyes fixed intently upon Snape's face. The potion's master froze, ensnared by the boy's grasp. Harry, growing increasingly reminiscent of Lily, stirred memories of heavy love and the guilt of lost affection that had long haunted him. The unconscious Harry ultimately compelled this stoic double agent to lower the walls he had meticulously constructed over the years. He wished to witness what Harry would do next. The boy extended his hand towards Snape's nose, and Snape, repulsed, furrowed his brow in distaste. Regret washed over him. He should not have softened. Yet, curiosity trumped all else. As Harry felt a warm breath, his once dull green eyes seemed to regain some vitality. Harry then placed his hand against Snape's neck, pressing gently. The palpable vigor of life beneath his palm and the warmth of Snape's skin brought tears to Harry's eyes, which cascaded down, unable to defy the pull of gravity, splattering onto his wizarding robes and the floor of Snape's office. Indeed, truly alive, this is no mere dream. He stands there, his neck no longer spewing forth crimson blood. He continues to mock him in that familiar tone, deducting point from Gryffindor as he always did. What? Points deducted? Harry suddenly awakened from his reverie. He gazed into Snape's dark, penetrating eyes, contemplating whether a memory charm might be a feasible solution to his predicament. With a feigned smile, he endeavored to evoke a sense of sympathy from the professor, blinking innocently, a rare moment of childlike charm for him. Yet, the professor remained unyielding. "From now on, you shall spend every Monday night in my office." The smile shifted from Harry's face to that of the professor. Chapter 24, Loyalty. Dumbledore sat in his chair, listening to Snape recount the events of Harry's escapades the previous night. Quirrell sat there, visibly animated and excited, his eyes darting about, brimming with curiosity and inquiry. He sensed that this Quirrell was somewhat different from the one at the dining table, though he could not quite discern the distinction. Ah yes, Voldemort had vanished. Where could he possibly be? The following evening, the portraits on the walls informed him that Harry had ventured out once more. Before he even had the chance to step outside, he discovered Harry crouched by his office door. Dumbledore looked down at the boy, who was curled into a small ball, a sight he had never witnessed before since that fateful day at the age of 9 when his magic had erupted, leading Dumbledore to bring him to Hogwarts. Harry seemed to possess an uncanny mastery over all matters, exuding calmness, resilience, bravery, and wisdom, nothing like a mere 9-year-old child, but rather akin to a qualified savior, enigmatic, yet daring enough to forge an unbreakable pact with him. Though he could not fathom why Harry had chosen this path. Was it related to the mysteries that surrounded him? "What is it, Harry? Is there something troubling you at this late hour?" Dumbledore inquired, observing the boy shivering in the chilling autumn breeze. He uttered a warming charm, conjuring a gentle warmth around Harry. It was as if the boy had only just realized someone stood before him, his gaze vacant, movements rigid, yet tears streamed down his cheeks. Dumbledore regarded Harry, momentarily taken aback. "Are you listening to me? Surely our venerable headmaster is not already well-versed in these occurrences?" Snape's voice pulled Dumbledore from his reverie. "I can hear you." "I can't hear you," Dumbledore replied, a hint of embarrassment tugging at his lips as he absent-mindedly popped a lemon drop into his mouth. Behind him, the portrait of the fat lady displayed a disapproving expression. No wonder some referred to him as Old B. Did he not consume enough of the toothache remedy daily? "Continue to keep an eye on Harry," Dumbledore instructed, offering no further elaboration, gesturing for Snape to take his leave. Snape, wishing to say more, huffed in frustration, flicking his robes dramatically as he strode out of the office. He confirmed the disappearance of Voldemort, and, simultaneously, the little white ferret that had accompanied him for many years also vanished. The once sparkling glass walls turned a dismal shade of gray, and the world around him became as indistinct as a fading dream, with the stars above obscured by an unknown force. He felt no diminishment of strength within his body. Rather, it surged with an extraordinary potency, causing him both panic and relief. After all, the potential to draw those around him into his mind was hardly a trivial concern. Harry entered the office, gazing at Quirrell, who sat in his chair, filled with confusion. What could he possibly want him here for? Quirrell looked up at Harry, his lips pressed tightly together, his expression resolute, as if he had made a profound decision. He rose, circled the desk, and stood before Harry, kneeling on his right knee, with his right hand firmly placed upon his left shoulder, bowing his head. "I pledge my loyalty to you," Quirrell proclaimed loudly, his voice crisp and his movements precise, reminiscent of a knight from the 14th or 15th century. Harry was taken aback by this sudden display. What was the trajectory of this unfolding situation? Why did everything seem increasingly surreal since arriving in this world? Was he losing his mind? Or was it Quirrell who had gone mad? Why would he kneel without reason? Harry resolved to step out, open the door, and enter again. At that moment, Quirrell lifted his head, cautiously observing his silent master. Why the silence? Shouldn't he be aware of the circumstances? How did he not know? As the orchestrator of this invasion plan, had he not facilitated his own arrival? If he were unaware, then perhaps it was up to Harry to accept this role. Quirrell narrowed his eyes dangerously, waiting just a moment longer. Suddenly, a chill coursed through Harry, akin to being stalked by a predator. Just as he prepared to act, the long-absent white ferret reappeared. The ferret, witnessing the scene before him, gasped in relief. Thankfully, it had arrived in time to avoid exposure. "Quickly, take a seat." Drawing on the trust established over the years, amidst this inexplicable situation, Harry chose to heed the advice of the little white ferret in his mind. Ignoring the kneeling Quirrell, Harry swiftly approached the chair and sat down. Quirrell felt a wave of dread wash over him. Could the earlier silence have been a test from his master? The Harry before him seemed not to be Harry at all, but rather a regal prince of his people. This instilled a profound fear within him. He could probe the subordinates of a prince, but to offend such a noble figure would lead to his utter ruin. Would his earlier hesitations only serve to further provoke this esteemed individual? As this thought consumed him, sweat broke out across his brow. He shifted to a position where Harry could see him and lowered his head. I will speak a line, and you will echo it, maintaining a stoic expression. Treating the kneeling Quirrell as mere chaff, the ferret instructed within Harry's mind, offering no further explanation. Harry remained silent, communicating with the ferret mentally, understanding its directive. Upon hearing those words, Chilo seemed to recall something significant, and immediately, fear overtook him, causing him to kneel on the other leg as well. His hands pressed to the ground, curling into a ball, murmuring in trepidation, I dare not entertain such thoughts. I am but a humble servant. The sight of such a subservient figure stirred a sense of unease within Harry, as the man before him appeared to be engulfed in fear, not of him, but rather of the weasel that resided in his mind. It quickly dawned on Harry that the thoughts within his mind were visible to the weasel. The creature glanced over, indeed perceiving Chilo, yet this was not the appropriate moment for such discourse. Are you willing to acknowledge me as your master? Chilo, prostrate on the ground, found himself perplexed. Was he not the sole master? They had infiltrated this world to obey his commands. Yet, he buried this confusion deep within. However, an overwhelming tide of joy and excitement surged forth, overshadowing any doubts. If he could indeed secure the favor of the young prince, then immortality, power, honor, and wealth would be within reach. The weasel in his mind remained oblivious to Chilo's sluggishness. Yes, I am willing. It is my honor, my master. Chilo crawled forward, yearning to kiss Harry's robe. Harry furrowed his brow, unable to contain his bewilderment. What was this situation? How could it be more absurd than Voldemort himself? The weasel sensed Harry's discomfort and sighed, recognizing the familiar pattern. You need not kneel any longer, Harry declared, relishing the words as they left his mouth. This left Chilo taken aback. Then, my master, what is our next plan? Chilo propped himself up, standing with a bow, hands crossed before him in utmost respect. Take a trip to the Arnia forest to seek out Voldemort. He should still be residing within a serpent, Harry instructed. What? Harry was taken aback by his own words. Who was the person he had absorbed the previous night? Could it be that he had truly escaped? The thought of the vanishing figure in his mind felt strangely plausible, yet he found it peculiar. How could he let him slip away? Was there a flaw within the system itself? You may leave now, Harry. He slowly strolled towards the door. Master, Chilo called out cautiously. Harry ignored him, hastening his exit. Upon observing his master's swift departure, Chilo wisely refrained from continuing his inquiries. I expect an explanation, Harry remarked to the weasel in his mind as he made his way to the hall. My true name is Bayou, the weasel replied, transforming into a young man with golden hair and blue eyes, tall and upright like a stately poplar, exuding a youthful aura. Harry's expression froze, his demeanor serious, as a sense of betrayal washed over him. Bayou gazed at the stern-faced Harry with a hint of resignation. He continued, from the dawn of magic until now. Our lineage has endured, and the legacy of our history has never faltered. Even the 4 founders of Hogwarts have been fortunate enough to befriend us. Harry's previously stern expression softened slightly as he took a deep breath. If this knowledge has persisted for so long, then the capabilities, influence, and wealth of this lineage must have reached a truly formidable level. Our family has maintained secrecy to avoid disrupting the development of the magical world and the daily order of the wizarding community. However, with the advancement of Muggle technology, the concealment of wizards has become an impossible endeavor. Within the family, differing attitudes toward Muggles have led to a division. Harry attentively listened, inadvertently colliding with a little girl with black hair. I'm sorry, he apologized, but then changed his mind and walked toward an empty classroom. The little girl gazed thoughtfully at him before turning away and continuing on her path. The family has split into 3 factions. One faction, the War faction, advocates for seizing control of the Muggle elite while their technology is still underdeveloped, thereby stifling their technological advancement. At the opportune moment, they would then reveal the wizarding world, positioning wizards as a superior class that governs Muggle development. Bayou paused momentarily, but did not cease. Another faction is the neutral faction, which, in their arrogance, do not believe that Muggle technological advancements could ever unveil the existence of wizards. They regard current concerns as unfounded fears, observing the struggle between the 2 factions with a detached interest, hoping to reap the benefits. Bayou felt disdain for their short-sightedness and their excessive focus on personal gain. And what are your stance? Harry inquired. Patience, for I am about to elucidate the final faction, the Peace faction. This faction aims to initiate a technological revolution within the wizarding world, while Muggle technology remains relatively undeveloped, ensuring the strength of wizards. Furthermore, They seek to entice the Muggle elite using wizarding potions, magic, and all manner of alluring elements in order to forge agreements, our unbreakable contracts. We shall also demonstrate adequate force to quell the ambitions of certain individuals in the Muggle realm. Bayou appeared somewhat fatigued from speaking, but as if struck by inspiration. He continued, "This world has undergone a transformation before, courtesy of your esteemed teacher." Harry chuckled, gesturing for him to proceed. "Additionally, we might subtly reveal the existence of wizards through novels in the Muggle world, gauging their acceptance of such revelations, alongside various studies. I shall refrain from elaborating on subsequent measures. We shall discuss them gradually in the future." "Indeed," Bayou nodded, "this treasure has long been cherished by my family. A saying has circulated through generations, asserting that only when the wizarding world faces existential peril can the treasure be unveiled. It possesses immense magical power, capable of surpassing all others. Many have been tempted, yet none have succeeded in locating it. Until one day, during a pilgrimage to our family's sacred site, I was struck by an object that recognized me as its master. I kept this matter to myself. As a result of this incident, my remarkably capable father was unexpectedly promoted to the position of clan leader, while I was addressed by an ancient title, Prince. It is said that this originates from the ancient East, and within our clan flows the bloodline of Eastern deities Bayou proudly proclaimed. Later, due to my inclination towards the peaceful faction, this ideology gained prominence within our clan, much to the dissatisfaction of the other two factions." Harry nodded, offering no further commentary. During a dispute within the clan, someone attempted to abscond with a treasured artifact, seeking to monopolize it and gain control over the Bai clan. However, he did not anticipate my ability to sense the artifact's location. Thus, I pursued him, only to discover it was a trap set by them. I fell victim to their combined assault, yet fortunately managed to escape. At that moment, Bayou appeared somewhat saddened and distressed. I had thought that despite our ideological differences, they would not resort to lethal measures. How wrong I was. Bayou's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Harry entered his mind, embracing Bayou, whose warm body provided solace and strength. Harry felt a twinge of embarrassment, having forgotten about the prostrate Chilo, and quickly turned his sympathetic gaze back to Bayou. Bayou seemed momentarily dazed, surprised to see Harry nestled in his embrace, inhaling the fragrance of cedar, a scent that was noble and elegant, much like the person in his arms. He longed to hold him tightly, yet sensed it was not the right moment, fearing he might startle Harry. "I'm sorry for touching upon your sore spot," Harry expressed with a hint of guilt. "It's nothing," Bayou responded with understanding, which only deepened Harry's remorse. Chapter 25, The Lesson. "Then I shall continue," Bayou remarked, observing the guilt etched on Harry's face, feeling a surge of satisfaction and silent joy within. "Due to the severity of my injuries, when I fled to the base of a cliff by the sea, I lost consciousness. Upon awakening, I found myself in a mysterious realm." Bayou gestured towards the space beneath them, indicating to Harry, "It is this place." Harry nodded in comprehension. This location was extraordinary. It could bind itself to an individual, fostering their growth and strength, albeit at a certain cost. Harry seemed to grasp the implication. "Is it to absorb a person's soul?" he queried, worry etched across his features, for anything concerning souls bore an eerie and terrifying connotation. If this entity required the absorption of souls to augment its power, then had he not already absorbed a portion of souls himself? Harry recalled having absorbed 13 from Malfoy and 13 for Voldemort. It felt as though his body was slipping from his control. He pondered ways to sever this binding. It appeared Bayou could discern Harry's inner turmoil. "Do not fret. This system possesses the ability to purify souls, diminishing most of their inherent traits, and any residual effects can be overcome by your own strength." Bayou reassured him, patting Harry's shoulder. From thin air, 2 lounge chairs materialized, beckoning Harry to sit and listen as Bayou continued. After standing for a while, Harry felt fatigued, and Bayou casually poured him a cup of fruit tea. Harry gazed at the vibrant, fragrant juice, swallowing hard, and asked Bayou incredulously, "Am I allowed to drink this now?" "You may now indulge, as your soul's strength has reached the threshold necessary for partaking in this substance." Bayou generously filled the glass with juice, his gaze firmly affixed upon it, seemingly eager to witness Harry consume the drink. Despite the long-awaited anticipation, Harry hesitated, an inner voice warning him against drinking it. Observing Harry's reluctance to act, Bayou squinted, his expression shifting instantly to one of displeasure as he questioned, "You were so eager to drink before, yet now you hesitate. Are you toying with me?" Harry, with a good-natured smile, deftly diverted the conversation, saying, "Please continue. I am keen to listen. There's no rush to drink. Let's take our time." Bayou recognized that Harry was still unwilling to partake in the juice. So he refrained from pressing further and continued explaining the previous topic. The soul is the most untouchable entity in this realm, reserved for those with no other recourse. Any accomplished wizard with a vision for their future would never tamper with this aspect of themselves. I understand this, which is why those so-called absorptions are merely a ruse to frighten you into completing your tasks. But what about the increase in power I feel? Harry questioned, finding this explanation somewhat perplexing. That is inherent to the system. The reason you can only absorb a certain amount each year is due to the gradual accumulation. The system can only grant you so much power within that time frame. Bayou, perceiving Harry's increasingly serious demeanor tinged with anger, stood up in fear, retreating slightly. Come here. Harry inhaled deeply, smoothing his chest with his hand. I assure you I won't harm you, truly. Bayou cautiously smiled, but remained unmoving. Then what is your purpose in binding me? Harry inquired, still grappling with the mystery. This matter is a twist of fate, Bayou replied, glancing at him. When I first arrived in this dimension, my unfamiliarity with the system led me to inadvertently traverse into another world. Yours. I found myself amidst a vast expanse of snow-capped mountains, drawn into an ancient door, and was forced into slumber until you stumbled through that portal, at which point I instinctively attached myself to you. Bayou seemed to recall the incident with lingering trepidation. Yes, in the form of a pendant box. The tranquil classroom gradually filled with young wizards, shattering the silence and rousing Harry from his contemplative depths. Harry, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in class? A magnetic voice stirred Harry's awareness. He looked up to see a handsome face before him, broad brows, vivid eyes, and a gentle demeanor. Like a refined gem, it was Cedric. Wait, class. A sudden alarm rang in Harry's mind, causing him to tremble. Thank you, senior. I will bring a gift to express my gratitude another day. Cedric chuckled as he watched Harry spring up and dash out. What was that rush? As Cedric's classmates entered the classroom, a dark object darted out, stirring up dust from the ground, prompting him to quickly cover his nose. Cedric chuckled helplessly, took a seat, and opened his book. It was nothing more than a little boy with a forgetful disposition. The azure sky was adorned with one or two lazily drifting white clouds, and a few birds flew in companionship above, including sparrows, eagles, and a round-faced Scottish hen clutching letters in its beak. The expansive playground boasted an endless green lawn, with occasional white petals peeking through, delicate daisies with yellow centers swaying gently in the breeze, while dandelions, in their wild growth, scattered their fluffy seeds wherever the wind carried them. Among them, one dandelion fluff, seemingly curious about humanity, floated into the crowd, eventually landing on the nose of a red-haired boy. Achoo! Ron sneezed loudly, drawing the attention of everyone around him. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he turned to Hermione behind him and asked, Where is Harry? Doesn't Professor Quirrell know he has class this afternoon? He hasn't even had lunch. Ron lamented on behalf of his dear friend. Indeed, within a mere few days, through sheer capability, a calm demeanor, and the dispelling of doubts, Ron began to develop a fondness for this humble, hard-working, and charming boy who had lost his parents at a young age, reminiscent of characters from stories of the past. Despite the many secrets he harbored, Ron, having aligned himself with Dumbledore's side, accepted his fate with grace. In the meantime, another young boy in the group was eagerly awaiting. Hey, what are you looking at? Pansy nudged Malfoy, wishing to engage him in conversation. Observing the handsome boy with a prominent nose and platinum hair, she leaned in closer, catching a faint whiff of woodsy fragrance. Chapter 26, Flight. Unbeknownst to Malfoy, Pansy inched closer, glancing at the silent yet unresisting Draco, her cheeks slightly flushed, nervously clutching the hem of her shirt. She cast a triumphant glance at the envious girls around her, feeling even more self-satisfied. Meanwhile, Malfoy had noticed before Wednesday that his ability to communicate with Harry in his mind seemed to malfunction, which caused him some concern. However, upon seeing Harry seated comfortably at the Gryffindor table during lunch, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had been eager to discuss the matter with Harry, and flying class presented a perfect opportunity, yet he wondered why Harry had not yet arrived. As Madame Hooch approached, his anxiety grew, rendering the upcoming flying lesson less appealing. At that moment, Zabini spoke up. Oh, our young Malfoy is quite the dashing figure now, isn't he? He glanced at Pansy leaning against Malfoy, then surveyed the surroundings, noticing the envious gazes of the girls fixated on the young master, appearing distinctly displeased. Malfoy regained his composure, casting a fleeting glance at Zabini. As distant memories began to resurface, Zabini wished fervently to slap himself for his earlier words. Why had he spoken out of turn again? Hadn't previous lessons sufficed? Yet, ever since enduring a few reprimands, Everyone had come to respect Malfoy wholeheartedly. The roll call commenced, starting with Slytherin House. Madame Hooch, with her neatly cropped hair, stood before the young wizards, her demeanor serious as she began to call names with crisp precision. Draco Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, Millicent Bulstrode, Pansy Parkinson, Malcolm Baddock, Graham Pritchard, Dorian Pusey. As the list dwindled, Ron seemed to resign himself to the situation, contemplating whether he might impersonate someone, just as he had during his university lectures. Now was time for Gryffindor. Ron Weasley present. Ron declared with a voice filled with bravado. The volume of his proclamation embarrassed Hermione, who discreetly shifted her stance. Harry Potter. Silence hung in the air. In a moment of uncertainty, Ron faltered, silently praying for his best friend. After all, it was only one detention, and it would be a burden he could bear. Harry Potter. Madame Hooch lifted her gaze from the list, scanning the assembly of young wizards with a hint of impatience. Had he not heard? The students below lowered their heads, a few instinctively raising their hands to signal Harry's absence, but seeing the lack of response from others, they reluctantly lowered their hands to avoid drawing attention. Harry! A voice broke the stillness. It was Hermione. He offered a sheepish smile and a slight bow. I apologize. Professor Quirrell summoned me to his office. Madame Hooch felt a twinge of embarrassment at Harry's bow, coupled with the understanding that his tardiness was warranted. She could hardly blame the boy. It was Quirrell, after all, who should have known better than to delay a student during class. Continuing with the roll call, she instructed, First, take your brooms. Command them with your thoughts. Believe in your abilities and shout. Up. Madame Hooch guided the young wizards on how to control their flying brooms. Up. Harry exclaimed loudly, and the broom leapt into his hand, a feat mirrored only by Malfoy from Slytherin. This occurrence did not surprise Harry, even in his past life. He and Malfoy had shared an uncanny ability to master their brooms swiftly. Moreover, both retained memories from their previous existence, enhancing their skill in handling the brooms. Up. Harry chuckled at Ron's voice beside him, which rose and fell melodiously, reminiscent of the varying notes on a piano. Ron was effectively composing a joyful Scottish tune upon the vast lawn. Meanwhile, Hermione was intently focused on her broom, feeling increasingly frustrated as it stubbornly refused to budge. It wobbled a few times, as if to mock her, even turning its back on her. The broom preferred to spin on the ground rather than hover in her hands. Hermione's patience had reached its zenith. Madame Hooch instructed the students to line up, guiding them one by one on how to manage their broomsticks. This offered Hermione a momentary sense of relief, yet she found it intolerable that there was a subject in which she was not proficient. Harry and Draco exchanged glances, both recognizing the eager anticipation reflected in each other's eyes. Despite their previous encounters in past lives, they had not mounted a broomstick in ages, having opted for apparition over flight as they matured. In unison, they ascended into the sky, prompting Madame Hooch to immediately call them down. However, her attention was soon diverted elsewhere, as Neville inexplicably soared into the air, reminiscent of their past lives, leaving behind classmates and teachers who resembled ants below. Unlike Harry and Draco, Neville seemed unable to control his broom, while the latter managed to hover steadily above, whereas Neville darted about like a firework, accompanied by a cacophony of shrieks. Come down, come down. Steady yourself. Grasp the handle. Madame Hooch shouted. Listening to Neville's cries, Harry, perched upon his broom, felt a pang of sympathy, recalling past events. He glanced at Draco and then soared into the sky, where everything around him gradually diminished in size. The voices below fading into obscurity, his focus solely on Neville, who was struggling high above. Malfoy followed suit. A crowd below watched in a state of panic as the three figures danced through the air. Chapter 27. Rescue. Don't you think there's something peculiar about them? Do Harry Potter and Malfoy know each other? Not. Shedding his previously indifferent demeanor, turned to Pansy, who might possess some insight. I don't know, she replied, her eyes filled with admiration as she gazed at the dashing Draco soaring into the sky. Initially captivated by his family's influence, she now found herself somewhat enamored with the boy, automatically disregarding the dark-haired Harry. What was he compared to my little dragon? Not received no answer. Sealing his lips while pondering silently, he glanced back toward the castle's upper levels, as if hoping to glimpse someone through the walls. Did Lucius truly permit this? Or had he already accepted the fact that Voldemort was dead? Malfoy and Dumbledore had allied, yet he had not caught wind of any corresponding rumors. At that moment, Zabini seemed to perceive Knott's inner thoughts. Of course, you wouldn't know. Their relationship is presumably quite strong, he remarked, resting his elbow on Knott's shoulder. Knott frowned, yet the urgency to uncover the truth compelled him to endure. They shared the same carriage to school, He dropped a bombshell in Not's mind. What? How was I unaware of this? Not exclaimed in shock. It seems many have noticed, Zabini replied nonchalantly. Initially, there were whispers aboard the train proclaiming that Harry had arrived, even accurately stating their location. He shrugged, aware that numerous individuals had witnessed Harry and Draco seated together. Not realized he might be overreacting. Was there truly nothing amiss? As far as he knew, the Dark Lord was yet alive. Did Lucius not harbor any fear? This was someone else's affair. Why should he concern himself? He pursed his lips, retreating once more into his habitual aloofness. 4 pureblood families, supporting Muggles, inherently positioned him at odds. Though he was aware that the Malfoys had some ventures in the Muggle world, they had not been overtly acknowledged. Thus they were tacitly accepted. It seemed prudent to write a letter to inform his father, not pondered. The currents at high altitude caused Harry's wizarding robes to flutter dramatically, lifting the fringe from his forehead to reveal a lightning-shaped scar and a pair of bright, resolute eyes. Not far off, Neville was precariously close to losing his balance, as his broomstick suddenly veered toward the tower, threatening to pin him against the wall. Harry quickened his pace, reaching Neville just in time, while Draco took a shortcut and arrived nearby. Memories from a past life flashed in Draco's mind, recalling a moment when Neville hung from a tree branch. The backdrop, a crimson tower. Their eyes met, and Draco was astonished to find Harry speaking within his thoughts. Little dragon, do lend a hand to Neville. Draco smirked, signaling his understanding. The wind tousled Draco's smooth hair, revealing the spirited youth he ought to be, free from the constraints of styling products. At that moment, it was as if the experiences of a past life dissolved into wispy clouds, drifting above, no longer able to disturb this earthly youth. Ultimately, one is often ensnared by desires unattainable in youth. As Draco gradually matured, he reflected upon his actions of yore. Was the pursuit of strength, honor, and power truly aligned with his innermost aspirations? Following the Battle of Hogwarts, all he wished for was the safety of his family. By a twist of fate, he found himself close friends with his childhood adversaries, no longer merely envying the trio of Harry, but genuinely experiencing camaraderie and friendship. Rather than being a mere sycophant trailing behind familial influence or someone who stepped on him during his misfortunes. Harry, mounted on his broomstick, called out to Neville below, "Jump down, I will catch you." The fierce wind roared, carrying Harry's voice through the currents to Neville's ears. He gazed at the outstretched hand, incredulous. This voice signified salvation. In this world, he had long endured relentless mockery and derision. That Rumbold, whose parents had been driven mad by Death Eaters, was engulfed by the surrounding laughter until it suffocated him. He struggled fiercely, bubbles escaping his lips, only for onlookers to mistake them for playful fish frolicking in the sea. His grandmother's long-held hope for him to succeed was overshadowed by the encroaching chaos in his mind, a hazy future, and the fleeting presence of a crowd. Even the occasional act of kindness merely serves as a gentle drizzle, moistening the ground, yet it led to Neville's slip, leaving him drenched and resulting in the evaporation of his courage, replaced by louder jeers. People are reluctant to invest their patience and time in a seemingly foolish individual devoid of a promising future. Suddenly, Neville found a spark of bravery, or rather, the latent courage within him was ignited by Harry's encouragement, smoothing the creases of his troubled heart, rendering it flat and expansive. Resolutely, he released his grip on the broomstick, and the immense inertia pulled him downward, his abdomen leading the descent while his limbs instinctively reached upward. Harry, noticing this, acted swiftly, as if in pursuit of the golden snitch. He fixed his gaze on Neville's hands and seized them with a fierce grip, straining as if expending every ounce of his strength. However, fear caused both their hands to become slick with sweat, and in that silent moment, Neville slid further down. Unable to contain himself, he let out a scream of despair. Just then, Draco soared upwards, grasping Neville's other hand, wrapping around him, and with a sudden tug, he pulled Neville onto Harry's broom. Witnessing this, the three of them exhaled in relief. Below, Ron and Hermione watched anxiously, their eyes fixed on what appeared to be Neville safely positioned on Harry's broom, while Madame Hooch clutched her wand tightly, prepared for any eventuality. The broom descended slightly under the added weight, making Harry's flight laborious. Draco flew alongside Harry as the trio descended, stirring a cloud of dust, with patches of grass suffering under the strain and dandelion seeds swirling everywhere. Below, the moles, sensing the commotion, peeked out momentarily, only to burrow back into the ground upon noticing the approaching creatures. The young wizards present erupted into enthusiastic applause, with Gryffindor clapping vigorously, while Slytherin, though outwardly dismissive, cast admiring glances at the trio that betrayed their hidden admiration. Madame Hooch approached quickly, first examining the unharmed yet shaken Neville, then glancing at Harry and Draco, who had disobeyed orders but successfully rescued their classmate, leaving her uncertain about how to respond. She moved closer, observing Neville, who was nearly collapsing, his ankles touching the ground. Unable to support himself, "I will take Neville to the infirmary. You all stay here," she declared. Chapter 28, Devoured. Madame Hooch assisted Neville, guiding him slowly away. A voice, faint as a whisper, broke the silence, expressing gratitude. Harry furrowed his brow, glancing around, then at his empty hands, pondering the source of the sound. At that moment, Hermione stepped forward, noticing Neville's lips moving slightly. She tugged on Harry's sleeve, pointing towards Neville, prompting Harry to follow her gesture and look at the small boy being assisted by the professor. "Thank you." Neville turned around, and upon seeing it, lowered his head. His cheeks flushed and exclaimed loudly once more, prompting a laugh from Mrs. Weasley beside him. Neville then exchanged a few words with Malfoy, who was not far away. Harry observed this scene, finding it rather unprecedented. He vaguely recalled Malfoy casting some spells on Neville in a previous life, and as Draco's discomfort became apparent, Harry's amusement deepened. He felt a sense of relief upon realizing that he appeared to be unscathed. Turning around, he noticed Malfoy attempting to sneak away, which evoked a sense of helplessness within him. Having experienced Draco in a past life, he was acutely aware of the divisions among factions within the school. He believed that Malfoy and Harry Potter could not be allies. Otherwise, it would disturb many sensitive nerves. Following Voldemort's return, his family would face a far grimmer fate than in the previous life, leading to a cautious demeanor during their interactions. With this thought, Harry suddenly chuckled, uncertain whether it was due to his newfound intelligence or Draco's preoccupation with other matters. They had already shared a carriage to Hogwarts, displaying an air of camaraderie before everyone. He recalled the day he invited Draco to accompany him to Hogwarts, when Draco had appeared exceedingly joyful. Initially, he thought Draco had made a firm decision, only to realize it was merely a fleeting thought. The matter was settled, unless Draco later feigned animosity in front of others. It would be challenging to dispel the suspicions of those in the shadows. However, he knew that Draco would not act in such a manner. Put in a bit more effort to bring Malfoy closer to you in public by you subtly reminded him in his mind. Harry's expression shifted momentarily as he hastened his steps, positioning himself directly in front of Malfoy, locking eyes with him. "May I embrace you for a moment? Thank you for your assistance earlier." Draco hesitated. The recent flight had muddled his thoughts. He was uncertain about how their families would navigate their circumstances should they display such open friendliness in front of others, especially with war looming on the horizon. This predicament left him quite troubled. Did Harry not understand? If so, why insist on such actions? For the first time since his rebirth, Draco felt an unfamiliarity toward Harry. Ultimately, familial loyalty prevailed. Draco had always prioritized his family, and despite yearning for the embrace, he still wished to refuse. At that moment, he seemed to realize something was amiss. Though he did not want to extend his arms, an unseen force compelled his body to comply with Harry's wishes. He smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth, which contrasted beautifully with his platinum hair. Pansy glanced at Draco, aware that something felt off, yet recognizing that the one initiating the embrace was Harry Potter. Where there was advantage, Malfoy was never far behind. Ron, too, felt no sense of strangeness. If this were a fanfiction of Draco and Harry, everything would indeed seem quite reasonable. Hermione watched with a smile, considering that in the British Empire, a slight deviation in orientation might not be entirely unacceptable. Only Simon furrowed his brow at the scene before him, as he opened his mouth to speak. He ultimately chose to remain silent. Zabini, however, was entirely indifferent, his gaze fixed upon a beautiful girl nearby, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Everyone stood firm in their respective positions, comprehending Malfoy's actions, yet Malfoy himself remained perplexed. He felt as though he were ensnared, not merely in body, but in mind as well. For years, this moment seemed to awaken him from stupor. Although he harbored a modicum of affection for Harry, it stemmed solely from the occasion when he had been rescued from the flames, disregarding past grievances. Malfoy, whose priorities were steeped in self-interest, faced numerous business ventures requiring rectification as he endeavored to navigate the tumult of the Ministry of Magic and establish a firm foothold in the restructured power dynamics. He could not fathom why, amidst such pressing matters, he found himself inexplicably drawn to Harry's ancestral home. Moreover, throughout the past years, he had consistently aligned with Harry's consciousness, failing to contemplate the future of his own lineage. A fragment of Malfoy within him struggled vehemently, screaming and tearing at the confines of his being, yet it proved futile. Skeletal hands dragged him into the mire, gradually ensnaring him in the depths of darkness. In the radiant spring light, Malfoy and Harry embraced each other. Harry himself remained unaware that, despite comprehending Voldemort's escape from his system, he still chose to ally with Malfoy. How could such a meticulous mind overlook this? Even when rescuing Neville moments ago, his first thought had been of his future role as a professor of herbology at Hogwarts, capable of wielding the sword of Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall observed him from her office, and he aspired to join the Quidditch team, seeking prestige and renown. Driven by self-interest, cunning in his schemes. Adept at leveraging his identity and visage to garner the favor of all to achieve his aims, he coveted Cedric's fame and sought to befriend the explosive genius Simon, even resorting to catnip to win over Filch's cat. Everyone was drawn to him, and every occurrence unfolded to his advantage. Now, he gazed hungrily at the Malfoy family's connections and their wealth of galleons. Was this individual truly Harry? Could such feats genuinely be within Harry's capacity? The golden-haired, blue-eyed youth in Harry's mind chuckled triumphantly, exuding a wild exuberance as he reclined in a chair, satisfied with the creation he had meticulously shaped. The clear sky gradually succumbed to darkness, ominous black clouds looming in the distance, interspersed with occasional flashes of lightning that startled the birds into flight. The wild grass on the lawn swayed wildly in the tempestuous wind. The girl's hair danced chaotically, and her wizarding robe billowed, filled with the distant gusts. Fluttering daisy petals obscured their faces, while dandelion seeds soared towards the farthest reaches of the horizon. The forbidden forest loomed dark and oppressive in the distance, where Hagrid observed the young wizards on the lawn with a calm demeanor. A dandelion seed drifted past Harry's line of sight. Harry watched as Professor McGonagall approached angrily, and he smiled. At this moment, he bore a striking resemblance to a Slytherin senior from 50 years past, akin to a gluttonous beast consuming reputation and gain. Seamus stared in shock at the scene before him, his expression one of panic. Chapter 29, Bewilderment. In an instant, Seamus felt the hair on his arms stand on end, uncertain if it was due to the fierce wind or the abrupt change in weather. Guided by an inexplicable intuition, he sensed that something was amiss with Harry. Professor McGonagall approached, her demeanor calm, yet her eyes sparkled with barely contained joy. "Harry, come with me," she beckoned. Hermione glanced at Harry with concern, anxious that Professor McGonagall might reprimand him. For young Hermione, adhering to the school's rules had always been her guiding principle for survival. Harry mit Hermione's Geisch, and upon seeing the worry etched in her eyes, felt a slight stirring within him, pulling him back from his previous state. Bayou's attention was fixated on Harry's regained clarity. Observing the scene unfold in his mind, he lamented that such intensity, if applied to anyone else, would not endure for long. Harry nodded subtly at Hermione, assuring her not to fret, and then cast a glance at Ron, who had raised his arms, intertwining his hands behind his head, leisurely chewing on a blade of grass. The ominous black clouds loomed overhead, foreshadowing an impending storm, yet they remained blissfully unaware, lost in their own world. "Harry, Harry," Professor McGonagall called out, prompting him to follow her. Hermione, intrigued by the broom lying on the grass, curiously asked, "Aren't we going to do anything about that?" Ron waved her off nonchalantly. "Someone will take care of it." She questioned, glancing back to see the torrential rain beginning to fall. The brown broomstick now vanished from sight. Was this magic? A group of them had entered the castle, and upon stepping through the doors, it had indeed disappeared. Hermione tugged at Ron's sleeve, astonished. "We should head to the Great Hall." Ron, feeling uncomfortable in his rain-soaked robes, eagerly sought a warm place to settle. What to do next? Perhaps the dining hall, he mused inwardly. Malfoy hesitated slightly, a flicker of emotion stirring within him as the girl's hair, under the owner's tacit approval, subtly wrapped around his heart, preparing to take root. Pansy, perceptive and sensitive, detected the boy's tolerance and the unspoken consent hidden beneath his haughty facade, growing ever more audacious. She gently tugged at Malfoy's sleeve, as if testing the waters, and within the cacophony of the crowd, her fingertips felt inexplicably hot, the heat radiating from her arm to her face. Yet, unexpectedly, this connection was severed in an instant. Malfoy's mind conjured Harry's image, and as if under a spell, he found the girl, who moments ago had radiated warmth, now utterly repulsive. "Get lost," Malfoy scowled, yanking his sleeve away and shouting at Pansy, having lost all semblance of dignity. A resounding shout drew the attention of onlookers, their gazes fixating on the two individuals embroiled in conflict. Observing the struggle between the parties, it seemed as though they grasped the essence of the situation and began to murmur amongst themselves. Pansy, overwhelmed with a mix of shame and fury, felt her eyes redden with emotion, crystalline tears spilling forth. She stamped her foot, concealing her face with the voluminous sleeves of her robe, and rushed out, colliding with many along the way, vanishing into the torrential downpour. Some spectators found a sense of satisfaction in the spectacle, while others sighed in lament. Draco, witnessing the scene, felt a twinge of pain in his heart, yet resolutely turned away, striding purposefully towards the great hall. Meanwhile, Hermione regarded Ron, who had just shielded her with his presence, her flushed face betraying thoughts unknown. With a pang of sympathy, she glanced at the spot where Ron had been struck by the sudden outburst of the girl. Ron, in turn, felt the weight of numerous intense gazes upon him, as if they sought to burn him from within. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. It was nothing significant." The two young souls, on the cusp of their emotions, traversed a world brimming with magic and wonder, savoring the fruits of their youthful journey. In a dimly lit office, Snape slumped in his chair, his left hand clutching a tattered robe, fingers caressing a yellowed letter. The professor, accustomed to sealing his heart and mind away, finally succumbed to a torrent of sorrowful tears, his body trembling violently, caught between restraint and self-torment. The worn letter bore elegant handwriting, inscribed with the words, "At midnight. Come to the trophy room. I trust no one else. I wish to hear it from your own lips." Chapter 30. Conversation. Snape meticulously packed his belongings into a box, including that old robe. With Harry's impending confinement the following Monday, he felt the urgency to nurture this child of Lily, seeking to unearth his notes from his student days. By chance, he opened the box, as if fate itself conspired against him, and a fragile piece of parchment fluttered out. It contained Lily's invitation for a meeting, the timing of which he could not discern, but he knew he had missed this promise from his student days, along with the potential it held with Lily. Countless opportunities had arisen for reconciliation, yet the youthful infatuation had succumbed to the pursuit of power. It was he who had released Lily's hand, casting her into the abyss. Snape's expression gradually became impassive as he neatly folded these mementos, placing them at the bottom of the box, relegating them to the depths of his wardrobe, transforming once more into the fearsome old bat. The tension in his heart eased slightly, though a lingering ache remained. He sighed and resumed his tasks. At that moment, Professor McGonagall emerged from Dumbledore's office, as if she had received some directive, her brow furrowed in concern. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in. It's me." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Snape opened his office door, finding Professor McGonagall standing outside. Despite Harry's awareness of his impending situation, the prospect of rekindling his most cherished hobby filled him with excitement as he strode purposefully towards the hall, observing the empty space beside him. "You resolved to continue the morning's conversation, sensing that the intrigue should deepen. Do you still wish to hear the voice that suddenly emerged in your mind?" Harry hesitated on the steps, a cold sweat breaking out over him, feeling as though he might stumble. His previously cultivated emotions were abruptly interrupted, causing Bayou to feel a flicker of irritation. Yet recalling something, he swallowed his frustration and spoke. "Last time, we discussed your acquisition of that pendant box, which I have thus bound to you." "What pendant box?" Having been immersed in various events, Harry had somewhat forgotten their earlier discourse. Yes, the pendant box you mentioned." Harry shifted his demeanor, now flattering Bayou. Observing Harry's swift transformation, Bayou recognized this as the pivotal keyword, though it seemed still unsteady. He calculated that a few more souls might need to be absorbed. Harry's expression fluctuated, ultimately settling into a slight impatience. "What is it? Why do you keep bringing this up? It's just a system. Why must it have a name?" Harry grew somewhat exasperated. Having toiled all day without even a lunch break, and now enduring the incessant chatter of the little voice in his mind, Bayou's brow furrowed slightly, pondering why this was ineffective. Would it change so suddenly? Yet, upon witnessing Harry's impatience, he deemed it unwise to persist further, fearing it might backfire. He recounted the tale he had woven for Harry. The system's reboot necessitates power, as well as a binding medium and the material for claiming ownership. Harry seemed to grasp this, realizing that this was the reason for his previous injury. What is this? Why is a soul required to activate it? Harry felt a twinge of apprehension, yet Bayou remained untroubled. It is not about absorbing your own soul, but rather storing it, which means the memories you have lost still reside within this system space. Bayou dropped a significant revelation, leaving Harry dazed. Speaking of which, why did Voldemort flee? This thought prompted Harry to inquire casually. Due to a malfunction within the system, my disappearance was necessary to address the issue, Bayou explained. Harry nodded in response. Feeling particularly unlucky, why did misfortune seem to gravitate towards him? In truth, once you bind to this system, your physical attributes, talents, and skills will gradually enhance. That commentary merely encrypts your current physical condition. Encrypt. All statuses elevated? No. I see that my data hasn't changed at all. Harry pulled up his panel, pointing at the numbers and questioning Bayou. I've simply concealed a few aspects, Bayou replied with an ingratiating smile. Upon seeing this expression, Harry felt thoroughly ensnared. You, my friend, seem to speak naught but falsehoods, Harry retorted, as Bayou's expression slightly altered before quickly returning to normal. Where does this system's energy originate? Harry cautiously inquired, avoiding entanglement in these matters. Their acquaintance was recent, and their constant companionship was born out of necessity, rather than a mutual choice of friendship. Bayou felt a twinge of discomfort at being able to perceive Harry's innermost thoughts for the first time. Despite his ulterior motives, he found it difficult to accept insincerity from others. Harry did not shy away from him. This realization sent a chill through Bayou's heart. Was this a breach of trust? He was uncertain whether he possessed a secondary persona, this other Harry he had conjured himself. At that moment, Harry was not preoccupied with such thoughts, as Bayou, in his respect and understanding for Harry, had not displayed his ability to read minds for quite some time. This made Harry feel a sense of liberation within, prompting him to express himself freely in Bayou's presence. The system energy absorbed the ambient dissipating magic. Bayou's tone was abrupt, as though he were perturbed. Chapter 31. Reunion. Magic was omnipresent, yet its concentration varied with geographical locations and was influenced by the number of residing wizards. Bayou conjured a world map from thin air, upon which a silvery substance flowed languidly. Among the locations marked were the Scottish Highlands, the present-day Hogwarts, Diagon Alley in London, Paris in France, New York in the United States, Moscow in Russia, the Himalayas in China, and Mount Tai in the central region. These sites appeared to be the most infused with silver magic. However, there were two additional locations. Harry pointed to the map's extremities, the South Pole and the North Pole. The intensity of color in these areas was so pronounced that it nearly merged with the white of the map itself. Why was there such potent magic in these places? Harry felt perplexed, as he believed these regions were primarily inhabited by animals, and even the humans there were merely Muggle scientists exploring the poles. I am unsure, Bayou replied. The North Pole might be home to remnants of ancient wizards, while the South Pole is dominated by a 3,000-kilometer Antarctic ice wall. His gaze drifted, skirting the topic. Despite the abundance of magic, the climate was exceedingly frigid, and due to its geographical position, few wizards were inclined to reside there. Harry, half understanding, accepted Bayou's explanation. In the Muggle world, there were only a handful of locations populated by wizards. Wizards absorbed the magic in the surrounding air while simultaneously dissipating it through their everyday actions. As one of the foremost wizarding schools in England, and indeed the world, Hogwarts had absorbed an incalculable amount of magic that had escaped from countless wizards. This not only fortified the castle's defenses, but also replenished the magical essence for those who lived within its walls. Bayou seemed somewhat envious, as though he longed to venture out and experience it for himself. As Harry listened, he gradually grasped certain concepts, yet he felt an underlying issue with the explanation, an ineffable sense of something amiss. He had forgotten the pitiful sight of Professor Quirrell cowering before him, while Bayou quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. Harry hurried past, yet the sounds grew increasingly louder, the cries more pronounced. On such a rainy day, listening to such a pitiful wail and witnessing the girl's distress, he felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. With a sigh, Harry cast a warming charm on the girl and dried her clothes, which brought him a measure of comfort. Pansy crouched on the ground, believing it was Draco who had finally come to his senses and sought her out, only to hear the voice of an unfamiliar boy. In her vulnerable state before a stranger, she felt it was unbecoming of her noble status. Amidst the cacophony of rain, a long-forgotten warmth enveloped her. Her recently chilled heart surged with heat. She wished to lift her gaze to the boy, but all she glimpsed was a fleeting silhouette departing hastily, a figure with dark hair, a lean physique, and an extraordinary presence that stood apart from the rest. A flurry of faces flashed through Pansy's mind, yet she ultimately tucked the boy away in the recesses of her heart, vowing silently to repay his kindness. She resolved to find a remarkable boy who would make Malfoy regret his actions. Upon entering the castle, the warm light bathed Harry, allowing him to exhale in relief. He strode toward the Gryffindor table, where he overheard the hushed whispers of numerous young witches. In a short span, tales of his and Malfoy's escapades during flying class had spread throughout the school. He inadvertently caught the shy glances of several young witches and the bold stares of some older students, which left him feeling somewhat exasperated. Among the gazes, Malfoy stood out most glaringly, almost igniting a spark of irritation within him. Harry quickly seated himself between Ron and Hermione, disrupting the budding romantic atmosphere between the young couple. Ron appeared slightly dejected, but Hermione, with concern, inquired about Harry's encounter with Professor McGonagall. No, the professor even invited me to join the Gryffindor team. Harry replied in a hushed tone. Wow, exclaimed a young witch, covering her mouth in astonishment as she gazed at Harry with wide eyes. That is truly remarkable. Ron, feeling a tinge of jealousy, couldn't he help but wish for the same acclaim, knowing well that such was the privilege of the Savior. Even as he longed to soar through the skies, lamenting the missed opportunity in the flying class. At midnight, the Gryffindor common room's fireplace crackled with flames, casting warmth in the damp public space, alleviating the moisture. A tall, slender figure stood before the fire, eyes vacant and movement stiff. It was Harry, lost in a sleepwalking trance. Ron stealthily hid behind the stairs, determined to uncover what Harry was truly up to that night. Strangely, Harry remained transfixed, staring at the dancing flames, utterly still. Meanwhile, his mind was engulfed in chaos. "Who are you?" Harry asked, gazing at a figure that bore his likeness, yet emanated a chilling and aristocratic aura. "I am you. I am the Harry who was meant to belong to Slytherin, the Harry destined for greatness rather than betrayal by friends and being treated as a mere pawn." That Harry wielded sarcasm with finesse. "I shall diligently study and enhance my abilities, utilizing all available resources to empower myself. I will safeguard my loved ones, rather than impulsively allowing my godfather to bear the consequences of my bravado." That Harry approached, standing before me, our noses nearly touching, our emerald eyes locking in a moment of intensity. "You are but a fool, sold by others yet counting their coins," he whispered softly in my ear. "You." I felt a surge of anger, but deep down I recognized the truth in his words. Even after all I had endured, I could not escape the reflection of myself that he presented. In a sudden burst of frustration, I struck out at him, only for him to dissipate into thin air, reappearing silently behind me. A wave of fear washed over me as I heard something, my eyes widening in horror. "What is happening?" Ron quietly approached, observing me slumped on the sofa. Chapter 32. Ordinary. Ron tiptoed forward, the warm glow of the fire casting a sacred light upon my face, enhancing my allure. He gazed at me, seemingly entranced. I appeared as though I had drifted into a peaceful slumber, exuding an aura of tranquility. My long, thick lashes cast shadows beneath my eyes, while my straight nose complemented my softly colored lips, which subtly revealed my white teeth with each breath. Ron found himself momentarily lost in thought until a little girl with brown hair emerged, hands on her hips, loudly chiding him. "What do you mean by that?" He jolted back to reality, shaking his head vigorously, mentally repeating, "I am straight, I am straight." Gently, Ron slipped his arm beneath my shoulder and around my legs. Despite the barrier of fabric, the warmth radiating from me reached his skin, causing his face to flush a deep crimson, rivaling the color of his hair. Glancing down, he noticed my collar was slightly open due to my unorthodox sleeping position, revealing a mole perched on my collarbone. Startled by a nightmarish disturbance, I stirred, my head shifting against Ron's arm as my gaze fell upon his elongated neck. Taking a deep breath, Ron felt his throat constrict as the fresh, woody scent emanating from me invaded his senses, captivating his heart. Overwhelmed, he clutched me, an equal in weight, his legs flailing as if pursued by a ferocious beast, swiftly tossing me onto the bed before diving under the covers, his ears betraying his youthful thoughts by turning a bright red. Internally, he pondered, this is not right. In a previous life, one had encountered handsome men and beautiful women. So why, upon arriving in a magical realm, did one find oneself enamored with each new face? First Hermione, then Harry. What a predicament. Never had he imagined he would discover himself to be bisexual. At the breakfast table in Gryffindor, Ron resembled a startled red-haired lion, using his agape mouth and astonished voice to mask his hidden sentiments. "Why are you shouting so loudly?" Harry looked at the flustered Ron with mild exasperation. "Did you hear what I just said? You need to inform Hermione that Hagrid has invited us to his hut this Saturday afternoon." She glared at Ron, her lips pressed together, forming a subtle smile. At that moment, the Weasley twins approached. Perhaps they had witnessed something amusing. George placed his hands on Ron's shoulders. "Our little Ronnie, Mummy's good boy, has the audacity to throw metaphorical tomato bombs at a young lady. Truly, he is our brother, isn't he?" The other twin nodded, a smirk gracing his lips. However, upon spotting the irate Percy in the distance, he lost interest and sauntered away. As Percy was still fuming over their antics in the Great Hall, Harry observed the playful banter of his companions and joined in their laughter. The subsequent potions class did not unfold as it had in his past life. where they had endured Professor Snape's relentless torment. Instead, the lesson proceeded smoothly. To the astonishment of the other young wizards, Snape, the notorious bat, even awarded Gryffindor a point, his gaze conveying an unsettling mix of emotions. Some speculated it was the look of a lover, while others suggested it was a manifestation of guilt. And yet another theory proposed it was Snape's scheme to lower the Savior's Guard, allowing Slytherin to seize the House Cup this year. The latter theory garnered the support of most students from the other three houses, as it was hard to believe that the old bat could grasp the concept of affection, particularly towards a first-year student. The first two hypotheses seemed utterly absurd, their origins a mystery. Upon hearing such conjectures, Harry wrapped his arms tightly around himself. As a first-hand witness to the incident, he understood Professor Snape far better than others. The emotions reflected in Snape's eyes, despite Harry's awareness of certain truths, left him trembling at the thought of the once cold bat transforming into a creature of warmth. However, the ensuing days were filled with relentless Quidditch practices, extended detentions, and personal tutoring from Dumbledore. Aside from the thrilling events of the first week of school, time seemed to accelerate thereafter. In Hagrid's hut on Saturday, the enormous half-giant beamed at Hermione, leaving 2 rabbit tooth impressions on the Hard Rock cakes. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron sat obediently on their stools, pretending not to notice Hermione's silent plea for help. During the weekend detention, due to the numerous students summoned by Professor Snape, Hagrid inexplicably became the instructor for the detention class, guiding them through the dark woods of the Forbidden Forest. According to Fred, this task was preferable to scrubbing the school toilets every weekend. Harry, who was simultaneously assisting Snape with the slugs and potion ingredients, nodded in agreement. Although the professor imparted knowledge, he was also conditioning Harry's mental fortitude, oscillating between fierce intensity and gentle encouragement. Inside Dumbledore's office, Harry and the headmaster were engaged in a discussion regarding the intricacies of Hogwarts Castle, during which Dumbledore disclosed nearly all that he knew to Harry. After absorbing this vast wealth of information, Harry left, fatigued yet satisfied, and popped a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean into his mouth, only to grimace in distaste as he spat it out. Damn, it tasted like boogers. Dumbledore shuddered, his tangled beard twisting into a knot, and his crescent-shaped spectacles slipped down his nose, which he hastily adjusted, still reeling from the recent revelation. Everything proceeded as usual, and Harry strolled contentedly down the corridor when a familiar figure approached, Quirrell, now his devoted sycophant. Chapter 33, Ambition. The corridor bustled with students, some casting sidelong glances at Harry and whispering among themselves. Aware that this was not a suitable place for conversation, Harry followed Quirrell's lead as the professor beckoned him. As they drew closer, Harry caught a whiff of fresh grass mingled with earthy aromas. Looking down, he noticed Quirrell appeared somewhat flustered and disheveled, his black leather boots caked with brown mud, from which clumps fell as he walked. Strands of green grass clung to the back of his purple robe. Where had he been? Collecting magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest or gathering herbs? Why not employ a spell to maintain his cleanliness? Upon entering the office, Quirrell's demeanor shifted from calm and serious to one of obsequiousness. "Master," he said, as Harry settled into a chair. Quirrell offered a slight bow and began to recount the findings of his recent search. "I spent half a day scouring the forests of Albania and encountered inferior creatures such as vampires and werewolves." He cautiously lifted his gaze, eager to gauge Harry's reaction. Harry's expression remained unchanged. He had previously inquired of by you regarding Quirrell's state. It seemed that Voldemort had not attached himself to Quirrell, who appeared wholly himself, albeit with heightened abilities and a more abundant magical aura, even addressing Harry as master with a notable reverence. Bayou explained that Quirrell had been absorbed by the system, having signed a contract on a spiritual level to serve Harry and remain loyal to him. What about Voldemort? Harry entertained a bold notion of binding Voldemort as his servant. However, Bayou shattered this fanciful dream, cautioning that although the Dark Wizard had crafted 6 or 7 Horcruxes, his soul was not as formidable as before. Yet it still posed a challenge that Harry was ill-equipped to confront. Coercing a contract would only result in Harry suffering a backlash. The purpose of the system was to enhance the Master's power, not to lay a time bomb. As for Quirrell, despite his formidable strength, he has become weakened due to Voldemort's parasitic influence. Harry, having experienced 2 lifetimes, possesses the ability to subdue such an individual. Noticing that Bayou offered no explanation for Quirrell's profound fear, and recognizing his own need for competent allies to establish his influence, Harry understood that while the fear instilled in others was not his desire, it nevertheless served his interests. The system Task 17, a long-term undertaking spanning 10 years, aims to dismantle the Wizarding Secrecy Act and safeguard the wizarding world from the impending technological advancements of Muggles. In the early days of his journey, Harry had already entertained such notions. Over the past decade and a half of his life, Muggle technology has advanced at an astonishing pace. He has witnessed firsthand the secret experiments of nuclear weapons in several countries, the production of advanced machinery and tanks, spacecraft launched into the cosmos, and Muggles setting foot on the moon, feats that even the mightiest wizards have yet to accomplish. Muggles now possess the capability to explore beyond the Earth, to launch the satellites they speak of, and to transport themselves to the moon. In contrast, the number of wizards capable of apparition has dwindled, and powerful magic has been constrained by various factors. After centuries, magic has seen no significant progress. Rather, it has been relegated to serving the mundane lives of wizards due to the so-called education provided by schools. Inevitably, wizards will be discovered, their abilities curtailed. The witch hunts of the 14th and 15th centuries, driven by Christianity, may very well be reenacted, or even worse. The pervasive global internet, ubiquitous surveillance cameras, and instantaneous video calls connecting the farthest corners of the world make the concealment of the wizarding community nearly impossible. In stark contrast stands the wizarding world's insular nature, with purebloods excluding outsiders. As a wizard, during his youthful naivety, Harry had been merely a pawn for the powerful wizards, tasked with vanquishing the Dark Lord, without fully harnessing his advantages to transform the world. In the years that followed his maturation, although the Dark Lord was defeated and he gained considerable reverence, the crisis within the wizarding community persisted. The prevailing view of Muggles remained anchored in the foolish and ignorant stereotypes of centuries past, with their prejudices looming like an insurmountable mountain. Now, having been granted a second chance at life, Harry yearns to effect change in the wizarding world while it still possesses formidable strength. Dumbledore must not perish, nor can Grindelwald. Moreover, Harry contemplated whether it might be possible to exert control over Voldemort. Within his mind, Bayou observed Harry's ambitious aspirations and smirked slightly. He then retrieved a device from the glass wall, causing Harry to feel deflated. What had come over him? He, who had always been devoid of grand ambitions, suddenly found himself contemplating overthrowing Dumbledore and subjugating Voldemort. Harry gazed at the figure in his mind, nervously fidgeting with his fingers. Was it your doing? Harry felt an intense surge of anger. Bayou turned to him, relishing the situation, and said, "Look outside." Harry suddenly felt a chill enveloping him, as if Quirrell had been standing there for an eternity. Quirrell broke the silence with a single utterance, only to find his master lost in contemplation, which caused him to break into a cold sweat, fearing he had made a grave misstep. The prolonged silence began to wear on Quirrell's patience. "Please, continue," Harry urged, wiping non-existent perspiration from his brow, though internally he was increasingly agitated. The notion of having his thoughts manipulated and his innermost feelings monitored by that white you was intolerable. He could not allow such a presence to linger. Coupled with the recent revelations from White U, Harry suspected this was all part of a devious scheme, and he felt ensnared. He allowed his emotions to roam freely, eschewing any careful deliberation in his mind. He needed to devise a strategy to evade surveillance. Venturing into the forest, he discovered an alarming increase in serpents compared to previous years. Quirrell, masquerading as a Muggle, inquired with local denizens about the situation. Many informed him that during herb-gathering excursions, numerous individuals had been bitten by venomous snakes, with some succumbing after merely a few steps. There were also oddly attired individuals who had ventured into the woods. Quirrell speculated that they might be wizards, as their attire served as the clearest evidence. A few Muggles had perished, yet during their journey, they stumbled upon several intriguing clues. Quirrell displayed no concern for these fellow beings, regarding Muggles as disposable tools. Harry was incensed, outraged by the wizard's blatant disregard for Muggles. He slammed his hand upon the table, startling Quirrell, who immediately prostrated himself, trembling slightly. "Do not employ such methods in the future." Harry refrained from elaborating, intent only on warning against such practices. Deeply ingrained beliefs cannot be altered by fear, yet fear can serve to impose limitations. Quirrell grasped Harry's insinuation, but internally speculated if his master harbored ulterior motives. Why had he become so indecisive? They were invaders. After all, the diminishing of this world power was advantageous. Although they could not articulate this openly, Quirrell pondered the current headmaster, Dumbledore, a wizard known for his affinity for Muggles. If he were to discover Quirrell's treatment of them, he might find himself imprisoned in Azkaban. With this thought, he felt an overwhelming gratitude towards his master. Truly, the master's consideration was meticulous and thorough. Chapter 34, Entering. Harry observed the expression of guilt on Quirrell's face, as he recognized his methods were flawed, which brought Harry a sense of accomplishment, feeling he had salvaged a few lives. Quirrell retrieved a desktop computer from his enchanted backpack, an incongruous sight in a magical realm where Muggle technology seemed out of place. He powered on the device and began to navigate its functions. This is what I refer to as the National Technology Laboratory of the Muggle world, accessed through the use of the Imperius Curse. I delved into their memories and learned their operations. With a flourish akin to presenting a prized possession, Quirrell opened one of the screens for Harry to behold. As Harry beheld the inferior quality of the image before him, he couldn't help but compare it to the vivid imagery of the 20th century that lingered in his memory. He was astounded and apprehensive at how rapidly Muggles had advanced in just a few short years. The video displayed a writhing mass of serpents, twisting and undulating before the camera, sending shivers down Harry's spine. Their scarlet tongues flickered menacingly, and soon, the figure on the ground became obscured from view. Above, interlaced branches obscured half the sky, upon which dangled a serpent reminiscent of Voldemort's possession, as described by Quirrell. At first glance, Harry's intuition whispered that this must indeed be Voldemort. Yet he was perplexed. Both eyes glowed a fierce crimson, one appearing deranged while the other seemed almost pure, akin to a fractured psyche. He continued to gaze, but then stood up and walked away, patting Quirrell's shoulder in a gesture of encouragement, leaving Quirrell taken aback. Harry now needed to make his way to Hagrid's hut, for he was to be confined for 2 months. His mind was a tumult of thoughts, filled with frustration that he could not express. Seizing the fleeting moments left to him, he decided to stroll along the banks of the Black Lake, seeking solace. After days of relentless rain, the sun finally broke through, and delicate droplets still clung to the verdant grass. Accustomed to the muted, drizzly atmosphere, the current brightness and warmth transformed the world into a vibrant tableau, imbued with clarity and life. As Harry ambled along, he bent to pluck a dandelion, its once fluffy seeds now reduced by the rain, and held it in his hands, admiring its fragile beauty. He felt like a mere transient in life, never having taken a moment to simply be alone in quietude. Upon reaching the lake, the world seemed to hush. The clamor from the castle faded into the distance, becoming a distant murmur. Past memories, heart-wrenching, painful, joyful, and furious, were consciously tucked away. Today, Harry longed for solitude. He gazed into the horizon, where the vast sky met lush mountains and flowing waters, each step revealing a picturesque scene, rendering him momentarily spellbound. The water shimmered under the refracted light, taking on an array of colors. Breathing in the fresh scents of the surrounding flora, Harry felt as though he might transcend his physical form. He was aware of the presence of Bayou, which now seemed to have vanished, as if Bayou could no longer sense him. He lay down, allowing the dew on the grass to seep into his clothes. Closing his eyes, he savored the warmth of the sun on his face, gentle and nurturing, akin to a mother's caress. In that moment, he had no desire to rise. He wished only to remain in this peaceful repose. Yet occasionally, waves of sorrow would surge forth, causing tears to well in his eyes, trickling down into his hair. "Hey, wake up!" A voice shattered the tranquil silence. But Harry felt utterly drained, not even wanting to lift his eyelids. Wake up! Harry, don't sleep." The voice grew increasingly urgent. Yet Harry found himself slipping into a state of oblivion, struggling to utter a sound. In an instant, he was enveloped in a warm embrace, falling into a peaceful slumber. When he awoke, the surroundings revealed white walls permeated with the familiar scent of herbs. Harry propped himself up and glanced around. The midday sun streamed through, momentarily blinding him. He shielded his eyes with his sleeve, squinting as tears welled up physiologically. How did I end up in the infirmary? He pondered, seeking an answer from the voice in his mind. No response came, and Harry felt a sense of relief. Had he managed to escape? Whether he had or not mattered little. All he desired was a moment of rest. Barefoot, he stepped outside, finding no shoes by his bedside. The infirmary felt desolate, and Madame Pomfrey was nowhere to be seen. As he ventured into the corridor, an eerie silence enveloped the castle, broken only by the chirping of birds, the rustling of field mice in the grass, and the soft slithering of snakes. Harry heard nothing else. He felt neither fear nor trepidation. Instead, he wandered aimlessly, unresponsive even to the sharp pain of a small stone piercing his foot, blood flowing crimson in its wake. Marking his path with each step, he felt exhausted, knowing only to move forward, yet uncertain of his destination. He meandered to the edge of the Black Lake, his feet battered and weary. This world was harsh, unyielding. It seemed to harm only the tender-hearted, while the resolute remained unscathed. Standing at the same spot, yet feeling a shift in atmosphere, Harry dipped his foot into the lake. No one guided him. It was a mere instinctive act. Suddenly, a gentle light enveloped him, and his foot was miraculously healed. With a splash, he plunged into the water, the absence of air making him feel as if he were drowning. He surrendered to the sensation of impending death, gradually succumbing to asphyxiation. Time stretched, or perhaps it was merely a fleeting moment, before Harry opened his eyes. Before him stood a formidable man, tall and imposing, clad in armor reminiscent of the 14th or 15th century. His wild brows were sharp as blades, and his dark, piercing eyes commanded attention, rendering them difficult to meet. "Why are you still lying there? Stand up," the man commanded. Chapter 35. Food. Harry groggily blinked at the imposing figure before him, hastily rising as he shook off the remnants of his previous emotions. "Who are you?" he inquired cautiously, sensing no malice from the man, only a long-buried authority and decisiveness. "I am Gryffindor, indeed, the very one you are familiar with," the man replied, noting Harry's weakness and choosing to sit down as well, as if they were old friends. "You are?" Harry's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape. He could hardly fathom that after being reborn, he would encounter the founder of his house, a figure from centuries past. In this school, endowed with such enigmatic powers and the capability to forge a realm of its own, Harry could scarcely conceive of anyone other than the four illustrious wizards who initially accomplished such feats. He hastily rose to his feet, feeling that his prone position on the ground was somewhat disrespectful towards the esteemed headmaster, brushing off the dirt and grass from his attire, gazing at the man below him with profound reverence. At that moment, Gryffindor felt a tinge of embarrassment. Having just endeavored to bridge the gap with the young boy by allowing him to sit on the ground, he now found it awkward to stand up again. Yet, as he observed the boy looking down upon him, he felt an undeniable discomfort. "Indeed, I am the person you envision." Gryffindor swiftly shifted the conversation, reiterating his previous words. "There is something within your mind." He glanced at Harry's forehead, implying something significant. "Thank you ever so much." Harry promptly bowed, filled with gratitude, expressing his confusion as to why he could no longer connect with the system in his head. What had once served as a source of assistance now felt more like a constraint on his freedom than a mere surveillance tool. Gryffindor recognized the boy's apprehension and chose not to elaborate further. "You are the first person in a millennium to enter this space, signifying that Hogwarts has chosen you." "As have we," Gryffindor asserted, brushing off the remnants of grass from his clothing as he stood. "Oh," Harry responded, a hint of skepticism in his tone, bewildered by the sudden influx of information about matters he had never encountered in his previous life. "You must have heard of the founding of Hogwarts." "I, along with the other three, arrived on this land to establish this castle," Gryffindor recounted slowly. "However, many believe that the 10th century was perilous for wizards, largely due to the relentless persecution by Muggles who despised magic. Thus, the founders erected Hogwarts in the Scottish Highlands, casting numerous protective spells to thwart Muggle intrusion." Gryffindor appeared somewhat troubled and resigned, yet there was an air of calm acceptance about him. Noticing Harry's bewildered expression, he offered a wry smile. "It seems Rowena was correct. We cannot transcend the boundaries of time to alert those a millennium hence. Hence, we must build our own influence to furnish the wizarding world with a vital force, ensuring they do not succumb to despair." Apparently, they did not utilize it properly, did they? Harry mused, scratching his head in confusion. He gazed at the man before him, yearning to offer comfort, yet his immense reputation left him with only a deep sense of respect and awe. The motto of Hogwarts, "Never disturb a sleeping dragon," is indeed to be taken at face value. Do not rouse a slumbering dragon. Gryffindor's words quickened, revealing a sense of urgency. Harry still found himself perplexed, unable to grasp why dragons should invoke fear. Reflecting on the dragons of his past life, and considering the 12 uses of dragon blood depicted on chocolate frog cards, he sensed that this dragon was unlike any he had known, for it must have inspired such formidable reverence among the four great wizards. "We once ventured to the poles of the earth, driven by a desire to unveil the mysteries of this world. However, we stumbled upon a colossal conspiracy. We were nothing more than livestock." A moment of contemplation passed over Gryffindor, as it seemed despite thousands of years of healing time, he still struggled to emerge from the shadows of the past. "What?" Harry exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at the man before him, questioning whether his mind had faltered to conjure such an absurd dream. He could comprehend by Yu's assertion. After all, with the existence of a time-turner, an artifact that transcends the constraints of time, the notion of traversing two worlds akin to the pursuit of treasure was merely a slight deviation from his understanding. Yet, to contemplate that a sorcerer, endowed with such formidable power, could manipulate hearts, defy the limitations of mortality, breach the barriers of space, and escape the hindrances of time, could ultimately be reduced to mere sustenance for others. How utterly ludicrous! It was akin to someone claiming that a non-venomous black ant, scarcely measuring 10 millimeters, could gnaw through the entirety of the Earth, leading to the annihilation of the solar system. Even Muggles, armed with potent weapons, weighed the choice of coexistence versus extinction. Wizards never feared atomic bombs, for if they were to be launched, they would first obliterate the Muggle soil, engaging in a cataclysmic struggle of mutual destruction. The long-standing pride of being a wizard had become ingrained in Harry's very being, shared by every wizard. Yet, the sudden revelation that possessing such immense power ultimately rendered one merely as another's meal was disheartening. Despite having traversed a previous life, equipped with the wisdom and rationality of adulthood, and nurtured by numerous Aurors and Headmaster Dumbledore, Harry could not suppress a laugh. He clutched his abdomen, trembling with mirth, as he sank into a seat, regarding the man before him with blatant irreverence, his eyes ablaze with indignation. For he sensed, albeit faintly, that there might be truth to this, whether derived from the system or the map bestowed upon him by Bayou, which depicted the poles in an exquisite shade of silver, or from his past encounters witnessing his metamorphosis from a benign creature into a majestic dragon, endowed with wings, wisdom, magic, and formidable weaponry. He had buried this knowledge deep within, even persuading himself to believe Bayou's nonsensical tales. Chapter 36, The Soul. Could he not recognize the fragmented memories that flickered away? Such overwhelming power coursing through his veins, yet he felt unable to fully harness it. Was he truly oblivious? Absorbing the souls of others as the foundation of his strength. How could he not feel revulsion when the infamily ensnared his soul, ostensibly without purpose? Despite the system claiming to absorb external magic as fuel, why was his soul specifically required? The souls tethered to the critical points of Voldemort's Horcruxes. The precision of such memory manipulation and the contradictory narratives. Could he truly remain unaware? Draco's sudden emotional upheaval upon crossing over. The reliance he fostered. Was he oblivious to that as well? Being monitored in real time by a mysterious entity of formidable power, which relentlessly scrutinizes his innermost thoughts and exerts control over his actions, potentially endangering those around him. How could he remain oblivious to this? The sight of Chilo, prostrated on the ground, trembling in fear, coupled with Bayou's evasive demeanor, surely hinted at something sinister. He had never placed his faith in Bayou's fabrications from the very beginning. This skepticism was precisely why he had forged an unbreakable pact with Dumbledore right at the outset. If he were to be deemed overly compassionate, he would concede. Yet his softness towards someone who had long been an adversary was not so profound as to warrant such a label. Even to imprison his own soul for such an individual was not for Draco. It was for those he cherished. For the warmth of the home he had wished for his timid, cowardly self in a past life. This included his friends, those he valued, his beloved godfather, his esteemed headmaster, and his soulmate with whom he shared a profound connection. He feared that should he fall under the influence of this sudden emergence, he might commit acts detrimental to the magical world. No one knew the resolute determination and fierce resolve that had accompanied his initial decision, even with a willingness to face annihilation. His relationship with the system was one of mutual exploitation, each wary of the other. Once the system demonstrated its capacity to manipulate his thoughts and emotions, it transcended mere surveillance, resembling a soul-stealing curse in its control. Harry felt a deepening disdain and trepidation. He shuddered at the thought of such an entity unleashed, especially if it fell into Voldemort's hands. He could scarcely fathom the future of this world, living each day in trepidation. Even after Voldemort escaped the system, a sigh of relief escaped him. Initially, drawing Voldemort into his realm had been a desperate measure. In his recollection, only Voldemort had infiltrated Hogwarts in his first year to steal the Philosopher's Stone, an invaluable memory. Aware that absorbing Voldemort would alter his very essence, he made the fateful choice, even selecting his burial site in Godric's Hollow. Once Bayou's guard was lowered, he intended to extract secrets and drag him down too. But why? Why did Gryffindor reveal such truths to him? Why shatter his fragile self-deception? Why expose the fact that for all these years, he had merely been a puppet under that person's command? And why cast such a heavy burden upon him, rendering even death an impossibility? Why must he dismantle his ostrich-like mentality? It was akin to residing within a rapidly enclosing fortress where one individual awakened while another remained ensconced in slumber. Should he rouse that person to confront the cold, brutal reality, or allow him to perish in a beautiful dream? This posed a dilemma, and Harry chose to die within the dream, clinging to his heroic fantasies, evading his cowardly disposition, and reassuring himself that he had done his utmost. As these thoughts coursed through him, Harry's eyes brimmed with crimson veins, and he charged forward, fiercely grasping Gryffindor's throat. Gryffindor did not resist. He merely gazed with pity at the boy before him. Those who could enter this realm inevitably carried that burden. To be chosen by it was both a fortune and a misfortune, for the fate of this world rested upon his thoughts. Tears streamed down Harry's face, cascading forth as his body slackened, and his hands fell limply to the ground. Now I shall continue. At that moment, Gryffindor appeared somewhat cold, possessing an inexplicable cruelty. He disregarded the boy's turmoil. For a millennium, those who understood the truth had found despair, and the decline of ancient magic began at this very moment. Only a few chose to struggle for survival amidst this harsh reality. The experiences of those days need not be elaborated further. The establishment of Hogwarts was not only to nurture wizards, evade Muggles, and preserve our own ideals, but also to create a sanctuary for those wizards suffering persecution. Gryffindor fixed his gaze firmly on Harry, gripping his collar to compel him to meet his eyes, waiting for him, this destined individual, the glimmer of hope spoken of by Ravenclaw. Observing Harry's vacant, timid expression, as if he sought refuge in the illusions of the past, Gryffindor felt a frustration akin to that of a mentor with a wayward pupil. He shook Harry vigorously. Do you not understand? We have schemed for this for 1,000 years. Slytherin, in pursuit of the truth, ventured forth never to return. We could not sway him, and could only watch as he plunged into danger. Hufflepuff, in the face of such dire circumstances, reignited the spirit of Hogwarts, ensuring its survival to this day. Ravenclaw, having witnessed these events, foretold that your flicker of hope would be short-lived. I have sacrificed myself for this moment, binding my essence with a powerful soul magic, trapping myself within this space we four have co-created, shielding us from the outside world. Gryffindor's eyes glistened, though he refrained from shedding tears, elongating his tone and emphasizing his words. You must summon your strength. I understand that you are currently under the control of that entity. Yet there remains a possibility for reversal. This space is beyond its surveillance. We may confer here, and time flows slightly differently than in the outside world. Our comings and goings will not be detected by it. Harry's expression brightened, his eyes darting as if he had finally regained his composure. Gryffindor's words instilled a glimmer of confidence within him. The four great wizards had plotted for so long, and he was not alone in confronting these suffocating adversities. At last, he found a flicker of light amid the oppressive future, a sense of liberation. Steadying himself, Harry emerged from his earlier emotional collapse, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Yet he remained somewhat irritable with Gryffindor, eager to pose his questions. You mentioned it feeds on us? What does that mean? Gryffindor, witnessing Harry's resurgence and his swift grasp of the crux of the matter, could not help but marvel inwardly. Truly, he was the chosen one. It feeds on our souls. Souls? What does that mean? Harry inquired, perplexed. Just as we indulge in pork, the wild boars that roam the grasslands possess tender flesh, succulent and chewy, while domesticated boars lack some of that distinctive flavor. The same holds true for humans in their eyes. The more potent a wizard's soul, the more delectable it becomes to them. What? At that moment, Harry recalled the white-haired gentleman who bid him farewell at King's Cross Station in his past life. Along with his deceased parents and the reticent professor, Harry clenched his fists tightly, his nails piercing the flesh of his palms, blood trickling down onto the vibrant green grass. An inferno of rage ignited within him, a burning desire for vengeance that made him yearn to eliminate those responsible at once. He could not bear the humiliation inflicted upon his loved ones. Chapter 37. The Cabin. Subsequently, Harry relaxed his fists and calmly inquired of the person before him. What should I do? He pondered that if the prophecy extended so far into the future, there must surely be a plan for his actions, accompanied by corresponding steps. Gryffindor, reflecting on this, felt a twinge of embarrassment. His earlier worries and anger had prevented him from comprehensively understanding their scheme, and his trust in Ravenclaw had led to only partial awareness. However, could he divulge this information to Harry? Certainly not, as it would undermine his own standing. Moreover, it was said to be a glimmer of hope, and he must possess his own exceptional qualities. Clearing his throat, he spoke emphatically first. You must align yourself with that entity and discern its weaknesses. Harry nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed part of his plan. Furthermore, devise methods to maneuver around that being and gather trustworthy allies to expand your strength. As Harry contemplated this, a strategy began to form in his mind. It seemed the time had come to put it to the test. By the way, Harry said, gazing at Gryffindor, his eyes slightly reddened. "Has anyone ever told you that you are truly courageous?" Gryffindor looked at the young boy before him, his eyes devoid of the pity he despised, filled instead with respect. The millennium of waiting, the protracted solitude in this desolate place, suddenly seemed to carry a hint of significance. When Harry slightly opened his eyes, he noticed a cascade of lustrous black hair flowing past him, leaving behind a faint fragrance. Puzzled, he wondered who it was. Upon fully opening his eyes, he was surprised to find no one around, save for a serene, burning sun hanging at the farthest edge of the sky, dyeing the blue canvas in the most exquisite shades of bright orange, transitioning from light to deep hues of pale blue, lavender, soft yellow, vibrant orange, and culminating in a fiery red. In the glow of the sunset, a pair of young lovers, hand in hand, raced towards him, gradually drawing nearer. As Harry examined them closely, he observed them parting hands, as if only just noticing his presence, appearing somewhat bashful. "Harry, where have you been?" Hermione broke the silence, eager to dispel the awkwardness. "We've been searching for you everywhere. Curfew is approaching. I've been here by the Black Lake." Harry spoke up, thoughtfully gazing at the two individuals before him, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. Unable to withstand the moment, Ron briskly approached and pulled Harry to his feet, suggesting they visit Hagrid's small hut for a while. Harry nodded in agreement, and the trio made their way forward. Suddenly, a voice emerged from his mind, questioning why he had fallen asleep. "It was by you." This afternoon, noticing Harry's peculiar state, he had approached with a sense of caution, not expecting Harry to have dozed off by the Black Lake for 2 or 3 hours, an utterly bewildering occurrence. "Hagrid, open up. We've come to see you." Harry rapped on the door, standing before the imposing wooden entrance that towered over him. With a creak, the door swung open. Upon entering, it was evident that Hagrid had kept his modest abode remarkably tidy. A colossal bed adorned with a mattress crafted from pristine unicorn feathers and a cozy blanket awaited. Beside the bed stood an enormous chair, seemingly fashioned from rich red hardwood, its design unique, with 2 curved wooden legs intertwined and topped with a soft brown cushion. As Hagrid settled into the chair, it emitted a groan of protest under his weight. To the right, a fireplace crackled with flames, bordered by an iron frame embellished with ancient patterns. In front of it lay a massive gray stone table, polished to a gleaming shine. Upon it rested a white flower pot, blooming with vibrant purple flowers, while several green tendrils cascaded over the stone surface. A charming little tree frog perched nearby, its delicate arms appearing as if they could snap with a mere touch. Upon noticing the guests, it shyly concealed itself within the flower pot, occasionally peeking out to catch a glimpse of their faces. Come in," Hagrid beckoned, his warmth contrasting sharply with the quaintness of the hut. As Harry stepped onto the wooden floor, he seemed oblivious to the subtle changes around him, while Ron sensed something amiss yet remained uncertain. Hermione, however, cheerfully perched on a small stone stool, resting her hands beside the flower pot, eagerly awaiting the chance to interact with the delightful little creature. The tree frog, sensing the girl's kind disposition, cautiously revealed itself, its tiny limbs fluttering with newfound resolve as it grasped Hermione's thumb. The unique texture under her touch elicited a delighted laugh from Hermione. "How adorable! The magical world is simply marvelous." Harry watched the scene unfold, a smile gracing his lips, the flickering firelight casting a gentle glow upon his youthful face, enhancing his gentlemanly demeanor and serene aura. Hagrid radiated joy, excitedly sharing with the trio, "Tonight, during the curfew, I plan to take you into the Forbidden Forest to see this little fellow. While patrolling the outskirts, I stumbled upon its traces and followed it to its nest. It's simply enchanting." Hagrid's face beamed with delight, his bushy beard trembling with each hearty laugh, while the rocking chair beneath him creaked rhythmically. Ron feigned curiosity, though he was indeed intrigued by the little creature. He cast a sidelong glance around, recalling the small cabin he had seen in the dormitory cinema, which certainly wasn't as cozy as this. Could he have misremembered? However, he soon succumbed to Hagrid's warm hospitality, as if a channel had been opened within him. The rock cakes, softened to a delightful tenderness, were exceptionally sweet and delectable, complemented by a pot of sugary tea and sizzling sausages roasted over the fire, adorned with a medley of seasonings. Ron swallowed hard and quickly began to devour the food, having barely touched his dinner earlier while searching for Harry. Harry, on the other hand, was even less concerned. In his past life memories, Hagrid had always been a remarkably loyal and trustworthy friend. Even Dumbledore had once proclaimed his faith in Hagrid, asserting that he would entrust his very life to him. Hermione lowered her gaze, breaking off a small piece of rock cake from her hand and presenting it to the bowtruckle, waving it enticingly before its eyes. The little creature seemed tempted, leaping onto Hermione's hand and wrapping its tiny arms around the substantial morsel before it. No, no, Hagrid interjected, preventing the little one from indulging in the unfamiliar food. He turned to Hermione and explained that this creature typically fed on insects and had never been offered rock cakes before. Hermione smiled shyly, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. As dusk descended outside, the torches hanging by the door of the cabin flickered to life, illuminating a small patch of ground in front. Soon, the students destined for detention arrived in groups of 3s and 4s, a dozen or so in total, their voices peppered with complaints. "It's all your fault, Wood. You two have shortened our Quidditch practice time," one voice lamented. "And where's Harry? Why didn't he show up this afternoon? Is he getting detention with us? If I see him, I'll give him a good talking to." The Weasley twins shrank back, opting not to provoke their irate captain at that moment. Chapter 38. A Flight for Survival. As Harry stepped out of the door behind Hagrid, he caught the distant murmur of complaints, suddenly reminded of the afternoon's practice, which left him feeling somewhat guilty. He attempted to hide behind Hagrid's towering figure, hoping to escape notice. However, Hagrid seemed to sense his intentions and promptly ushered him to the front. "Harry," Hagrid said with a hint of exasperation. Caught off guard, Harry found himself thrust to the forefront and, upon meeting Wood's gaze, offered a sheepish smile. The unequal treaty they had signed was temporarily set aside as Ron and Hermione chuckled at Harry's blunder. Hagrid divided the group of about a dozen into 5 smaller teams, each consisting of 3 or 4 members, typically pairing upperclassmen with younger students, assigning tasks based on their respective strengths. Those with slightly greater prowess were designated to venture into the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest to gather herbs for Professor Sprout's potions class. A somewhat lesser task involves performing chores such as weeding the lawn, without the aid of magic. Hagrid, however, led Harry and the others to observe a gathering of tree guardians known as the Bowtruckles, which he had discovered while patrolling the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest during the day. "Keep your voices down," Hagrid turned, holding up a lantern, placing his large finger over his lips in a gesture for silence. Ron and Hermione nodded, their gazes scanning the dark, silent woods, shivering slightly. Harry opened his eyes wide, feeling the pulsating magic around him. The further they ventured, the more potent the magic became, nearly blinding him with its brilliance emanating from Hagrid. He scrutinized the surroundings, perceiving no lurking dangers, which eased his mind. Yet, something felt amiss. What were those 2 bright points of light behind them? Harry pondered, and as the voices of the Weasley twins drifted to him, understanding dawned. "I knew it. Hagrid is sneaking us into the depths of the Forbidden Forest to avoid something unsavory," Fred remarked. "You're right, brother. It seems we follow the right path." George concurred with a nod. "Who goes there?" Hagrid spun around, brandishing his pink umbrella towards the source of the noise. "Oh dear, no need to be so excited." Yes, why the commotion?" "It's us," came the familiar voices, prompting Hagrid to relax slightly, exclaiming, "I knew you wouldn't stay out of trouble for long." Ron, covering his face, found it hard to watch. Those two were indeed a comedic pair. "That is not fair to us. It's simply unjust," the twins clamored, as if they had seized upon a weakness to extract favors from Hagrid. With a dismissive grunt, Hagrid replied, "Let us keep moving. If we linger, you'll lose sleep." He prodded the ground with his pink umbrella, clearing away dead branches and stones to facilitate the younger students' passage, while also raising the lantern higher to broaden the area illuminated ahead. That Esset," Hermione trembled, pointing frantically ahead, her tone slightly unsteady, evidently startled. Harry, too, focused intently on the front, where Hagrid stood motionless, fixated on a figure clad in a black wizard's robe, his expression wary, veins prominent in his large hands. Ron, bewildered by the sudden seriousness of the atmosphere, wondered what was happening. The twins, sensing the halt of the four ahead, crept closer. "Don't move," Harry commanded sharply. A heavy tension enveloped the group as the twins instinctively halted, clutching their wands, aimed at the encroaching figure. It was not a person, but rather a creature that stepped into the radius of the lantern's glow, fully revealing itself to Harry and his companions. He was draped in a black wizard's robe, revealing a gaunt, cyan arm, prominently displaying protruding veins through which a blue liquid flowed languidly. The hand clutching the wand resembled a claw, with long, sharp nails stained with dried blood and remnants of white flesh. The other arm lay concealed beneath the fabric, from which slithering creatures emerged through the gaps, resembling both venomous serpents and earthworms, while dark spiders and scorpions gathered nearby. The rustling sound filled the air. Hermione, having reached her limit, found the terror of the creature surpassing her comprehension. A piercing scream startled the birds perched in the trees, sending them soaring into the sky. And students working around the forbidden forest looked up, some older students drawing closer, congregating towards the source of the commotion. Hagrid feigned composure, urging them to flee, though his slightly trembling frame betrayed his inner turmoil. A spell shot forth from behind, aimed at the figure before them. With a mere flick of his wand, the individual effortlessly nullified the sudden attack. Silently and without exertion, he erased all traces of the magical assault. As the figure approached, he exhibited no sign of anger. Resembling a pre-programmed automaton, Avada Kedavra, a beam of green light struck the ground at Hagrid's feet. The figure tilted his head, mocking the palpable fear evident on the faces of those before him. What followed was an onslaught of creatures. Serpents slithered menacingly, poisonous frogs perched on branches, and looming in the shadows were Grindylows, red-capped beings, and a monstrous figure with 8 eyes, accompanied by the distant howls of wolves. "Run!" George stepped forward, grasping Ron's hand and signaling to Fred, who nodded in agreement and took hold of Hermione's hand. "Harry, hurry!" they shouted. After spending years together, the Weasley twins understood that Harry was unlike others, more mature and composed, fully aware of what needed to be done. Harry realized that remaining would only hinder Hagrid, yet he possessed a unique advantage that could assist Hagrid. Thus, he pretended to run a few steps forward, observing the 4 retreating safely ahead and Hagrid's trusting demeanor behind, before turning back, raising his wand, and aiming at the creature. With a spell, a venomous snake fell from the branches, landing between Harry and Hagrid. Hagrid turned in surprise, glancing back at Harry with a hint of anger in his expression. The 4, desperately fleeing, were now aware of Hermione recovering from her earlier fright as she realized they were moving quickly. She turned back, screaming, "Harry! Harry's not here!" Upon hearing this, Fred kicked Ron, urging, "You must inform the students in the Forbidden Forest to flee." "What about you?" Ron's voice trembled, nearly breaking into tears. "Take Hermione and go. Tell Dumbledore," Fred shouted. "Be careful." George cast a spell to vanquish a venomous serpent that loomed near Hermione, who was understandably shaken. Having recently ventured into the magical realm, she had yet to learn any formidable offensive spells. The few she had acquired were rendered useless in her state of extreme fear, her mind a tumultuous haze. The 2 brothers turned and sprinted back in the direction they had come, fervently hoping to catch sight of Harry. Ron, pulling Hermione along, deftly navigated past one perilous creature after another, silently praying for the safety of his brother and Harry. Suddenly, Ron halted, a tempest of anxiety raging within him. What if something had happened to them? How would he carry on with life if they were lost? He turned to Hermione and shouted, "You must go warn others. I will search for them." With that, he released her hand and swung his wand like a club, sending a scorpion flying as it lunged at him. "Be careful," Hermione exclaimed, taken aback by Ron's abrupt actions. Anger and frustration boiled within her. She despised being the one left behind, watching Ron's retreating figure, and quickened her pace. A protruding branch grazed her calf, causing her to stumble and land on the ground, where a scorpion clamped onto her stocking, sending jolts of pain through her. A stark reminder that remaining stationary was far more perilous than moving forward. Tears streamed down Hermione's face as the world around her blurred past. She could not afford to search for them now. Someone had to warn the upperclassmen. Someone needed to inform Dumbledore. "Bastards! A bunch of bastards!" she cried amidst her tears. Chapter 39, Poisoned. In the shadowy forest, the moonlight filtered through the interwoven branches, casting a faint glow to illuminate the path ahead. Merlin's socks. What sins did we commit in our past lives to deserve such a troublesome junior? Fred grumbled as he stumbled, knocking aside a small snake that obstructed their path. "Shut your mouth and conserve your strength. Harry is still back there, and we don't know his condition. And Hagrid too," George retorted sharply. Fred fell silent. The 2 retrieved a few dung bombs from their pockets, exchanging a knowing smile. "Aragog, what brings you here?" Hagrid lamented as he gazed at the enormous 8-eyed spider that had suddenly appeared before him. The mysterious figure unleashed several light spells, which were deflected by Hagrid's pink umbrella. Any stray spells that slipped through were promptly neutralized by Harry with a well-aimed spell. As venomous snakes approached, the unfortunate little serpent unwittingly served as a shield for the 2. Aragog's long legs began to move, crawling towards the mysterious figure, crushing several fragile saplings beneath its weight. The spider, with its thick, dark bristles nearly as wide as a person, obediently halted beside the enigmatic figure, its 8 eyes darting restlessly. On the ground, small venomous creatures scattered in panic, while those unable to escape were squashed by Aragog, their colorful juices splattering the grass. The individual extended an arm concealed beneath their dark robe. The hand was distinctly different from the other, its purple skin adorned with a mysterious dragon totem, entwined with iron chains. As Harry leaned closer for a clearer view, Hagrid suddenly seized him. The Dark Lord stroked the spider leg standing nearby, and Aragog obediently remained still. "Why are you still here?" Hagrid seemed irate, wielding a pink umbrella as he gestured towards the individual before him, urging Harry to leave. "We shall go together," Harry asserted resolutely. By you, are you there? Is there any way you can assist us?" No one responded. "By you. Damn it." Still, silence prevailed. A sheen of perspiration broke out on Harry's forehead as he turned away from Hagrid, glancing at the wondrous creatures encircling them. The howls of wolves grew nearer, while a redcap lay curled beneath a large tree, weeping like a frail girl. Grindelwald, with his green, hardened claws, scratched at the ground, fixating on the two individuals before him. Suddenly, Harry felt a damp heaviness upon his hair. With trembling hands, he reached up, discovering what seemed to be the saliva of some creature. Almost instantly, a numbness spread from his fingertips. Heaven is abandoning me. But before he could ponder further, a massive stone plummeted from the sky, landing upon his toes. Ow! Harry instinctively stifled his cry with his palm, glancing down to find a stone bird snake, or rather, a petrified one, as if a wizard had turned it to stone. The creature ahead remained motionless, fearfully gazing at the tree to Harry's right. He distinctly heard the immense friction between scales and bark, with small branches continuously falling around him. Damn! A basilisk! The mysterious figure, lost in thought, halted in his advance, fixated on Hagrid, as if anticipating the two would be devoured by the multitude of magical beings surrounding them. In his decades of existence, Harry had never faced such an overwhelming number of magical creatures concurrently. Managing them individually was a challenge, but confronting them all at once felt insurmountable. Pressing closely against Hagrid, he sensed that the giant was trembling as well. A strange amusement welled within Harry. It was oddly humorous to realize that even Hagrid could one day fear the little cuties he often spoke of. Harry opened his eyes, employing his ability to perceive the flow of magical energy, enhancing both his attack efficiency and his defense against potential threats. Suddenly, an immense weight bore down on his back. No, it can't be. Bang! Harry found himself pinned to the ground beneath Hagrid's body, immobilized. Hagrid, he thought, his eyes widening in alarm, unable to see what transpired outside. He could only smell the surrounding earth, visions from his past flashing vividly in his mind, as if he were about to confront the loss of someone dear to him once more. Quickly, Harry felt along Hagrid's body, trembling slightly. "Oh, please don't be nervous. This big fellow isn't dead," he reassured himself, memories of lifeless bodies surfacing in his mind. "Please, help me, I beg you," Harry cried, desperation lacing his voice. No one answered. "You. No. Armor of protection. Inverted bell." Harry summoned all his magical power to envelop Hagrid in a protective shield, then cast a mischievous spell that lifted Hagrid's body off the ground, leaving him suspended upside down on a tree branch, which seemed a tad safer than the ground below. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the earth, observing the creatures gradually encircling him. The twins hid behind a large tree, gazing at the gathering of wondrous beings ahead. "Should we proceed?" George inquired, eyeing the assembly of serpents, a giant python, Little Red Riding Hood, Grindelwald, a werewolf leaning against a tree, and a basilisk clinging to the lower branches, its body quivering slightly, alongside many creatures he had only encountered in textbooks, yet felt utterly powerless against. Fred remained silent, tightly gripping a dung bomb in his hand. The tree guardian bug, sensing the boy's trepidation, leaped onto Fred's hair, clinging on fiercely. "Ouch!" Fred yelped, attracting the attention of some creatures nearby. "Quick, we should flee. We can craft a magnificent tombstone for Harry." George turned away, striving to ignore his growing unease about what fate awaited Harry if they fled. An imposing figure dangling from branch. Finally, someone spoke up. Fred seized the opportunity to escape, glancing at the dung bomb in his hand, as if seeking redemption, and hurled it behind him. "May this bring you a glimmer of hope." The air was thick with the stench reminiscent of an exploded toilet as Harry, having just endured a physical blow, now faced a mental assault. "Damn it!" he exclaimed. The Dark Lord drew nearer through the murky atmosphere, and the basilisk on his right descended, seemingly unfazed, flicking its scarlet tongue and coiling around Harry. In a moment of delirium, Harry envisioned his great-great-grandmother. Filled with bitterness over his lack of knowledge regarding powerful offensive spells, his thoughts drifting to that particular book. No, the serpent entwined around him did not intend to strangle him. In his dazed state, Harry caught a glimpse of the figure before him, purple tendrils creeping from the arms to the shoulders. His mind began to spiral, questioning whether this was to be his fate. He pondered wildly about their escape. How long could Hagrid maintain his grip on the branch? Who was this sudden apparition? No, it resembled not a human. Beneath the black robes was a multitude of serpents writhing restlessly. Harry leaned against the serpent, the venom infiltrating his brain, his muscles relaxing, feeling as though he could shed the weight of his body at any moment. Amidst the haze, a cacophony of voices emerged around him. Why is our master asleep? Indeed, he has just seen us. Doesn't he usually enjoy using this great serpent as a cushion? What right does that giant have to press upon our master? What has happened to him? Why is he turning purple? So beautiful, just like my own color. Huh, don't harbor foolish dreams, you old fool. Chapter 40, The Little Snake. Ron suddenly noticed that the eyes of the two individuals were tinged with red, their expressions laden with profound sorrow, and their demeanor exuded a sense of despondency. The vivacity and cheerfulness they typically radiated had vanished, replaced by a palpable sense of defeat. A heaviness began to settle in Ron's heart, akin to the sensation of plummeting from a great height, as if he were suspended above a precipice. His heart felt as though it had been punctured, leaking a torrent of despair. He stared blankly at the two, collapsing onto the ground, where a small snake slithered nearby. George, upon noticing, promptly shooed the serpent away. He was bewildered by the tearing pain within him, reminiscent of a bond forged over many years, almost as if he were mourning the loss of a lifelong friend. The agony rendered him nearly speechless. It felt as though he had perished alongside Harry, his physical form shrouded in a thick fog, isolated by an invisible barrier. He gazed vacantly at the desolate scene before him, as Fred knelt beside him, concerned, and gently shook his shoulder. George leaned in closer, tenderly patting his cheek. Suddenly, a small green creature appeared above Fred's head, leaping onto Ron's shoulder. Ron remained motionless, allowing the creature to nibble at him. A piercing pain throbbed in his head, as if the very fabric of reality were unraveling. And in a daze, he envisioned moments of camaraderie shared with Harry and Hermione, memories of his brother's wedding, and glimpses of himself and Hermione in wedding attire. He saw the ruins of Hogwarts after the battle, his mother weeping for Fred, and George, with his ear missing, his face marred by deep wounds, drawing Ron into a haunting allure. Meanwhile, Hermione was sprinting frantically, encountering the first upperclassman. Would, please, she implored, gripping his shirt with a desperate expression. Hurry and inform Dumbledore and the other professors. We have encountered a dark wizard. Hagrid stayed behind to allow us to escape while facing him, and Harry and the others remained as well. Hermione could not fathom why she felt such terror toward the figure in the black robe, as if she were a lamb confronting a wolf, or a small fish instinctively evading a predator. The sound of nails scraping across a chalkboard resonated in her mind, akin to the ancient beasts feasting upon human bones. A sound etched deep within her marrow, a fear that had persisted for millennia. The fields of chives had been harvested time and again. A new cycle of hunting was about to commence. By the time Dumbledore received the news and arrived, he found Hagrid pinned atop Harry, who was bruised and battered, on the verge of slipping away. Dumbledore struggled to contain his fury. When Harry awoke, he discovered himself in the infirmary. A glance to the side revealed a mountain of gifts piled on another bed, where a small figure was busily sorting through them. Dobby, with his bald head and large, leaf-like ears, clad in a tiny garment. A gust of wind swept through, dislodging a pale green card from the heap of presents, floating gently down, upon which golden lettering proclaimed something about Harry, though he could not discern the rest. Dobby seemed to have discovered something and immediately bent down to pick it up, muttering softly, bad Dobby, as he discarded the master's card. Nearby, two voices could be heard exchanging words. Upon closer inspection, they belonged to Madame Pomfrey and Dumbledore. This toxin is peculiar. I've never encountered anything like it, Madame Pomfrey remarked with a serious expression, causing Dumbledore's countenance to darken upon hearing her words. Severus Snape, too, was at a loss, as he was busy concocting an antidote for Harry, a general remedy, yet strange circumstances surrounded it. Madame Pomfrey paused for a moment, revealing that Harry's own body could absorb this toxin, which seemed to even enhance his magical prowess. However, the potential side effects remained unclear. For now, it was best for him to reside in the infirmary for observation over the next few days. The remaining conversation eluded Harry, as drowsiness swept over him, his body feeling extraordinarily heavy, his head akin to a leaden weight, compelling him into the realm of dreams. He seemed to forget something, plunging once more into a sweet slumber. Within the open collar of his shirt, a small azure snake tattoo moved languidly. Additionally, on his left forearm, beneath the pristine wristband, a purple snake's tail tip was delicately adorned. Harry, you must further hone your abilities, not merely in strength, but in other realms as well. such as your understanding of the world, leadership skills, and the capacity to command, he faintly heard a voice echo before succumbing to deep sleep, utterly unaware of what awaited him in the days to come. Where am I? Harry wondered aloud, surveying his surroundings, which were dominated by towering bookshelves filled with volumes on economics, politics, military strategy, psychology, finance, architecture, fine arts, music, physical prowess, literature, and history. The sheer volume of knowledge was overwhelming, and he felt a headache brewing. From the Muggle world to the magical realm, since the advent of written records, the number of tomes continued to swell. As he ventured further, he sensed distant ripples, as if the very essence of the future beckoned him. Suddenly, the figure of Gryffindor appeared before him, wearing a smile. You heard everything I just said, didn't you? This year, we shall lay a solid theoretical foundation. Harry looked at the figure before him with difficulty, sensing a glimmer of pity in Gryffindor's gaze, as if recognizing the impossibility of absorbing such vast knowledge without effort. With so many books, even if I read one a day, I would never finish them all in a lifetime, Harry pointed out, having found a flaw in the logic. And he regarded Gryffindor with a sense of triumph. Gryffindor chuckled. Did you think that my sacrifice of soul, combined with the wisdom of Ravenclaw, along with the steadfast support of Slytherin and Hufflepuff, would overlook your predicament? It was anticipated long ago. The flow of time in this space differs from that of the external world. However, learning incurs certain costs, which we have already borne for you. A hint of sadness flickered across Gryffindor's face, as if lost in thought. Harry, sensing the moment's gravity, fell silent, his expression tinged with sorrow. What do I look? What are the requirements for observation? That is for you to decide, but know that you have a brother now. Gryffindor could not contain his laughter as he pulled a figure from the void, tall, slender, with jet black hair and striking emerald eyes. A gentle smile revealed pearly white teeth. Yet an unsettling aura surrounded him, instilling a sense of trepidation. Hi! The book in Harry's hand fell to the floor. This was another version of himself. Gryffindor seemed oblivious to the peculiar tension between them, patting Harry on the shoulder. You two will share the labor. Knowledge will be exchanged. As night fell, Gryffindor's small team embarked on their grand adventure. Four figures stealthily slipped out of the common room, the Weasley brothers generously providing the Marauder's map. The red-haired Ron took the lead as a lookout, while the nocturnal queen, Hermione, remained vigilant for any emerging figures. Together, they initiated a clandestine visit to Harry. Why can't we go during the day? Ron queried. Are you daft? George chided, lightly tapping Ron's head with the map. Dumbledore, for reasons unknown, won't he allow us to visit him? Even gifts must be placed in one spot and relayed through house elves. Ow! Ron protested softly, objecting to his brother's actions. Hermione pinched the soft flesh at Ron's side, hissing, Don't make a sound. She then shot a glare at George. And you keep quiet. George raised an eyebrow, gestured with his hand over his mouth, and nodded in silent agreement. Fred snatched the map from George's hands, observing the moving dots with understanding. Suddenly, he spun around, spotting a platinum-haired head that had not yet concealed itself. Chapter 41. The Visit. Hey, brother. The purple figure stirred. Ouch, don't hit me. The inexperienced little snake appeared somewhat aggrieved. Green snake, have I shown you any leniency? The blue snake seemed to bear an enormous grievance as a blue mist wafted past Harry's arm, vanishing in an instant, leaving a blue tattoo on his face. The purple snake appeared speechless, closing its eyes to sense Harry's current state. Logically, the toxin should have been fully absorbed by now. He ought to have awakened. Stay away from me. Harry frowned, impatiently glancing at the individual behind him, unaware that his expression could convey such distaste. He slammed his book down onto the desk, signifying his intense anger, hoping the person would take the hint. Ugh. The other Harry set down the book on financial management and institutions, frowning deeply. Who put this in all Chinese? I can't recognize a single character. Have some pity on me. He leaned down, resting his arms on the desk, his eager hands reaching out. I am you, and I know you don't particularly enjoy reading. How about joining me for a game of Quidditch? Harry felt a flicker of temptation. It must be said that this person had struck a chord within him. However, at this juncture, his teeth itched with a simmering resentment, genuinely believing that this individual harbored no good intentions. Harry raised an eyebrow, his mouth twisting into an odd shape, revealing half of his teeth and upper gums, an unmistakable display of his impatience. The old-fashioned one, nestled at a distance, watched the two children interact with a smile, scratching his head. He felt that the development diverged from the initial expectations he and the others had envisioned, yet he still placed his unwavering trust in Ravenclaw, confident that she had foreseen this situation. Xylan pondered for a moment, agreeing that the performance had concluded and the liaison's task was fulfilled. Why then did her master appear as if he scarcely recognized them? Xylan opened her mouth wide, revealing her sharp teeth, poised to strike fiercely. Just then, the door to the infirmary creaked open. Hurry! Someone is peeking through the crack. A red head emerged. Get in quickly. A slender, delicate hand forcefully pushed Ron's head down. Ron stumbled back and swung open the infirmary door. Quick, we need to hide in the clothes. Hide where? Brother. You fool. Anywhere, but what's exposed, obviously. Oh, outside, the Weasley twins hesitated. George, you go in first. No, you go in first. Embracing the noble tradition of respecting elders and nurturing the young, you should go first. Brother, you are older, you should go first. Hermione, already inside, watched the two outside as if they were performing a comedic routine, closing her mouth into a straight line. Come in, you two, moving as slowly as a tortoise. Hermione, the queen, briskly pulled the hesitant pair into the ward, unaware of what transpired between the twins and Harry, only knowing that if they delayed any longer, they would be discovered by patrolling professors. Harry and Ron stepped up to the bed, observing Harry's furrowed brow, a sign of worry. He seemed to have slept poorly. After this ordeal, Ron resolved to refrain from probing into the secrets Harry harbored, instead choosing to follow his innermost desire to be a good friend. Hermione, too, felt a twinge of concern. Although frustrated that Harry had not accompanied them, she sensed that he was not as weak as he outwardly appeared. He seemed to embody the archetype of an ordinary individual who, with effort, could surpass the challenges, while Hermione, following behind, felt a weariness enveloping her. The moonlight was cool and gentle, far more approachable than the sun, yet not everyone could ascend to the heavens. This sense of helplessness pierced Hermione deeply, a feeling of powerlessness, of being cornered, of abandoning her companions while making a hasty retreat. She vowed never to experience such a situation again. Ron, having gleaned the circumstances from his brothers, felt anger towards their inaction, yet he understood profoundly that such a predicament was beyond the capabilities of two third-year young wizards. He was also particularly curious about how Harry had survived such a dire situation. Why did Hagrid once again press Harry beneath him? The school is abuzz with speculation. Some have unearthed the history of Hagrid's mother being a giant, and others recall that he once served time in Azkaban for endangering a classmate. These individuals contend that Hagrid lured Harry and his companions into the forest with the intent to eliminate the Chosen One. It is a well-known historical remnant that during the reign of the Dark Lord, giants were formidable allies. Many believe this narrative, yet Ron, Hermione, and those who have interacted with Hagrid remain unconvinced. As someone who enjoys Dumbledore's unwavering trust, Hagrid was entrusted to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone from the vault and to connect with the giants hidden in the valley, even in the wake of the Dark Lord's return. Ron is certain that others are attempting to frame Hagrid once more. While Harry slumbers, the four friends gather at his bedside, and Ron quietly shares his thoughts with the Weasley twins. Their expressions, however, appear somewhat peculiar. They neither affirm nor deny his suspicions. Fred gently tugged on George's sleeve, signaling him to remain silent. What is this? Harry inquired, pointing to a book in his hands, its cover inscribed with a series of Russian characters. He glared at Gryffindor, demanding, "What do you take me for? Why not translate it into English?" Initially filled with ambition to utilize the differential passage of time to enrich himself, he found himself thwarted at the first hurdle by his illiteracy. Ah, this is the manifesto of the XX party, Gryffindor chuckled, as if Harry were cradling a fascinating treasure. Sighing in resignation, Harry relinquished hope for this unreliable ancient figure who, despite retaining the visage of his youth, had lived for over a millennium. Chapter 42. Consolation. Draco hesitated, uncertain whether to enter. Concealed around a corner in the corridor, he crouched down, cradling his knees in his arms. The nearest source of light was a fair distance away, illuminated only by the moonlight filtering through the window. He became entranced by a small mouse scurrying in the moonlight. What? A mouse! He was startled, plump and round, with a tuft of yellow fur atop its head. It reminded him distastefully of the enigmas currently residing near Ron. He had left it alone before, because Harry had mentioned a plan to maintain the status quo until Professor Quirrell's arrival. Now, Draco's mind swirled with 1,000 ideas on how to exact a severe punishment on that despicable traitor, the one who served Voldemort and had once humiliated his family so thoroughly. The image of that diminutive man, brimming with arrogance, clenched Draco's fists in indignation. It seemed that anyone could bully them now. Creaking, the door to the infirmary was stealthily opened. Ron and the others left behind some delectable treats, and Hermione diligently copied her class notes, placing them atop the small mountain of gifts. She pinned a note on the bedside table, hoping that Harry would not neglect his studies. Observing 4 individuals stealthily slip away, Malfoy curled his lip in disdain. Noting their lack of the requisite audacity and bravery befitting a Gryffindor, their actions replete with timidity and a certain pettiness. Casting a glance around, Malfoy discerned no sounds or shadows, and with utmost caution, he tiptoed through the narrow gap left by the quartet ahead. Harry, Malfoy hesitated, the figure lying upon the hospital bed stirring within him a reluctance to confront Harry. An inner voice urged him to follow his heart. Draco was bewildered by the myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind. With the area devoid of any presence, he bared his teeth in a momentary grimace, relaxing the tension in his facial muscles while pondering how to initiate a conversation with Harry. He had never contemplated that Harry might be asleep at this hour. In his memory, Harry was the quintessential night owl, perpetually roaming the darkness, especially after the recent visit from 4 others, including 2 of his closest friends from past life. "Hey kid," a hand clapped on Draco's shoulder. Ouch! Draco's exclamation was abruptly muffled by Fred's palm. Calloused and robust, the earthy scent mingling with the fragrance of grass and a hint of sweat. He felt profoundly insulted, stammering, "You," as George restrained him by the shoulder. "We just spotted you," they said in unison. The Marauders map truly was a remarkable tool. They had successfully diverted Ron and Hermione, and it seemed the camaraderie among Draco and the 2 brothers was stronger than anticipated, as they recalled seeing them engaged in friendly conversation at the Gryffindor table, unconsciously overlooking Harry's presence amongst them. "We are the most loyal to Harry," George declared, brandishing his wand menacingly at Draco's neck, while Fred nodded in agreement. "We must atone for our past misdeeds," Fred murmured. Hearing this, Draco felt a peculiar itch of curiosity. Speaking only half a sentence was hardly commendable. "What does a Slytherin intend to do with Harry?" Fred inched closer, clutching a dung bomb, causing Draco's eye to twitch with the vivid memories of the mischief these 2 had wrought in a previous life. The thought of being enveloped in the stench of excrement made him want to leap away. For years, his disdain for the Weasley family had been unwavering. But in that instant, it dissipated faster than a fleeting thought. The Malfoy family had always been astute in assessing circumstances. Draco consoled himself. "I am a good friend of Harry's," he insisted, wriggling in an attempt to escape George's grip. "What can be believed of a Slytherin serpent?" George retorted, refusing to relent. Fred, brandishing the dung bomb closer, watched as Draco's eyes became fixated, crossing in a comical fashion. "Oh, come now, stop the antics." George released Draco at once. At that moment, Harry awoke, struggling to rise, yet his entire body remained lethargic, still burdened by the lingering toxins that had yet to be fully absorbed. "Listen, I speak nothing but the truth." Draco had finally discovered the evidence to validate his claims. He broke free from his restraints and hurried to Harry's side. Observing Harry's attempt to stand, he promptly supported him, providing a pristine, soft pillow for added comfort. The once arrogant twins now stood in silence, their heads bowed in dejection before Harry. We, George began, yet words eluded him. "After we realized you were missing, we rushed to find you. But there were so many." Fred intended to articulate his thoughts fully, awaiting Harry's judgment, but hesitated. "So we fled, which led to your grievous injuries." George picked up where Fred left off. Beside them, Draco seethed with rage. "Do you not pride yourselves on being Gryffindors? Do you not look down upon us Slytherins for our self-preservation? How is it that you now cower like cowards, choosing to flee when your companion is in peril?" The thought that he might never see Harry again ignited both old grievances and new animosities, and Draco unleashed his fury upon the 2 standing idly. The Weasley twins bowed their heads even lower, while Harry, somewhat taken aback, could not recall a moment when he had ever seen them, nor did he believe that rescuing him was an obligation. Moreover, considering the dire circumstances, the 2 brothers had only just completed their 2nd year and had not yet learned particularly aggressive spells. He found it understandable. "Ah, your choice to come here already attests to your bravery, while your decision to refrain from rushing in illustrates the wisdom inherent in your Gryffindor lineage. You have discerned the line between courage and recklessness," Harry remarked with a gentle smile. At that moment, he sincerely wished to console the troubled brothers, glancing at Fred, his own pain somewhat alleviated. Sensing Draco's intent to speak again, he restrained Draco's hand, signaling him to remain silent. Chapter 43. Reunion. Our trembling voices emerged from unknown lips. Harry continued to reassure them. "If you feel guilt, why not allow me to borrow your Marauder's map? I find it quite intriguing." The twins, feeling a sense of relief, hastily produced a piece of parchment from their sleeves and placed it on Harry's bedside. At that juncture, a voice in Harry's mind spoke up, questioning whether his kindness was genuine or feigned, so selfless that he disregarded being abandoned in a perilous situation, seizing upon the twins' guilt to procure something beneficial for himself. TSK. It seemed he indeed possessed the qualities of a Slytherin. Harry chose to ignore the voice. When he sought help, it remained inactive, and now, when he was safe, it intruded upon his peace of mind, truly an unwelcome presence. Bayou, acutely aware of his own shortcomings, observed that Harry had no intention of speaking. Thus, he discreetly sealed his lips. Their relationship had devolved into a mutual exploitation, a careful dance of wariness, both parties fully cognizant of their circumstances. Yet the moment to confront the truth had not yet arrived. Draco stood quietly nearby, his earlier agitation now subdued. He bowed his head, silently regarding Harry, his lowered eyelids concealing his gaze, delicate lashes casting a small shadow below. No one could fathom the thoughts swirling within him. At that moment, Harry felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He stifled a yawn. The hypnotic effect of the books was formidable, compounded by the lingering weakness from his poisoning. George noticed and promptly tugged at Fred's sleeve. The twins' unspoken understanding allowed Fred to grasp George's intent immediately. However, this time Harry refrained from calling out to them. Although he comprehended their intentions, emotions were an intrinsic aspect of humanity. The despair he had felt in the face of dire circumstances resurfaced in his heart, sealing his lips. He closed his eyes, feigning exhaustion to alleviate the awkwardness that hung in the air. The twins departed, disheartened. Turning to Draco, Harry inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Internally, a tempest raged, yet his words were light and airy, leaving others unable to discern the profound shifts within him. He refrained from mentioning the despair that had enveloped him when he learned of Harry's injuries or the anxiety that had plagued him when he could not reach out. The nuances of human emotions were intricate. In his heart, aside from his parents, Harry was the closest companion he had, sharing a bond forged through shared experiences. Yet, as more individuals gravitated towards Harry, it felt as if a cherished treasure was suddenly exposed to the world. Although he could not possess it, the illumination it cast upon others stirred a sense of loss within him. Sharing was not an innate human trait, but rather a construct shaped by societal teachings. Possession was the most profound release of deep-seated desires. Harry, perplexed, recalled the small boy who had delivered the envelope to Professor Quirrell on the first day of school. A flicker of recognition crossed his mind. "You needn't investigate further," Harry remarked, contemplating whether these individuals were akin to Quirrell in nature. Similar yet distinct, a voice interjected unexpectedly, but Harry chose to ignore it. Draco, puzzled, studied Harry's weary demeanor and opted to remain silent. He bid Harry farewell. "I made the Slytherin Quidditch team," he said, as if recalling something significant standing at the threshold. He himself was uncertain why he felt compelled to share this information. "Congratulations," Harry replied with a faint smile, his words laced with sincerity. Draco, uncertain of what reaction he saw from Harry, fell into a silence that felt increasingly awkward and quietly closed the door behind him. "Oh dear, I could hardly breathe. Why do they talk so incessantly?" A cerulean serpent materialized seemingly out of thin air, coiling around Harry's arm. The tightly arranged scales grazed his skin, leaving faint traces of moisture that made him somewhat uncomfortable. "All right, you can be quiet now. Even 5 of us combined cannot match your incessant chatter." A violet serpent appeared upon the pristine white bed linens, striking the azure serpent with its tail. "Let go. Can't you see your master is a bit distressed?" Initially taken aback, Harry's thoughts soon wandered back to the scene preceding his unconsciousness, the enigmatic figure, or rather, the collective entity of serpents. The massive serpent entwined around him, rivaling the basilisk in size, had not suffocated him. That was indeed fortuitous. The weighty sensation of oppression resurfaced in his mind. "Who are you?" Harry inquired, curiosity piqued. "How could the master not remember us?" The azure serpent lamented, releasing its grip momentarily. But upon hearing Harry's question, it sprung into a frenzied dance, leaping onto Harry's chest and writhing there. Although Harry harbored no fear of snakes, his first childhood interaction had been with one confined in a zoo. He was apprehensive of erratic serpents, particularly those of unknown origin. Feeling the awkward sensation upon his skin, Harry scrunched his brow in distaste, his mouth contorting into a peculiar shape as he contemplated brushing the creature off him. "I apologize, Master. It has been far too long since I last saw you, and I am a bit overexcited." The violet serpent, perceiving Harry's intentions, swiftly pulled the azure serpent away, executing the maneuver with a deftness that was almost painful to witness. The two serpents entwined, and the violet serpent flicked its tongue, striving to present its face to Harry. "Master, it is quite normal for you to not remember us at this moment." Nearby, the azure serpent's muffled voice lamented, "Woe is me, my brother no longer loves me." The human and serpent shared a moment of mutual exasperation. The violet serpent's speech interrupted, its form tightening once more in a more resolute embrace. Make that azure serpent hush. It must have been drowned by its own words in a past life, the violet serpent mused. Witnessing this scene, a sense of familiarity washed over Harry, stirring memories that seemed to resonate within him. Oh no, that won't be necessary. You may release it now. Harry felt a pang of compassion for the obedient violet serpent. The violet serpent remained steadfast, aware that releasing the azure serpent would only exacerbate its antics. Chapter 44. Injured. Master, we have come to assist you. According to the violet serpent, they had been rescued by a future version of Harry deep within a mountain range. One day, Harry had employed a magical artifact, sending them back in time, instructing them to showcase their abilities to their past master in order to secure their adoption. Harry vehemently refused to accept that this individual could possibly be himself. He could never possess such a twisted sense of humor. What are the myriad magical creatures? Did you summon them all? Harry inquired, adopting a tentative tone. Our powers have significantly waned after traversing time. Thus, we can only summon creatures of comparatively lesser peril. Once we have restored ourselves, summoning the legendary phoenix dragon and the Chelan will not pose much of a challenge. The purple serpent, despite its unassuming tone, could not conceal its pride and self-satisfaction. Really? Harry's heart soared with joy. However, even at the peak of our past abilities, we could only summon a single red phoenix. Xylan lowered its head, appearing somewhat disheartened. Oh, it's quite all right. Being able to summon a phoenix is already impressive, Harry quickly reassured. Brother, are you certain this is our summon? Or is it that old man Dumbledore's? He always seems to peck at us, like he is enjoying spicy snacks. Ching Gang interjected, interrupting him. The two serpents resumed their playful tussle, intertwining into a blue and purple braid. Harry's gaze was fixed ahead, yet his thoughts drifted far away. Uncertain of how to explain this matter to Dumbledore, still perceiving himself as a victim. Your current strength is indeed formidable. The voice in his mind remarked with a hint of sarcasm, but do not forget the task assigned by the system. These two pets are merely your aids, and it is the system that enhances your own power. Awakening from his reverie, Harry felt a cold breeze sweep through the warm room, sending a shiver through his hand. As if the skin and bones were two separate entities, one cold and the other warm, ready to detach at any moment. This sensation intensified, causing Harry to curl up in pain, the agony of his recent transition resurfacing within him. Yet, this pain felt different. His heart plummeted, descending into a frigid abyss. With his body aching and itching everywhere, Harry clawed at himself, but could never reach the source of his discomfort, leaving him in a state of confusion and helplessness. Blood seeping from the wounds and staining the sheets. His eyes throbbed, twitching with a crimson web of blood as it streamed from the corners. I know you've been keeping secrets from me. Bayou floated in the air, his toes slightly lowered, the hem of his garments billowing as if caressed by an unseen wind. The surrounding aura seemed to resonate, softly illuminating the figure at its center. Bayou sensed that something was amiss with Harry. While he slept by the Black Lake, the consciousness within his mind felt slightly foreign. Bayou observed intently, but could not pinpoint anything overtly wrong. Yet his intuition hinted at an underlying disturbance. This serves as a warning, he said, delivering both a blow and a sweet promise, cloaked in grandiose rhetoric. I merely wish for your assistance in crafting a body, so we may conspire for the future of the wizarding world. The sudden commotion startled the two playful serpents nearby. What has our master done now? They wondered. Bayou, agitated in his mind, questioned if this was a move to undermine him. Had the future Harry escaped his control? His golden hair lost its luster, and dark clouds gathered in his cerulean eyes. Calm yourself. Maintain tranquility, Dumbledore said with a gentle smile. Ultimately, this is my fault. Snape appeared somewhat remorseful, as a hint of guilt finally manifested on his otherwise impassive countenance. Had it not been for his momentary pique that led to Harry's confinement, the unfortunate assault might have been averted. Observing the undeniable expression on Snape's face, he recognized the futility of the situation. However, the mere confinement would suffice. Unbeknownst to Harry, a tragic fate awaited him. The following morning, when Madame Pomfrey opened the door to the infirmary, a piercing scream erupted as vivid crimson blood saturated the sheets. The acrid scent of blood mingling with a medicinal aroma, delivering a profound shock to Madame Pomfrey. The stark contrast between the pristine white walls adorned with vibrant greenery and the harrowing scene accentuated Harry's plight. Madame Pomfrey rushed in, and upon hearing the commotion, Dumbledore hastened to the scene, the murals on the walls signaling him that calamity had struck the infirmary, remnants of brown chocolate crumbs adorning his white beard. For the third time, Dumbledore stood guard over the infirmary, his azure eyes ablaze with fury, his penetrating gaze sweeping the vicinity. The rustle of his wizarding robes echoed as a tremendous surge of magical energy, born of his wrath, shattered the castle's walls, causing the entire edifice to tremble. Professor McGonagall was among the first to arrive. Dumbledore had regained his composure, yet an aura of dread emanated from him, rendering the professor silent. Only the gaping hole in the wall bore witness to the recent upheaval. A red stone fell, revealing tufts of dark brown, shaggy hair. Hagrid. Chapter 45, Vigilance. Hogwarts was in disarray, and for the first time in decades of teaching at this institution, the professors witnessed the extent of the headmaster's authority. All entrances and exits to the castle's secret passages were sealed by an invisible barrier, thwarting even the Weasley twins' attempts to escape and procure some Joe products. "Blimey," George exclaimed, clutching the red envelope on his forehead as he began to curse. The staircase in the main building began to spin wildly, as if infused with a spirit of its own, while the entrances to all dormitories were locked tight. The creatures depicted in the wall murals began to flee, be they human or animal. Even the ballet-dancing giant stirred slightly. The knights commenced rounding up disobedient students, ushering them into nearby classrooms or dormitories, gathering them in one place. House elves emerged from the kitchen, having received the task of safeguarding the students. In the Great Hall, the four colossal color-coded gaps began to transform, morphing into beams of light that shot out of the castle, enveloping the entire school within a protective barrier. Dumbledore waved his wand, and Hagrid's figure materialized in the corridor, albeit slightly diminished, appearing somewhat forlorn. The shattered walls with fallen stones seemed to find their way home, mending themselves. In the eyes of masters such as Snape and Professor McGonagall, magical motes coalesced in the air, arranging themselves into the likeness of runes imprinted upon the wall. Professor Quirrell, who had hurried over, could not help but take a sharp breath upon witnessing the scene before him. He felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Harry, his master, for his cautious demeanor. Had he been discovered, the consequences could have been dire. The potency of magic in this world was indeed formidable, and meticulous planning within their clan proved to be quite essential. Once again, he marveled at his master's foresight. Upon entering the infirmary, Dumbledore found Madame Pomfrey already applying salve to Harry's wounds. Although the injuries were in the process of healing, the remnants of their previous severity were still evident. Dumbledore's fury intensified as Snape squeezed his way into the room, his gaze falling upon Harry's pitiful state. The mental barriers he had erected nearly faltered, and his icy words threatened to freeze the very air around them. "How could you allow such a thing to happen under your protection? Have you grown so old that some have become emboldened and no longer fear you?" Professor McGonagall, standing a short distance away, disapproved of Snape's remarks. She contemplated speaking up, but decided against it. This was not the moment for disputes. It was the second instance of a student being harmed within Hogwarts. Even during the tumultuous reigns of two Dark Lords, Hogwarts had remained the safest sanctuary, where no one dared to attack students under Dumbledore's aegis, especially not one as significant as Harry. Harry remained unconscious, while the hulking figure of Hagrid's thoughts lingered on the moment he was besieged by those magical creatures. As for Ron, Hermione, and the Weasley twins, they had long since fled, aware only of a cloaked figure whose power eclipsed Dumbledore's and surpassed Snape's, a foe far beyond their novice capabilities. Dumbledore, suppressing his ire, turned to Professor McGonagall and instructed her to summon Ron, Hermione, and the Weasley twins. McGonagall's frustration mounted. At such a critical juncture, Dumbledore's request to fetch these students indicated that they had likely disregarded regulations to sneak into the infirmary once more. Nearby, Professor Snape appeared to relish the unfolding drama, understanding that this summons was far from benign. Unexpectedly, Dumbledore directed his gaze toward him and said, "You should also bring Mr. Malfoy here." Though Snape remained silent, his solemn demeanor radiated a chilling intensity that was palpable to all present. Flitwick, inform the heads of the houses and the professors currently teaching to cease their lessons and gather the students in the Great Hall. Dumbledore commanded with a wave of his hand. In that moment, a brilliant red phoenix materialized before them. Fawkes tilted his head, as if catching a whiff of something delectable. During this disruption, Professor Binns, who had fled the classroom due to the tremors within the castle, inadvertently passed through a wall and collided with a student. The young wizard shivered, the drowsiness that had begun to envelop him dissipating instantly, leaving him alert and wide awake. Professor Binns silenced the chatter of the young wizards, while Hermione, seated at the back of the classroom, confided in Ron her unsettling premonitions. Ron, somewhat indifferent, flipped through the thick tome of history of magic, scoffing at the revolts described within, which paled in comparison to the wars etched in his past memories. It all felt rather trivial, akin to childish play. Just then, Professor McGonagall entered, her icy gaze locking onto Ron and Hermione, rendering the two young wizards motionless, a foreboding sense of dread enveloping their hearts. The sky was exceptionally azure, with large clouds lazily drifting by, while distant birds chirped merrily. Harry lay upon the soft grass, arms crossed behind his head, using them as a pillow, exuding a carefree demeanor and blissful expression. "Are you not concerned? Everyone outside is worried about you," remarked Gryffindor, recalling the scene he had just witnessed. This little lad was indeed endearing. With so many fretting over him, one might truly say he was worthy of being the savior chosen by Ravenclaw. "Allow me to rest here for a moment," Harry murmured, inhaling the fresh air, which differed from that outside. He opened his eyes, observing no signs of magical flow. Yet he could sense the abundant magic surrounding him. Lingering here would surely benefit his well-being. "Are you well?" Since the arrival of the two serpents, Gryffindor could now perceive the happenings around Harry, who had previously been as blind as a bat. Perhaps now he could offer this unfortunate little one a modicum of sage advice. He shifted closer, gently patting Harry's head with his large hand. Harry felt an overwhelming sense of familial affection and care. Was this the feeling of a father? It reminded him of Sirius, and he resolved to invite his godfather over once he resolved his own matters. He did not wish to confront Sirius, only to be ensnared by that wretched individual in his mind, forced into actions against his will. A wave of emotion washed over Harry, his nose tingling and his eyes brimming with unshed tears. He turned his head to avoid the gaze of the man beside him. "I'm quite all right," he reassured. "The two serpents sent to me can withstand the pain inflicted by that person in my mind. That is indeed the best news." Harry spoke with a sense of optimism. Chapter 46. A heartfelt discussion. "Do you have any plans?" Gryffindor asked in a calm tone, not pressuring Harry to leave this sanctuary of tranquility, akin to a conversation with a friend, hoping Harry would share his innermost thoughts. "As for plans, indeed I do have a few," Harry replied with newfound enthusiasm, sitting up to face Gryffindor, his excitement palpable. The conflict between Muggles and wizards serves as the perfect pretext. "Oh, I would love to hear more," Gryffindor encouraged, a glimmer of understanding dawning in his eyes. "Since that individual does not inhabit this world and regards us merely as sustenance, he is unlikely to bend down and comprehend the intricacies of human thought, behavioral patterns, and ethical standards." Harry felt a sense of pride, as this was the first time he had engaged his mind in such a complex matter, and he was beginning to grasp it. "Have you ever considered that every action you take is under his influence?" inquired Gryffindor. "How can you be certain that your subordinates, faced with such a harsh reality, possess the courage to strive? Perhaps they simply believe that once deceased, their souls will be consumed without concern for the afterlife," Gryffindor continued. "Although I currently lack the means to ascertain what you mean by the concept of one's soul being devoured, I am convinced that their motives are far from simplistic," Harry asserted with conviction. If it were true that souls are consumed after death, such an act of sending his subordinates into the human realm would indeed be unnecessary. Gryffindor paused, as if something was surfacing in his mind, yet his brain's protective mechanisms prevented him from inflicting harm upon himself. It was indeed not that straightforward. Harry continued, "As for your mention of surveillance, my earlier remarks were a strategy to counter such circumstances. It is precisely because he lacks understanding, particularly in capturing our living habits, that his interpretation of my words is flawed. Different individuals may perceive the same situation in starkly divergent ways, leading to varying outcomes. Their external comprehension may differ even more significantly." Harry smiled, his confidence palpable. "Thus, I intend to openly recruit my people right beneath his nose." Harry stood up, pacing excitedly, as if he were on the verge of rushing out to take decisive action. Gryffindor watched the young boy with a mixture of pride and concern. From his observations, he did not perceive Harry as particularly sensitive or astute in the ways of manipulation. Internally, he felt a twinge of anxiety, but to avoid dampening the only glimmer of hope, he remained silent. "As for the individuals I wish to recruit, I must gradually convey to them that not everyone possesses such formidable psychological resilience as I do," Harry remarked, smiling at Gryffindor, chiding him for placing the weight of all matters squarely upon his shoulders. Since learning of this predicament, he had not relaxed for a moment, constantly guarding his thoughts from inadvertently revealing them to Bayou, while also dedicating his spare time to extensive reading. Only during such moments could he contemplate these issues. Gryffindor turned his head away, chuckling bashfully. The youth must understand the immense psychological burden he had borne alone in this space for so long. Finally encountering someone, he felt the need to express himself. "How do you plan to recruit them? And how will you commence your actions?" This is not an easy matter. The nature of humanity is exceedingly complex, and one can never be certain whether they might betray you one day, especially when confronted with such formidable power. Gryffindor harbored some concerns. Although this child possessed a remarkably strong soul, seemingly reincarnated, he seemed lacking in the experience required for recruiting allies. For a moment, Harry fell silent, grappling with uncertainty, as this indeed posed a significant challenge. Suddenly, another Harry appeared before him, clad in attire that Harry had never before witnessed, skin-tight black leather. A matching jacket adorned with an array of jangling silver necklaces. A black stud pierced his right ear, and his bangs were swept aside, dyed a striking white, complemented by black leather boots. As Harry turned to face this other version of himself, a wave of irritation washed over him. What an insufferable individual. Memories surged in his mind. Wasn't this reminiscent of the flamboyant style of the Shamate subculture? The ambitious resolve he had just moments ago was abruptly disrupted by this unexpected encounter, providing a welcome distraction for his fraying mind. "Come here for a moment," Harry said with a slight smile. The other Harry halted his jangling steps. Hesitation etched across his face. An instinct warned him that this individual harbored ill intentions. Meanwhile, the twins, having been apprehended by the knight, grumbled as they stumbled into familiar territory. Upon spotting a tall figure, they instantly adopted a demeanor of compliance. Simultaneously, Professor McGonagall arrived with Ron and Hermione. While Draco had been standing there for quite some time, too apprehensive to meet the gaze of the headmaster he had unwittingly condemned in a previous life. Dumbledore remained silent. Yet as Draco observed the approaching quartet, he realized that last night's escapade had been exposed. It was undoubtedly the Weasley twins. He shot them a fierce glare. Unintentionally, Draco's gaze met Dumbledore's eyes, and a wave of familiarity washed over him, a sensation he often felt while under Voldemort's influence. A chill ran down his spine. He recognized the presence of the soul-sucking Dementors and thought to himself, this is bad news. Dumbledore merely raised an eyebrow, intrigued by yet another interesting young individual. As for George and Fred, having caused numerous disturbances, they presumed the professor had come to settle accounts. Thus they kept their heads down and inched away slowly, occasionally sneezing. It was entirely the fault of the tantalizing scent emanating from the nearby suit of armor, which had accumulated the aroma of dust over millennia, generously wafting towards them. When the twins finally raised their heads and beheld the four figures before them, a sense of relief washed over them. It was a stroke of fortune that they were not facing consequences. As for visiting a classmate, surely that wouldn't warrant a call to their parents. Even if it did, they could easily fabricate an excuse of visiting a friend to placate their concerned mothers. Dumbledore's expression remained calm as he observed the four young wizards below him. The twins continued their playful banter, unaware of the truth, poking each other intermittently. On the other side, Hermione and Ron were engaged in hushed whispers. The clever young, which had discerned that their nocturnal escapades had been revealed, while Ron wore a wry smile, reluctant to linger too long before Dumbledore. Chapter 47. Harry. Dumbledore ushered them into an adjacent empty classroom, and during the ensuing commotion, Quirrell stealthily slipped away to the infirmary. How could the master be so fragile? He sought to investigate, wondering if the master had other plans. Yet Harry had not consulted him. This left Quirrell with a sense of abandonment. Meanwhile, Hagrid was awkwardly squeezed in the corridor, nervously curling his body, feeling rather embarrassed in front of the professors coming and going. He took a deep breath, striving to draw in his belly, perplexed as to why Professor Dumbledore had brought him into the castle. But the professor remained silent, leaving him to crouch there pitifully. As Quirrell approached, he cast a disdainful glance at the towering figure beside him. If intelligence were measured by height, if a wand's power were gauged by stature, and if wealth were determined by tattered rags, Quirrell had yet to visit Hagrid's hut, nor did he care to understand the wondrous creatures residing at the lower echelons of this world. The self-proclaimed superior civilization had always been this way, oblivious to the fact that Hagrid's worth was only beneath Dumbledore, even surpassing Snape in some respects. Once Dumbledore had clarified the events of the previous night, he released them and permitted them to visit the injured Harry. The two Harrys were escorted by Gryffindor to the library, where Gryffindor halted their playful antics. In such circumstances, levity seemed ill-timed. The castle's scenery had transformed into a white mist, and as the largest among them, Gryffindor took it upon himself to guide them. Faced with indecision, he contemplated sending them to class. Class? Harry inquired, surveying his surroundings, only to find towering bookshelves devoid of any teacher. He turned to Gryffindor. Will you teach me? His brow arched in skepticism. He mocking you. The other Harry chimed in, reveling in the spectacle as he leaned closer to Gryffindor. Don't think I'm oblivious to your thoughts, Gryffindor warned with a glance at the other Harry. TSK, 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 always showing favoritism. The other Harry seemed somewhat disheartened and retreated, the sound of his jangling necklace fading, his dark silhouette gradually vanishing into the white mist. Do you know how the other you came into being? Gryffindor asked. Harry pondered, reflecting that his existence had emerged amidst the skepticism of many in a past life. Born amid the instigations of Bayou, and his arrival was propelled by Gryffindor. Understanding oneself best, Harry maintained a sense of compassion and concern for the newly emerged counterpart. In truth, there were none closer to him than the two of them. Compared to the recently surfaced Gryffindor, the ill-intentioned Bayou who had appeared years prior, and Draco, who had traversed from the same world, none could compare to him. He possesses another name, Hallie, indeed a female, who once represented the deepest anguish within his soul. This persona emerged from the turmoil and suffering of his previous existence. It embodies his innermost desires for freedom, exuberance, and unrestrained existence, characterized by intelligence, wisdom, and kindness. Thus, when he realized that Bayou sought to exploit another version of himself, an intense rage ignited within him. As the hope of Hallie, this feminine aspect would not be subjected to Voldemort's prophecy-driven murder of her parents. Perhaps she could offer solace to Snape from his past life. And perhaps she would be spared from enduring such a painful fate, an embodiment of his own cowardice and evasion. Simultaneously, this aspect shared the burdens of his profound anguish and pressure. Human nature is inherently narcissistic. Harry crystallized his deepest hopes and most agonizing pressures into this singular entity, separating them through Bayou's intervention. The next step was to find a corporeal form for Hallie. Harry mused quietly. As if sensing something, a melodious chime echoed from afar, heralding the arrival of a slender girl. She bore long, raven-black hair, bright emerald-green eyes, rosy lips, and a delicate neck adorned with a silver necklace embellished with blue gemstones. Clad in a black evening gown, her slender waist blossomed into a voluminous skirt. With a smile gracing her face, Hallie approached Harry, beaming sweetly at him, causing his cheeks to flush crimson. This was the first time he beheld the manifestation of his creation, another self, inheriting both his finest and most flawed qualities. Initially, when Hallie appeared in a male form, he felt a blend of surprise and anger, tempered by a secret delight. It was an indescribable sensation, but in this vast world, he finally found a sanctuary for his spirit. Gryffindor observed this scene with a complex expression, unsure of how to assess it. He glanced at the brooding Harry, whose countenance was serious to the point of flushing like an innocent youth. Could this truly be the behavior of a normal individual? Doubts began to creep into his mind regarding this savior. Upon witnessing the two Harrys embracing, Gryffindor averted his gaze, never before having encountered such flamboyant antics after so many years. Classes were irrelevant now. What was the point? He expelled the two from this space, needing time to quell the tumult within his own heart. The two found themselves in Bayou's realm, where Harry's black evening attire harmonized perfectly with the mysterious ambience. Furrowing his brow, he surveyed the surroundings, feeling a sense of unease. "Were you thinking of me just now?" Hallie tilted her head, a golden crown lightly resting upon her hair, while a pair of long, pristine hands appeared beside her. Harry turned to see Bayou, suspended in midair, floating behind Hallie, observing the girl before him with a blue gaze filled with the possessive interest of a hunter regarding its prey. "Oh, I never anticipated you were a girl. Your concealment was quite profound." Bayou forcibly turned Harley to face him, gazing into her eyes. "What do you intend to do?" Harley approached, pushing Bayou's hand away. "Do not lay your hands on her." Bayou's expression grew increasingly intrigued. "Is this the secret you have been hiding recently?" He felt a sense of relief in his heart. If that were the case, perhaps his punishment of Harley had been excessive. Moreover, as he observed the two individuals before him, identical in visage yet differing in gender, emerging from the same being, his desire to explore reached its zenith. With a sweeping gesture, he decided to spare them for the moment, intending to revisit them once his curiosity waned. Harley felt a wave of comfort envelop her, akin to the gentle caress of a spring breeze. This sensation was vaguely familiar, reminiscent of the time her feet had immersed in the waters of the Black Lake within that mysterious space at Gryffindor. Entering the infirmary, Quirrell beheld Harley, flushed with vitality and peacefully slumbering upon the bed, prompting a flicker of confusion within him. Were their eyes truly blind, or was the master's magic simply too profound? His admiration for his master deepened once more. Chapter 48, Expulsion. Harley opened her eyes, adjusting to the darkness, and as her vision succumbed to the harshness of light, a few physiological tears welled up. Turning her head, she noticed that the mountains of gifts beside her had vanished. leaving only a few black notebooks upon the pristine white sheets. "Master, you are awake," Quirrell said, a sycophantic smile gracing his face as he bent slightly and offered Harley a cup of warm water. Observing the dryness and slight peeling at the corners of her lips, he retrieved a box of cotton swabs from his pocket, commonly used by Muggles. "Shall I assist you with that?" "No, thank you," Harley replied with a forced smile. She regarded Quirrell's peculiar behavior, recognizing that he had managed to navigate the wizarding world for so many years, which was no small feat. Quirrell was indeed a paradox. He held disdain for Muggles, yet exhibited an unusual fondness for their possessions, be it cotton swabs, computers, or cameras, demonstrating an extraordinary obsession and affection. Harley pondered whether this man could be swayed to her side. Quirrell felt a shiver under Harley's penetrating gaze. Could it be that the master was aware of his former disrespectful thoughts? His legs, deeply attuned to the master's sentiments, knelt with a resounding thud upon the hard floor, his spine arching in a profound act of homage to Harley. "What are you doing? Get up," Harley exclaimed, immediately struggling to sit up while growing increasingly wary of Bayou. What manner of person was he? Fool! Harley seemed to mature in an instant. Donning a shimmering silver fishtail gown adorned with tassels, seated upon the soft sofa conjured by Bayou, beside a gently indented recess. The master of the groove, clad in a sleek black suit with an ostentatious purple tie, leaned closer, peering into Harry's thoughts. A faint, glowing imprint appeared on Bayou's face, revealing a mixture of bewilderment and offended anger. Suddenly, a burst of brilliant light emanated from his right palm, as if he was poised to take action. Hallie, adorned in golden high heels embellished with sparkling diamonds, glided gracefully towards Bayou. The sharp heels struck the ethereal ground, creating ripples of light that danced beneath her feet. Delicately, her slender fingers reached out and rested upon his exposed wrist. Bayou felt the soft touch, the delicate skin, and the refreshing scent of flowers. Inexplicably compelled to follow her lead and sink into the sofa. "Feel free to be heartbroken," Hallie murmured with a smile, her lips pursed, choosing not to elaborate further. Bayou returned her smile, conjuring a comb seemingly from thin air, its black teeth weaving in and out of his golden hair as he began to groom himself. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey entered with a box of potions, her expression one of shock as she beheld the scene before her. Weakened, Harry struggled to support himself, his arms trembling, lips parched, and cheeks flushed as if he were burning with fever. Meanwhile, Quirrell maintained a half-risen posture, slightly crouched with hands propped on the bed, arms splayed like a spider still acclimating to human existence, each movement creating new creases in his attire, as though he were about to pounce on Harry with ferocity. "What do you intend to do?" Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, letting her tray clatter to the ground, shards scattering around them, one piece hurtling directly towards Quirrell's trousers, accompanied by a piercing scream. Harry, taken aback, watched in disbelief as Madame Pomfrey dragged Quirrell away. Quirrell's expression was one of bitter resignation. He opened his mouth slightly, pointing to himself with a pleading look in his eyes, while Harry shrugged, indicating his inability to assist. As if recalling something, after everyone had departed, Harry rolled up his sleeve to reveal 2 serpentine tattoos, softly calling out to them, yet receiving no response. A pained expression crossed his face as he gently caressed the area, feelings of guilt washing over him. Meanwhile, Professor Dumbledore entered the Great Hall, accompanied by a gaggle of students, some jostling among themselves, each vying for dominance in their spirited exchanges. The larger figure at the back observed the lively children with a smile. The hall was infused with a magical aroma. Upon entering, Hermione inhaled deeply, her eyes glazing over with enchantment, a thread of pink momentarily emerging from her gaze before vanishing. Ron and Draco were locked in a standoff, neither willing to yield. "It's your fault for going in. You caused Harry's injury. If you hadn't entered, he might have been fine," Ron argued. "And you weren't exactly innocent yourself. Didn't you abandon Harry in his time of need?" Seizing the opportunity, Ron playfully slapped Draco's arm, while Percy stood at the forefront of the Gryffindor students. Casting a disapproving look at the trio of red-haired boys and one with brown hair, his expression one of exasperation. The young wizards wove into the throng, merging seamlessly as a droplet of water sinks into the vast ocean, while Hagrid stood behind Dumbledore, resembling a guardian deity, steadfastly protecting his beloved headmaster. In serene silence, Dumbledore advanced to the forefront, nodding at Snape as he passed, who promptly vanished, leaving behind only a glimmer of crimson light and a golden-red feather in his wake. The sight evoked a chorus of astonished gasps from the young wizards. Observing this, Professor McGonagall bent down to grasp the feather tightly in her palm, her gaze fixed warily on the darkening plume before her, as she lifted her eyes to the familiar figure ahead, clutching her wand with resolve. Behind Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore perceived the hall becoming suffused with a pinkish haze. The crowd of young wizards erupted into chaos, a cacophony of voices rising, with occasional exclamations of dissent. Cries of "This is undoubtedly a scam." Draco, his expression shifting from anxious to terrified, scrutinized the messenger of the announcement. Seizing the chance amidst the throng, he stealthily crouched and slipped away from a corner of the hall. Pansy, in a daze, caught sight of Draco's retreating figure and stumbled after him. "Headmaster!" Professor McGonagall hurried forward, her face a mask of shock, her lips parting in disbelief. The nearby young wizards stood frozen, their movements stilted. Ron's eyes widened in terror, recognizing yet another group of sleepwalkers among them. Trembling uncontrollably, he wrapped his arms tightly around himself and gradually edged beneath the table, hoping fervently for a professor to intervene, wishing for the arrival of a rational individual. Professor McGonagall's expression mirrored the stupor of her students. Her voice emerged hoarse and slow. "You are right." A chorus of agreement rose from the young wizards, acknowledging her words. Among them, 3 remained lucid, one observing with a cold detachment, devoid of the usual demeanor displayed before his peers, while another idly brushed a strand of his dark hair away from his face, a slight itch provoking a small movement. Meanwhile, Quirrell lurked at the castle entrance, furtively watching the unfolding drama. "What on earth is he doing here?" he thought, noticing a shadowy figure sprawled on the ground behind him. Chapter 49. The Great Hall. Quirrell, as if endowed with an extra sense, waved his wand nonchalantly. Bang! Madame Pomfrey collapsed once more. What a nuisance! I must alter her memory again. Quirrell, displaying signs of impatience, used a levitation charm to move Madame Pomfrey aside. His gaze fixated on the spectacle within the hall. A shiver coursed through him. No matter how many times he witnessed such scenes, the discomfort lingered. Perhaps I should consult the master about what to do next. A subordinate who does not alleviate the burdens of their superior is not a worthy one, Quirrell mused inwardly. Pondering the sudden prospect of closing Hogwarts, he hastily followed, seeking a semblance of security, yet soon recalled the reports he had encountered regarding Voldemort's demise in his previous life. To his dismay, he learned that Professor Quirrell's departure in their first year was due to being possessed by Voldemort. The image of the noseless figure haunted him, prompting Draco to abandon his initial resolve and instead seek out Harry in the infirmary. Harry would undoubtedly possess the means to address the situation. Yet he pondered, why did this individual seem to tread the same path as him? Upon receiving the news, Harry mustered his weary form, draping a coat over his shoulders, and urged Quirrell to swiftly lead him to the Great Hall. In his mind, Bayou wore a triumphant expression which did not escape the notice of the nearby Hallie. Turning her head with a hint of suspicion, she softly inquired, "Is it you?" Bayou remained silent, reclining casually on the sofa with one leg crossed, one hand draped nonchalantly, while the other grasped Hallie's wrist. She made no attempt to break free, but gazed intently at Bayou, yearning for a definitive answer. A cacophony of noise, screams, cries, overwhelmed his thoughts, igniting a surge of agitation within him. Bayou abruptly released Hallie's wrist, vanishing in an instant. "Crazy," Hallie muttered under her breath as she turned her attention to the scene outside. Draco watched in disbelief as Quirrell entered the infirmary. Before he could process it, he noticed the two moving intimately together, Quirrell assisting the nearly faltering Harry. The midday sun gradually illuminated Draco's shoes, and he found himself engulfed in doubt regarding their relationship. A sense of betrayal washing over him, though it quickly dissipated, replaced by an encroaching worry that filled his mind, compelling his body to act. The evident clumsiness of control contrasted sharply with a more insidious dominion that had taken root. Draco escaped the rigid crowd, yet remained oblivious to the fact that he had long been ensnared within a cage. He hurried to catch up, grasping Harry's other arm. The school's faculty and students appeared off-kilter. Quirrell regarded the suddenly emerging Malfoy, instinctively swallowing his words, leaving only those suitable for public consumption. Uncertainty loomed, prompting Malfoy to quicken his pace. Hogwarts was one of the places most dear to him, embodying all his joys and sorrows, where he had cherished the finest moments of his life. He could not bear the thought of this cherished institution being inexplicably dissolved. Harry furrowed his brow. Having just heard Quirrell's account, something was amiss with Dumbledore. The portraits on the walls stirred restlessly, having gleaned through various channels that the headmaster intended to disband the school. Screams, clamor, and weeping filled the air as creatures brandished wooden sticks, shouting incoherently. One indifferent portrait observed the chaos, as though it had witnessed such events countless times before. Clang, clang. The sound of iron clashing against stone grew louder, as a multitude of suits of armor appeared at the corridor's end. The mingled scents of dust, earth, and rust assailed Harry's nostrils, prompting him to cover his nose in discomfort, his grip tightening around his wand. At that moment, several house elves suddenly appeared, among them one adorned with a deep brown towel, exuding an air of age. He deeply bowed towards Harry and his companions, relaying the headmaster's order for Harry Potter to rest in the infirmary. The elf's eyes brimmed with guilt, while the others continued to bow, repeatedly murmuring apologies. Harry, however, wished not to squander time in this place. Dobby, a well-dressed elf clad in human butler attire, materialized before the trio. "Quick, stop them. Quirrell, move those armors." Quirrell, aware that this was an opportunity to showcase himself, felt his heart drum anxiously. Were those in the hall not the masters? Yet, the multitude of swirling thoughts did not impede his swift actions. The house elves before him seemed devoid of a strong desire to resist. Facing the legendary Harry Potter and the esteemed headmaster Dumbledore, caught in turmoil and struggle, Harry sensed the tension. He sighed, allowing Draco to support him as he navigated the path ahead slowly. "Be careful." Harry steadied the faltering Dobby and, with a flick of his wand, rescued another small elf under attack. Thud, thud, thud. The elf knelt, forcefully bashing its disproportionately large head against the wall, chanting, "Bad elf, bad elf." At that moment, Harry's tattoo subtly stirred. Weighed down by a heavy heart, he approached the hall, emotionally reluctant to believe that person was Dumbledore. How could one undergo such a profound transformation in such a brief span? Yet, reason dictated that commanding professors, directing long-dormant armors, orchestrating the house elves in the kitchen, and controlling the protective shield around Hogwarts were feats not achievable by an arbitrary substitute. As Harry stood at the entrance of the hall, gazing upon the dazed young wizards and the stiff professors, Dumbledore loomed at the forefront. With a mere glance, the hammer of judgment fell heavily, shaking Harry to his core. "Oh, look who has arrived. Our great savior." Dumbledore's eyes had inexplicably turned black. He gazed mockingly at Harry, who stood in the doorway as if guided, prompting the wizards to turn in unison, regarding Harry with hostility akin to that reserved for a foe. Harry took a step back. Ron, struggling beneath the table, jolted awake upon hearing that voice, his face alight with joy yet fraught with anxiety. He emerged from beneath the table, stood upon the dining table, facing the entrance of the grand hall, presenting his back to Dumbledore. "Don't come closer, run, Harry," he shouted, resolute in his determination to prevent Harry from being harmed again. Chapter 50, Binding. With a whoosh, Harry felt as if something had been added to his mind, yet he could not afford to dwell on it. Draco perceived a flash of red light before him, mingled with shadows of black, a familiar sensation sweeping over him. He glanced around cautiously, finding nothing, as if the previous moment had merely been an illusion. As Ron unexpectedly emerged from the crowd, Bayou raised an eyebrow, contemplating how he had evaded control. He turned his gaze toward the glass wall, where Harry had already crossed through, rushing to confront a man cloaked in an imposing robe. Bayou tilted his head, his expression one of incredulity. How had this individual gained entry? With greasy black hair and a thin-lipped mouth beneath a prominent nose, the man's eyes were tightly shut, prompting Harry to ask urgently, "Professor, what's wrong?" She tugged at the professor's robes, causing his legs to sway slightly, yet he remained unresponsive. Turning to glare at Bayou, her anger flared. "What have you done to the professor?" From a distance, witnessing Harry's distress, Bayou felt a sense of accomplishment. He shrugged, having confined Harry within, effectively muting her cries. She was akin to another Harry, burdened with his most agonizing memories. Suddenly, Harry's palm was cut by an unexpected object. Glancing down, she noticed a golden pendant box. The blood that flowed adhered to the glass wall, merging with the remnants already present. Harry, sensing something amiss, attempted to see beyond the obscuring fog, but was thwarted by its density. The words on the glass wall flickered faintly. Some were illegible, while others read, "Mission, seize Hogwarts authority and depict Hogwarts." This was a system task Harry had long overlooked, and Bayou felt disgruntled by Harry's lack of diligence, prompting him to orchestrate this scene to test Dumbledore, warn Harry, and ensnare Snape. He had meticulously planned this for quite some time, finally discovering a bug in the system that would allow him to capture the potion's master he had long coveted. This individual's soul was deemed valuable. Even Harry's own disturbances were selectively ignored. It was time to settle scores. However, while actions were necessary, exposure was not his desire, except for the red-haired boy standing atop the table. Why had he not been subdued? Bayou narrowed his eyes, his middle finger twitching slightly, producing a new line of text. Failure penalty. Absorb 1/3 of Snape's soul. Viewing the unfolding events through Harry's perspective, he fell silent. Harry's fury gradually subsided as she forced herself to remain calm. Deceit and manipulation were not her forte, and allowing emotions to cloud her judgment would only hinder her ability to discern the true intentions of this individual. Meanwhile, Harry sprinted to the forefront. The zombie-like young wizards turned their gazes toward Dumbledore, who stood in silence. The spark that had once illuminated his eyes seemed to have been extinguished, as if the words he had just spoken had not originated from him, leaving him only capable of uttering vague, evasive remarks. Ron, trembling atop the table, regretted his earlier impulsiveness as Hagrid, the towering figure, remained steadfast behind Dumbledore, motionless from the beginning to the present moment. Harry refrained from delving deeper into his thoughts, daunted by the uncertainty surrounding him. He cautiously stepped forward, observing that the individuals before him appeared as mere sculptures. Ron, noticing Harry's approach, hastily tumbled off the table and scurried to Harry's side, clutching tightly to the sleeve of his garment. Draco cast a disdainful glance before positioning himself on Harry's other side, thereby displacing Quirrell, who now gazed anxiously at Harry's movements and the two newcomers beside him, sensing an escalating crisis. Were these two attempting to usurp his master? It seemed as though everything had been cleansed. Dobby, still entangled with the house elves, had lost his brilliance and trudged forward in a daze, while several other elves, having vanished, reappeared in the kitchen, mechanically wielding spatulas. The portraits on the walls could not exit Hogwarts, their connection to the outside world severed, and, as the pink mist passed through, they too succumbed to slumber. Harry gradually approached, skillfully navigating the throng, wand in hand, leading the way while urging Draco and Ron to remain cautious behind him. He scrutinized the venerable figure before him, a sense of familiarity washing over him. It was as if he recognized the essence of this person, yet they were simultaneously different. The elderly man's snow-white beard rested upon his chest, with several unruly strands playfully hanging from his lips. His azure eyes resembled glass marbles, beautiful yet devoid of vitality, framed by crescent-shaped spectacles perched upon his nose, clad in a purple robe adorned with stars. It was the same familiar visage, one that even the most acquainted could not pinpoint as being amiss. Dumbledore's fingers, concealed within his robe, twitched slightly. As Harry passed by Professor McGonagall, her robe snagged him momentarily. She turned rigidly, lowering her head to regard Harry. He froze, taking a few tentative steps, soon realizing that the professor posed no overt threat. She held her wand and donned protective armor, enveloping herself in a shield before casting a levitation charm to elevate herself above the ground. Harry surveyed his surroundings, inching closer to Dumbledore, with Quirrell trailing behind, relaxed yet somewhat indifferent, pondering his master's intentions. What was this elaborate charade? To his knowledge, this mist was unique to his master, and despite the urge to chuckle, he stifled his amusement. As he gazed at Harry, the situation turned perilous. Dumbledore suddenly regained clarity, waving his wand. An unexpectedly thick rope, akin to a person's arm, shot forth, breaching Harry's protective barrier and ensnaring him tightly. Ouch, that hurts! Harry grimaced. Chapter 51, Transformation. To call you a buffoon is an understatement, Dumbledore remarked as he stepped forward, crouching down to gently pat Harry's left cheek. He simultaneously relieved Harry of the wand he clutched tightly, placing it into Professor McGonagall's hands. He gazed at Quirrell, who was pointing a wand at him, and with a gentle flick of his hand, he shattered the layers of protective barriers, ensnaring Quirrell in the process. Quirrell feebly resisted a couple of times before settling into a comfortable position, collapsing onto the ground, motionless. He lay amidst the crowd, observing the myriad faces above him, each adorned with a myriad of rigid expressions. For a moment, he found himself entranced. This person had notably large nostrils, that one had excessively coarse nasal hair, while others possessed rather charming nose tips. Quirrell scrutinized intently, as he truly did not comprehend the nature of this game. Adhering to the principle of speaking less to err less, he chose to recline and watch his master's antics unfold. A yawn escaped him, and the surrounding quietude began to lull him into drowsiness. In any case, he was certain he was safe. Draco, quick-witted, slipped out of the hall when Harry instructed him to remain outside the crowd. He discreetly ascended to the 8th floor, employing the disillusionment charm, which he had yet to successfully cast since arriving in this world, aiming for the headmaster's office to either utilize the fireplace for transport or have the portraits within relay messages. Ron, on the other hand, anxiously bounced outside the throng, his view obstructed by the crowd. He feared that rushing in would only burden Harry further, caught in a struggle between his survival instincts and feelings of guilt towards Harry. When he saw Dumbledore make a sudden move, he leapt onto the dining table and rushed forward. However, he had barely taken a few strides before being pinned down by the instructed little wizards. Ouch. That hurts. Who were they? With fear and trepidation, Ron assessed the small wizards surrounding him. Neville clumsily perched on his legs, while the astute Hermione snatched the wand from his hand, and the Weasley twins bound his arms tightly. Clumsy as they were, it seemed they had forgotten the essence of magic, yet their strength was formidable. Cedric winked at him. There is still one awake. Ron felt a glimmer of hope, yet remained unperturbed, for he understood that his very existence held a peculiar significance for the enigmatic figure in his mind. He was not destined for an easy demise. However, where were his companions, and where had the true Dumbledore gone? Who are you? Harry inquired, the coarse rope binding his wrists causing him discomfort, his body still weak from a recent illness. Dumbledore found it somewhat taxing to look down, so with a wave of his wand, he tossed Harry onto a chair. I am Dumbledore, he replied, tilting his head. He retrieved a sweet from his pocket, tentatively bit into it, and spat it out. Ugh, too sweet. I feel as though a cavity has taken residence in my tooth. Gazing at the candy he had discarded on the ground, Harry grimaced. Ah, doesn't T1 do their homework before imitating someone? Is this your subordinate? They don't seem particularly impressive. He gestured towards Quirrell, sprawled on the floor, to which Harry indicated that the matter was not his fault. Quirrell, Harry exclaimed, feeling a sense of disdain, pondering the true nature of this individual. As if resolved to a certain determination, he resolutely turned his head away, grasping Ron's hand, and stealthily slipped away. Who is it? Who called me? Quirrell, awakening from a dreamlike state, found the mist still hypnotic. He yawned and lazily rose, leaning against the dining table, his bleary eyes gazing at the two individuals locked in a stare before him. Where were they playing at? Harry could hardly bear to look, while Dumbledore regarded his colleague, who was to conspire in grand schemes with him, with a tinge of sorrow. Feeling somewhat dubious, he seized the opportunity, while they had yet to recognize one another, to vent his frustrations. With a swift flick, Dumbledore cast 2 spells, banishing the incongruous figure from their sight. He paid no heed to the little ants that had scurried away. After all, they had no evidence, did they? Those who spoke too much would only be deemed mad. Moreover, there was another who was Harry's subordinate. The surrounding wizards moved their heads in accordance with Dumbledore's gestures, while Quirrell, oblivious, found himself suspended from the ceiling. Harry observed the bewitched individuals, noting no imminent danger, and thus chose not to intervene further. After all, they were presumably colleagues. Suddenly, Harry leapt from his stool, breaking free from his restraints, retrieving another wand from his sleeve. He waved it uncertainly, directing it at the person before him. Oh, Dumbledore appeared somewhat astonished. How did you escape? He glanced down at the severed rope, recognizing that while he had not exerted much force, it was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary young wizard. A blue and a purple serpent emerged from Harry's sleeve, one darting to his left shoulder, hissing defiantly, while the other coiled obediently around his wrist. Master, how do you find our performance? The azure serpent nuzzled Harry's cheek, and he felt the smooth, delicate texture against his skin, breaking into a gentle smile. He cradled the purple serpent in his palm, holding it lightly. You both did well. Remember to hold on to my robes tightly. Harry's gaze turned fierce. Having confirmed it was not Dumbledore, he was ready for a decisive confrontation. You Haven T, let me finish speaking. Dumbledore evaded Harry's attack, contending with a few spells that posed a challenge. His expression began to contort, his form collapsing like a candle melting in fire, transforming into an indescribable liquid upon the ground. Harry felt a wave of nausea as he observed the unsightly substance, wondering what sort of beings they were. In an instant, the mass morphed into a stooped old man, trembling, clutching a white envelope. As if deeply insulted, the elder commanded, "Don't move." He raised his cane defensively, and Harry hesitated, reluctant to delve into the matter, plagued by a sense of guilt. Master, the old man swiftly knelt, placing his cane before him, holding the envelope aloft. Please, take a look at this letter. In a place unseen by Harry, the elderly man's wrinkled visage morphed into a youthful countenance, shifting seamlessly between male and female. Old and young, formless yet tangible. It seemed he had finally settled upon a visage that pleased him, smiling broadly, exuding a facade of respect while his inner audacity knew no bounds. Trembling, Harry tore open the envelope, its contents striking him like a thunderbolt. Who dared to slander him? The old man extracted a single white hair from his own arm, respectfully presenting it, stating, "This is what you sent me along with the envelope." When did you send the letter? Harry inquired of the specter in his mind. By you. Why you remain silent? prompting Harry to recall the first night he encountered this world, clinging to Dumbledore's thigh. Was his hair plucked then? Harry asked, somewhat nonsensically. Chapter 52, Restoration. As Harry opened the envelope, a sudden vitality surged through those around him, and all returned to normalcy. Draco, who had been anxiously pacing before the headmaster's office, was abruptly awakened to his surroundings, finding himself under the fierce gaze of the stone gargoyle. Scratching his head in confusion, he was oblivious to the events that had just transpired. The gargoyle, in a fit of irritation, unleashed a thunderous sneeze, enveloping Draco's face in a cloud of white mist. Meanwhile, Ron, hand in hand with Cedric, was breathlessly navigating the secret passage. Suddenly, he felt an oppressive atmosphere, the air thick with dust, and the soil teeming with tiny insects. He released Cedric's hand, momentarily bewildered by his presence in this peculiar place. "Why am I here?" Ron asked Cedric, believing he might possess some insight. The figure ahead paused, turning to smile, confusion etched on his face. "I have no idea. Perhaps we agreed to embark on an adventure together." Hagrid, lumbering behind Dumbledore, sluggishly made his way to the Great Hall's exit. It was already noon, and several young wizards were seated at the tables, dining peacefully, while the professors appeared to have regained their senses, as if nothing had transpired. Dumbledore suddenly materialized at the dining table, Fawkes perched on his shoulder. He surveyed the surroundings, noting nothing amiss. Could it be a mere illusion? Dumbledore pondered, acutely aware of the disturbances at Hogwarts, sensing that his authority had been subtly undermined. Last night, as Harry lay injured in the Forbidden Forest, Dumbledore had conferred with Madame Pomfrey, who informed him that although Harry's body would absorb the toxins, precious herbs were still required for his healing, herbs that were currently absent from Hogwarts. These rare plants, found only in the distant East, had driven Dumbledore to seek them tirelessly. He produced a silver, gleaming twig from his pocket, feeling its radiance intensifying. Yet, the scene around him remained unremarkable, prompting a quiet vigilance within Dumbledore. He feigned normalcy, exchanging a few words with Professor McGonagall, who insisted that nothing had occurred. Dumbledore began to order from the dining table, calling out to Hagrid, "What brings you here as well?" Dumbledore was filled with joy as he seldom witnessed Hagrid dining in the Great Hall. He often felt that Hagrid's childhood experiences had cast a shadow over his psyche, leading him to resist social interactions and retreat into his own secluded world. Fortunately, he had once visited Hagrid's modest abode, which, to his surprise, was exquisitely comfortable and did not reflect the typical giant's aesthetic. He was pleased to see Hagrid living with such earnestness. As Hagrid turned around, a simple smile graced his face, and his imposing stature made the surrounding young wizards shy away, accompanied by murmurs of mild complaints. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he bid farewell to Dumbledore and exited through the Great Hall's grand doors. At that moment, Quirrell brushed past him, yawning and sauntering inside. As Quirrell moved aside, he couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that Hagrid seemed to be omnipresent lately. He glanced back at Hagrid's retreating figure. Meanwhile, Harry observed from across the room, looking down at the frail old man who remained on his knees. The elder raised his gaze slightly, catching the bewilderment etched on Harry's face. With the wisdom acquired over the years, he sensed that he might have been duped. The command felt inherently wrong. Yet, the markings above were undeniably accurate. It appeared that the new master had not yet come to terms with this reality, and he wisely chose silence. The bustling crowd around them seemed oblivious to the bizarre scene, accustomed as they were to the oddities of their world. The envelope in Harry's hand grew increasingly warm as the kneeling man murmured, "I reside within this envelope, Master. Should you require my assistance, you may open it." He refrained from elaborating, for this was not the time for discourse. The envelope possessed an invisibility feature that concealed it from anyone in the world, but its activation required the holder's grasp. Other methods were futile. The old man added, transforming into a beam of light that penetrated the envelope. Harry's grip on the envelope cooled, and he cautiously stepped outside, eager to delve into his consciousness and seek clarity from Bayou. The task of seizing control of Hogwarts had been initiated, revealing the magical currents at play, and he had completed 12 stages, evading a near collision with a passerby. He exited the hall and turned into a secluded corner, hastily stowing the envelope in his pocket. Not far away, Pansy looked on in horror at this surreal tableau, her body trembling slightly. Following Draco out of the hall, clarity washed over her once they stepped outside. She reflected on how Dumbledore had summoned them to the Great Hall, and how everyone seemed to act as if under some form of control, only for normalcy to abruptly return as Harry entered, as if nothing had transpired. She desperately covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face, striving to shrink into herself. She was near the hall, yet had not witnessed Harry's emergence. Even though he had indeed appeared, Pansy desperately fled, feeling that she could no longer remain at Hogwarts, nor endure the years of etiquette lessons. In her haste, she stumbled and fell to the ground, unprotected, engaging in an intimate embrace with the earth. Quickly regaining her footing, she remembered Draco. The young dragon was still within these hallowed halls, seemingly still alert. She needed to find him and leave this place together. As Hagrid approached the hut, he caught sight of the frantic figure escaping and tilted his head in curiosity. Meanwhile, the slumbering Snape opened his eyes, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. He found himself in a dark yet luminous environment. The night served as a backdrop, while stars illuminated the area around him. Not far away, something transparent encircled an unknown object, shimmering under the starlight. He attempted to move, only to discover that his feet dangled in midair, his body ensnared by an inexplicable force that allowed only slight movement within this suspended space. He noticed a girl nearby, clad in a deep green dress, flowing like seaweed, her lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders. As if sensing something, she turned her head towards him. In that instant, Snape's frozen heart began to thaw. He seemed to see Lily before him. How strikingly similar she was. The walls he had erected over the years crumbled in that moment. Chapter 53, The Search. Snape struggled fiercely as the long-held wish of his heart materialized before him. For a moment, he was oblivious to his surroundings, even if it were merely a dream. He yearned to meet her once more. Since Lily's death, he had not dreamt of her again, perhaps unwilling to forgive him for his transgressions, thus refusing to visit him in dreams. Unbeknownst to him, tears streamed down Snape's cheeks, the crystalline droplets tracing the lines of his aged face. He covered his face with his large hand, bowing his head, unwilling for the approaching figure to witness his current state. He had grown old, while she remained so young, vibrant with life. How could he face her? Through his fingers, he caught sight of his greasy, unkempt hair, and for the first time, he loathed his disheveled appearance. Even lamenting that shampoo had been invented by the Potters. Before the one he cherished, all pretenses seemed utterly absurd. Professor, Harry called softly, cautiously approaching, fearful of disturbing this man who had endured so much suffering. As for Snape, Dumbledore surveyed the food on his plate before glancing around the room, failing to spot Snape's presence. Professor McGonagall had finished her meal and departed, as she had classes in the afternoon. Quirrell, just entering, fell out of place under the scrutiny of the headmaster's inquiry, lowering his head and retreating to a small corner. For reasons unknown, a sense of unease settled in Dumbledore's heart. This matter was far from simple. Where had Snape gone? Although he was aware of the professor's formidable abilities and his preference to avoid lingering in the Great Hall, Dumbledore sensed something was amiss. Perhaps it was the result of his abilities reaching a certain level, granting him a remarkably keen intuition. Wiping his mouth, Dumbledore set down his utensils, preparing to personally search for him in his office. Snape slightly lifted his head, the lost rationality gradually restored as he heard the word professor. He immediately activated his mental barriers, containing his crumbling emotions, and his expression turned blank, save for the tear stains on his face, which constantly reminded him of the events that had just transpired between the two individuals. He gazed at the approaching girl before him. Though her actions bore the shadow of Lily, there was also the presence of the detestable Potter. Professor Iapologis. My name is Harry. Due to our failure to address certain issues, we inadvertently brought you into this situation. At this moment, Snape's mind raced furiously. He had accepted Dumbledore's intentions. Yet his own presence here indicated that something was gravely amiss with Dumbledore. The possibility of impersonation was utterly inconceivable. Only the two of them possessed knowledge of such matters. There were but a few in the world capable of such deception, and he was reluctant to dwell on the darker implications. Moreover, the name Harry? Snape's heart tightened. Was something wrong with Harry? Observing the professor's silence, Harry understood that in this moment, selectively revealing certain truths might earn him a modicum of trust. I am another persona of Harry. You currently reside within Harry's mindscape, and he is bound by an inexplicable force that randomly siphons the souls around him. Although it can only absorb one soul per year, he is currently facing complications that have entangled you as well. Harry felt a pang of guilt as he spoke. Harry must complete certain tasks, otherwise, the consequences of failure will harm others. As Harry spoke, he cast a glare ahead. Snape followed his gaze, but saw no one. However, he was momentarily overwhelmed by the sudden influx of information. What on earth was happening? Could it be that Harry and Dumbledore were playing an elaborate prank on him? This was something he could not bring himself to believe. He needed no further persuasion. Bayou entered, and in the blink of an eye, a force propelled him before Snape. He surveyed the scene with satisfaction, Dumbledore's abilities seemed rather limited, failing to notice any anomalies, even as his own authority was usurped. Even Snape had been ensnared within his machinations. With a wave of his hand, Bayou summoned Harry into the fold. Harry had numerous inquiries, including why such events had transpired at Hogwarts, the identity of the suddenly appearing figure, and why his task had abruptly reached its halfway point. Yet, he kept these questions to himself. Under the weight of Snape's piercing gaze, Harry sealed his lips and turned to leave, only to find himself ensnared by Bayou. He watched with keen interest, fully aware of Harry's mix of reverence and fear towards this teacher after spending so many years within Harry's mindscape. How could such a captivating drama go unperformed? With a casual flourish, he conjured a sofa, settled onto it, and sipped from a glass of juice he had materialized, leisurely observing the unfolding events. Before Severus Snape, certain matters were difficult to articulate. However, Harry grasped that this was a threat from Bayou. Initially, he could have chosen not to fulfill the system's tasks, as the bound soul was of no significance to him. Yet, with Voldemort's escape leading to Snape's involvement, he was compelled to devise a means to comply. What do you have to say? Foolish troll, what do you intend to do to your old professor with this spectacle? Despite being in an unfavorable environment, Snape was unwilling to concede to Harry, the son of his former adversary, and mercilessly spewed venom toward him. Harry reiterated the arguments he had just heard from Hallie. Snape was skeptical, yet inwardly aware that oftentimes, the most irrational scenarios are the most likely to be true. He yearned to save Harry, the child who had lost his parents due to his own failings, the offspring of his most cherished one. Under his very nose, Harry endured immense suffering, threatened and coerced, and Snape began to comprehend the origins of the magical upheaval that had plagued 9-year-old Harry. No wonder he and Dumbledore had scoured every corner of the magical realm without a trace. No wonder Harry had exhibited such peculiar behavior. No wonder he had matured and become so perceptive at such a tender age, so eager for power. Yet, he was now struggling for his own safety. Seated beside an individual of dubious identity and unclear intent, Snape clenched his fists in silence, which Hallie observed with care. She approached and grasped the professor's robe, prying open his tightly clenched hand. He cast her a gentle glance, while Harry wiped his eyes in astonishment. What was this? Gentle? As if sensing something, Bayou spoke up. Dumbledore is searching for Snape outside. If you do not act swiftly, your cover will be blown. Harry felt embarrassed, a mix of frustration and helplessness swirling within him, tasked with cleaning up the mess Bayou had created. Chapter 54, Disguise. What if I refuse? Harry felt defiant, weary of being led by the nose. Suit yourself, Bayou replied indifferently. What consequences could the professor's disappearance bring? As for whether suspicion would fall upon Harry, that remained uncertain. Harry intended to argue, wondering how this pertained to him, but Hallie tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to remain calm and not let momentary indignation cloud his judgment and lead to irrational actions. Harry quieted, patting Hallie's hand to reassure her. Snape floated quietly nearby, observing the scene before him, understanding the dynamic between the three of them. It was evident that Harry was under duress, compelled to act against his will. Snape lowered his head, his dark eyes fixed on the ground, lost in contemplation. Bayou kept a watchful eye on him, observing with a calculated gaze. Professor, I apologize for the trouble. Harry approached Severus, requesting a strand of hair. Severus said nothing, his brow furrowed, his robes slightly billowing. Merely observing his figure instilled in Harry an inexplicable sense of safety. He took the hair from Severus's hand and departed from the location. Noticing the absence of others, he turned into a secluded area, casting several spells to prevent any unwelcome young wizards from intruding. From his pocket, he produced an envelope that seemed to resonate with his thoughts. It began to warm, shifting from a pale yellow to a vivid red, and in an instant, Harry vanished. The sealed envelope emitted a faint glow as Harry opened it, releasing the elderly man within. To what extent can you imitate a human? Harry inquired, somewhat apprehensive. The greatest wizard of the century would not be easily deceived by mere tricks, he mused. At least he hoped he was superior to young Barty. My abilities extend beyond mere physical imitation. I can glimpse approximately 15 memories of a person's soul, acquiring nearly half of their powers, the old man proclaimed with pride, his gaping mouth and trembling beard betraying his confidence. It's you, exclaimed the little creature, leaping onto the old man's shoulder with an affectionate demeanor, as if they had known each other for ages. I wanted to speak with you earlier, but I was nearly suffocated. Hurry, hurry. Give me a few of those little fruits from your pocket. I've been craving them for ages. Disobediently, the creature burrowed into the old man's pocket, using its tail to retrieve several purple fruits, presenting them to the elder, poised to devour them at the slightest nod. The old man was taken aback. Only he knew the secret of these little fruits. Could it be that this magical beast had an extraordinarily keen sense of smell, capable of detecting these enchanting herbs? He glanced at Harry, who remained composed and silent, and, out of respect for his master, he reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. "Oh, I knew you would be the best." "Old man." However, if these two little snakes could indeed converse, then this unexpectedly emerged elder might also be a valuable ally in the future. Contemplating this, Harry's demeanor softened towards the old man, who, noticing the little snake devouring the fruits, regarded it with even greater tenderness, thinking to provide more if it enjoyed them. "Here." Harry offered a black strand of hair to the elder. "Pretend to be Severus to handle Dumbledore's inspection. Can you manage that?" The old man nodded, and Harry, though trusting in his abilities, hesitated, uncertain whether to inquire about the sudden chaos at Hogwarts. After a moment's contemplation, he waved his hand, allowing the elder to proceed. "Oh, I'm so hungry," Harry sighed, rubbing his stomach. So much had transpired in recent days that he hardly had time to eat properly. Madame Pomfrey massaged her aching neck. Glancing around the empty infirmary, feeling a surge of frustration. Why had Harry disregarded her advice and ventured out on his own? After finishing her lunch, Hermione, clutching her hefty textbooks, prepared to head to the library for some self-study. Suddenly, a small girl dashed towards her, panic-stricken and trembling, her demeanor suggesting a state of distress. Hermione quickened her pace, intending to intercept her and inquire if she needed assistance. As the girl drew closer, Hermione recognized her as Pansy. Recalling Pansy's previous behavior, Hermione hesitated momentarily, but her innate kindness prevailed. Before Hermione could utter a word, Pansy collided forcefully with her shoulder and ran off at a speed that left Hermione feeling as though her arm might bruise. The stack of thick books tumbled down upon her, and tears of frustration welled in her eyes. Anger surged within her. How ungrateful. She resolved to ignore any future troubles Pansy might encounter. In the distance, two figures approached, one of whom, a shorter boy, noticed Hermione sprawled on the ground and hurried over. As Hermione looked up to see a familiar face extending a hand towards her, her emotions momentarily overwhelmed her, and tears streamed down her cheeks, her sense of injustice erupting like a geyser. Grasping Ron's arm, she rose to her feet, while Cedric, who had come over, bent down to help gather her scattered books, placing them gently in her arms. "Are you all right?" he asked softly. Hermione gazed at the handsome boy before her, her cheeks flushing with a mix of shyness and indignation, embarrassed to display such vulnerability in front of a stranger, yet furious at the thoughtlessness of the earlier encounter. Ron, observing Hermione's disregard for him, grinned helplessly. Meanwhile, Pansy, in a daze, felt as though she had been running for an eternity. This wretched place seemed to stretch on indefinitely, and she could not find her little dragon. Ahead, she spotted a tall, slender figure dressed in a well-fitted black suit, golden hair glinting in the light, and she rushed towards it with a sense of relief. On another front, an elderly man narrowly arrived before Dumbledore, transforming into Snape and settling into a chair. To enhance his disguise, he casually seized a stack of assignments from the table, inserting a red ink pen into his left pinky finger, reminiscent of Snape's actions as recalled from his memories. As he squeezed the papers, the topmost words caught his attention. Harry Potter. The old man inwardly rejoiced. Surely, he would score high marks to demonstrate his loyalty to his master. With a decisive flourish, he marked an O, the pen gliding swiftly across the rough paper, producing a satisfying rustle. Just then, Dumbledore entered, casting a wary glance at the smiling Snape seated in the chair, a chill running down his spine. Chapter 55, The Test. Sensing the headmaster's presence, Snape, hereafter referred to as the old man, suppressed his smile, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of stagnant waters, a skill acquired from his memories. "What brings you here?" Snape inquired with an air of impatience, gesturing towards a bubbling cauldron. "I am already in the process of preparing Harry's potion." However, he had also portrayed Dumbledore, and the mutual corroboration of their memories should not lead to any significant errors. Snape relaxed, setting down the red pen in his hand. Unconsciously, he pulled open a drawer, tugging at it, but to no avail. This created a rather awkward moment. He stole a glance at the Dumbledore before him, observing the benevolent old man curiously regarding his actions. Feeling a surge of unease, he feigned a mistake and reached for another drawer below, which thankfully yielded to his efforts. He casually extracted a few sheets of paper and placed them upon the desk. Upon witnessing Snape's continued sarcasm, Dumbledore's concerns eased. He placed the silver branch from his pocket atop Snape's desk, stating that he had brought the missing ingredient for the potion that Madame Pomfrey had prepared. Potion? What potion? Snape swiftly recalled, and in order to avoid revealing too much in front of Dumbledore, he sought to send the inquisitive headmaster away. Dumbledore, now in a relaxed demeanor, glanced back at Snape, who appeared to be diligently working, and noticed a yellowed letter that starkly contrasted against the pristine white sheets on the desk. Snape sensed Dumbledore's gaze. He looked at the stack of papers between his arms, with a letter lying atop, signed by Lily Evans. An emotional tide surged within him, enveloping him with feelings derived from the very essence of memory, a love he had never truly felt before. It was a leisurely, tranquil afternoon beneath a cerulean sky adorned with fluffy white clouds, a gentle breeze caressing his face, the nests of birds nestled in the branches, the tender chirps of fledglings, and the sound of dried leaves crunching beneath his feet. It was serenity, peace, a personal comfort that bore the weight of two souls' affection. The vivid figure in red rushing towards him, and the bright, emerald eyes fixed upon him. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, flickering warmly and coolly upon Snape, mingling with the fresh scent of blooming soil. Suddenly, with a creak, Dumbledore ajarred the door, interrupting the inexplicable feelings swirling within Snape's heart. He felt as though his heart was submerged in water, overwhelmed by happiness to the point of tears. Harry quietly hid nearby, watching Dumbledore enter, observing the office in tranquility, and witnessing the headmaster emerge with a smile, instantly feeling reassured. The cool touch against his wrist drew his attention. A timid purple snake cautiously peeked out, bashfully speaking. The green branch is still inside. Inside? What inside? It's on the old man. This greedy little creature made Harry roll his eyes. Ron and Cedric headed to the dining hall together, with Ron curiously eyeing the tall, handsome boy beside him. As a first-year wizard, he had long heard tales of the dashing Hufflepuff upperclassmen, and, as someone who had seen Harry Potter, he felt a mix of sympathy and admiration for the hero who had perished during the Triwizard Tournament. Cedric, devoid of Ron's peculiar gaze, spoke to him with a gentle demeanor and a soothing tone, sharing amusing anecdotes from his life while concurrently posing relevant questions that alleviated any sense of awkwardness or exclusion, creating an atmosphere as refreshing as a spring breeze. How did we end up in that hidden passage? Ron inquired with curiosity. Cedric, momentarily flustered, quickly masked his surprise as they approached the dining hall, where the number of patrons had dwindled with the passage of time. It was then that Ron noticed the scene ahead and hurriedly dashed to the long table. Madame Pomfrey, observing Harry's obedient demeanor, ultimately softened her heart. With a sigh, she made her entrance, carrying a silver tray adorned with an assortment of food. The tantalizing aroma stirred Harry's appetite, causing him to swallow hard as he regarded the stern lady before him. With another sigh, she turned and departed, leaving Harry with a vial of potion, instructing him to consume it after his meal. Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him as the azure tattoo glimmered to life, leaping into the air and accurately landing atop a piece of roasted meat. Delicious. My master is simply exquisite. Allow me to alleviate some of your burden, thus sparing you from discomfort, the unexpected creature proclaimed. Harry, taken aback by the sudden appearance of this small being, clenched his jaw but ultimately refrained from protest, hastily joining the fray for food. Once the meal concluded, he found a moment to delve into his mindscape, noticing the altered subtitles upon the glass wall. Clenching his fists, his sharp nails pierced his palm, blood trickling down to the void below and creating ripples. Bayou, arms crossed and hidden behind, observed coldly, but his expression shifted as he noticed Harry sprawled upon the sofa, seemingly asleep. However, Harry knew she had retreated into Gryffindor's realm to read. Drawing near, Bayou whispered into Harry's ear, "I advise you to complete your tasks diligently, otherwise." He glanced at the glass wall, where a floating man lay with closed eyes and relaxed limbs, leaving one to wonder whether he was asleep or awake. Disgusted, Harry distanced himself and turned to Bayou, declaring, "I must enter." Chapter 56. The kitchen. Watching Harry's retreating figure, Bayou felt a sense of unease. Why did it seem that despite Harry pleading with him, he himself held the upper hand? A stray strand of light, golden hair playfully fell onto his forehead, obscuring his vision and causing his eyelashes to itch as he rubbed them. Meanwhile, Hallie awoke, reclining on the sofa with one hand resting on her abdomen, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at Bayou's silhouette. Was she merely imagining things? Harry traversed the glass wall, a refreshing chill coursing through him, awakening a flurry of complex thoughts that he quickly dismissed. "Professor," he called out, striding forward and crouching down as he beheld Snape, who lay on the ground with eyes shut, his black robes fanned out like a dark puddle upon the floor. At a loss for words, Harry felt the urgency of the earlier moment dissipate, leaving him pondering what he ought to say, yet realizing that he had already expressed all that could be said. "Can you inflict harm upon yourself if you fail to accomplish your task? Severus Snape opened his eyes, gazing calmly at the boy before him, the child of his beloved, the offspring of his adversary. Observing the typically composed and restrained student in such a disheveled state, Snape chose silence, for he believed he had gleaned the answer he sought. That night, while the others were in slumber, Harry stealthily slipped out of the Gryffindor dormitory, intent on exploring a small portion of Hogwarts, including the kitchens and the chamber from his previous life, of which he was aware that the basilisk still resided there. He recalled the scene from the previous night, where the creature had appeared. Was it truly the basilisk? He summoned 2 small snakes, preparing to inquire further about the situation. As Harry walked, he cast a disillusionment charm upon himself, feeling the cool sensation envelop him, while holding the Marauder's map in one hand. He surveyed his surroundings. The professor's patrol was still some distance away. Notably, a new name appeared in Snape's office, Filch. Harry raised an eyebrow. Was that old man's name really Filch? He mused on the matter. Dumbledore paced in his office, the imprints of his footsteps vanishing time and again. This behavior seemed hauntingly familiar. Had the headmaster walked in such a manner previously? A casual glance revealed the name of a man in his dormitory, standing motionless, closely beside Ron Weasley. Harry thought to himself that he had found a new task ahead of him. He opened his eyes wide, earnestly scrutinizing the magical flow of the castle, wandering and probing slowly, noticing various indentations and faint scorch marks, each telling tales of the castle's rich history. A sudden gust of wind swept through the corridors, brushing past Harry, causing the parchment in his hand to flutter. It felt as though the wind whispered secrets, as if it possessed a soul and vitality, swirling around him. A tapestry adorned the wall, depicting a knight from the 14th or 15th century, astride a magnificent red horse, clad in weathered armor, one hand grasping the reins, the other wielding a wand, an odd sight indeed. The knight's brown eyes widened, his fiery red hair billowing as he noticed the parchment that had unexpectedly appeared in the corridor. Tilting his helmet slightly, he moved his lips, which tugged at the thick red beer below. "Come here. There's a little wizard awake in the dead of night." The knight exclaimed, pride gleaming in his eyes, his mouth agape to reveal yellowed teeth. The horse beneath him seemed to sense its master's joy, rearing up and neighing. The commotion quickly roused the nearby portraits, filling the corridor with a cacophony. At that moment, Harry tucked the parchment into his pocket, abandoning the notion of summoning the small snakes, and hurriedly fled the area. Filch, drawn by the ruckus, shouted silence as he surveyed the noisy portraits in the corridor. No one paid him any mind. The portraits engaged in lively discussion. Some even ventured into the image of the man, curiously touching his horse and inquiring about the recent events. A kind-hearted lady informed Filch that it was the man on the magnificent horse, hanging on the right side of the corridor, who had first called out. Filch approached the portrait, bending slightly in a manner that suggested deference, and cautiously asked, "Might you have seen the nocturnal little wizard moments ago?" The man, seated high upon his steed, wore an expression of disdain, turning away and galloping into the distant mountains, an expanse that seemed to stretch infinitely. Filch lowered his head, clenching his fists, while Lady Loris nuzzled against his ankle, the gentle touch of her head alleviating the anger that simmered within him. With a resigned sigh, he limped away, cradling his small cat as the dark shadows enveloped his figure. In the absence of the principal actor, the nature of the discussion gradually waned until it faded completely, and the corridor fell silent once more. Harry had run off to a distance, diligently observing the flow of magic throughout the castle. Initially, he could hardly bear to gaze upon it, but after absorbing some souls and entering the realm of Gryffindor, his vision underwent a remarkable transformation. Or rather, his comprehension of the essence of magic deepened significantly. He gazed at the swirling letters, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Where had he encountered this before? Harry traversed past the wooden cask and continued down the corridor, where he encountered a painting of a fruit bowl. He gently scratched a pear within the painting, and an enchanted laughter filled the tranquil space. Harry retrieved his parchment map, surveying his surroundings. He discovered the kitchen just a wall away, where the names were few, and Dobby was slowly moving about, alongside several unfamiliar figures. Before long, the pair morphed into a green doorknob. Upon pushing the door open, he was immediately surrounded by a flurry of enthusiastic little wizards. "What may I offer you, sir?" The savior, the great savior, has arrived. Their fervor intensified, accompanied by faint sobbing. Although he had experienced this before, Harry still felt a twinge of discomfort. Soon, Dobby squeezed his way to the front, standing before Harry. He softly called out, "Harry," then turned his back to him, addressing the group of little elves. "This is Dobby's master." Harry felt his cheeks flush with warmth. a wave of embarrassment sweeping over him. He said to Dobby, "I am a bit hungry. Could you fetch me a glass of orange juice and a small cake? As for you all, I appreciate your enthusiasm." Harry positioned himself in front of Dobby, his tall frame shielding the elf from being overwhelmed by the swarm of little wizards. Upon hearing his words, the little elves expressed disappointment and gradually dispersed. Dobby, with his large eyes fixed on Harry, pulled out a handkerchief, wiping his nose vigorously as tears instinctively welled up before he darted away into the distance. Chapter 57. The Quest for Knowledge. The kitchen is an expansive chamber with a lofty ceiling, its dimensions matching those of the grand hall above. Surrounding the stone walls are numerous gleaming copper pots and basins, while at the far end, a grand brick fireplace stands proudly. Within this enchanting space, 4 long wooden tables are arranged, mirroring the positions of the 4 dining tables in the hall. Harry stands at the threshold, earnestly observing this magical environment. The kitchen lies directly beneath the hall, with a rectangular dining table further in the distance, presumably set for the professors. Cautiously sidestepping a diminutive house elf that flits near his abdomen, Harry approaches the 4 long tables. He studies the intricate patterns upon them, raising his hand to caress their surfaces. What sorcery is this? If traversing space in one's own body is akin to apparition, then what of objects moving through space? Harry's curiosity intensifies, and he yearns to unravel this mystery. This is indeed a proud creation of Hufflepuff. Suddenly, a phrase echoes in Harry's mind, resonating with a voice reminiscent of Gryffindor. His heart skips a beat, a wave of exhilaration washing over him, yet instinctively, a sense of caution restrains his thoughts from dwelling on the matter. "It is all right," the resonant voice assures him, seemingly attuned to Harry's inner concerns. "I have found a way to communicate with you without Whitey noticing. Your innermost thoughts will selectively manifest in both realms, meaning that whoever speaks to you will also perceive your true feelings." A surge of joy envelopes Harry. Dobby has brought food before him. The long-forbidden barriers have lifted, igniting within him an overwhelming desire to dance, a fervent wish to share his newfound happiness with another. Spotting the little elf before him, Harry finds him irresistibly endearing and suddenly enfolds Dobby in a warm embrace. Although the sensation feels somewhat peculiar, he holds on tightly, a broad grin stretching from ear to ear. This joy appears to be contagious, for Dobby's eyes brim with tears, exclaiming, "Master has hugged Dobby! Master has hugged Dobby!" Overwhelmed by the depth of his surprise, Dobby faints in an instant. Looking down at the limp little body in his arms, Harry chuckles awkwardly, a twinge of guilt washing over him for having squeezed Dobby so tightly. Observing this wizard, the legendary savior who rescues all beings from peril and has liberated their tormented house elf community, the surrounding elves gaze on with envy. Never before has a wizard treated them so. Never has a wizard been so close to them. House elves are inherently wise beings, possessing magic beyond the reach of wizards. Though subjugated for millennia, the mindset of servitude is deeply ingrained, woven into their very essence. The long-standing inequality has suddenly been shattered before them, and they can feel the affection Harry holds for Dobby. Truly, he is the greatest wizard in the world. Gently, Harry places Dobby onto a bench and squats down, addressing a nearby house elf at eye level. "Could you please take care of him?" he asks earnestly. This is a dialogue marked by equality, a testament to the respect owed to an intelligent being. What should be commonplace becomes all the more precious in a world so rigidly stratified. Perhaps, in his previous life, Harry was unaware of this truth. However, time has endowed him with depth, and extraordinary experiences have compelled him to contemplate this matter more profoundly. At that moment, a young house elf twitched, a stream of mucus cascading down its face on the verge of fainting. Yet, an elder house elf approached, leaning on a cane, eyes brimming with wisdom, the wrinkles of his face laden with the marks of time. "We will," he said, as he cradled Dobby. Harry watched as the little elf vanished into the throng, redirecting his gaze to the ancient stone slab before him. In his eyes, this weathered stone radiated an extraordinary luminescence, with intricate and wondrous magic flowing through it, compelling him to reach out and caress its surface. Within his mind, Gryffindor began to elucidate intricately, detailing the material and the carving process. From the initial inspiration to the formation of its patterns, from the storage of magic to the realization of spatial transfer. Harry felt as if he had unlocked a new realm, where an alternative application of magic stirred his spirit. The distance from Gryffindor and his companions spanned a millennium. Some legacies had dwindled over time, while others had evolved in understanding due to shifts in ideology, leading to varying interpretations of the same phrase. Furthermore, Past revolutions had filtered ancient magic, and the simplification of modern spells caused magic to gradually lose its true visage, reminiscent not of the Renaissance, but rather a revival of mystical energies. In another part of Harry's consciousness, Hallie gazed silently at the vacant ground for an extended period. She turned to glance at the slumbering bayou nearby, sensing that something was amiss. In the distant Arnia forest, a small snake slithered through the grass, its tightly arranged scales bending the verdant blades, leaving behind a corroded trace. The forest ahead opened up considerably, becoming brighter as the sounds of conversation grew louder. Among the voices, one belonged to a man wearing a brown hat, clad in jeans and Martin boots, his waist adorned with an expensive leather belt embellished with black gemstones. Draped in a black leather vest, leaning against a grand tree, his expression calm, languidly staring into the distance. A black stone hung from his belt, faintly glowing with a red light. The small snake approached cautiously, lifting its head, its eyes reflecting a human-like contemplation and ferocity. It circled behind the man, climbing the very tree he leaned against, scattering the ants traversing its bark, before leaping onto the man's neck, opening its mouth wide to reveal sharp fangs, and biting down fiercely. Ack! The sudden exclamation startled the group nearby. What is wrong? One man, dressed modestly, approached cautiously, a servile smile gracing his face. It's nothing. Please, continue with your tasks, the man at the tree replied, his demeanor unchanged, as if the cry had not been his own. In this moment, Draco gazed at Pansy, who was entwined around him with a hint of impatience. Initially, he believed her to be merely infatuated, but now he perceived her as somewhat unhinged. Observing Pansy's erratic demeanor, Draco stealthily trailed behind her at a distance, his face obscured by a black scarf, resembling a diminutive bat. His eyes brightened upon spotting Harry, who was further down the corridor, clutching a stack of books, and he hurried towards him. Harry's gaze, however, passed over Draco and landed on the shadowy figure concealed behind the wall. Chapter 58, The Teacher. He found himself uncertain about this individual, as his skills in memory alteration were not particularly adept. Additionally, the young girl displayed a pronounced aversion to others' proximity, rendering her inability to speak all the more perplexing, especially with Dumbledore observing from above. Given his uncertainty, he relayed the matter to Harry, who subsequently received a dual confirmation from Draco. They could only be relieved that Pansy, shaken by her recent experiences, had grown distrustful of everyone at the school and had disclosed nothing to anyone. It seemed imperative to devise a solution to this predicament. Harry, clutching his books, patted Draco on the shoulder, signaling for him to follow. Nearby, a group of young witches observed their interaction, whispering amongst themselves, and fell silent as the two approached. What were they up to? Draco found himself bewildered, as did Harry. Not far from them, Hermione and Ron strolled together, displaying expressions of resignation as they watched Harry hastily abandon them. They noted the increasingly close bond between him and Draco, or perhaps their relationship had always been quite intimate. Harry felt a stirring within his robes, soon realizing two small serpents coiling around his arm, indicating they had something to convey. Follow my instructions. Arrange a meeting with Pansy, claiming you wish to accompany her to the edge of the forbidden forest around midnight. Harry whispered softly into Draco's ear. Draco felt a flush of warmth at the proximity, instinctively stepping back, puzzled as to why Harry would choose such a secluded hour and place, yet complied nonetheless. At times, passion may not endure, as fatigue gradually saps it away, leaving either persistence or obligation to endure. Perhaps it was a sign of maturity, Harry mused wryly. Feeling somewhat out of touch, he entered the changing room, which was quiet and deserted. He removed his outer black robe, revealing the lining beneath, as two small serpents slithered out from within. Master, we have contacted the basilisk, announced Qinggang. Indeed, the basilisk wishes to meet you at midnight. Where? Harry shed his lining, revealing toned muscles, and set his glasses aside on a nearby bench. Qinggang emerged from the robe, coiling around the leg of Harry's glasses. At the edge of the forbidden forest. Understood. Harry donned his athletic attire and adorned himself with glasses before stowing away his discarded clothing in the wardrobe. Hearing the sounds from outside, Qinggang transformed himself into the pattern on the legs of Harry's glasses, while Xylan nestled against Harry's sportswear. Come quickly. Let us commence our training, Fred announced as he entered, specifically reminding Harry not to lose track of time, while casually handing him a broomstick. Ever since that incident, the twins' care for Harry had been meticulous, to the extent that even Ron often felt a pang of jealousy, unable to discern whose brother was whose. Harry soared into the sky, gliding through the clear blue expanse, his gaze sharp and precise as he spotted the elusive golden snitch darting about. With agility and speed, he grasped in his hand. From below, which shouted, "Well done, Harry. This time, we shall deliver a small shock to Slytherin." The distance transformed Wood's voice into an inaudible whisper. Only the murmurs of Slytherin reached Harry's ears, presumably related to Quidditch. George approached on his flying broomstick, exclaiming, "Fantastic, Harry! This victory in Quidditch is undoubtedly ours, Gryffindors." His excitement palpable, he clapped Harry on the shoulder, causing both Harry and his broom to dip slightly. George's expression shifted to one of embarrassment as he casually glanced at the little snake design on Harry's sportswear, unable to suppress his curiosity. George pointed at the small serpent. "As a member of Gryffindor, the most we usually sport is a lion." He looked down at the roaring red-haired lion on his own shirt, then back at the purple snake on Harry's robe. Where did it go? He pondered, questioning his own eyesight. Harry shot George a puzzled glance before following his gaze and looking down at his crimson jersey, emblazoned with the Gryffindor crest, finding nothing particularly unusual. George fell silent, observing the dynamic red-haired lion on George's shirt. Harry assumed George wanted him to create a similar design on his clothing and suggested, "I shall seek Hermione's assistance." George scratched his head, wondering if he had achieved his aim. Within Harry's mindscape, half of it was occupied by Bayou, who was seated on a sofa with a table before him, strewn with several stacks of white paper as he diligently penned something. The glass wall displayed that exploration of the castle was 70 complete, permissions at 13, with the countdown of time steadily progressing. Within the glass confines, Harry was conversing with Snape. Gazing at the familiar girl before him, Snape experienced an overwhelming desire to remain in this space, his gaze softening in harmony with the girl's cheerful chatter. In another half of the mindscape, dozens of souls hovered before Gryffindor, some exuding vast knowledge, others displaying decisive resolve. While some wore smiles, even those wielding needles and threads floated in the air. They were arrayed in an orderly fashion across the lawn, as Gryffindor circled them once. Then again, as if engaged in conversation or imparting gentle counsel. "Greetings. You are to provide diligent instruction to these two individuals. And please ensure ample arrangements for that book as well." Emerging from the depths of the soul was a leading figure, possessing a gentle demeanor and a robust physique. With hair that shone a lustrous black, the lady approached Gryffindor, bowed her head, and gracefully executed a curtsy, addressing him respectfully. "Very well, sir." Gryffindor, with a serene expression, assisted the specter to her feet. "I have full faith in you, and it is indeed time to introduce you to the master of this realm." Their hands intertwined. The ghost glided through those broad palms, a symbiotic connection of you within me and I within you. Chapter 59, The Test. After the exhilarating game of Quidditch, Harry was drenched in perspiration. He swept his bangs aside, revealing his striking emerald eyes. The rosy hue of exertion adorned his cheeks, radiating a vibrant vitality. Clad in his wizarding robe, with his left arm draped over his red sports attire embellished with a playful serpent, Harry stepped onto the expansive lawn. He made his way towards the magnificent edifice that stood in the center, bathed in the golden-red hues of the setting sun, as birds soared gracefully nearby. Striding against the light, Harry approached the entrance of the hall, breathless as he ascended the steps. With an effortless grace and an exuberant spirit, this bright figure captivated many. A group of young wizards at the entrance turned to witness the spectacle, and Ron, noticing the commotion, glanced over, immediately catching sight of Harry. He pushed through the throng of smaller wizards, clutching Harry's sturdy arm and guiding him to the Gryffindor long table, eliciting expressions of envy from several young witches. Hermione, upon observing this, took her seat beside Harry. "How was training?" Ron inquired quietly, giving Harry's shoulder a friendly squeeze, remarking on his firm muscles. "Not too bad," Harry replied, settling onto a stool to catch his breath. He reached for a glass of juice from the table, tilting his neck back to gulp it down in one go. At the table, Snape and Quirrell occupied opposite ends, while Dumbledore, observing the lively Harry, could not help but stroke his long goatee with satisfaction. "It seems you are recovering splendidly," he mused, recalling his distant journey to procure that remarkable herb. He patted Snape's shoulder in a gesture of symbolic encouragement. "Professor, look, Quirrell has brought this matter to light." Harry, Gryffindor called within his mind, "You may spare some time from your reading tonight. I wish to introduce you to a few individuals." Harry paused with his utensils, and George, standing behind him, misinterpreted the moment, thinking Harry disliked the food on his plate. He casually placed a candy, purchased from a joke shop, next to Harry's dish. "Thank you," Harry said appreciatively. Ron, witnessing this, turned with a hint of grievance. "What about mine?" George playfully pushed Ron's head down, urging, Hurry and eat. If you don't, you'll turn into a plump pig. Don't listen to him. Yours is right here with me. Fred leaned in, rummaging through his pocket to retrieve a piece of candy, offering one to Ron and another to Hermione. Before embracing his brother and stepping out through the grand door, Ron wore a silly grin. Despite not being their biological brother, years of camaraderie had allowed him to regard them as his true family. Harry bid farewell to Ron and Hermione, making his way to Snape's office. Two little serpents materialized. One perched on Harry's shoulder while the other coiled around his hand. Harry lifted the serpent, inquiring if they could reach the giant python and adjust the time to 2 hours earlier in the morning. Gently stroking the scales of the little snake, it lazily stretched out across Harry's palm. "What are you doing here?" A man emerged from the shadows, clad in an oversized black wizard's robe. His thin lips beneath a pronounced nose creased in disapproval as he scrutinized Harry. "You should be in my office, attending to the materials. Today's detention begins at 8 and lasts until 10. After uttering these words, Snape approached, discreetly winking at Harry from an unseen corner. A chill ran down Harry's spine. Within his mind, Hallie was laughing heartily, instructing Bayou to relocate a screen displaying the outside world into the glass-walled room. And she dashed inside to share the scene with the genuine old professor. Seated calmly on the ground, Snape observed his surroundings with curiosity. Although his expression remained stoic, Hallie sensed a distinct air of relaxation emanating from him. However, witnessing Harry interact with the external Snape, especially as that man employed his own visage for such antics, caused Snape to tightly purse his lips, his expression softening as he inquired, "Could you summon Harry to me?" "Ah, certainly, it would be my pleasure," Bayou replied with a hint of mischief. Following Snape, Harry felt an unsettling chill creep up his back. He remained oblivious to the happenings within his mind, while others seemed to see through him entirely. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and the scenery shifted, bringing him to stand before Professor Snape, where he gazed in alarm at the large screen, managing a smile for his old professor. That Harry lowered his head, casting a fierce glare at the giggling Hallie beside him, immediately recognizing that this mischievous idea was undoubtedly hers. He turned to Bayou. "Was this your doing?" Bayou raised an eyebrow, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, feigning innocence as he briskly exited the scene. Hallie was doubled over in laughter, tears of mirth welling in her eyes. But in an unnoticed corner, her expression shifted to seriousness. It appeared that Bayou's control over Harry's essence was remarkably potent, capable of pulling him into his consciousness at any moment without obstruction. Standing nearby, Snape no longer bore the expression of someone seeking retribution. His gaze was fixed on Bayou's departing figure. Despite his silence with Harry, he understood that this astutely clever girl would never engage in such absurd behavior without reason. Observing Harry's naive demeanor, he couldn't help but strike his head with a fierce sense of disappointment, lamenting his simplicity and physical prowess, while pondering that the capacity for critical thought might elude him for the remainder of his life. In the distance, Bayou waved his hand, sealing the gaping hole in the glass wall, dispersing the surrounding mist to envelop himself, ensuring the three individuals inside remained obscured from view. He bent down, spitting blood onto the ground, then wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, his eyes fierce. This group was indeed formidable, perpetually probing and testing him. Chapter 60, The Fool. "What time is it?" Harry lingered in his mindscape for a moment before sitting up on the sofa and inquiring of Snape, who was engrossed in grading assignments. "Around 9, I suppose," came the response from the man who had yet to lift his head. "Is there truly a bottle of pink potion beneath the grove you mentioned? One capable of altering others' memories?" Harry cautiously asked once more. If I say it exists, it exists. Do you think I would deceive you regarding this matter?" Snape's tone softened as he recalled something. "I am about to lose my transformation. Could you possibly pluck another hair?" MHM. Harry felt time was of the essence, hastily offering a cursory response as he exited the door. Yet, he yearned to uncover more of that girl's memories. "Shoo! Hurry, come this way, and avoid being spotted by the patrolling professors or Filch," Draco urged, manipulating the air beside him. "Wow, little dragon, you're amazing," a female voice exclaimed, belonging to the anxious Pansy. "Can you truly resolve my dilemma? Shouldn't we slip away while they are preoccupied?" Pansy queried, her tone laced with excitement and impatience. "Yes, indeed," Draco replied, feeling a pang of guilt for misleading her. The weight of betraying someone's trust was uncomfortable. However, he steadied himself, confident that Harry would not falter. He was merely assisting in addressing Pansy's current predicament, rather than being overly neurotic and suspicious of every professor and student at the school. The more he pondered, the more justified he felt. Draco quickened his pace while holding Pansy's hand. Her cheeks flushed, she shyly curled her fingers. Unable to see the figure before her, yet sensing the warmth of the one she had admired for so long. Drawing closer, she could even catch a whiff of his fragrance, causing her cheeks to redden further. At that moment, by the edge of the dense forest, Hagrid's hut emitted a gentle glow in the distance, illuminating the surrounding earth. Has that serpent arrived yet? Harry felt a twinge of urgency as he urged the two small serpents hanging by the tree branch to hasten their arrival. If they tarried any longer, he would surely collide with Pansy. But why did you insist on summoning Pansy to this location? Chingang leapt from the branch to perch upon Harry's shoulder, his small head nudging against Harry's nose with a tone of curiosity tinged with irreverence. However, upon seeing Harry stand before him wielding a silver wand, he fell silent, intimidated. In truth, Xylan wished to convey this to the current Harry, yet every time he opened his mouth to utter a word, he felt as if his life was hanging by a thread, prompting him to wisely choose silence. After all, Pansy only trusted Draco. Harry raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes. Nearby, within the shadowy confines of the Forbidden Forest, a rustling sound gradually grew louder. Harry glanced over to see green eyes floating in midair, occasionally blinking with a semblance of humanity. "Master, you have finally come to find me." A deep male voice echoed in Harry's ear, its tone laced with a playful affection. The large serpent slithered closer, raising its upper body and aiming its head at Harry, as if poised to pounce. What do you intend to do?" Harry stammered, frightened and retreating a few steps, raising his wand to point at the affectionate creature before him. "TCH, came Chingang's voice, you can't get anything right, but you excel at being affectionate. You were so clingy when we first met." Xylan seemed unfazed by the scene, leaping onto Harry's shoulder and bumping heads with Chingang. As if by a prearranged signal, the two little serpents transformed into tattoos, coiling around Harry's neck. To Harry's astonishment, he perceived an expression of envy in one of the serpent's eyes. Observing the goofy yet endearing giant snake appearing on the verge of tears, Harry scratched his head, feeling somewhat out of place. He squatted down, leaning closer to the massive serpent's head, resting his hand upon its tightly knit scales and gently stroking them. "Did you seek me for something? What is your name?" "I am called Abun, a name bestowed by my master." The great serpent cautiously nudged against Harry's palm, causing a ticklish sensation and a wave of warmth to swell within him. "I did not come for any particular reason. I simply missed you. Ever since that day we met, I have." Harry found himself easily softened by the creature's display of affection, utterly defenseless against it, not even begrudging the midnight summons to this eerie forest. Abun nudged Harry's hand once more, leaving behind a hardened, deep green scale, before retreating into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. "TCH, Chingang interjected, Master, when you lock eyes with that foolish serpent, it is only natural to develop an affinity for it." Harry stared blankly at the green scale resting in his palm, intricate patterns etched upon its surface. Slowly regaining his composure from the earlier enchantment, a sense of incredulity washed over him. It seemed that each and every one of them was not to be trusted, always setting traps for him day after day. His anger caused him to grip the scales tightly in his hand, the sharp edges cutting into Harry's palm, crimson blood seeping into the scales. A flash of green light appeared, and the great serpent that had just departed transformed into a small eel-like creature, manifesting upon the scales. "Oh, I knew it." Abun's voice shifted from its former deep resonance to a sharp, duck-like quack. "Ha, I knew it." Even the usually composed Xylan could not contain his laughter. Chapter 61, Resolution. Harry, startled by the sudden appearance of the small snake on his palm and the approaching figures of Draco and the others, hastily shoved a clump of something into his pocket. He took a few steps forward. Pansy, upon seeing the figures standing near the Forbidden Forest, retreated in fear, gripping Draco's sleeve tightly, her voice trembling as she asked, "Why is Harry Potter here?" Pansy could only recall that once he entered that day, he never emerged again. "Harry can help you," Draco reassured, patting the back of the girl's hand. "No, you know exactly what happened that day." The girl, teetering on the edge of hysteria, questioned, her eyes brimming with tears. "You came out. You were the only one who left the castle at that time." "Came out? What do you mean?" Draco inquired, perplexed. Suddenly, a beam of light shot through from behind Draco, striking the girl in front of him. "Harry!" Draco shouted in anger, rushing onto the lawn to catch the girl in his arms. Meanwhile, a pine cone fell from a tree above, landing on Pansy. "I will heal her," Harry said awkwardly, scratching his head, feeling embarrassed at the girl's state, yet aware of the gravity of the situation, knowing too much would not benefit her. He turned towards a large tree behind him, as a potion bottle soared through the air, causing the soil beneath to tremble and erupt into a large bubble, from which a small vial filled with pink liquid emerged. The splattered dirt left Harry covered in grime. Ugh! Harry spat out the dirt from his mouth, cleaning himself off before picking up the fallen potion vial and approaching Draco. Wait a moment. Draco raised his hand, blocking Harry's attempt to administer the potion. Were you trying to feed him? Trouble, a voice echoed in Harry's mind. Who is speaking? Draco looked around in terror, the unfamiliar voice belonging to a man. Yet upon closer listening, it sounded eerily familiar, reminiscent of the voice within Harry's mind. Harry's expression shifted. You can hear it? Of course, you replied. Anyone who has a connection to your soul can hear me. Then Dobby is fine. You needn't worry about that. And the large egg that escaped is no more. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Draco lowered his arm, the instinct for survival compelling him to cease his resistance. And it dawned on him that within Harry's mind lay something that sent chills down his spine. That mysterious entity. He held Pansy tightly in his arms, murmuring softly, "You must ensure her safety." Harry nodded, crouched down, and brought the vial of pink potion close to her nose, watching as the pink steam spiraled upwards, radiating a pearlescent glow. Draco stared at the enchanting gas, his expression momentarily dazed. Harry waved it towards Draco and Pansy, causing Pansy's nostrils to flutter involuntarily as she inhaled a significant portion of the vapor. Draco, looking bewildered, soon slumped to the ground, with Pansy's head resting on his chest. Observing this scene, Harry felt an unsettling resemblance to a villain, but he couldn't deny that associating with this individual placed him in a similarly dubious light. "Hey, don't speak ill of me in my presence," Bayou interjected, somewhat displeased. Although Harry had grown accustomed to this fellow's tendency to breach his thoughts at any moment, he still found his relentless presence quite peculiar. "You never sleep at night, and you're always around during the day. So when do you rest?" Harry inquired, curiosity piqued. "Dobby," Harry called, and a small house elf promptly appeared. "It is my honor to serve you, my master," Dobby said, clad in a miniature human butler's attire, bowing respectfully to Harry. "Please take these two to their respective dormitories. Then summon Snape to assist you." Dobby scratched his head, his large eyes filled with confusion, yet he complied. He approached the two on the grass, grasped one in each hand, and with a swift motion, vanished from Harry's sight. The magic of the little elf was truly remarkable. Harry let out an impressed click of his tongue. "Not as great as your master's magic." A commotion in his pocket drew his attention, revealing a small black snake, whose shrill voice compelled Harry to cover his ears. "Well, since we've just met, I didn't know how to speak directly," came a youthful voice from Harry's neck as the embodiment of the green shoots leaped into his pocket. Harry smiled sheepishly, refraining from contradicting it. "Harry, tell me what I just said." Professor McGonagall called from the front of the classroom, rousing Harry from his slumber. Drowsily, he rose, feeling the stiffness in his shoulders, his arms tingling, and faint imprints of his glasses on the back of his hand. Harry struggled to respond, while Hermione, sitting primly at the front, subtly wrote a note and slipped it between the gap of Harry's desk. No fidgeting. Professor McGonagall's stern voice jolted Ron awake, startling Harry, who dropped the note he had just picked up. Ron shuddered, but maintained an appearance of attentiveness. Though he had opened his book, his head hung low, and it had been ages since he had turned a page, leaving behind scribbles that seemed to have been penned in a dream. "Harry, please take a seat," Professor McGonagall said, softening her tone as she recalled Harry's exemplary performance in class. Despite her injuries, she emphasized the importance of proper rest. Harry stifled a chuckle, relishing the sight of Ron being called to stand by Professor McGonagall. Ron, acutely aware of the palpable tension emanating from Harry, could hardly discern what the professor had just said. Positioned a fair distance from Hermione, he lowered his head in silence, yet beneath the desk, he directed a fierce gesture at Harry. Chapter 62, Instruction. Recently, Ron had been embroiled in a self-imposed Cold War, the catalyst being that scene in class. However, the deeper issue lay in Ron's perception of the vast chasm between himself and Harry. Standing beside such a radiant figure as Harry, Ron often felt overshadowed. With remarkable academic achievements, exceptional spellcasting abilities, formidable potion-making skills, stellar Quidditch lineage, striking looks, and a flawless physique, Harry exuded an undeniable charm. Further amplified by his innate title as the Chosen One, a veritable walking halo. Even Hermione, outstanding in her own right, frequently spoke of Harry with a blend of admiration and reverence, which, coupled with Ron's subtle feelings towards Hermione, fed a jealousy that gnawed at his heart like a serpent. Ron often pondered the Harry he encountered in the dormitory, one who seemed far less extraordinary than the one portrayed in class. He wondered if Harry, like him, had merely transitioned into a different soul. His dark speculations were exacerbated by the professor's favoritism towards Harry and the constant guidance from Headmaster Dumbledore, leaving Ron with an unsettling sense that things ought not to be this way. Perhaps it stemmed from his origins in a world devoid of magic. Despite all his experiences, he held a lingering uncertainty about the existence of magic, which in turn affected his command over his own magical abilities, preventing him from wielding them with the fluidity he desired. His inadequacies were painfully magnified in the presence of such excellence. In fact, upon his initial arrival, Ron had harbored a sense of self-importance, yet the instinct for self-preservation clashed with his desire to be the hero. Perhaps the Sorting Hat discerned this internal conflict, seeing through to his core, and thus placed him in Gryffindor. Ron, a familiar voice called, breaking through his heavy thoughts. He looked up to find Harry, a pleading expression on his face, and sighed resignedly to himself. This person was truly insufferable. Severus Snape observed the unfolding drama from his seat on the sofa, bewildered by the myriad faults of the Weasley boy. It was evident to him that Ron, lacking in excellence himself, found it easy to cast blame on others. Harry, tapping his delicate fingers against his temple, wondered why such thoughts plagued him. He settled beside Snape, resting his head against the sofa, and with a gentle closing of his eyes, he drifted into an alternate realm. Amidst the lush, verdant expanse of the lawn, a graceful girl suddenly appeared, sensing an enchanting surge of energy. Gryffindor emerged alongside her, grasping Harry's arm and pulling him into a classroom at Hogwarts. "Let me see," he said, extracting a lengthy white sheet from his pocket, densely inscribed with numerous lines of text. "Today, you're scheduled for social psychology and behavioral economics." Gryffindor adjusted his magnifying glass, bringing his eyes closer to the note. "And there's dance class, along with a work titled Capital by Marks. Today's lessons revolve around Muggle studies. Tomorrow, you and Harry will switch. He is learning." Before Gryffindor could finish, Harry dashed around the desk and snatched the paper from his hand. Harry's subjects include comprehensive use of runic language, potion crafting, and an overview of Quidditch tactics. Harry flipped through the suddenly materialized books on the desk. Opening the one on runic language, her eyes met a flurry of letters resembling tiny tadpoles, overwhelming her senses. It felt as though she had ingested a sedative. Her mind clouded instantly. "Never mind. Let Harry continue with his studies. I shall avoid this nonsense," she declared, disdainfully tossing the thick, dust-laden tome onto the desk. She settled down comfortably and opened the hefty volume titled Capital. Concepts such as surplus value, labor productivity, and socially necessary labor time, along with a multitude of incomprehensible formulas, flooded her mind. Ugh! Harry laid her head down on the desk, her forehead resting against the surface, arms sprawling helplessly across it. "Why must we learn these things?" she exclaimed, her vibrant green eyes wide, her thick lashes fluttering as she gazed pitifully at Gryffindor. "Can I opt out? Or perhaps let Harry study all of it instead?" Gryffindor paid no heed to the girl as please. He had heard the sound of elegant footsteps and, with a brightened expression, hurried to the front of the classroom, opening the door. A poised lady stood at the threshold, her demeanor warm and her presence refined. Upon witnessing Gryffindor's actions, Harry understood that her teacher was about to arrive. She sat up straight, adopting a dignified pose, and absent-mindedly tucked away her tousled hair behind her ears. "Good day, teacher." As the stately lady approached the podium, the roses time had bestowed upon her accentuated her radiant beauty. Harry rose, performed a courteous bow, and greeted her sweetly. "Well then, let us commence our lesson." Resigned, Harry immersed herself in the exhilarating yet demanding academic pursuits. Gryffindor discreetly retreated outside, gently closing the door behind him. At that moment, a man clad in a suit, exuding an air of sophistication, strolled over, the weight of time etched into his presence. "When will my student arrive?" "It must be nearly time for his class," he spoke, his voice carrying a compelling charisma. Gryffindor respectfully nodded, gazing at the man before him, a figure of great accomplishment in the Muggle world, whose deeds he admired immensely after learning of them. "I shall summon Harry at once. You may proceed, and rest assured, I will speak to him earnestly." Upon hearing this assurance, the man turned contentedly and briskly made his way to the classroom ahead. Gryffindor felt a twinge of anxiety. This was unusual, for Harry should have already arrived by now. His figure abruptly vanished, entering a realm of mystery, where he gently tapped the character before him and called out, "Harry, Harry, it is already time for class. Find a place to rest and come class." Chapter 63, The Arrival. Harry walked alongside Ron, traversing the narrow corridor amidst a throng of students, with Hermione trailing behind them, clutching a book, her face alight with joy at the sight of the two friends reconciled. "Who is that?" Harry wondered, eyeing a girl who stood out amidst the noisy crowd. her uniqueness making her seem somewhat out of place. For some reason, her silky black hair captivated his attention, prompting him to draw closer. She was the one standing on the table when Professor Snape had us in detention. Ron chimed in, having caught a glimpse of the distinctive girl despite being at the center of the crowd. "Let us hurry," Ron urged, giving Harry's shoulder a light pat. "If we don't move soon, we'll be left with only the leftovers for dessert." "All right, I'm coming." The girl with the ebony hair smiled gently as she watched the trio pass by. "Today's lunch was quite delicious," Harry remarked, wiping the grease from the corners of his mouth, while Ron offered him a glass of juice. "No, thank you," Hermione replied, shaking her head as she waved her book, indicating her intention to go to the classroom to review the material. "And what about you?" Harry turned to Ron. Ron hesitated, torn between the desire to maintain his newfound camaraderie with Harry and the realization that if he did not discover his own purpose and strength, their friendship might one day falter again. He wished to stand side by side with Harry. "No, I'll pass." Ron declined Harry's invitation. "I didn't bring my textbooks for the afternoon. Could you please grab them for me from the dormitory? They're on my nightstand." Harry was somewhat surprised but pleased to see Ron's willingness to change. "Sure, I'll remember to bring them for you. Good luck," he replied with a firm nod. Hermione couldn't help but laugh at the interaction between the two. How adorable. At that moment, the dormitory was silent, the curtains drawn, allowing only a sliver of light to seep through. In the innermost bed, a lump indicated that Seamus was nestled within, seemingly fast asleep. Harry set the alarm clock, placed Ron's requested textbooks alongside his own, and quietly approached his bed, pulling back the covers to lie down. As per his usual practice, Harry delved deep into the recesses of his mind, erecting a formidable barrier that isolated him from the external world, akin to an advanced form of mental closure. Seated languidly on the sofa, Snape stifled a yawn, closing his eyes while peering through a narrow slit with one eye, observing Harry, who appeared as furtive as a thief. Internally, he scoffed, truly a Gryffindor, acting so thoughtlessly. Was he so brazen as to fear detection? This was clearly mischief. "Hello," Harry greeted Snape, who remained unresponsive, eyes shut, unwilling to engage with the fool. "You have been visiting quite frequently lately." A familiar voice emerged from behind Harry, belonging to Bayou, whose eyes sparkled with mischief, revealing a set of pearly whites, his expression inscrutable, tinged with curiosity. Startled, Harry turned to face Bayou, offering an awkward smile that betrayed his guilty conscience. One side of his face reflecting unease, the other ill intentions. "Well, I'm just here to sleep." Avoiding direct eye contact, Harry gestured toward the glass wall. "May I rest on the sofa inside?" "Sure, considering how diligently you've been completing your tasks lately." Bayou cast a glance at the subtitles above the glass wall, which displayed the entire map of Hogwarts, with numerous locations illuminated. Harry ventured out almost every night, exploring areas inaccessible during the day, even the girls' restroom. That must be quite a challenge for him. Yet, observing that the task progress had reached 95, Bayou's expression softened. Besides the Chamber of Secrets guarded by the Basilisk, a small section of the Ravenclaw Common Room, and a restricted section of the library, along with a few professors he had yet to engage, such as Sybil Trelawney, who would teach them divination, and others teaching classes like arithmancy and care of magical creatures. Harry had explored nearly every corner. The Hufflepuff Common Room was accessed through Cedric, where he received a warm welcome from the little ones, while the Slytherin Common Room was entered due to Draco's insistence. Under the intimidation of the Malfoy family and Harry's own renown, few dared to voice their objections. Equipped with the Marauder's map gifted by the Weasley twins, Harry traversed every secret passage within the castle, even sneaking into the headmaster's office under the pretense of seeking clarification during Professor Dumbledore's tutoring sessions. "Go on in. What is wrong with you? Why do you enjoy sleeping here?" Bayou waved his hand dismissively, finding it bothersome to open the door for Harry every time. Bayou's slender hand rested on Harry's forehead, a cool sensation enveloping him, abruptly pricked by a sharp sensation. "From now on, feel free to enter whenever you wish, just don't keep bothering me." Bayou gestured dismissively, vanishing in an instant, confident in his dominion over this space. Oh, what a delightful surprise. Harry passed through the glass wall and settled on the opposite side of Snape, who was already in a deep slumber, hastily closing his own eyes. Snape felt a slight indentation beside him, glancing at the two identical faces flanking him, and he sensed the warmth radiating from them. With a sense of awkwardness, he stood up. "Sorry," Harry panted as he bent over, resting his hands on his knees and wiping the sweat from his forehead. When he was just transported, he found himself by the Black Lake and felt he was nearly late, so he sprinted towards the castle. Observing Harry's disheveled state, Gryffindor clapped him on the shoulder, urging him to hurry, as the professor was still waiting. Straightening up, Harry attempted to regulate his breathing while passing the nearest classroom, where he caught sight of a scowling Hermione, who wore a smirk of schadenfreude. Chapter 64. Understanding. Approaching the grand door, Harry did not experience the usual relaxation associated with entering a professor's classroom. His heart raced with tension. He lowered his gaze to inspect his attire for neatness. "Please enter." A male voice called from within. Harry turned to glance at Gryffindor, who nodded encouragingly for him to proceed. Taking a deep breath, Harry grasped the doorknob and stepped into the classroom, where the bright light compelled him to shield his eyes momentarily. Ron raised his head from the densely packed text in his book, emerging from his reading. He glanced at Hermione, who was diligently studying, then looked towards the front of the classroom, where no one was present. The entire room was eerily quiet, with midday sunlight cascading over the desks, casting a halo on the ceiling, while birds chirped from outside the window. Ron turned his head in confusion, feeling an inexplicable presence in the classroom. "You've arrived. Please take a seat." A man adjusted the bow tie around his neck, gathering his cascading hair into a small ponytail secured with a hair tie, resulting in a playful curl at the back of his head. "All right, Professor." Harry obediently sat in the front row and opened the tome that had long rested on his desk, a comprehensive guide to ancient runes, causing him to feel a wave of embarrassment as he truly found such material daunting. The man at the podium waved his hand, and a large curtain descended, with a beam of light striking the curtain from above Harry's head. "I previously shared some of my experiences with you," the cultured, slightly artistic professor began. "Before my demise, I was born in England, attended Eton College, and graduated from Cambridge University, becoming an expert in economics with several theories published that contributed to the global economic development." He humbly recounted. However, Harry was already well acquainted with this man. In his youth, he had been oblivious to the prestige of Eton College, often mentioned by Aunt Petunia, until he matured and traveled, realizing that it was a gathering place for the elite of British society, including aristocrats, royal family members, and the offspring of business magnates. To think that such a remarkable individual was now his teacher was astonishing. While he could teach him economics, Harry glanced at the book in his hands, feeling a sense of misalignment with the subject matter. The man smiled, as if he could sense the confusion within Harry. "After my death, Mr. Gryffindor found me and brought me to this hallowed ground." He gazed around with a hint of reverence. "I had never realized that such a group of individuals existed in this world. Here, I devoted myself to learning with unparalleled zeal, feverishly absorbing knowledge from another realm. I once believed I had grasped the entirety of the world, only to discover I was but a frog in a well." The man looked earnestly at Harry. "I have come to comprehend the circumstances of the entire world. I do not wish for us to be mere fodder in someone else's pot." Harry felt a heavy burden settle upon his shoulders. He nodded seriously, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. The man cast a reassuring glance, saying with a hint of pride in his elongated tone, "I have essentially mastered the existing magic of the wizarding world, as well as a significant portion of the runic script." He paused, a note of wistfulness in his voice. "This knowledge is truly fascinating, entirely distinct from economic theories I'm accustomed to." Harry felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, genius is undeniable. "Now, let us commence our lesson." The man concluded their light banter and began imparting his understanding of runic script to Harry. The essence of writing is expression. It can be referred to as runic script, English or Chinese. There is nothing inherently special about it. It is merely a conventional tool that allows us to comprehend one another, much like painting, music, and film. A look of confusion spread across Harry's face. How could these seemingly unrelated concepts be intertwined? The man explained. All four share a commonality, the expression of meaning and mutual understanding. Through writing, you can grasp what another is articulating. Through music and film, you can evoke emotions. Through painting, you can recognize the artist's feelings or convey your own. The medium may differ, but the essence remains the same, much like finance. With a gentle smile, the man conjured a gold coin, holding it in his hand. Why is gold considered wealth? Is it merely because it is a precious metal, easy to carry, divisible, and preservable? Not solely. It is a result of a long historical evolution in which people have collectively agreed to regard gold coins as a form of value retention. This consensus is what grants gold its status as wealth. He continued, thus the crux lies in understanding. Understanding of writing, music, painting, and the collective recognition of wealth, all are fundamentally analogous. Harry's mouth fell agape, his eyes wide with astonishment, as if he beheld a new door slowly opening before him. Now, the understanding between individuals transforms into an understanding of magic in nature. One's comprehension of magic coalesces into mysterious patterns, facilitating communication with and mastery over magical forces. Upon hearing this, Harry shivered, straightened his back, and focused intently on the man's eyes. "Professor," he inquired, "I comprehend the mutual understanding between people. But how can one understand magic? What is there to comprehend about it? How do you usually cast spells?" The man retorted. Harry furrowed his brow, contemplating the intricate process of spellcasting. He sensed an energy within himself, and uttering the incantation manifested that power. Your body possesses the ability to store, absorb, and transform magical energy. This intrinsic understanding of magic is inscribed in the very genes of a wizard. Muggles, lacking this comprehension of magic, are unable to harness it. Moreover, the wand is not merely a tool to enhance magical efficacy. It establishes a bridge of communication and expression between the magic and the incantation you wish to cast. The man raised the wand he had placed on the lectern, bringing it closer. Harry began to grasp the essence of the professor's teachings. Chapter 65, Practice. The classroom gradually filled with students, a cacophony of chatter and playful banter echoing throughout. Ron nudged Hermione beside him, asking, "Where is Harry?" Hermione shrugged, an expression of helplessness crossing her face. "I don't know." The bell rang, and Professor Flitwick, with his diminutive stature, made his way to the front of the classroom and stood on a stool. "Please open your books. We shall commence our lesson." Ron glanced at the empty space in front of him, feeling a tinge of embarrassment and concern for Harry, who had never been late for class. "Apologies, Professor. I'm late." Harry hurried into the classroom, having been so absorbed in his previous lesson that it took Snape's nudging to awaken him to the passage of time. His face flushed, breathless. With a sheen of perspiration on his forehead, his bright green eyes appeared as though freshly washed, exuding clarity. He leaned against the doorframe, slightly hunched, with a black backpack slung over one shoulder. "Come in, dear boy." Professor Flitwick kindly welcomed him, showing no sign of displeasure. Ron overheard whispers from the crowd below. "No wonder he's the savior. Even being late won't cost him points." The tone held a hint of disdain and jealousy. This irked Ron, who turned sharply to identify the source of the remarks. "Here you go. Sorry for being late." Harry approached, sitting beside Ron, and rummaged through his black backpack, producing a book and handing it to Ron. The distraction made Ron forget his earlier annoyance as he turned to open the book. "Oh, no worries. Thanks, mate." Once the classroom settled into silence, Professor Flitwick began, "Please turn to page 36 of Standard Spellbook for Beginners. Today, we shall learn the binding spell, which is derived from the Latin word incarcero, meaning to imprison. Its function is to shoot forth a rope from the tip of your wand to bind an object." With that, Professor Flitwick floated to the side, transforming the lectern into a mannequin of the same material, positioning it nearby. "Now, I shall demonstrate for you. Seize and bind." A beam of light shot forth from the tip of the professor's wand, transforming into a robust rope that ensnared the effigy. The action was swift and forceful. The effigy was immediately toppled, landing with a resounding thud. In Harry's eyes, Professor Flitwick's head flickered momentarily before being enveloped in a radiant glow. The light then flowed like a stream from his arm to his palm and into the wand. Soon after, the hue of the light within the wand shifted, bursting forth as it coalesced in the air, materializing into a tangible form, with part of the light guiding the solidifying rope to ensnare the effigy. For the first time, Harry clearly comprehended the intricacies of spellcasting. A chorus of awe emanated from the young witches and wizards below as Professor Flitwick beamed at the spectacle. "Now, everyone, take note. The incantation is seize and bind. Let us recite it together." However, as time passed, Harry found himself repeating the incantation alongside the novice wizards, enduring corrections to his pronunciation. He lowered his head and stifled a yawn, at which point he heard the mocking voices of Gryffindor echoing in his mind. "How does it feel? Are you enjoying yourself?" With a resigned sigh, Harry acknowledged that this lesson felt like a mere waste of time. It wasn't a matter of disrespecting the teacher or harboring arrogance, but rather, as someone who had been an Auror for several years, coupled with intense training under Moody's guidance, engaging in such lessons now seemed somewhat trivial. With this thought in mind, Harry resolved to approach the professor to request an exemption, thereby freeing up more time to delve into subjects he had yet to explore. As Harry pondered, the professor began instructing the students to practice the spell, pairing them up to attempt casting it on one another. The classroom transformed, the desks and chairs they had occupied vanishing in an instant. The professor's platform ascended to the forefront, and the room morphed into a circular recess, with the young wizards standing on the wooden floor, forming pairs. Oh, Harry was jolted from his reverie, glancing at Ron and Hermione, who had already paired up, then surveying the other young wizard around him. "Sorry, Harry, I called out to you earlier, but you didn't respond," Hermione whispered. Ron leaned closer, giving Harry's shoulder a friendly pat. "Come over and help us check our wand movements, pronunciations, and stances to see where we might be going wrong." With a chuckle, Ron pulled Harry into their midst. "All right, you can start now," Harry said, positioning himself between them. "Cast a spell on me." Ron and Hermione had no doubts about Harry's abilities. Based on past performances, even if Harry were distracted, he consistently excelled among the first-year students. "I'll go first," Ron declared, adjusting his mindset and eager to try. Seize and bind. A beam of light erupted from the tip of Ron's wand, but as it traveled further, it diminished in size and intensity, eventually bending downward before it reached Harry, landing in the earth at his feet. After witnessing the scene, a smile shifted from Ron's face to Hermione's, causing the young girl to double over in laughter, her exuberant voice capturing the attention of those around them. Ron's complexion transformed to match the hue of his hair, and steam seemed to emanate from his ears in frustration. Harry, unable to suppress his amusement, struggled to close his gaping mouth. However, judging by the increasingly dark expression on Ron's face, his efforts were in vain. Immobulus. Harry had noticed Ron's spell had gone awry. Ron scratched his head, feeling that it was all rather similar to him. "All right, let me try again," he reminded Harry, cautious that his wand's spell might inadvertently harm him. Immobulus. This time, the incantation was an improvement, though it merely resulted in a sparkling flash that splashed onto Harry's wizarding robe, leaving a fine, hair-like thread clinging to his attire. Covering his face, Ron turned away, upon seeing that the other young wizards had failed to conjure even a thread. He felt a surge of delight, thinking to himself that perhaps his own talent was not so bad after all. "Let me give it a shot," Hermione called out, to which Harry nodded in acknowledgement. Immobulus. Her voice was crisp and precise, and a beam of light shot directly towards Harry. He stepped aside gently, and the light struck Ron instead, propelling him forward a few paces. Who is ambushing me?" he exclaimed, turning to find Harry grinning smugly at him, alongside the girl who had averted her gaze, gritting his teeth in irritation. "Room for improvement." Harry raised an eyebrow, intending to say more, when Professor Flitwick approached. Chapter 66, Approval. "Oh, how is your practice going?" The professor floated over on a levitating stool, adjusting his height to match Harry's. His voice halted Hermione's intended steps, leaving Harry feeling somewhat guilty about his earlier mischief. "Harry, why don't you come and try with me?" Professor Flitwick suggested. He always sought to impart more knowledge to his exceptional students. The man's words lingered in the air as the width of the binding rope diminished to half the size of an arm, exuding a leather-like sheen while becoming soft and elastic, coiling together and rushing towards the professor. Professor Flitwick gazed in awe at the suddenly transformed rope, marveling at the remarkable child before him, whose mastery of spells surpassed even that of many adult wizards. With a gentle wave of his arm, the rope was swiftly redirected, prompting a gasp from the nearby young wizards, lamenting that Harry had not struck the professor. Harry smiled faintly, his eyes glinting with mischief as he watched the rope soar toward the sky. The professor, having noticed the expression on Harry's face, followed his gaze upward, but found nothing unusual. Just as he pondered this, a sudden gust of cool wind swept behind him, prompting his years of combat experience to instinctively reinforce his shield. Protego. The sudden attack that surged from behind was deftly deflected. The professor turned around, only to discover a segment of rope. He stepped onto a floating stool and glided towards Harry, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "How did you accomplish that? Did you cast 2 spells in rapid succession?" "I merely altered the form of the attack," Harry replied. Professor Flitwick's eyes sparkled with realization. "Are you suggesting you improved upon the spell?" "Not exactly. I simply transformed the expression of the spell into what I envisioned." Reflecting on the earlier scene, Harry recalled how one surge of magical energy morphed into rope at his behest, while another vanished from sight, drifting behind the professor. It was the first time someone had executed such an enhancement to a spell. The professor leaned in closer to Harry, as if discovering a hidden treasure. He had known of Harry's talents, but never anticipated their depth. Hermione gasped, her mouth agape, revealing a glimpse of her pearly white teeth, while Ron's eyes widened in astonishment, reaffirming his belief that Harry was indeed extraordinary, as if they had stepped into a fanfiction where Harry was the protagonist. Neville, nestled at the back of the crowd, watched in awe, his eyes filled with envy as he gazed at the radiant Harry standing amidst the throng. The remainder of the time passed amidst discussions, and Harry, feeling the weight of the gazes upon him, absently rubbed his arm, regretting his earlier display. Perhaps he should have kept such abilities hidden from the public eye. Meanwhile, our protagonist, buoyed by the moment, made his way to the headmaster's office. "I wish to request an exemption from attending classes," he said, glancing at the elderly figure he had not seen in some time, reflecting on the recent events that stirred a sense of guilt within him. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, a smile gracing his lips as he stroked his beard with one hand while casually tapping his fingers on the desk with the other. He had heard the recent rumors circulating within the school and was privy to more detailed insights. Conversations with Harry's professors revealed that his prowess had far surpassed that of a typical first-year wizard. In fact, he had learned of Harry's capabilities even before he began his formal education. Though he had once hesitated about Harry not attending school, Dumbledore ultimately decided that the boy should experience the life of a normal young wizard. He bears too much responsibility already, if he lacks even the time to unwind. Dumbledore mused, lowering his gaze in contemplation. Noticing the silent headmaster, Harry felt a twinge of unease, fearing he had revealed too much. Just as he pondered an excuse to leave, Severus Snape entered the office, clad in his customary loose-fitting black robes. His hair as greasy as ever and his face devoid of expression, he regarded Harry with a flicker of impatience, though internally he was pleading for mercy. "I apologize, Master. It was not my intention to create this appearance. I merely wished to maintain my persona." Snape took a moment to compose himself, then turned his gaze towards Dumbledore, his eyes filled with urgency. Dumbledore comprehended his meaning. "Very well, as long as you pass the professor's assessments, you need not attend classes this year." Harry's thoughts drifted towards Snape, wondering how well he managed his guise. However, that fleeting glance had revealed the essence of the professor. Dumbledore's words penetrated Harry's mind, filling him with unexpected joy. For now he would have more time to pursue his own endeavors. "Thank you, Headmaster," Harry replied with a grateful smile. He cast a glance at the headmaster and then at Snape nearby, before turning to leave. As he brushed past Snape, he felt something additional in his sleeve, causing his heart to race. Was he being impatient by making such a subtle movement in front of Dumbledore? Moreover, they had ample opportunities to meet. Why choose this moment to slip something to him? Harry found himself momentarily frozen, uncertain of how to react. Seated in his chair, Dumbledore observed the interaction between the two. Intrigued, their exchange seemed to oscillate between wanting to conceal something and wishing to be discovered. What scheme were these two concocting? When had they reconciled? Dumbledore genuinely felt joy for Snape, recognizing the price he had paid over the years, isolating himself behind high walls to undertake perilous tasks, often without understanding from his colleagues, the very best example of which was Harry. Harry took another step, his decision causing sweat to bead on his palm. Remaining there, unsure of how to explain the instability of the situation, felt like a ticking time bomb. It seemed imperative to find a way to complete the task and release the true professor. Chapter 67, Memories. Harry exited the headmaster's office, pondering in his mind about Bailu, questioning what kind of person he was. No response followed, and Harry silenced himself, recognizing that if Bailu did not wish to divulge, he would remain tight-lipped. Harry finally felt a considerable weight lift, relieved from the daily concerns of class schedules, allowing him to immerse himself in his planned academic life. Let me think. Which professor should I approach for the final exams first? Then I can get closer to those few professors whose courses I haven't taken. This way, I can accomplish my exploration task without raising Dumbledore's suspicions, and I would have an excuse to frequent the professor's office in front of my classmates. As Harry contemplated this strategy, Bailu noted Harry's meticulous planning. Still aligned in their temporary alliance, he spoke. "I too am unaware of where that individual hails from or what forces lie behind him. I merely know him." Yet, Harry did not believe this. If their acquaintance was so new, how could he possibly heed his words and cause such a commotion at Hogwarts? From his sleeve, Harry retrieved a note that read, "A strand of Snape's hair is also needed for the disguise." Harry suddenly recalled an event that seemed to have been mentioned by Snape prior to erasing Pansy's memory. However, in the long duration spent in his office. Why had Snape not brought it up? Harry remained oblivious to the internal turmoil that plagued Snape's heart at that moment. Snape harbored no doubts regarding his master's memory and could never have anticipated that Harry had forgotten this matter. On that day, he had dared to broach the subject with Harry, requesting hair before the time of transformation had arrived. When Harry failed to provide it, Snape assumed that Harry was aware of the deadline for his transformation and chose not to raise the issue again, interpreting it as a warning to refrain from harboring any ulterior motives. Thus, Snape resisted until the very last day of the transformation deadline, unwavering in his belief of the correctness of his master's actions, attributing his own behavior as an offense. It was only as the deadline approached that he finally spoke to his master again. Harry understood the gravity of the situation. If he did not comply, Snape would inevitably reveal himself. He could not fathom why such a formidable individual would adhere so rigidly to convention. When Snape declared he would not provide the hair, there was no room for doubt or inquiry, and Harry, having implanted himself within Harry's mind, became aware of this predicament. Snape then plucked a strand of his own hair, and placed it in Harry's hands. Harry stood at the entrance of the headmaster's office, leaning against the wall, clutching the hair tightly, wrapping it within a paper bundle. Although the circumstances appeared somewhat reasonable, Harry still felt that the timing of Snape's request was inappropriate. Dumbledore and Snape tacitly refrained from mentioning his earlier action, continuing their discourse on other matters. As Snape emerged from the headmaster's office, he spotted Harry waiting against the wall, his eyes brightening, and he began to stride toward him. However, Harry halted him with a glance, prompting Snape to obediently stop a few paces before him. Harry placed the paper bundle into Snape's hand and then silently departed. Initially, it was a tempest, but subsequently, it evolved into a pervasive dampness that accompanied him throughout his life. The domestic violence from his father, his mother's resignation and retreat as a witch, her crimson blood trickling from her forehead, falling at the feet of young Severus. He fled from his home, traversing through narrow alleys that were filthy, foul-smelling, and cramped, where behind every open door lurked pairs of greedy, malevolent eyes. Young Severus, pursued by these gazes, was frightened and ran out of the alleyway. Outside lay a realm starkly contrasting with the previous world, a place of bright lights, bustling traffic, and expressions of joy that painfully pierced his tender soul. Clad in his tattered clothing, he walked helplessly along the pristine street, his worn shoes revealing his toes, dirt embedded beneath his toenails. People recoiled from him as if he were a contagion, both adults and children regarding him with disdain. The young Severus felt scorched by their glances and hastily sought refuge in a secluded, quiet corner, curling beneath a tree, quietly licking his wounds like a wounded beast. Thud! The death of his mother instantly blurred Severus Snape's vision. The painful memory of his first love departing without mercy, the sharp laughter echoing in the inverted world, and the figures that hung him from the tree swirled in his mind. The world wavered, and the warm sunlight could not thaw his cold fingers. The chill in his legs became increasingly pronounced in that moment. He stared vacantly at the letter in his hand, its yellowed paper and worn edges revealing the affection its owner had for it. Yet, upon absorbing this memory, Snape held the letter as if it were a scalding potato, haunted by the image of the girl's fading silhouette, unaware of the consequences of his actions. From each individual's perspective, their choices appeared indisputably correct. However, placed in another's shoes, they seemed utterly inappropriate. Ultimately, Lily and Snape were fated to be star-crossed. Snape folded the letter, casting several protective charms upon it, and solemnly returned it to its original drawer. He needed to extricate himself from that warm sentiment. It was not his life, and he ought to respect the lives of others. Meanwhile, Harry strolled through the corridor, resolved to hasten his task and first visit the Ravenclaw common room. Situated at the top of a spiral staircase on the west side of Hogwarts, the entrance was a grand door adorned with an eagle-shaped bronze knocker. Standing before the knocker, Harry pondered the question posed to him. Typically, the knocker's inquiries were challenging and required wit to answer, but today, it seemed to sense the arrival of a savior and presented a question never before heard. Do you believe that Muggles and wizards can coexist peacefully? Nearby, some newly arrived young witches and wizards widened their eyes, while older students halted in their tracks, drawn to the question. Despite having some thoughts on the matter, Harry found them too radical to voice in public. The younger witches and wizards, upon hearing the question, were eager to respond. They cannot coexist peacefully. Muggles are inherently inferior beings, declared a young Slytherin pureblood passing by. You are the inferior one, retorted a boy of Harry's age, glaring. I believe both can coexist peacefully. This young wizard was from Gryffindor, with both parents being Muggles. The knocker then inquired, can you elaborate on your reasoning? A senior from Ravenclaw spoke up, asserting, they cannot coexist. Wizards possess magic, while Muggles do not. From another perspective, wizards and Muggles are two distinct species. Muggles have shown extreme cruelty towards beings that are not of their kind, as evidenced by the witch hunts of the 14th and 15th centuries. Several young witches and wizards nodded in agreement. That is not accurate, countered a senior Ravenclaw, whose parents were also Muggles. In the present day, the majority of students at Hogwarts are not of pure blood. Their parents have Muggle lineage. Is it not possible for them to coexist peacefully with their parents? Are we not, in a sense, concealing ourselves within the Muggle world, cohabiting this realm alongside them? You mentioned the need for concealment. If true harmony existed, why would wizards feel compelled to hide? One might retort. Harry listened intently to the fervent discussions around him. This topic had lingered in the world for quite some time. He observed as the door creaked open stealthily, unbeknownst to the crowd, and slipped inside. The debate outside raged on, yet no definitive conclusion emerged. From Harry's perspective, the adage different blood breeds different hearts held a kernel of truth. The chasm between wizards and muggles was narrowing with the advancement of technology. Should the day arrive when muggle technology reached a significant threshold and the wizarding world became exposed, it would undoubtedly herald a catastrophic disaster. Contemplating the future of wizarding technology, Harry sighed heavily, resolving to first complete his immediate tasks. Upon entering the Ravenclaw common room, Harry found it filled with students engrossed in their books. Only an occasional head would lift, while the majority remained submerged in their sea of knowledge. Sunlight streamed through the ornate, arched windows, casting a warm glow upon the floor beneath Harry's feet. The tranquil yet intense atmosphere of study compelled him to pause, opening his eyes to scrutinize the surroundings. Suddenly, a blinding light pierced his vision painfully. It emanated from the Ravenclaw statue, whose magical traces were more pronounced than those nearby, nearly coalescing into a blur, rendering distinction difficult for Harry. He endured the discomfort while meticulously deciphering the traces, gradually dismantling them piece by piece. Some Ravenclaw students took note of the unexpected arrival of the savior, pondering, "What is he doing?" Uncertain, they remarked, "Why does he stand there, seemingly lost in thought?" They shrugged it off, returning to their studies and resuming their previous conversation. Harry felt somewhat out of place in this serene atmosphere. In Gryffindor, the environment was always lively and boisterous, while Slytherin was rife with ambition, status, and desire. Hufflepuff, on the other hand, embodied kindness, indifference, and joy. As for Ravenclaw, Harry mused, it must be characterized by a thirst for knowledge, independence, calmness, and self-restraint. The crowd that had gathered around him had mostly dispersed, leaving a few Ravenclaw students huddled in a corner, whispering among themselves. As Harry passed by, he caught snippets of their conversation: Muggles, wizards, peace, and danger. Hogwarts is the premier magical institution in all of Britain, led by the most formidable headmaster in the European wizarding community, who, in many respects, symbolizes the prevailing currents of the contemporary wizarding world. From their discourse, Harry gleaned valuable insights, quietly beginning to calculate his next steps. Harry observed that the task completion rate stood at 96. Reflecting on the lessons of the day, he felt a lingering desire for further discourse with his teacher. Perhaps he could carve out some time to share the day's events and seek his teacher's perspective. To his surprise, he realized he had not seen this individual for quite some time, save for class hours. Could it be that the matters reported by Quirrell had validated his uneasy feelings? "I installed a camera on a Muggle, which one day was mysteriously destroyed," Quirrell elucidated. From the footage previously transmitted, the last sighting was of a gathering at the forest's edge. The Muggle emitted a piercing scream before the camera ceased to relay any imagery. Quirrell continued, "Initially, I dismissed the incident, assuming the device was damaged during a fall, particularly since some Muggles had tragically succumbed to snake bites during their search. However, I later learned from one of the Muggles that this individual had not been bitten. Rather, he exhibited a sudden change of demeanor, abandoning his parents to purchase a ticket to fly to England." Harry's expression turned grave. Observing the shift in Harry's demeanor, Quirrell instinctively took a step back, recognizing that the responsibility lay with him for his lack of oversight. "Do you have a photograph of that Muggle?" Harry inquired. "And on which day did he arrive in London? And what flight did he take?" Quirrell quickly presented the prepared documentation to Harry. The exact timing of the flight remained uncertain. The Muggle had merely happened upon the ticket, which indicated London as the destination. After a prolonged silence, Harry pondered, "I have absorbed a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Now that he has escaped, does that mean he is under my control when he confronts me? Oh, do I still harbor fragments of Voldemort's essence within my mind?" Curiosity piqued. He wondered why he had never encountered them in his mental realm. "Are you not aware?" Quirrell replied. "You inherently possess a shard left by that entity, which has now merged with the original fragment." Upon hearing this, Harry touched his rapidly beating heart, striving to calm its tumultuous rhythm. Chapter 69. The Request. Quirrell observed Harry seated before him, his finger poised on a specific page of the documents, unmoving. Rising onto his toes, Quirrell attempted to glimpse the contents of the page that had so captivated his master's thoughts. His movement roused Harry from his reverie. Casting a fleeting glance, Quirrell immediately stilled. "Continue your investigation into this matter," Harry instructed. "See if you can influence the members of the Muggle airline to trace this individual's journey." With a sudden recollection, he stood and made his way towards the door. Quirrell bowed slightly, watching Harry depart. "By the way," Harry turned back, "I have applied for exemptions from all courses this semester. Please arrange a set of questions for me at your convenience." Quirrell bowed even deeper, a look of reverence gracing his features, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he lowered his head respectfully. As the students gradually dispersed in the Transfiguration class, Harry navigated against the flow and approached the podium. "Professor, I wish to apply for an exemption from this semester's Transfiguration course." Ron and Hermione lingered at the back of the crowd, and as they crossed the threshold of the classroom, Ron turned to Hermione beside him and asked, "Do we really not need to wait for Harry?" Upon uttering Harry's name, a flicker of fear and hesitation crossed Ron's face. "Never mind, I trust my good friend. He'll handle this." Ron tugged at the strap of his backpack and hurried to catch up with the girl who had already taken several steps ahead. Professor McGonagall was evidently already aware of the situation. She recalled some murmurs circulating within the school and reflected on Harry's performance in class, which had been exemplary. Yet, could he truly afford to be so impatient? Was it wise to bypass the course altogether? Professor McGonagall felt a profound sense of doubt. Observing Harry's composed demeanor and recalling his past accomplishments, it was clear that this was not an undertaking suited for a mere first-year wizard. Professor McGonagall hesitated. Noticing the professor's uncertainty, Harry sought to finalize the matter expeditiously. He opened his eyes and, with a gentle flick of his wand, transformed the podium upon which the professor leaned into a peacock adorned with white feathers, all without a sound. Suddenly, one of Professor McGonagall's points of support vanished, causing her to sway slightly as she gazed in astonishment at the creature that had materialized within the classroom. The peacock proudly lifted its head, shook its tail feathers, and stood motionless, its small eyes vacant and devoid of expression. Recalling the examination content from his first year in Transfiguration, Harry remembered that the task involved transforming a matchstick into a needle. He glanced at the stationary peacock and then at the silent Professor McGonagall, beginning to wonder if he had perhaps overdone it. However, Professor McGonagall's eyes sparkled with excitement as she fixated on the small boy who stood much shorter than herself. She observed his fluffy, soft black hair adorned with two charming tufts, akin to discovering a treasure. "Your practical examination has concluded, and you performed exceptionally well," Professor McGonagall remarked, her tone betraying an unmistakable sense of awe and admiration. "As for the theoretical portion, that will take place next weekend. I shall prepare a test for you. So do make sure to study diligently. Sometimes practice and theory are distinct components," she kindly reminded him. "Thank you, Professor," Harry replied with a cheerful grin, envisioning a leisurely academic life where he would no longer be racing through the corridors of the classroom, fretting about tardiness, nor burdened by assignments. The mere thought of the lengthy paper Professor McGonagall had just assigned caused him to break into a wry smile. "That paper," Harry said in a tone of negotiation. Though he bore many responsibilities and possessed formidable abilities, he recognized that assignments were universally unappealing, regardless of age, reflecting a profound distrust from educators regarding their own teaching effectiveness. "Oh, Harry, you shall still have assignments to complete before your graduation," Professor McGonagall replied. Professor McGonagall firmly declined Harry's request, yet for the first time. She observed a glimpse of youthful innocence and distress etched upon his face, a subtle smile gracing her otherwise stern countenance. "Allow me to remind Mr. Potter." As Harry regarded the expression on Professor McGonagall's face, it appeared that this great savior had momentarily forgotten the plight of his beleaguered old professor. A mocking voice echoed in his mind, sending a shiver down Harry's spine. After expressing his gratitude to Professor McGonagall, he hastily turned and rushed towards the potions classroom. Although that Snape lacked the audacity to impose difficulties upon him, the voice in his head was ever watchful, occasionally uttering poignant remarks to remind Harry of his current predicament. Furthermore, in Dumbledore's eyes, there was no sign of reconciliation between Harry and Snape. Punishment and mockery remained inevitable, albeit somewhat moderated. As for Snape, his origins were shrouded in mystery. Despite Harry's current compliance, the lack of allegiance rooted in loyalty left him feeling profoundly unsettled. Ron and Hermione cautiously nestled themselves in the back rows, observing the Slytherins, who sat with a hint of pride and arrogance, and Draco, who had joined them, leaving them momentarily overwhelmed. Ron recalled his roommate's persistent morning summons, akin to being drained of vitality, while he himself struggled to stay awake during the day. Nevertheless, Harry's performance in class remained formidable and unstoppable. Hermione was engrossed in her book, reciting previously learned knowledge under her breath. She had intended to sit in the front rows, but Ron, unwilling to budge, had insisted on retreating to the back. As memories of the professor's sarcasm and indiscriminate attacks during class resurfaced, she ultimately chose to concede. With a heavy thud, she closed her textbook, as if recalling some aggravating incident, her expression turning furious. She tugged at Ron's ear, steering clear of the nearby Draco, and whispered her discontent regarding Professor Snape's blatant unfairness. Draco observed their antics, his gaze shifting to the imposing figure of the old professor standing behind them. his black robes billowing as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Just as he contemplated speaking, he caught sight of the professor's ink-black visage and opted to silently offer a prayer for them instead. Chapter 70. Teaching. As soon as Hermione uttered her thoughts, she caught sight of Draco's peculiar expression out of the corner of her eye, the ever-present cooling machine behind him serving as a constant reminder of his existence. A tremor coursed through her body, her cheeks flushed, and she hid her face behind her unruly, voluminous hair, lowering her head. The classroom abruptly fell into silence, an eerie stillness spreading contagiously among the students. Internally, Ron envisioned countless scenarios of his demise, being whisked away to paradise by a vial of potion, or being sentenced to confinement in the dark, foreboding forbidden forest, or enduring days of torment in the professor's office, battling toads and frogs. He clenched his fists tightly, beads of sweat suddenly appearing on his forehead. Severus Snape gazed at the two young wizards before him, caught in a dilemma. Logically, these two individuals were dear friends of his master, and he ought to allow them to pass with gentle leniency. However, the absence of any punishment would drastically alter his disposition, drawing the keen attention of Dumbledore. After a prolonged silence, he ultimately chose to adhere to his established persona. It was this very silence, akin to a sword suspended above his head, that proved to be the most tormenting of all. Ron and Hermione had spoken disrespectfully to the professor, resulting in a deduction of 30 points from Gryffindor, though Snape had intended to let them off lightly. The astonished expressions on the faces of the nearby young wizards tightened his heart. Was this punishment not severe enough? I shall confine you both to detention, requiring your presence in my office every weekend evening to assist with material organization. You two will lead the way. Do not linger at the back. The incredulity on the faces of the young wizards intensified. Was this punishment still insufficient? Was it perhaps excessive? Usually, it's a maximum of 5 points, whispered a little snake seated in the front row to another little snake beside it. Indeed, but why do you care about them? The worse Gryffindor fares, the better, came the reply. Just as Snape was about to speak again, Harry hurriedly entered through the back door, his eyes widening at the serene atmosphere of the classroom. He noticed Snape standing a short distance ahead, utterly still, and for a moment he felt paralyzed under the scrutiny of every gaze in the room. Have I inadvertently revealed something? This is quite unsettling. As if he had encountered a savior, Snape sighed with relief. He dramatically flicked his wizarding robe and, with a flourish of his wand, strode forward, closing the bright windows surrounding them. Suddenly, a curtain descended at the front and back of the classroom, displaying various texts and images. Now, we shall commence our lesson. Snape's pronouncement served to alleviate the tension, dispelling the earlier eerie atmosphere with the rustle of turning pages. Hermione buried her head lower, covering her face with her hands, resting it against her desk like a timid ostrich reluctant to face the world. Tears seeped through her fingers, dripping down to dampen her clothes. In contrast, Ron appeared surprisingly at ease. This punishment was far less severe than he had anticipated. He recalled a moment from their nocturnal adventures in the novel, where they had each lost 50 points. 30 points meant a mere 15 points per person, and he too leaned down, feeling fortunate that the detention was not to take place in the Forbidden Forest. Harry, sitting beside Ron, observed their actions with bewilderment, while Draco edged closer, reveling in their misfortune. Your two friends are quite the troublemakers. How daring to speak ill of the professor in his presence. However, Draco stroked his chin, pondering how, despite the punishment reflecting the professor's typical style, the tone of his words seemed unusually courteous. Alas, there is no need for concern. That individual is inherently like this. Ron's comforting voice was interrupted by Hermione, her eyes red and resembling a little rabbit. Let's attend class first, and we shall discuss these matters later. Ron sealed his lips, flipping open his book, diligently taking notes from the presentation on the blackboard. Yet he could not conceal the pervasive gloom that enveloped him. Draco occasionally leaned closer to Harry's ear, meticulously recounting the recent events. Harry realized with a start, glancing at the two despondent figures beside him. Oh dear, these two young lads truly embody the essence of Gryffindor, speaking without a filter and disregarding the context. Severus sneered internally, though the subject of his derision remained oblivious. Severus, on the podium, performed with remarkable flair. Harry watched with rapt attention, recognizing the man as a consummate actor, seemingly replicating vivid images from his past life. Add dried nettles and crushed snake fangs into the cauldron and let them stew. Once the fire is extinguished, introduce the porcupine quills. Caution: should the quills be added while the cauldron is still boiling, the potion will corrode the cauldron, emitting acrid green smoke and a piercing hissing sound. Severus prowled among the desks, occasionally circling behind the young wizards. The splattered potion was corrosive, causing painful welts upon contact with skin. Severus approached Neville from behind. "What are you doing?" Neville jumped in fright, his pen clattering onto the book. "Hurry and take notes. Gryffindor will lose a point if you fail to heed the lesson." Severus's performance was so lifelike that Harry could hardly suppress his frustration. It must be said that this man had mastered the art of deception. No one observing this display would doubt his authenticity. Resigned, Harry meticulously transcribed the content from the presentation, though he felt confident in his other subjects. In potions class, however, he reflected on how he had relied entirely on the Half-Blood Prince's book. "Ah, you've remembered," Severus mused in his mind. "Truly, you are Gryffindor, daring to cast spells learned from an obscure tome on others." His gaze, tinged with guilt, drifted to Draco, who appeared utterly bewildered. Suddenly, an acrid odor permeated the air. Where could it be coming from? Chapter 71. Fury. Harry's keen eyes caught the glimmering tip of Seamus's wand ahead. In his world, all traces of magical energy converged toward that point, seemingly on the brink of explosion. Harry was perplexed as to why Seamus had brandished his wand while studying theoretical knowledge. Yet he understood that if he did not intervene, a small explosion would occur within the classroom. The wand soared through the air, and Harry, utilizing silent incantation, discreetly waved it beneath his desk. With a swift motion, the wand flipped over the desk and landed deftly in Harry's grasp. The light at the wand's tip extinguished, and the noxious odor gradually dissipated. However, Seamus turned to him, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief, mirroring Harry's own expression. Harry gestured to Seamus, indicating that they should discuss it after class. Seamus understood the implication and nodded in agreement. Nearby, several young wizards sensed something amiss. Their curiosity piqued as they attempted to discern what was unfolding. However, due to the swiftness of Harry's spell casting, many only perceived a blur. As his wand soared into his grasp, Draco, who had been closely observing Harry, clearly witnessed the entire sequence of events and noted that Professor Snape above seemed to be taking in the scene, yet uttered not a word. Draco felt an unsettling sensation. During potion preparation, Harry and Draco paired together, seamlessly dividing their tasks. Both displayed remarkable aptitude for potion making, executing their movements with precision and speed, resulting in potions of exceptional quality, so flawless that even Snape could find no fault. Amidst the rising mist, Draco glanced at Harry's face, observing his intense focus and a hint of contemplation. Yet he did not falter in his actions. The array of ingredients transformed in Harry's capable hands into standard forms, and he timed their addition to the cauldron perfectly. Lost in thought, Draco stirred his mixture with his rod, when suddenly Harry's hand reached over, halting his continued motion. "Just 10 counterclockwise stirs will suffice," he instructed. Feeling the warmth radiating from his arm, Draco's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as realization dawned upon him. He felt a wave of shame for his momentary distraction and met Harry's earnest gaze. Quickly, he lowered his head, taking a deep breath, and resumed his potion making with renewed focus. A figure emerged, stylishly attired in a fashionable suit, complete with a black bowler hat. One hand rested upon a dark brown cane, while the other grasped a leather suitcase. He descended from the train with deliberate slowness, weaving through the bustling crowd, deftly avoiding playful children, and made his way towards a pillar at the station. Amidst the throngs of people, he disappeared, and the Hogwarts Express, now set in motion, released a plume of smoke that dissipated gently in the breeze. After potion class, Harry approached Seamus, returning his wand. "Why did you take my wand during class?" Seamus asked, perplexed. "Your wand was on the verge of exploding," Harry explained. Seamus was bewildered. He merely felt the wand pressing against his abdomen in the drawer and intended to place it on the table. Such a trivial action, devoid of any magical force, could not possibly lead to an explosion, though he was aware that his every action bore uniquely different consequences. He couldn't fathom how lightly handling his wand could result in such a calamity. Internally, Seamus felt a sense of dissatisfaction, believing Harry was overreacting or perhaps jesting with him. Furthermore, ever since they began sharing a dormitory, their nights had become exceptionally lively. Either one would venture out for nocturnal escapades, or the other would follow, curious to witness the adventures unfold. As he ventured out, the volume of his movements was far from discreet, often rousing them from their slumber. This unfortunate disruption necessitated a midday nap for him, though, thankfully, his companions remained awake during that hour, save for Harry. Reflecting on this, Seamus felt a swell of indignation. Yet he stifled his frustration and murmured a half-hearted thank you to Harry, his words laced with insincerity and despondency. After all, the mantle of the savior came with considerable prestige, further amplified by the professor's evident favoritism towards him. Surrounding Harry was a cohort of admirers, including Ron from a pure-blood lineage, whose brothers were all remarkably talented and whose father held a position in the Ministry of Magic alongside Hermione, a Muggle born with an intellect widely acknowledged and frequently lauded by teachers. Even the rival house of Slytherin, represented by Draco Malfoy, often mingled with them. In contrast, Seamus, an ordinary wizard, found himself dwarfed by such formidable influence. Though discontent simmered within him, he dared not voice it. Harry's heart was vast, capable of bearing the weight of saving the entire world. Yet was also diminutive, scarcely attuned to the trivialities surrounding him. Seamus, meanwhile, had a roommate who constantly radiated brilliance, and whenever queried, would invariably introduce himself as Harry's roommate. This elicited envious glances from those around, their innate kindness overshadowed by Harry's resplendence. In a fit of anger, Seamus strode away, encountering Ron, whom he collided with forcefully, feigning an accident, and muttered an insincere apology. The principle of reciprocity and force was palpable. Seamus felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, his emotions teetering on the brink of explosion. At that moment, Neville approached, precariously balancing several books, one of which tumbled to the floor, landing squarely on Seamus's foot. "What are you doing?" Seamus bellowed, startling poor Neville, who dropped the remaining books in a flurry. Meanwhile, Snape stood at the podium, beset by a few Slytherin students seeking clarification on certain concepts from class. The sudden outburst caught Snape's attention. He glanced up to witness a flash of pink thread darting across Seamus, blinking in confusion as the peculiar sight vanished as quickly as it appeared. Harry turned his head, puzzled by the commotion at the door. "You two noticed the scene?" And his mood brightened considerably upon seeing Snape pacing within the glass enclosure, feeling benevolent. With a casual wave of his hand, a door materialized in the glass wall. "You may step outside and observe. I do not object," he proclaimed. Snape, taken aback, regarded the exuberantly cheerful Bayou with bewilderment, contemplating the inexplicable joy that seemed to have seized him. "Yes, I apologize," Neville whimpered on the verge of tears. Chapter 72. Practice. If saying sorry were effective, what need would there be for a teacher? Simo was overwhelmed by the pain in his foot, and he felt as though he possessed the capacity to unleash an explosion at any moment. It seemed to have a palpable effect within him. The fury inside him swelled, as if fanned by unseen hands, threatening to engulf him entirely. Yet, he managed to retain a sliver of rationality. The teachings of the past few years reminded him that such outbursts were inappropriate. His chest began to heave, and Hermione, still by the door, sensed something awry. She hurriedly gathered the books strewn on the floor and thrust them into Neville's arms, urging him to retreat swiftly. "I'm sorry." Neville apologized to Simo as Hermione pulled him away, acknowledging that it was indeed his book that had struck Simo's foot. Mr. Finnegan, in his lengthy and peculiar tone, made his way to the back of the classroom, parting the students who gazed curiously at Simo's sudden anger. Upon hearing the professor's voice, Simo's fury was doused as if doused with a bucket of cold water, yet it left his heart feeling even colder. He could not discern the words that slipped from Snape's moving lips, lost in a haze as he collected his belongings, and, after Snape fell silent, ambled out of the classroom, noticing Harry's peculiar expression behind him. "Harry, come eat," Ron called out, approaching as they prepared to head to the dining hall together. In an office within the Ministry of Magic, a staff member lounged over the Daily Prophet, dozing, while a stone pillar on his desk emitted a flickering light and a persistent buzzing alarm. The man, slightly drowsy, lifted a hand to press a button on his desk, extinguishing the light and silencing the buzzing. Satisfied, he stretched and resumed his slumber. His department was exceedingly tranquil since its inception. Only one incident had occurred over a decade ago. He had exerted considerable effort and connections to attain this position. "Landon, have you noticed anything unusual?" The man yawned, muttering, "What could possibly happen? If something were amiss, would I not know it first?" "That's good," Landon replied, gradually settling back onto his desk, propping his arms on a few thick tomes and letting his head droop heavily. "If an emotional outlet is required, if a sacrifice must be made, if someone must undertake the task that others are loath to perform, then the honest, meek, and reticent individual often emerges as the optimal choice. Because of their honesty, they are the ones who compromise. Because of their honesty, they harbor no grudges. Because of their honesty, they diligently complete the unreasonable tasks assigned to them, frequently questioning their own worth." Why did Simo hesitate to speak to Harry and instead turn to Neville, with whom he had always maintained a friendly rapport? The instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm lies deep within every individual. All that is required is a catalyst. Harry sensed an eerie atmosphere and immediately felt a pang of regret, thinking it might be best to retreat to the cozy confines of the cabin. Venturing outside now would be too conspicuous. The environment in the cabin allowed him to choose his own surroundings. He glanced at the two individuals engaged in a heated argument, then silently made his way to his bed, pulling back the covers and lying down. He had numerous lessons to absorb today, but fortunately, there were no classes in the afternoon, allowing him to forego setting an alarm. A heavy silence enveloped the three of them. Are you here? Yes. What classes do I have today? I feel like I've been learning less about physics and chemistry lately. Harry pondered, recalling his initial encounters with those subjects. Although he had seen some of it before attending Hogwarts, delving deeper into the material left his mind feeling somewhat overwhelmed. The reprieve from studying brought him great joy, yet he feared the prospect of future lessons, prompting him to subtly inquire. With a vast array of knowledge in the world, how can one person, no, two people, master all in such a brief period? Gryffindor remarked. At most, you'll grasp the core concepts of mainstream texts while overlooking the minutiae. Quality over quantity is what matters. When you've acquired sufficient knowledge, I shall send you to practical settings. As for physics and chemistry, those are primarily for scientists and inventors. You only need to draw on them to comprehend the essence of your own magic, as they bear little significance for you. However, literature is what nurtures politicians, Gryffindor added nonchalantly. Upon seeing the teacher arrive, Gryffindor guided Harry to the appropriate classroom before vanishing from sight. Harry steadied himself and approached the desk, opening the book that lay atop it. The title was The Crowd. Oh, how intriguing. An elderly man, short in stature with a head of white hair, approached with the aid of a cane. Harry rose to his feet and offered a slight bow to the teacher. Please, have a seat, dear child, the elderly man said, smiling broadly, his wrinkled face resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. Harry regarded the man with reverence. This was yet another luminary in academia, a prolific author with numerous disciples, enjoying a stellar reputation internationally and widely recognized as the father of psychology. The elder held up the book in his hands. This was penned by one of my protégés. I held a fair appreciation for his work. To produce such profound insights at his age is truly remarkable. Harry flipped through the pages, finding his head slightly clouded. Some phrases, though in his mother tongue, eluded his comprehension. Professor, I'm having a bit of trouble understanding, Harry admitted with an embarrassed smile, recognizing that this was an entirely new realm for him. Further contemplation threatened to halt his thought process entirely. Not to worry, the elder reassured him. Today we shall focus solely on the theoretical aspects. You will have ample opportunity to apply what you learn, and then you will grasp the meaning of this book. Application. This was the second time Harry had heard the term today, and an unsettling premonition stirred within him. What exactly was he being asked to do? Chapter 73, The Chamber of Secrets. Harry did not receive the answers he longed for from the elderly gentleman. He endeavored to straighten his posture, forcing himself to comprehend the words spoken by his teacher. However, fate was not on his side. Meanwhile, in another part of the classroom, Hallie sat beside an easel, her feet resting upon a plastic bucket filled with murky water, which had taken on a hue of pinkish-brown. One of Hallie's hands gripped a thick paintbrush while the other held a large palette, a chaotic mix of colors. Before her easel stood a tall, stylish woman adorned with a beret, her nose graced by a pair of silver frameless glasses, from which a delicate silver chain dangled, extending behind her ears. Pay attention to the harmony of colors in your painting, and be mindful of the shadows cast by the objects, she instructed. Hallie listened with a sense of ennui, her heart tinged with reluctance. Must we continue this lesson? She mused. Hey, Harry, wake up. Are you planning to sleep through dinner? At last, Harry's class concluded, and as he opened his eyes, Ron's large face loomed into view. The dim light surrounding him made Harry feel languid, sinking deeper into the soft embrace of his bed. Enveloped by the drawn curtains, the setting sun cast a gentle glow across the dormitory floor. Ron's head poked through one side of the mosquito netting, leaving Harry in a state of bemusement. He attempted to lift himself, only to find the bed's allure too overwhelming. At that moment, a sudden upward force tugged at his back, his pet snake. Following the pull, Harry sat up, leaning against the headboard, lazily regarding Ron. Could you fetch me some food? I'll dine in the dormitory, he requested. Ron looked at him, perplexed, noting Harry's recent lethargy and his inseparable bond with the bed, akin to a deep-rooted connection. Ron observed Harry, who radiated a languorous demeanor, his complexion flushed. Well, he must be exhausted. I shall bring him some food, he concluded. Thanks, my good brother, Harry replied. His recent routine consisted of sleepless days, attending classes, and spending his afternoons at Gryffindor to continue studying, even completing assignments when classes were not in session, while his evenings were largely devoted to exploring the intricate structure of Hogwarts Castle. Harry sighed, reflecting on the current moment. At midnight, when all were soundly asleep, he opened his eyes, pushed aside the covers, quietly donned his shoes, and tiptoed out. His destination for the night was the Chamber of Secrets, nestled within the abandoned girls' restroom, a place too risky to enter during daylight hours. Given the recent, unexpected appearances of the creature, Harry felt compelled to investigate further, thus leaving some matters behind for exploration. Employing the disillusionment charm, he slipped out of the Gryffindor dormitory, glancing down at the Marauder's map in his hand. Excellent. There were no signs of activity nearby. Due to the necessity of remaining concealed from the public eye, Albus had been relegated to clandestine excursions since aligning himself with Harry. This evening, Harry intended to introduce Albus to the basilisk, hoping that the two serpents might find a common tongue and engage in meaningful discourse. A gust of wind swept through, causing Harry's nightgown to flutter violently. "Come and catch us." The first to appear was George, engaging in a spirited yet jocular exchange with Filch, while Fred trailed behind, casting several round, unidentified objects over his shoulder as he fled. "This is our gift to you. No need for gratitude." They vanished as swiftly as the wind, leaving behind an inexplicable mist in the corridor. Harry inhaled deeply, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him, akin to the sensation of having one's throat scraped. He leaned against the wall, his stomach churning, his expression sour. Filch, leaning on his cane, observed the remnants left in the corridor with a furrowed brow, pinching his nose in distaste. "These two rascals, once I catch them, I shall surely drag them to the professor and dock points from Gryffindor." He then departed with his feline companion. The sole victim of the Weasley twins' antics was none other than the unsuspecting Harry. Within himself, Harry warmly acknowledged the twins, expressing admiration for their diligent endeavors in nocturnal mischief. Pinching his nose, he hastily exited the vicinity. With a creaking sound, the door to the girls' restroom swung open, and moonlight cascaded through the small window, illuminating the dusty floor within. Harry peered cautiously inside, noticing no signs of life. The Grey Lady was presumably absent, and he exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Unable to shake the memory of her piercing gaze from a previous life, akin to that of a predatory beast. Stealthily, he slipped inside. Suddenly, the specter of the Grey Lady materialized. "Who goes there?" Fortunately, her current spectral state rendered her incapable of perceiving the enchantments Harry was casting. "Who lurks in the shadows? Do not let me catch you." Startled, the Grey Lady cowered in a corner. "Wait a moment. I am dead. I should not harbor fear." She steeled herself, scanning the restroom once more, finding no sign of intrusion. Yet, she distinctly sensed another presence moments ago. At that juncture, Harry intentionally created a disturbance, gently waving his wand, causing the water in one of the toilets to erupt, spilling over and cascading onto the floor. The Grey Lady trembled in terror, letting out a shriek as she plunged into the toilet, vanishing along with the torrent of water. Curious, Albus poked his head out of Harry's pocket. As he approached the area, he caught the scent of a fellow serpent, powerful and akin to himself. This revelation filled him with delight at such a level of existence. Encountering each kindred spirit was a treasured gift. Before Harry lay a wash basin that gradually receded, revealing a fissure in the foremost pillar that exposed a dark passage, emanating an unusual odor. Disturbed by the stench, Harry instinctively stepped back. Chapter 74, The Basilisk. Taking a deep breath and summoning his courage, he leaped into the abyss. Initially, he experienced a sensation of weightlessness, the foul wind swirling around him causing a profound discomfort. Eventually, he landed, though not fully, as beneath him lay a thick, viscous layer of deep green substance interspersed with various unidentified objects. The slippery nature of these materials spared his trousers from significant damage, yet his spirit endured a heavy blow. With a thud, Harry finally reached the bottom. He rubbed his aching ankles and wrists, the fluorescent glow guiding his path as he ventured forward. Amidst the scattered bones on the ground, some appeared animalistic, while others resembled human skulls. With a sense of trepidation, Harry cautiously edged aside, pressing onward. "It's fine, just watch," he whispered, attempting to reassure himself. "Everything is all right, Professor Snape." Their simultaneous utterances formed a harmonious duet, prompting Snape's brow to furrow. He fell silent, well aware of Harry's maturity and his ability to avoid peril. Snape sat aside, intently observing the surroundings. Harry pressed on until he reached a closed door, blocking his path. "SSS," he opened his mouth, eliciting a startled reaction from Snape, who widened his eyes. If he heard correctly, it was Parseltongue. "Do not be alarmed." Harry interrupted the professor. Master, I can sense him nearby." Abeforth's words piqued Harry's interest. He retrieved a pair of sunglasses from his pajama pocket, purchased from the human realm, and conveyed this matter to Draco, instructing him to wait by the washroom door at 6 in the morning. Unless he received a letter, Draco was to inform Dumbledore immediately. Contemplating his next move, Harry resolved to draw out the basilisk. He opened the grand door and stepped inside. The chamber was vast, featuring a stone platform that narrowed into a slender path, alongside which dark liquid writhed ominously. Continuing forward, the path branched into several offshoots, leading to different destinations. At the end of this path stood a colossal platform, upon which loomed a statue of a majestic man clad in a green wizard's robe, wielding a wand. A rustling sound echoed from afar, the faint sound of scales gliding across the floor. Snape found himself rendered speechless. He had heard tales of the Chamber of Secrets during his schooling and professorship, yet he dismissed them as mere legend. Now, confronted with the reality before him, he yearned to inquire how Harry had come to know of such a place within Hogwarts. However, glancing around the extraordinary surroundings, he recognized that not everyone possessed such knowledge. As the multitude of lice became unbearable, silence was the only refuge left, allowing Harry to patiently await a moment of inspiration. "Who are you? Are you my master?" he inquired in Parseltongue. The enormous serpent materialized before him, its yellow eyes narrowing to mere slits. As the basilisk approached, fear gripped Harry, yet he summoned his courage. At that moment, Arbin emerged from his pocket, transforming upon landing into a massive python, equal in size to the basilisk. The sudden appearance of the python sparked a flicker of wariness in the basilisk, which reared up and issued a warning hiss toward the opposing serpent. Harry felt a twinge of fear at the sight of the basilisk's gaping maw, dripping with venom, but Arbin stood protectively in front of him. "I come to befriend you," it declared, "to eradicate all threats to Hogwarts." The basilisk hissed menacingly and lunged, sinking its fangs into Arbin's flesh. Crimson blood splattered the surroundings, startling Harry, but he quickly noticed Arbin thrashing in pain and rushed to assist. With a powerful strike, he struck the basilisk's head, momentarily stunning the creature. Arbin, caught off guard by the attack from its own kind, had not anticipated such hostility. The surrounding atmosphere incited a fiery rage within him, his eyes turning crimson as he revealed his formidable fangs, which emitted a toxic miasma, corroding the air and releasing wisps of white smoke. "Arbin, shrink!" Harry's voice pierced through the chaos, jolting Arbin back to reason. Casting a glance at the oblivious basilisk, Arbin contorted into an unusual position and swiftly diminished in size, escaping the basilisk's jaws. Confused, the basilisk shook its head, sensing the absence of the threat, while Harry's words in Parseltongue reached its ears. "We have come to befriend you." Harry retrieved Arbin from the ground, gently stroking the two puncture wounds marring its side. Meanwhile, two small snakes that had long been silent, entwined around Harry's arm, began to shimmer before leaping into his pocket. Harry felt the weight increase and, covering the pocket with his hand, cast several spells to seal the presence of the snakes within. "Fear not." The basilisk averted its gaze, ensuring it could not see Harry. Yet it lamented, "Clever deceiver has harmed the young wizard." The great serpent was on the verge of tears, unaware of why it felt an inexplicable kinship with this boy, pouring out its heart to him. Listening to the basilisk's words, Harry, with the memories of a past life flooding back, comprehended the creature's plight. Their prior encounter had been ill-timed. The basilisk was then under Voldemort's control and in a desperate bid for self-preservation. It had been forced to drive Gryffindor's sword into its own body. Now, as they encountered each other prematurely, they beheld another facet of the serpent creature. Observing the tears it shed, a fragment of Harry's hardened heart unexpectedly crumbled. What were they discussing? When did Hogwarts harbor a serpent? What was Dumbledore up to? This had gone unnoticed. Snape pondered in his mind, questioning the very essence of his soul. Chapter 75, The Attack. Dumbledore was perpetually occupied with numerous tasks. How could he attend to an elusive legend? Moreover, if so many previous headmasters had overlooked it, why single out Dumbledore? Harry retorted coldly. Snape fell silent, a hint of discomfort flickering across his face. He was well aware, yet after all this time, Dumbledore remained oblivious to the impostor among them, which stirred a sense of indignation within him. He constantly preached trust, yet remained unaware of his own replacement. At that moment, Dumbledore sat in Snape's office. Intrigued as he observed Snape concocting potions, his gaze filled with scrutiny. Snape, somewhat beleaguered, had been diligently grading assignments when Dumbledore suddenly appeared, burdened with a plethora of potions, urgently requesting a luck potion. Snape was taken aback. He was not the true master of potions, and his scant recollections were wholly insufficient for such a demanding concoction. Sweat began to bead on his back, yet his expression remained impassive. What if Dumbledore had merely taken a sudden interest in brewing a potion? To refuse could seem rather peculiar. If the real Snape were aware, he would undoubtedly chastise him for his foolishness. Dumbledore had already used a drop of this labor-intensive potion, and any further use would induce severe side effects. Hence, he would not have asked Snape to brew it. Dumbledore recognized this fact, and thus, once Snape accepted the potion and commenced brewing with earnestness, he discerned the deception. Initially, it had merely been a suspicion. Recently, Snape's demeanor in class had grown increasingly harsh, drawing discontent from several houses. Lacking authenticity, Snape's memories provided only a partial perspective. Although he favored his own house, the fact that he was Voldemort's most valued subordinate, seamlessly transitioning to serve Dumbledore, indicated he could not merely be a fool inciting animosity. The sudden shift in style, coupled with his subtle favoritism toward Harry in Potions class, seemed to overlook the fact that Harry's father had once bullied him during their school days. Additionally, their interaction in the office, Snape choosing not to explain his actions after Harry's departure, had propelled Dumbledore's suspicions to nearly 80. As Snape began brewing the potion, it became increasingly evident that he was not the genuine article. But where had the true Snape vanished to? He was increasingly concerned about Harry, pondering whether this imposter had taken control of him. Harry's previous request in the office to take his final exams early had raised his suspicions. He believed it to be a covert plea for help, as Harry, for some reason, could not articulate his distress directly. At the beginning of the school year, Dumbledore had hesitated over whether to allow Harry to skip a grade or to arrange for him to be assessed by a professor for independent study, given Harry's current capabilities. However, upon Harry's refusal of the proposal, and after careful deliberation, Dumbledore chose to respect Harry's decision. He thought a tacit understanding had developed between them. But Harry's premature disruption of that understanding signaled something amiss. Unbeknownst to Harry, Dumbledore's convoluted thoughts were far from his mind. Harry had initially declined due to his preoccupation with that troublesome individual, Bayou, and his desire to reconnect with his friends, thus opting for the straightforward path of attending classes. Unfortunately, circumstances changed drastically when Gryffindor Space made a sudden appearance, significantly encroaching upon Harry's time and diverting his attention, leading him to resort to this indirect approach, which he could not openly express. Dumbledore had dispatched his Phoenix for close protection, ready to apparate to Harry's side at the first sign of trouble. Meanwhile, before Harry, a wronged giant serpent slithered closer, suddenly erupting in rage, fixing its gaze intently upon Harry. Sensing the serpent's unusual aggression, Harry leaped aside, just in time to evade its attack. This transformation left Harry astounded. Moments ago, the serpent had appeared a mere pitiful creature, yet now it exuded an aura of cynical malice. I detect an odious presence about you. You must be the one sent to control me. Cursed be you. The serpent bared its mouth, revealing its sharp, venomous fangs, dark green venom dripping ominously onto the ground, bubbling as it corroded the hard stone beneath. Curse you. The serpent recalled the helplessness it felt when under control, as well as the guilt of having inadvertently slain an innocent student, directing that tumult of emotions towards Harry, intent on engulfing him in boundless fury. From the serpent's words, Harry gleaned a fragment of understanding. Whom did the serpent mistakenly believe him to be? Was it Tom? Why was he back? It was clearly not his doing. Yet he was being unfairly scapegoated. This realization was fundamentally flawed. From another perspective, he too was a manifestation of Voldemort. A sudden voice echoed, jolting Harry's senses. The serpent lunged again, but Harry managed to secure his sunglasses with a spell, deftly evading the serpent's relentless assaults. Stupefied, the powerful incantation struck the serpent, inflicting a grievous wound that sent it crashing against the stone wall, blood gushing from the injury, intensifying the creature's rage. Let us protect you, came the voices of two small snakes. Master, it was a Bun, who, despite not having had the chance to mend his own wounds, leapt from his pocket, rapidly enlarging as he charged towards the writhing python on the ground. Stay back. Harry wished to intervene, but he could only manage to grasp the two small snake tattoos upon him. Suddenly, the clear, melodious cry of a phoenix filled the space as Fawkes, enveloped in his crimson flames, materialized before them. He cast a glance at Harry before fiercely darting toward the writhing serpents. Fawkes paused midair, pondering how there were two of them. Well, no matter, he would peck at both. Upon noticing that his target had vanished, Fawkes redirected his assault, plunging his slender, sharp beak into the eye of the basilisk. Chapter 76. Escape. Who are you? You appear quite delectable. You are the delicacy. Your entire family is scrumptious. Truly, Those little yellow beads atop you look sweet and tempting. Those are my eyes, dear brother. You are the sweet treat. Your entire family is too. Are you leaving? Yes. I must depart. I have encountered a most admirable master. Humph. One must seek a master superior to its own. The basilisk's other eye wept. Perhaps because one had been blinded, the searing pain making it weep uncontrollably, or perhaps it stemmed from the anguish of being controlled to inflict harm, yearning to protect, yet feeling powerless, or perhaps it was the bittersweet reunion with an old friend, now turned adversary. Do you find me delectable? The basilisk ceased its struggle. Fawkes withdrew his beak, tilting his head as his claws pressed against the cool, familiar scales of the serpent. One eye remained closed, while the other lay ruined. He had failed to fulfill his master's command. Even in death, he would not allow himself to be controlled to harm others. That vile creature. Seizing the moment when Fawkes had relaxed his guard, the basilisk opened a slit in its sole functioning eye, fixating intently on Harry, whose presence was still beyond its immediate awareness. Its muscles tensed, and it lunged forward. Fawkes, sensing the impending danger, raked his sharp claws across the serpent's scales, leaving a trail of crimson, yet the basilisk seemed oblivious to the pain as it charged toward Harry. Fawkes sent a warning to Dumbledore. At that moment, Dumbledore, seated and intently observing Snape brew potions, abruptly straightened and vanished in a flash. Is this the place? Dumbledore surveyed the dim and damp surroundings, and in the distance, he beheld Fawkes radiating flames. Harry, reluctant to harm the basilisk, relied solely on his physical agility to evade its attacks. He sensed that the serpent's reaction to Fawkes' fiery assault was peculiar. Guided by his heightened intuition, he suspected there was an untold story behind it. In his second year, lacking the ability to protect himself, and with the basilisk under Tom's control, he had slain the creature with Gryffindor's sword, prioritizing his own safety. Seeing the perilous situation unfold, with the basilisk relentlessly pursuing Harry, even Fawkes found himself at a loss. Fawkes blinded the serpent's other eye, causing it to lose its sense of direction. It crashed wildly, knocking over stone pillars, while Harry desperately dodged the falling debris. He silently lamented the dire situation. If the surrounding architectural structures were in ruins, how could he possibly complete his exploration of the traces of magical flow? Harry opened his eyes, removed his sunglasses, and hastily surveyed his surroundings. The basilisk, reluctant to leave, was a matter for another time. He recalled the sudden appearance of Fawkes, who had come to his rescue. Alas, another headache. Surely Dumbledore could not have already known? Suddenly, Dumbledore materialized before him, lifting Harry with a swift motion before using apparition to deposit him in the headmaster's office. With a parting admonition to stay put, Dumbledore vanished, leaving Harry with no opportunity to respond. Seeing Harry safeguarded by Dumbledore, Fawkes ceased his assault on the basilisk, flapped his wings, and ascended to the highest point of the chamber, perching on a stone column, patiently awaiting the headmaster's arrival. Dumbledore entered the chamber. Fawkes alighted on his shoulder, chirping animatedly. Below, the agitated basilisk remained still. Sensing the presence of Hogwarts headmaster, it obediently lay down, confident that the headmaster would resolve everything. Dumbledore, having gleaned the situation from Fawkes, felt his concern for Harry deepen. He approached the basilisk and cast several healing spells. Fawkes felt a tremor within his heart. With every wound he inflicted upon the basilisk, his own heart ached. Standing atop the basilisk's body, tears like pearls fell onto its wounds, gradually mending the injuries. Yet one remained, an affliction that Fawkes could not heal. He tilted his head in bewilderment, pondering what wound could be beyond his capacity to cure. The familiar scar before Dumbledore was unmistakably the result of Snape's Sectum Sempra. He resolved to summon Snape to confirm his identity once more. In the potions office, gazing at the colorful steam rising from the cauldron, Snape found himself momentarily lost in thought. When would this endless cycle come to an end? He had no desire to be perpetually entwined with potions. Suddenly, he felt a melting sensation coursing through his body, and he stared in shock and fear at the strange phenomenon manifesting on his form. Such occurrences typically arose when someone discovered his true self, posing a threat to him. The last time he had transformed into Dumbledore, Harry had seen through his guise, emanating malice. Now, recalling Dumbledore's peculiar actions, Snape felt a wave of dread wash over him. He hastily gathered his belongings and, under the guise of a professor, exited the Hogwarts castle, slipping into the Forbidden Forest. On his way, he encountered Filch, who greeted him amicably. "Professor, where are you headed?" Snape, hurrying along, ignored Filch's greeting. By the time Dumbledore arrived at Snape's office, he discovered that the potion's master was no longer present. He inquired about the portraits within the castle, which guided him, revealing that Professor Snape had exited the castle in haste, with Dumbledore swiftly pursuing him. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning, and a profound darkness enveloped the entire world. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of even the chirping of birds, as if the wind itself had sensed this atmosphere and ceased to stir. Dumbledore produced a strand of hair he had clutched tightly in his hand and employed an ancient spell, causing a green line to materialize in the sky, directing him back into the castle. With an inscrutable expression, Dumbledore approached his office, the line extending into the room. Chapter 77. The story. Inside the office, Harry, who had been brought there by Dumbledore, was in a state of agitation. Fawkes had been trailing him all along. How could he not have known? He had even opened the Chamber of Secrets in front of Fawkes, releasing the creature. Why had Fawkes begun following him? The sensation of impending exposure made Harry's heart race. He was at a loss for how to explain himself to Dumbledore. He paced anxiously in the small clearing of the office. Numerous portraits of former headmasters adorned the walls, and some stirred awake, their eyes blinking at the sudden appearance of the young boy in the office. "Harry, why are you here at this hour?" inquired Dilys Derwent, who had served as headmistress from 1741 to 1768 and was a former healer at St. Mungo's Hospital. Harry, momentarily captivated by her unexpected voice, realized there were others present in the room. He halted his restless pacing, striving to maintain a facade of composure before finally taking a seat. "Young man, what has happened?" spoke Armando Dipet. Harry glanced at him, his identity instantly surfacing in his mind. He had been headmaster from 1926 to 1943 and had resigned due to the chamber incident. Feeling the weight of his secret threatening to unravel, Harry selectively divulged part of the truth. "I discovered the Chamber of Secrets." "What? The chamber?" exclaimed Armando, his astonishment palpable. During his tenure as headmaster, a girl had died in the second-floor lavatory, leading him to expel a student and break his wand. "Yes." Harry's mind raced as he sought an excuse to explain how he had stumbled upon the chamber. Suddenly, a spark of realization flashed in his mind, quickly followed by regret. He could have kept this matter to himself. He had truly blundered amidst the chaos. Before Dumbledore, he had concealed many truths, and it seemed that Dumbledore had no intention of probing deeper. His tolerance for Harry was evidently considerable. Surely, he would not pursue the matter further? Snape observed the entire scene, gazing coldly at Harry, who had foolishly acted on his own. Meanwhile, outside, Harry was inadvertently revealing, "I can speak Parseltongue, and while wandering through the castle, I often hear voices within the walls. I have asked others, but they cannot hear these sounds. Only I can." I returned to the library to seek out further information, which substantiated my identity as a serpent heir, thereby confirming that the creature slithering within the walls was indeed a serpent. Harry's mind raced, attempting to rationalize the entire situation. Later that evening, during my exploration of the castle, I inadvertently collided with a trophy belonging to a senior named Tom Riddle, awarded for special contributions. My rapport with Hagrid was rather amicable. He had once recounted to me an incident from his school days when a spider he kept had inadvertently caused the demise of a fellow student. Armando nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his awareness of the matter. What transpired next? A headmaster, unable to contain his eagerness, interjected, expressing his delight in such an adventurous tale. Snape's cold smirk gradually faded. He had not anticipated that Harry possessed a modicum of ingenuity, as his narrative was both plausible and fanciful. Suddenly, Snape felt an inexplicable magnetic pull, as if something were beckoning him outward. Bayou, seated on the sofa, yawned, pondering why he was awake at such a late hour, engrossed in adventure stories, and felt drowsy. However, he swiftly sensed something amiss. An otherworldly magic surged forth, purposefully traversing the glass wall and resolutely reaching Snape's side. As Snape gazed curiously at the luminous point that had materialized before him, he instinctively reached out, but Bayou's eyes widened in alarm as he sprinted over, shouting, "Don't touch that!" Yet it was too late. Snape disregarded Bayou's warning, convinced that this force was seeking him, perhaps holding the key to his exit. When Snape's slender fingers grazed the magical essence, a blinding white light suddenly enveloped the entire space. Harry sat beside Snape, clad in a deep green frock and black shoes, her long, dark hair intricately woven with a pearl chain. She remained unfazed by the actions of the two, yawning in boredom, unfazed by the blinding light. She retrieved a pair of sunglasses from her pocket and leisurely donned them. As the white light gradually dissipated, the atmosphere became eerily quiet. Snape stood still, surveying his surroundings. Yet nothing had transpired. Bayou maintained his defensive posture, but upon witnessing the scene, he awkwardly lowered his arm. "What are you two doing? Is this a pantomime?" Harry inquired coldly. Snape, turning to sit on the sofa, closed his eyes, as if nothing had occurred. Bayou, feeling defeated, departed, pondering the anomaly. Any magic not belonging to this space should cause the one who touched it to vanish. While you contemplated in confusion, meanwhile, in another realm, a Gryffindor lay on a plush bed, sensing something and turning over, burying himself deeper in the covers, day after day, proving to be a source of vexation. By the way, why do you change clothes every day? Are there really that many garments for you to wear? The elderly professor, in an attempt to alleviate the awkwardness, believed he had found a most congenial topic for discussion with the young lady. Harry's explanation was also drawing to a close. He artfully wove together the reactions of the spiders raised by Hagrid, the scene of the deceased classmate, and the final vision of the Myrtle before her demise, succinctly narrating an entire year of adventures in a mere few minutes. As Dumbledore entered the room, he found Harry sitting upright in his chair, animatedly recounting his adventures to the portraits adorning the walls. Upon noticing Dumbledore's arrival, Harry promptly closed his mouth and regarded the headmaster with caution. The light from the doorway dissipated as Dumbledore circled the room, employing his magical prowess to probe the surroundings, yet uncovered nothing amiss. His gaze then settled upon Harry. Chapter 78. Healing. The portraits were captivated by Harry's tale until he abruptly silenced himself, coinciding with Dumbledore's entrance. "Ignore that old fellow. You continue," Phineas Black interjected brusquely. Harry glanced at the portraits before turning his attention back to Dumbledore. The headmaster maintained a serene demeanor, as if nothing had transpired, and leisurely took his seat. Resting against the back of his chair, one hand holding a sweet while the other placed a glass of orange juice on his desk. "There's no need to worry, Harry. I too am eager to listen," the professor said with a faint smile, a demeanor that reassured Harry that all was well. Just as Harry recounted his venture into the Chamber of Secrets, he mentioned discovering a grand door, detailing the numerous attempts he made to unlock it, ultimately revealing a vast chamber housing a statue of Slytherin. "Wait, what did you say?" Phineas Black interjected, his tone brimming with palpable excitement. "Is it truly Slytherin's chamber?" "I cannot say for certain," Harry replied, weaving a tale with a hint of fabrication. "I have ventured inside. It should indeed be the chamber left by Slytherin." Dumbledore interjected, tossing a sweet into his mouth and savoring the flavor with evident delight. "I am quite curious. Harry, is today your first visit to the chamber?" Dumbledore inquired. For Fawkes had informed him that Harry had entered without hesitation, effortlessly overcoming any obstacles as if he were already well acquainted with the place. "Well, this is the first time in this life that I've entered." Harry cleverly exploited a loophole in his words, and Dumbledore, gazing into Harry's sincere eyes, understood that he was not being dishonest. "Is it truly your first time? Also, Harry, could you introduce us to your new friend?" Dumbledore's gaze fixed upon the bulging contents of Harry's pocket. With an unchanging expression, Harry carefully retrieved the little snake from his pocket, prompting Dumbledore to rise from his chair and approach Harry. He pressed his finger against the eye socket, his azure eyes revealing a sense of curiosity. He bent slightly to scrutinize the small snake coiled up before him. He could perceive the formidable magic emanating from this pet, akin to that of Fawkes, who stood nearby. Sensing his master calling his name, Fawkes emerged from his invisibility, perched upon Dumbledore's shoulder. Upon seeing the suddenly materialized Fawkes, Harry's eyes brightened, and he instinctively took a step back. Meanwhile, the small snake in Harry's hand stirred uncomfortably. The warmth radiating from Fawkes made him feel somewhat uneasy, a detail Dumbledore attentively noted. "All right, you can go stand over there," he said. Fawkes, displeased, nudged Dumbledore's hand with his beak before soaring to the top of a bookshelf, where he covered his head with his feathers. At that moment, Fawkes was plagued by an inexplicable dull ache, remembering the enormous python that had been bleeding. "This is a serpent friend of mine who saved me that day in the Forbidden Forest," Harry began to explain, attributing the title of savior to the small snake that had nearly suffocated him. Harry wagered that Dumbledore was unaware of the true events that had transpired that day, and he also assumed that Hagrid had been oblivious to what followed his attack. Dumbledore fell silent, recalling Harry's harrowing state from that day, a faint sense of guilt washing over him. Thoughts of seeking Snape for an important matter crossed Dumbledore's mind, and he suddenly remembered the basilisk by the lake. "Harry, come with me," he instructed. Fawkes descended from the bookshelf, landing on Dumbledore's shoulder, and in an instant, their figures flickered and vanished. "What's going on?" "They're being all mysterious, and the story isn't finished yet," Phineas Black interjected. "Enough, you can be quiet now. For someone your age." "You certainly act like a child," Delilah Devante remarked, crossing the portrait and tapping Black on the head. As Harry felt Dumbledore's grip, they vanished and reappeared in the Chamber of Secrets, enveloped by a foul, damp, and dark atmosphere that immediately engulfed him. Harry coughed uncomfortably a few times. Dumbledore noticed and gently waved his wand, casting a warming charm to dispel the chill enveloping Harry. Matters must be approached step by step, each issue addressed in turn. The enigma surrounding Harry was extensive, yet he believed he had uncovered a thread of this mystery. There's a wound on this serpent's crown that I cannot heal. Can you? Dumbledore gestured for Harry to observe the deep injury on the basilisk. It then dawned on Harry that he had once used the killing curse in self-defense against it, and he recalled its words, a twinge of guilt surfacing within him. Harry cast the counter-curse for the killing curse, while Dumbledore squinted, observing intently. He did not question Harry about his knowledge of the counter-curse, but if Harry had mastered it, it indicated that Snape was now safe. Dumbledore waved his wand, shrinking the frail, giant serpent. Subsequently, he cast a spell to blind the basilisk's eyes and set an alarm that would alert him whenever the creature attempted to use its gaze or exhibited any harmful intent. He would be instantly informed and could rush to the basilisk's side. Dumbledore then levitated the creature into the air and placed it into another pocket of Harry's robe, alluding to his trust in Harry's ability to care for another serpent. "What do you think?" he inquired. What could Harry possibly say? Severus Snape, however, was vocally criticizing Dumbledore in his mind. What a foolish old man. How could he place such a dangerous creature in Harry's proximity? Has he eaten too much sugar, rendering his brain rusty? Snape appeared exasperated, confused about Dumbledore's intentions. Yet, Harry understood, and so did Hallie. Hallie lounged on the sofa, still fatigued, with one eye half open, observing Snape as he paced in her line of sight. Her gaze held a hint of skepticism. It struck her that since arriving here, Snape had become quite talkative, a stark contrast to the memory she held of him. However, she felt irritated and had no desire to engage with this oversized, irritable child. Stifling a yawn, Hallie continued to rest, as her recent studies had thoroughly drained her energy. Chapter 79, Return. Fawkes lowered his head, resting it against Dumbledore's, nuzzling slightly. Dumbledore was taken aback. Ever since Fawkes matured and underwent several rebirths, he had not shown such affection. Dumbledore reached out to stroke Fawkes's claws, which the phoenix did not reject. His gaze fixated on the basilisk in Harry's possession. Harry carefully placed the serpent into his other pocket, contemplating the day he would converse with it, needing to clarify certain matters. Snape, witnessing Harry obediently take the creature, felt a mix of frustration and disappointment, mentally chastising Harry. However, Harry remained oblivious to the internal commentary, ensuring the safety of his new companion. Dumbledore's presence offered both assurance and a warning to remain within bounds. He understood that Dumbledore was seeking a promise from him, demonstrating trust and understanding of his predicament without articulating it outright. "Harry," Dumbledore gazed at the portraits adorning the wall. "I believe you could benefit from a good night's sleep. Am I correct?" The morning sunlight streamed through the office window, casting a warm glow on the floor, where the dust particles danced gently in the light. Upon hearing the professor's words, Harry unconsciously yawned, prompting the portraits to close their mouths in unison. The former headmasters supported the current headmaster's decisions, a testament to tradition and responsibility. As Harry bid farewell to Professor Dumbledore and stepped out of the office, a subtle unease stirred within him. Due to the unforeseen behavior of the serpent creature, it wreaked havoc throughout the entire building, thwarting his original purpose for being there. How could he possibly release the professor now? "Do not fret. You may not have seen it, but I did," spoke Harry, reclining comfortably on the sofa, exuding an air of tranquility. "What?" Why, he was taken aback. Ever since Harry entered the chamber, he had closely monitored Harry's actions. Upon observing that Harry did not immediately attend to his task, he felt a surge of delight, as keeping Snape inside was indeed his intention. Thus, he refrained from offering any reminders. The completion of the task held little significance for him. Certain matters concerning his interests required Harry to act promptly, prompting him to secretly set a countdown, while he remained indifferent to other affairs. He had indeed escaped from that place, striving to become the clan leader. He ventured into their source of sustenance, a crucial location for sustaining their lives, to fully seize the treasure's permissions. Over the years, he had pilfered a portion of the system's very authority, thus possessing the capability to modify minor task conditions, although he currently lacked access to the core itself. His insistence on urging Harry to complete his task aimed to prevent Harry from suspecting who truly controlled the system, fostering the belief that Bayou was merely an extension of the system's consciousness. The rationale behind revealing fragments of the truth to Harry stemmed from the notion that a blend of reality and deception is the most challenging to discern. He would later require Harry to enter their world and undertake certain endeavors, necessitating that Harry be privy to some truths. As for whether Harry would perceive his theft of system authority, Bayou was confident that his actions had entirely obfuscated that possibility. compared to the villainous claims he uttered. It was the conclusions drawn from his deeds that Harry was more inclined to trust. No one would suspect him of being merely a thief, a virus within the system. Harry leaned against the wall, closing his eyes in contemplation. Bayou, intrigued, infused Harry's consciousness with his own, eager to uncover how this Harry had achieved such feats. Harry voiced Bayou's inquiry. "It is quite simple, for I am you," replied Harry, his tone laced with derision, as if all others were fools. "What do you mean?" Harry, perplexed, struggled to grasp the relevance of her statement. "Let me graciously enlighten you," Harry declared, opening her eyes. Harry stared entranced into her gaze, which shimmered with a familiar light, a manifestation of the abilities he wielded. Bayou observed the two, captivated by their exchange. Their emerald eyes locked in a silent understanding that transcended ordinary comprehension. What was this? Was there no clarity at all? "So, you are aware that when you first entered the chamber, you did not employ this ability?" Harry nodded. She frequently performed backups during Harry's actions, but today, she had simply utilized it. From the moment the door swung open, Harry felt as if he could perceive the intricate magical patterns of the entire chamber through the eyes of Hallie. Bayou quickly turned his gaze, and the glass wall boldly proclaimed a completion rate of 100%. Snape's figure gradually faded, his intense stare fixed on the stunned Harry, lost in contemplation. Hallie rushed over, seizing the opportunity before Professor Snape had completely departed. She tilted her head back, her lustrous black hair cascading down to her waist, swaying gently with her movements, shimmering with a soft glow. "Professor," Hallie ventured, "might you refrain from disclosing the events that transpired here?" Snape remained silent, evidently still mulling over the experience. Although it had not inflicted any tangible harm upon him, the underlying implications were profoundly unsettling, prompting him to consider informing Dumbledore. Yet, gazing into the familiar eyes of the girl, Snape hesitated slightly. "Rest assured, I shall not speak of it," he finally replied. Bayou leaned against the glass wall, clearly displeased that his objectives had not been fully realized. The previous endeavor of ensnaring Snape into the system had already compromised years of his meticulous efforts, and he currently lacked the means to retain Snape's presence. As for why Quirrell had fled initially, Bayou was uncertain, but in Harry's presence, admitting ignorance was simply not an option. Chapter 80, Emergence. Bayou now dedicated himself to ensuring that no one around him found joy. If he was unhappy, others would not revel in happiness either, particularly that grim-faced old bat, the boss. Were it not for his utility, Bayou would not have expended so much effort to bring him here. Nevertheless, his objectives had been met, and as he felt the orb of light in his hand, his mood lifted once more. Harry, meanwhile, recalled Draco, Dobby, and Quirrell, casting a tentative glance at Snape as uncertainty laced his voice. "After he leaves, will my consciousness still prevail?" "Indeed," Bayou nodded in affirmation. A faint sense of guilt washed over Harry. He was reluctant to exert such control over his cherished companions and esteemed professor, leading him to selectively forget this functionality. Even with Draco, Harry was unaware that his thoughts could influence him, yet this influence was not something he could govern. Snape's figure gradually vanished, reappearing in the place from which he had initially disappeared. The Great Hall buzzed with activity. The young wizards embarked on a new day, blissfully unaware of the extraordinary experiences Harry had endured just one night prior. "Hey, Peeves, over here." George darted between the four tables, teasing the poltergeist. Peeves, incensed by the two, flushed slightly, soaring above the dining table with a handful of small cakes and juice. He accurately hurled them towards Fred and George, who deftly sidestepped the incoming projectiles. However, the surrounding students were not so fortunate. Ron ventured into the dining hall in search of Harry, only to encounter Hermione, who was enjoying breakfast at the table. As Ron savored his meal, he admired the valiant duel between his brother and Peeves, a scene he had previously encountered in a book that had struck him as quite amusing. Now, witnessing it firsthand elevated that humor to a whole new level. Unexpectedly, a small cake descended from above, striking him squarely on the head. The sweet scent of cream wafting from his hair mingled with the sight of Hermione laughing heartily beside him. Unbeknownst to him, his gaze drifted slightly to Neville, who held his now soiled wizard's robe, his eyes tinged with a hint of redness. Ron's anger surged to a boiling point, and he glared at his two brothers, who continued to frolic without a care for his ire. "George, Fred." Percy rose to his feet, vociferously attempting to curb the mischievous antics of the twins. Yet they paid him no heed as they dashed out of the hall. Percy hastily approached his youngest brother and, with a flick of his wand, freshened up Ron's hair. He placed his large hand atop Ron's head and gently tousled it. "Go on, eat up. Don't you have classes this morning?" A warmth surged within Ron, akin to being enveloped in comforting warm water, smoothing out the creases of his worries like an iron on fabric. He nodded obediently, for the first time realizing that the portrayal of an older brother in the books did not quite align with Percy's true character. Not far off. Neville watched this scene with envy, wishing to cast a cleaning charm on his own robe like Ron's brother had done. Trembling, he raised his wand, haunted by past failures that rendered him hesitant to speak. Just then, a voice broke the silence, and Neville's robe was miraculously cleansed. Turning in surprise, he discovered it was his roommate, Seamus. The memory of yesterday's loud reprimand lingered vividly in his mind as Neville hesitated to respond. Seamus, anticipating his reaction, spoke first. "I'm sorry for losing my temper and shouting at you yesterday. That was my mistake." He approached Neville and offered a slight bow, reflecting on his own outburst with confusion. He realized that Harry would never act in such a manner without reason, and though he remained puzzled by his own loss of control, it did not diminish his desire to make amends. This cleaning charm, fueled by Seamus's newfound calmness, was executed with remarkable finesse, leaving Neville's robe pristine and gleaming. At the dining table, Draco ate his breakfast with elegant poise, seated beside Pansy. He welcomed her closeness, yet a faint sense of guilt stirred within him upon seeing her face, a feeling that accompanied his acceptance of her proximity. Glancing casually ahead, Draco noticed the sudden appearance of Professor Snape at the table. When did Professor Snape walk past? He mused, bewildered by his failure to notice. Had he been too engrossed in his meal? Quirrell, seated directly across from him, widened his eyes, for he was the only teacher currently dining at the table and had witnessed Snape seemingly materialize out of thin air. Quirrell attempted to establish eye contact with Snape, but Snape completely disregarded him, appearing to be a shadow of his former self. Where had his colleague vanished to? Quirrell was engulfed in confusion. At that moment, Professor Dumbledore entered the hall from another corridor, ready to partake in lunch. The events of the previous night had overwhelmed him, and he desperately sought solace in the lively atmosphere. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Snape standing at the dining table. Dumbledore's nerves tensed once more. Was this truly the Snape he knew, or an imposter? He approached, as usual, took his seat, and casually inquired, "Severus, how is that luck potion you were brewing for me?" "Potion? When did I ever brew you a potion?" Snape retorted without hesitation. "Do you even need it? Are you out of your mind?" Dumbledore felt a slight sense of relief. Snape's reaction aligned perfectly with his mental image of the man. However, he had not detected any further inconsistencies in this version of Snape. Dumbledore observed as Snape approached the table, beginning to select his meal. Cakes, orange juice, sausages, and jams appeared in abundance, and Snape devoured them ravenously, as if he had not eaten in ages. Dumbledore watched in astonishment at this scene. "You," Dumbledore began, but Snape feigned ignorance. Within Harry's mind, he indeed could not perish from hunger, yet it had been an eternity since he had savored the taste of food. Now, anyone who dared interrupt his meal was deemed an adversary. The sweet and tangy juice exploded on his palate, revealing a multitude of flavors, which Snape savored. The perfectly balanced sweet tomato jam paired with the juicy roast sausage, cooked to perfection, was a delight, and the soft, delectable bread, infused with a subtle hint of wheat, stimulated his salivary glands. Snape was so blissful that he could barely maintain his mental barriers, a sensation reminiscent of the first time he had seen Lily beneath the tree. Food was indeed a fundamental necessity for one's body. Dumbledore, observing from his side, began to ascertain that this individual was indeed the genuine professor who had been absent for so long. A false professor, well-fed daily, could never exhibit such behavior. Only the true professor, deprived of sustenance for an extended period, could resemble a ghost returned from the grave. Dumbledore stood up, his spirits lifted, his eyebrows joyfully arched, and a glimmer of light danced in his eyes as he swiftly made his way to his office. Anyone could discern his buoyant mood. He planned to indulge in a brief nap, having stayed awake the previous night. "Wait," Snape suddenly called out to Dumbledore. "I shall accompany you. There are matters I wish to discuss." The two made their way to the office together. Harry, do you still need me to wait for you over there?" Draco, dining at the table, suddenly caught sight of Dumbledore and realized he had forgotten something important. Listening to the delayed voice, Harry helplessly supported his forehead. He had almost forgotten about this feature, that they could still converse within their minds, albeit with limited time. As for Draco, had Dumbledore not sent Fawkes to accompany him yesterday, he would not have emerged unscathed from the deadly embrace of that giant serpent. Harry recalled the great snake, placing his hands in his pockets, feeling the cold, delicate scales within. Aben sensed his master's touch and nudged his head against Harry's fingers. Meanwhile, the serpent remained motionless, seemingly still in slumber. "Never mind. You should go eat," Harry thought, initially believing Draco was waiting for him at the door of the second-floor washroom, wanting to confirm his whereabouts to avoid unnecessary trouble. Reflecting on his arrangements from the previous day, Harry realized they had indeed been somewhat lacking. Draco, gazing at the sumptuous breakfast on his plate, lifted his steaming cup of hot chocolate milk and took a satisfying sip, the rich and smooth flavor eliciting a contented sigh. Thus, a beautiful misunderstanding was born. Draco felt reassured to withdraw from their mental exchange, while Ron remained preoccupied with worry for Harry, his breakfast evidently eaten in a distracted manner. At that moment, Harry's stomach began to grumble, and he strolled leisurely to the dining hall, where Ron was nearly finished. Upon exiting, he spotted the tardy Harry and set aside his concerns. Harry noticed that his personal attribute panel began to shift. Name, Harry Potter. Age, 11 years. Physical fitness, 30105. Appearance, 76515. Soul strength, 7515. Intelligence level, 50105. Magical energy, 202010. Plant affinity, 520. Alchemy talent, 7015. Potion skill, 655. Combat skills, 701510. Art of language, 320. Flying ability, 801015. As he gazed at these figures, Harry couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and bewilderment at the casualness with which rewards were now bestowed. Harry, Ron called, rushing toward him but halting a few steps away, scrutinizing him from head to toe, noticing the heavy, dark circles under his eyes. He couldn't help but wonder if Harry had indeed gone without sleep the entire night. Good morning, Ron. Good morning, Hermione, Harry greeted his friends, his voice laced with a hint of yawning. He quickly made his way to a nearby table, grabbing a tart and biting into it with fervor. Truly famished, especially after exerting myself. Hermione glanced at the time, realizing there were still a few hours before class. Abandoning her plan to head to the library first, she surprisingly chose to sit beside Harry instead. She wanted to inquire if anything had transpired recently with him, as he always seemed to be sleep-deprived and particularly fatigued. Harry turned his head, his tousled ebony locks shifting with his movements, one particularly long and mischievous strand playfully resting upon his prominent nose, while some stray hairs obscured his eyes. Through this hazy veil, one could glimpse his striking emerald eyes, clear and vibrant. The thick fringe tussled with his long eyelashes, causing a slight itch, yet the fatigue from a sleepless night did not diminish Harry's allure. Rather, it lent him a touch of languor. Witnessing such a sight, Hermione found herself momentarily entranced, her mouth agape as she forgot her previous thoughts. How could it be that this fellow seemed even more handsome? Ron, standing nearby, sensed the unusual atmosphere and quickly wedged himself between Harry and Hermione, shoving her aside. Mate, did you go out for a midnight stroll last night? Ron inquired. Well, if you wish to put it that way, then yes, Harry mumbled, his words muffled by the bread and sausage crammed in his mouth. Receiving a response he had anticipated, Ron confirmed his suspicions, recalling that he had risen quite early as well. Yet Harry's bed was remarkably neat and chillingly cold. Where did you go? You didn't even invite me, Ron lamented, somewhat reproachful. If I hadn't invited you, would you have gone? Harry retorted with a smirk, his gaze teasingly fixed on the encroaching Ron. Let's just drop that topic, Ron decided, attempting to sidestep the matter. Chapter 82, Restrictions. Meanwhile, Snape followed closely behind Dumbledore into his office, suppressing his rising irritation at the oblivious old man. He spoke highly of their trust, yet remained unaware of the constant reshuffling occurring behind his back. Snape hesitated to divulge the information he possessed, recalling White U's words in the Sea of Consciousness about adhering to Harry's will, being controlled. What a jest. Even the former Voldemort could not fully dominate him, and Dumbledore was blind to his true intentions. How could a mere boy like Harry wield such profound magic? Password. His gaze hazily followed the two figures approaching, feeling a tinge of impatience. Was the headmaster's office open to anyone? Headmaster. The stone guardian feigned humility, its once formidable stone visage now adorned with a sycophantic demeanor. Upon opening its eyes, it beheld the approaching headmaster and the dark-faced professor trailing behind, hastily leaping aside. Dumbledore greeted it with a warm smile, as if the previous words had never been uttered. The stone guardian exhaled in relief. The two ascended the staircase. Dumbledore inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss with me? I recently visited a new place. Are you aware of it?" Snape pressed. Yes, I am aware. Though it seems your circumstances are less than favorable, Dumbledore replied, settling into his chair, propping his chin on his hands, and smiling at the now even more sullen-faced Snape. Now then, Severus, where exactly did you go? Dumbledore's expression grew solemn, yet he still held a glass of orange juice that had mysteriously appeared in his hand. An odd contrast to his serious demeanor. Severe as Snape contemplated the peculiar situation he found himself in, Harry seemed to be under some form of control, compelled to engage in nefarious deeds, influenced by a power beyond their current capability to resist. Snape uttered words that starkly contradicted his usual stoic nature, surprising even himself. He covered his mouth in disbelief, his heart swelling with a mix of anger and fear. What kind of formidable power was this? Dumbledore, caught off guard, inadvertently sprayed orange juice across Snape's face, prompting the portraits adorning the walls to awaken from their feigned slumber, erupting into a cacophony of chatter. Snape, maintaining his impassive facade, wiped the juice from his face and conjured a piece of parchment and a quill, which began to glide swiftly across the paper, saturated with ink. He then stepped forward to the pensieve, gesturing towards Dumbledore and then to his own head, eager to extract his memories for Dumbledore to witness firsthand. As Dumbledore recovered from the earlier discourse, he noticed Snape's actions and immediately sprang into action. However, as he raised his elder wand to extract Snape's memories, it was abruptly repelled by an unseen force. Dumbledore clenched his fist tightly beneath the table, while the portraits of former headmasters sensed the unease and fell silent. "You're unable to tell me, are you?" Dumbledore mused, beginning to connect the dots regarding Harry's predicament. Was Harry experiencing something similar? He sighed heavily, furrowing his brow, and gestured for Snape to step back. Turning his gaze to the wall behind his chair, his expression grave, he asked, "What do you see, Tom?" From behind the wall, a figure slowly emerged, clad in the robes of a Hogwarts student. Handsome and striking, with jet black hair and a tall, imposing stature, exuding an air of superiority, yet curiously devoid of a shadow beneath his feet. Snape, seething with anger, stormed out of the office, intent on confronting Harry. However, after years of teaching, he had never personally sought out a student. Suppressing his fury, Snape seized a familiar-looking student, instructing, "Go to Gryffindor and fetch Harry Potter. Tell him to come to the potions office immediately." Cedric, leisurely clutching his textbooks and preparing for class, was suddenly enlisted by Professor Snape. "Professor," Cedric began, eager to mention his own pressing commitments, but was swiftly silenced by the chill emanating from Snape, prompting him to wisely close his mouth. Anxious for both himself and Harry, what had Harry done to provoke this bat-like figure? Meanwhile, Harry remained blissfully unaware, indulging in his breakfast, finally slowing his pace as he noticed his slightly distended belly. The familiar and warm tone caused Harry to inadvertently drop the glass of juice he was holding onto the plate. Why could he hear Snape's words? Bayou gleefully remarked, "If you can converse with Draco, of course you can speak to your dear Professor Snape. I shall not deprive you of that right." Harry choked while Ron, seated beside him, stared vacantly at the ketchup in front of him. With Hermione gone, should he also head to the classroom? Hearing the commotion, Ron promptly turned to pat Harry's back. Chapter 83, The Fall. Cedric watched Snape's distant figure fade away and glanced at the book in his hand, feeling somewhat conflicted. If he were to call Harry now, they would surely be late for class. Besides, how could he possibly know where Harry was? Master. Dobby's small figure suddenly appeared in the great hall, drawing the attention of many. Ron curiously turned to look. Hearing the embarrassing title, Harry's toes nearly gouged the floor tiles, his cheeks flushing slightly. "Speak quickly." Harry leaned closer to Dobby, whispering urgently. "Hufflepuff's Cedric just rushed into the kitchen to find me. He asked me to tell you that Professor Snape wants you in his office." Dobby's voice, which he believed to be discreet, was heard by the surrounding young wizards, and Harry felt a wave of sympathetic gazes directed at him. Harry felt his fate was sealed, and indeed it was. Snape realized that whenever he harbored malice towards Harry, his actions would instinctively be thwarted. However, if he shifted his perspective, everything seemed promising. "I shall lay the groundwork for Harry's future in potion-making," Snape contemplated. Thus, he planned to have Harry come to his office throughout the day, except during classes, meals, and sleep, to engage in various tasks. Dissecting toads, awakening the snake from Harry's pocket to extract its venom, persuading a unicorn to personally deliver a feather, and convincing centaurs to bring their most precious materials directly to Harry. These were all part of Snape's agenda. Harry gazed at the bloody, viscous substance on his gloves and at the large bucket of obscured contents nearby, only to involuntarily retch. Bayou had long since turned off the screen, connecting them to the outside world, while Harry lay on the sofa, oblivious to the suffering his other self was enduring. Snape, too, found the odor repugnant. Before departing, he struggled one last time. "You must allow me to inform Dumbledore about this," Snape insisted with an undeniable firmness. Harry quickened his pace, seemingly deaf to Snape's words. With a sudden force, he snapped the materials in his hands, causing fresh juice to splatter all over his face. Harry felt that his glasses were smudged, yet the chilling air emanating from behind him rendered him hesitant to move. Severus Snape, recognizing Harry's indifference, understood that there was no room for negotiation. In a fit of rage, he stormed out, leaving Harry with a series of tasks. As Harry dealt with the materials in his hands, his arms grew weary and immobile. The ache in his muscles so profound that even the slightest motion could bring him to tears, causing his eyes to redden slightly. Having endured a sleepless night filled with battle and interrogation by Dumbledore, he had just finished breakfast and was now tasked with processing materials for Snape. The heap of materials beside him exuded a foul odor, and he was reminded that he would soon have to attend herbology class outside the castle. A surge of anger welled up within him. Why must he endure this? He was already striving valiantly to save Snape's life. Yet the decision to inform or not was not solely his to make. Everyone looked at him with skepticism, distrustful and eager to test him. Suddenly, Harry felt an overwhelming fatigue. He questioned the purpose of his relentless efforts. Did anyone appreciate what he was doing, or was he merely moved by his own emotions? Dark thoughts enveloped him, obscuring the sunlight outside. Meanwhile, in his mind, Bayou leaped with joy, for this was an unexpected delight. If Harry continued to think this way, one day they would stand on the same front, and he could then help himself. Harry sank heavily to the ground, leaning against the iron table, but accidentally toppled the surrounding materials, scattering them everywhere. Meanwhile, Hallie was engaged in practical training with Gryffindor, familiarizing herself with various weapons invented by Muggles, whether advanced or not. If Gryffindor had heard of or seen them, they would find a way to acquire them. Clad in a snug, camouflage outfit, Hallie bore symbolic streaks of heavy paint on her face and wore a military green cap. She lay on the grass, invigorated, as the lush greenery seemed to lift her spirit. In front of her were one or two sandbags supporting a sniper rifle, exuding a chilling aura. Just as she was about to fire, a sudden jolt of unease coursed through her, a bone-chilling sensation emanating from her core. Instantly, she sprang up, her shoes caked with mud, and the wild grass clung to her military uniform as she dashed towards the castle, eager to find Gryffindor. Her urgent feelings left her no time to tidy her appearance. She was him, sharing the same perceptions, life experiences, and worldview, with a unified understanding of their shared dilemmas. Whatever had exhausted Harry so profoundly must have been something dire. Gryffindor, too, sensed the change in Harry's demeanor and rushed out, colliding face-to-face with Hallie. Ouch! Hallie was suddenly knocked to the ground by the robust form of Gryffindor, her tailbone colliding painfully with the hard stone floor, prompting her to furrow her brow in discomfort. Gryffindor quickly helped her up, apologizing profusely. Could you possibly check on Harry and see what is amiss? I'm not in a position to go out right now. Gryffindor attempted to converse directly with Harry, but it seemed he had withdrawn into himself. Bayou also reached the same conclusion. He suddenly lost track of Harry's movements, and his usual psychological insights vanished from sight. Yet, the manner of this disappearance brought him a peculiar sense of joy. In their world, the will of individual beings served as the foremost weapon, a power unimaginable to the inhabitants. Upon his arrival in this realm, he had recognized Harry's unexpectedly resilient and formidable spirit. In fact, at a certain point in time since his arrival, Harry had been the very center of this world. When Harry shifted away from that central position, he casually tested him and received the desired response. He was indeed a commendable host, provided his will could be harnessed for his own purposes. Reclining on the sofa, Hallie opened her drowsy eyes, feigning a recent awakening, and proceeded to perform a series of dramatic gestures. Chapter 84, Fantasy. Hallie yearned to see the familiar screen, seeking validation from it regarding Harry's circumstances. Yet the screen had vanished. Stealing a glance at Bayou, who appeared to be exceedingly joyful from a distance, she pressed her hand to her chest, furrowing her brow in a manner that suggested she was in great pain. As the consciousness born from Harry's depression, she felt his emotions with heightened sensitivity. Bayou had been acutely aware of the movements behind him. Noticing Hallie's evident distress, he made some connections in his mind, but maintained an outward appearance of deep concern. Hastening over to her and feigning dismay, I do not know what has happened to Harry. He has suddenly closed himself off, and I am at a loss. Hallie received the excuse she desired and forcefully pushed Bayou aside, rising abruptly to confront the glass wall, turning to glare at him with reddened eyes. All right, I understand. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Bayou allowed Hallie to escape, despite the fact that the most prudent choice would have been to confine her there. Letting Harry fall, he unexpectedly felt a surge of compassion. Suddenly, flowers bloomed vibrant and abundant. A refreshing breeze swept through, as if the beauty of the world converged in that very spot. What is this? Emotion? Bayou abruptly slapped himself, causing his face to swell. Crimson marks appeared on his delicate skin as he muttered, "What right do you have to feel?" The great cavern collapsed, massive boulders burying the entrance. From within emanated wails and cries of anguish. A small figure stood at the mouth of the cave, inhaling the scent of blood that wafted forth, gently placing a hand in the crevice of the stones, as blood eagerly adhered to his fingertips. He staggered into the restaurant, a place that had once been bustling with life, now reduced to a desolate ruin. The father with whom he had just exchanged words had transformed into a gruesome mass beneath a boulder indistinguishable from the other dragons. Bayu, who had been brimming with joy moments ago, now radiated an icy demeanor, exuding an aura so frigid it seemed capable of freezing others in their tracks. He rushed forward, intent on restraining Hallie, trapping her within this chaos. Sensing the commotion behind her, Hallie drew upon the skills honed during her recent training. Through a profound connection, she could perceive the general direction in which Harry resided. She ran desperately, striving to rescue the part of herself that had been confined, for as the savior, enduring pain and misunderstanding was her duty, possessing strength was a given, and saving others was an obligation. Stop! Bayu's fury erupted. Since his arrival in this world, he had never felt such rage. He had just discovered the tumult of emotions within him, delivering a harsh reprimand to himself. He had come to this world to bring about destruction, not to feel pity for others. If he were to feel compassion for anyone, who would extend that compassion to him? Drawing upon a portion of the energy he had pilfered from the system, a radiant yellow light enveloped his palm, coalescing into a searing orb, which he thrust forward, aiming to bring Hallie down. He felt a self-inflicted pain in his heart, tears welling in his eyes. Please stop. If you halt, I won't harm you. Another voice within Bayu pleaded desperately. Hallie was struck, crashing to the ground like a butterfly with broken wings, embodying a tragic beauty and the inevitability of death. In this realm, Bayu wielded dominion. The surrounding atmosphere pulsed faintly, and with one hand, he summoned a beam of green light that soared into the sky. Upon receiving the news that Harry was nearing his fall, a sigh of relief escaped him. Watching Hallie sprawled on the ground, he felt a pang of sympathy, yearning to help her rise. Hallie, lying on the earth, swallowed the blood that had risen in her throat, enduring the excruciating pain in her back. She surmised that a bone must have been fractured. Hearing footsteps approaching from behind, Hallie gathered her strength and stood, sprinting forward with renewed determination. She sensed a passage nearby that could lead her directly to Harry. Stop! Bayu unleashed another attack, yet hesitated for a fleeting moment. In that instant of doubt, Hallie had already darted several meters away. Resolving not to waver again, he unleashed his attack upon her back with fierce intent. He would find a suitable resting place for her, and no one, not even himself, could thwart his plans in this world. Hurry! Catch me, Harry! Hallie felt the force strike her back anew, and she distinctly heard the sound of cracking bones. As the yellow light faded, Hallie too vanished from sight. At that moment, Harry was curled up in a dark world, devoid of light and sound. His awareness of the outside world completely extinguished. Years of experience instructed him that he should summon the strength to dispel the negative emotions swirling within his heart. Yet, Harry felt utterly drained, devoid of even the energy to rise. Suddenly, the surrounding dark mist transformed into water, and he plunged beneath the surface, succumbing to slumber. Bubbles escaped his lips as he exhaled, and his arms floated gently, his ebony hair dancing with the currents of the water. How weary he felt, wishing to surrender to sleep forever. Mother, father, I've come to find you. Abruptly, the world around him lit up with a warm, golden glow. James Potter was there, supporting Lily Evans, both smiling and beckoning to him. Beside them, the jovial Sirius Black laughed heartily, while the bashful and reserved Remus Lupin stood nearby. Hermione smiled at him, and Ron soared towards him on his broomstick. Not far off, the Weasley twins were engaged in a playful skirmish, with Percy watching them, exasperated. Cedric held hands with Cho Chang, strolling leisurely beside them. In the distance, Dumbledore and another figure walked together, accompanied by a delightful young girl. While Snape glowered at James Potter, Draco, deep in class, felt a tightening in his chest. In the kitchen, Dobby paused in his vegetable washing, and Snape, discussing herbology matters with Hagrid at the forest's edge, felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Dumbledore, who had been asleep in bed, jolted awake, instinctively feeling the rapid beating of his heart, sensing that something ominous had transpired. Suddenly, Fawkes appeared, unbidden, seizing Dumbledore's nightgown and whisking him away to Professor Snape's office. Upon arrival, Dumbledore was met with the sight of a disheveled, unconscious Harry, his brow furrowed and complexion pale. With a sigh, Dumbledore muttered, "Alas, it seems he is merely fatigued." Beneath Harry lay several twitching toads, and scattered about were unprocessed materials, the room enveloped in a heavy, fishy stench, to which Harry appeared impervious. In an instant, his complexion flushed with color, his demeanor calmed, and a faint smile graced his lips. Dumbledore, however, felt a surge of panic. He could sense the soul within this vessel drifting away. Chapter 85, Revelation. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid was on patrol. Professor Dumbledore had instructed him to scrutinize the forest closely and, if possible, to seek the aid of its magical creatures in locating a stranger. Furthermore, he was to report any Hogwarts personnel entering the forest, aside from himself. After tending to his pets, Hagrid, armed with a pink umbrella, ventured deeper into the woods. At that moment, a man clad in a black wizard's robe, his hat obscuring much of his face, materialized behind Hagrid. One half of his chin was as delicate as an infant's, while the other half bore the marks of age. His lips were parched. He spoke in a voice that was neither male nor female, neither young nor old, holding in his hand the pink vial once used to erase Draco's memories. Quietly unscrewing its cap, it seemed, the seeds I planted have taken root. In the dim depths, shrouded in silence and darkness, Harry luxuriated in the warmth of a golden light, greedily savoring all that did not belong to him. Behind Harry, a wisp of pink smoke ebbed and flowed through his being, unnoticed by him. Suddenly, a voice thundered in his ear, shattering the illusions surrounding him. The beautiful scene before him fractured like a shattered mirror, splintering into countless pieces. Harry desperately sprinted forward, yearning to touch them and reassemble the fragments. They ceased all movement, dissipating into the air like smoke. Harry seemed to hear their cries for help. "Save me. Quickly. Catch me, Harry." He sensed this urgency and opened his eyes, his gaze reddened, still reeling from the recent shattering. He found himself suspended in water, transformed from black mist. Suddenly, a girl emerged from the depths, bubbles escaping her nose and mouth. Her dress swayed gently with the currents, and her hair, resembling dark seaweed, floated around her. A veil of magical energy shimmered over her emerald eyes, allowing her to keep them open. Harry swam closer to her, propelled by the water, colliding into her embrace. She cradled his face in her hands, her green, resolute eyes locking onto his dull gaze. "Wake up," she urged loudly, inadvertently sputtering blood that mingled with the water, drifting towards Harry's nose. The water, once black mist, infiltrated her mouth. Though her voice did not carry, Harry caught the metallic scent of blood, causing his eyes to instinctively dart around. Noticing his condition, the girl disregarded her own pain, feeling her face flush like a cooked shrimp, steaming with heat. She swallowed the blood that had surfaced in her throat and altered her approach. Grasping one of Harry's hands, she slapped him sharply with the other. "Ow!" Harry jolted awake, the fiery sensation on one side of his face bringing him to his senses. The surrounding water transformed abruptly into black mist, and the two of them fell heavily to the ground. "What has happened to you?" The weariness and pain in her body prompted her to question him with irritation. "Why have you reverted to your former state?" "I don't know," Harry replied, scratching his head. All the negative emotions he had felt moments ago seemed to have vanished, and the memories had become hazy. Suddenly, he recalled that he needed to prepare materials for Professor Snape in the common room. A chill of dread washing over him as he thought, what if I don't finish in time and Professor Snape finds out? The pink thread behind him gradually faded with the girl's arrival, eventually melding into his own being. Meanwhile, Snape hurried to the infirmary, only to find two individuals glaring at him with intensity, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of helplessness, akin to having yellow mud in his trousers. This was truly, even as Professor Dumbledore opened his mouth to speak, he could sense the palpable fatigue and tension emanating from Severus Snape, who had hurriedly arrived. With a resigned sigh, he gestured for Snape to enter. Harry, once again visiting the infirmary, donned his most familiar hospital gown and reclined on the bed he knew so well. This year had indeed been fraught with calamities. Not a single day had passed without its challenges. Upon seeing the frail Harry, Snape felt a surge of urgency. It was evident that someone had inflicted further harm upon him. As he began to speak, he realized he was seemingly free from control. Dumbledore, sensing that Snape was about to divulge something, discreetly ushered Madame Pomfrey out and cast numerous enchantments around the infirmary to shield them from eavesdroppers. Snape, astonished, found himself able to reveal certain pertinent information, a look of elation crossing his face. Yet, wary of being controlled again, he opted to communicate sensitive concepts through gestures. He took a few steps forward and pointed at Harry's head. Dumbledore, maintaining a stoic expression, felt turmoil within. What ancient malevolence could possibly exert control over Harry? As Snape attempted to articulate the phrase "another world," an unprecedented sense of impending danger washed over him. Recognizing that this taboo could not be touched, he chose to convey other information. He pointed to himself and indicated a task, completion, reward, punishment, and soul. With his keen intellect, Dumbledore began to piece together the troubling mysteries surrounding Harry. It appeared that someone within Harry's mind was compelling him to fulfill certain obligations, with dire consequences for his soul should he fail. Dumbledore surmised that this explained Harry's frequent ailments. He abandoned a long-held plan to reunite with his family after vanquishing Voldemort's Horcruxes. Such a reunion was now impossible. Harry required a robust support system, as the wizarding world was on the brink of a crisis greater than Voldemort himself. Whatever dwelled within Harry's mind harbored ominous intentions. Was it connected to that prophecy? This type of magic was beyond Dumbledore's experience. He recalled the letter Grindelwald had sent him at the beginning of the school year, initially believing it to be a mere pretext for a meeting. In hindsight, the likelihood of its significance had grown considerably. Dumbledore stepped closer and gently caressed Harry's head with his broad hand, letting out a heavy sigh. Indeed, it was a burden for him to bear. Chapter 86, Doubt. Harry awoke, emerging from the dark fog, and his connection to the outside world began to stabilize once more. Unbeknownst to him, during this brief interlude, due to his weakened state and his own negligence, others had already begun to uncover half of his secrets. Observing the two individuals supporting one another, he offered a cold smile before turning away. Filled with guilt, Harry glanced at Hallie and clenched his fists. He vowed that this intruder, Bayou, would eventually be expelled from his mind, ensuring that he would no longer find a place to cling to or exert control over him. "It is all my fault," Harry lamented, his brows and eyes drooping with self-reproach. "It is not your fault," Hallie replied gently, "but you must exercise caution. This sudden turn of events is likely not mere coincidence. It appears you have been ensnared by someone else's machinations. However, it is unlikely to be by you. Reflect carefully. Are there any other occurrences around you?" Harry pondered deeply, recalling that Dumbledore had summoned him to counter the spell of the elusive Godric's Hollow, yet had not sought Snape, indicating that Snape's true identity was likely compromised. When the genuine Professor Snape was revealed and Dumbledore displayed no signs of disturbance, it further validated Harry's suspicions. Moreover, Quirrell's mention of the vanished Voldemort raised considerable suspicion. Chronologically, Voldemort certainly possessed ample time to arrive and conceal himself. Regarding the nature of the attack, Harry felt he had undoubtedly fallen victim to it. Who could infiltrate Hogwarts and employ such insidious and malevolent magic, if not Voldemort himself? Additionally, there were lingering doubts in Harry's mind regarding certain individuals he was reluctant to scrutinize deeply. Ron's origins were enigmatic. He was certainly not the naive red-haired boy from a previous life. Hagrid, too, differed significantly from his former self, having been present at the site of the incident. Then there were the serpents that had suddenly appeared beside him, displaying an unsettling familiarity and even speaking of his future. Although Harry outwardly refrained from dismissing them, he harbored a sense of wariness. As for Abin, that seemed implausible, given the grievous injuries it had sustained for him. While contemplating, Harry assisted Hallie to the sofa. "You should rest well," he said. As he passed by you, he did not so much as glance in his direction, his demeanor cold and indifferent, as though he were non-existent. The mask of civility had been torn away. With hostilities having commenced, there was no need for pretense, for he lacked the strength to contend with him. Turning his gaze back to Hallie's frail form and delicate face, an unnameable fury surged within him. Bayou felt an emptiness inside. He was unsure of what he regretted. Their relationship had never been one of friendship, but rather enmity. Both were acutely aware, mutually guarded and exploitative. Their exchanges had merely served the facade of peace. Suddenly, Bayou felt a sharp pain in his cheek. Harry's fist, propelled by a fierce wind, had struck him. Though he had witnessed Hallie's dire state and should have been angered by his failure to achieve his aims, he felt a twinge of guilt. Out of a sentiment he was unwilling to acknowledge, he silently absorbed Harry's blow without uttering a sound. Harry raised an eyebrow in surprise, observing the once elegant young gentleman before him, disheveled hair, bruised cheeks, passively enduring the impact of his fist. Although taken aback, Harry held no expectation of forgiveness from him. He realized he had gained a measure of control, occasionally able to momentarily shield Bayou from perceiving the external world, obstructing his insight into Harry's thoughts, and resisting his influence over Harry's very soul. Harry had originally envisioned a myriad of excuses to deflect Dumbledore's inquiries regarding the sudden cause of his fainting spell. However, to his surprise, Dumbledore did not broach the subject at all. With a sweeping gesture, he decreed that aside from preserving Harry's Quidditch and potions classes, He would be subjected to additional lessons at every available moment, either through his own efforts or by summoning another instructor to alternate in providing supplementary tutoring. Consequently, Harry now found himself in a most dismal predicament. What had once been the simplicity of an elementary curriculum had transformed into the complexities of advanced mathematics and physics, inundating him with knowledge he had never encountered in his previous life. Each day, upon awakening, he was compelled to grapple with intricate magical theories, periodically subjected to the combined pedagogical assaults of Dumbledore and Snape, except for the time allocated for lunch. Even his moments of rest were encroached upon as he ventured into Gryffindor's designated space to engage in a rigorous dual course of study. Glancing down at himself, clad in a pink ballet dress, white tights, and dance shoes, he stifled the urge to express his indignation and cast a fierce glare at the gleeful Haley beside him. Haley, occupied with her healing process, was submerged in the depths of the enchanted black lake within the space, buoyed by a magical device that allowed her to float effortlessly. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she observed the awkward movements of Harry, occasionally stifling her laughter with her hand, though her delight radiated from her vibrant green eyes. Witnessing Haley's amusement, Harry's previously taut expression softened. If his predicament could bring her joy, perhaps it was not entirely without merit. Yet, what a burly figure nearby. You, stop laughing. What's there to laugh about? If you find it so amusing, why don't you join the dance? Gryffindor, who had initially stifled his chuckles, erupted into hearty laughter following Harry's retort, his boisterous mirth piquing the curiosity of several professors within the castle. Alarmed, Harry realized that what had begun as a secret shared among three had now escalated to the potential exposure of his predicament to an audience. Enough, enough. I shan't tease you any longer. Gryffindor managed to compose himself, albeit with a smirk. However, I'm a trained professional. I only laugh when it becomes utterly unavoidable. With that declaration, Gryffindor disregarded the dagger-like glares Harry cast in his direction, continuing to chuckle as he sauntered back into the castle, occasionally bending over in fits of laughter. Meanwhile, Ron and Hermione arrived at the threshold of Snape's office, prepared to face their detention. They exchanged glances, silently debating who would knock first. After you, Ron gestured gallantly toward Hermione, embodying the gentlemanly decorum expected of him. No, you first. The student adept in potions should graciously yield to the one who is less proficient, Hermione replied with a smile. Chapter 87. The Art of Parenting. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Ron, gazing at Hermione, turned resolutely and rapped on the door. Professor, we're here. Come in. Ron and Hermione pushed the door open to find Professor Snape with a grave expression, holding a crimson quill, diligently inscribing something on a stack of parchment before him. Ron swallowed hard, as the anxiety of performing well in the past surged back to him. Professor Snape remained silent, seemingly intent on leaving them in suspense. While his mind raced with thoughts, given the recent circumstances, it was implausible for these two to have entered his office without reason. Yet, he pondered the nature of the impostor's punishment for them, aware that any discrepancies could lead to complications. Whatever, I shall assert my authority. Do you see? Snape raised his gaze, gesturing towards a mountain of potion ingredients piled on the adjacent table. According to your textbooks, chop the purple pile into small cubes, roughly the size of sugar cubes. The blue pile should be cut into strips the length of your middle finger. With a nonchalant command, Snape resumed grading the assignments in his hands, the sharp nib of his quill scratching across the paper with a sound reminiscent of a furious essay. Ron mused quietly to himself, while Hermione had already sprung into action, approaching the table. I'll handle the purple pile, so let's get to work and stop dawdling. Snape, overhearing the exchange between the two young witches and wizards, raised an eyebrow in surprise and cast an amused glance at them before returning to his tasks. Unbeknownst to him, ever since their arrival, he had adopted an unusually calm demeanor. The animosity he had once harbored had largely dissipated, though his expression remained impassive. Those who had interacted with him could sense his tranquility and serenity. One day, Snape summoned Harry to his office and posed a seemingly nonsensical question. The other you. May he come forth? Or if you require assistance, you may seek me. Observing the shock on Harry's face, Snape smiled, striving to present the most amiable countenance he could muster. If you don't mind, I could become your godfather. At the sound of those words, Harry nearly faltered. What was happening? The individual he had perceived as his greatest adversary in the past was now proposing to be his godfather, although it was merely a superficial enmity. He was indeed the son of James Potter. Had the professor forgotten the pain he had endured because of him? That is due to me. Do not be so self-absorbed. Harry coldly interjected, asserting his presence. Harry was astonished, suddenly enlightened, and filled with joy. Yet he firmly declined. a godfather who may have only one godchild. Although this rule was not strictly enforced in the magical realm, such an act would undoubtedly harm Draco, the other godchild. What are you worried about? Snape's demeanor shifted to displeasure. And what a Draco! Snape hesitated, recalling the boy. Instantly, he felt that his thoughts were rather impulsive, and a pang of regret washed over him. Having taken Draco under his wing as a mentee, he ought to embrace the responsibility that came with it, rather than indulging in his own desires. He refrained from directly inquiring about Draco's feelings, for he recognized that, regardless of the context, be it at home or in school, his status inherently eclipsed Draco's. Such a direct inquiry would be tantamount to coercion. Although it might superficially appear as respect for the child's autonomy, it would, in reality, compel the child to make a choice that contradicted his true inclinations due to the pressures of hierarchy. Snape waved his hand dismissively, signaling Harry to depart, exuding an aura of despondency. Though Snape found himself incapable of resolving this matter, Dumbledore harbored thoughts on the subject. Ever since he became aware of these circumstances, a dull ache had settled in his heart. How could Harry, at such a tender age, bear the weight of so many burdens, particularly when he was being pressured to sign a contract during his most vulnerable moments? In retrospect, he felt rather inhuman. Thus, Dumbledore sought to offer some form of compensation to Harry. With a sweeping gesture, he exempted Harry from the end-of-year examinations for his first year, along with assessments from other professors. To maintain fairness in academia, and to avoid singling Harry out as exceptional, he discreetly announced weeks in advance that outstanding students from each grade would be permitted to take the final exams early. Those who succeeded would gain the privilege of auditing classes in higher grades, and Hogwarts would formally recognize their achievements, disseminating this information throughout the British wizarding community. This initiative aimed to ensure that prodigious talents did not squander their gifts, thus igniting their potential. To mitigate the likelihood of mischievous young wizards disrupting this new protocol, Dumbledore imposed an additional stipulation. Each student wishing to participate in the early exams had to secure confirmation from their respective teachers. Upon hearing this news, the academically inclined students erupted with excitement, eagerly preparing to take the exams early. If they succeeded, it would be a source of great pride and would broaden their knowledge, while also providing invaluable credentials for children from ordinary families when seeking employment. On the very morning this news broke, the Daily Prophet published the new examination regulations at Hogwarts, making the public aware. That evening, wizarding parents who had confidence in their children promptly penned letters to encourage their offspring to register. Each teacher's office became a bustling hub, filled with young witches and wizards, both accomplished and less so, submitting assignments, serving detention, applying for early exams, and inquiring about the difficulty and scope of the tests. Much to the professor's chagrin, every new endeavor inevitably brings with it a chorus of disputes, challenges, and repeated confirmations and assessments. Snape's temples throbbed with tension. Yet as he faced the throng of eager young wizards in his office, he quelled his rising frustration, recalling Harry's frail physique and the scant insights he had gleaned from Harry's mind. In the current realm of wizards, it is imperative to select elite talents and cultivate exceptional combat prowess to adeptly navigate the prevailing circumstances. In this regard, he and Dumbledore reached a tacit understanding and conveyed to the assembled professors, requesting their cooperation, not solely for Harry's sake, but for the very survival of the wizarding world. Dumbledore, presently absent from Hogwarts, prepared to visit various magical academies across Europe, leveraging his influence and power to engage in discussions with the heads of these institutions regarding this critical decision. Simultaneously, Dumbledore extended a hand to the Ministry of Magic, where the minister, fearing for his position, faced the grim reality of his nightmares coming to fruition. Chapter 88, The Assessment. Upon receiving the day's newspaper, Harry promptly closed it, striving to avoid the scrutiny of the surrounding young wizards and feigning normalcy while distancing himself from the throngs to prevent Bayou from discerning anything from the situation. Harry and Hagrid shared an unspoken understanding. Hagrid exploited Bayou's guilt over his earlier actions to chatter incessantly about matters Harry wished Bayou to comprehend, subtly influencing his thought process. Indeed, Bayou fell into the trap. In his world, communication and contemplation between individuals were not laden with convolutions. If he were truly astute, he would not have so quickly revealed his intentions and unfriendly demeanor. He could have concealed his motives, yet remained unclear whether it stemmed from disdain or ignorance. Indeed, humans, Bayou mused sarcastically, are invariably driven by their own self-interests, perpetually swayed by their desires, all while cloaking their machinations in noble pretenses to ease their conscience. Even Dumbledore was not exempt. He expressed a tinge of disappointment, having initially believed this individual to be one of harmonious integrity, only to find that personal inclinations influenced professional matters. Dumbledore met with Quirrell privately, or rather, he made Quirrell believe that he would individually summon each professor. "I wish for Harry to conclude his first semester early and receive special tutoring," he mused, yet acknowledged that living within a large community necessitated discretion. Dumbledore glanced at Quirrell, tailoring his remarks uniquely for each professor. He held reservations about Quirrell, who had once been possessed by Voldemort and now harbored suspicions due to his proximity to Harry. Quirrell met Dumbledore's gaze, discerning his intent. Was he suggesting leniency for Harry? How could he dare? How could he impose difficulties upon his master? On the evening the examination papers were distributed, Quirrell summoned Harry to his office under the pretense of needing his assistance, hoping to sneak a glance at the test. Harry, however, declined, completing the paper in Quirrell's presence, who noted that almost all of Harry's answers were correct. As for dueling, Quirrell did not consider himself a match for his master, thus refraining from broaching the subject. Meanwhile, Dumbledore found himself at a standstill. He recalled Professor McGonagall, who initially dismissed his reasoning and curtailed his candy allowance for the week. Dumbledore gazed longingly at his distant lemon sherbet, a wistful expression crossing his face. How could one individual act in such a manner? It seems profoundly unjust to the other young wizards. Moreover, Harry has surpassed my expectations in the assessments. What does this imply? A lack of faith in Harry. Professor McGonagall's irritation escalated, while Dumbledore, increasingly uncomfortable, seemed to shrink into his chair. Returning to the present, Dumbledore cast an embarrassed glance at Quirrell, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. "Do any other students know this?" Dumbledore inquired, hoping to uncover inconsistencies. Quirrell pondered for a moment. He had been quite discreet in his actions. However, he could not withstand Harry's eagerness to share with others, and the rumor of his accelerated progress had spread widely throughout the school. Quite a number, Quirrell mused, carefully choosing his words. Perhaps you should present this matter to all the students. It would be unwise for Harry to appear too different, as that would be detrimental to him. Dumbledore said with a smile, his tone imbued with an unmistakable resolve. Quirrell acquiesced, though he felt a lingering discomfort, but soon. News from the Arnian forest captivated his full attention. Aside from fulfilling Dumbledore's task, he had little time to ponder the underlying events. Professor Dumbledore, following suit, consulted several professors in succession, all of whom, unsurprisingly, concurred. Some didn't even listen, simply accepting his assertions without questioning the rationale behind them. Dumbledore felt a flush of embarrassment. He had no time to dwell on his thoughts and promptly visited another school to discuss these matters with the headmaster. The enthusiasm of the young wizards was ignited, as the allure of the opportunity was too great to resist. If they could take their final exams early, they would be exempt from completing assignments. After all, Harry served as a prime example, having already completed several final assessments. According to an anonymous source from Gryffindor, Harry had been sleeping soundly in the dormitory since attending classes. Nonetheless, this revelation did little to convince many young wizards, as they found it more plausible that such an exceptional student would be secretly studying in the dormitory. Suspecting that this information was merely a ploy to lull them into complacency, the dedicated remained diligent, while those who preferred to relax continued to do so. The Hufflepuff students largely inhabited their own little worlds, focusing on delectable food, occasionally lifting their heads to glance at the noisy surroundings before returning to their fervent feasting. Some in Slytherin scoffed at such rewards, yet others eyed them with envy. If a prefect lacked the prowess to command respect, they would not retain their position. Ravenclaw remained absorbed in their pursuit of knowledge, although many were drawn to the prospect of attending classes in other rooms, believing themselves particularly exceptional, and hastened to the professor's office to inquire about the exam's difficulty and scope. Observing the eager Slytherins, Gryffindor refused to be outdone. Some academically proficient students were also encouraged to take the exams early, with Hermione among them. However, soon some young wizards found themselves disheartened. With the professor's approval, he required all to demonstrate their abilities in his presence, which discouraged the vast majority. The professor afforded each individual a fair opportunity, yet not all seized it. Chapter 89, The Cowboy. "Draco, are you confident?" Pansy inquired, observing the throng gathered at the podium, her gaze landing on Draco, who sat composed in his seat. She wondered just how assured he truly was. "Well, somewhat," Draco modestly replied, though his tone betrayed a hint of pride, his chin slightly elevated, reminiscent of a resplendent white peacock. Pansy discerned the answer etched on his face, igniting a surge of impulse within her. The young wizards, cowed by Professor McGonagall's long-established authority, fell silent. The majority of the crowd consisted of Slytherin students, with the occasional Hufflepuff daring to approach the periphery, only to retreat to their seats after eavesdropping for a moment. Draco cast a glance at the indifferent Hufflepuffs, letting out a resigned sigh. It had been thus in his past life, and it seemed little had changed in this one. I trust you have gathered information regarding this examination from various sources. Many young wizards are eager to attempt it, yet I must clarify the rules. Here, each individual has one opportunity for assessment, not a test in the traditional sense, but a qualification to participate, Professor McGonagall stated with a solemn expression, surveying the seated young wizards. First-year students would undergo both theoretical and practical examinations, akin to the end-of-term assessments in format and scope. You must master the ability to transform a matchstick into a silver needle, and Draco's thoughts drifted. As far as he was concerned, for both him and Harry, these challenges were mere trifles. Having learned of Harry's success in several subjects, he had long harbored intentions of concluding his studies for the year ahead of schedule, albeit at a slightly slower pace than Harry. He glanced at Professor McGonagall, his eyes revealing a resolute determination. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, Quirrell sat at his desk, recently having dismissed a throng of students. Gazing at the mountain of assignments before him, coupled with the tasks assigned by his master, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. After a brief moment of silence, he began to ponder the sudden influx of activity, sensing something amiss, though he could not pinpoint what it was. It seemed there existed a parallel hierarchy in the Muggle world, where primary school students would commence an examination early, embarking on an extensive period of study during which they were exempt from the standard assessments, as they were groomed as talents for national development. However, Quirrell dismissed this notion, or rather suggested that in the realm of British wizardry, only parents with profound confidence in their offspring, believing them to possess remarkable self-discipline and planning, would send them to Hogwarts. Despite the unparalleled educational resources available within the British wizarding community, the educational principles adopted by the new headmaster rendered the students' experiences quite joyful, albeit the likelihood of becoming a formidable wizard remained exceedingly slim. Thus, one might ponder whether the atmosphere has turned tense. Quirrell appears to have grasped Dumbledore's intentions, and as he reflects upon his journey to various esteemed institutions, he becomes increasingly resolute in his thoughts, oblivious to the fact that he is on the cusp of the truth. It is that fleeting moment of realization that constitutes his true objective. And then there is Voldemort. Oh, indeed, Quirrell is utterly confounded by the movements of this individual, perpetually feeling as though he is being toyed with. Meanwhile, the person Quirrell seeks has long been ensconced within the halls of Hogwarts, engaged in activities unbeknownst to anyone, his arrival unnoticed by all. Should Voldemort wish to infiltrate a location silently and conceal himself therein, few would be the wiser, unless Dumbledore were a mere fingertip away, yet, with a modicum of vigilance, is not beyond the realm of possibility. As time swiftly passes, following the announcement of new measures, a segment of qualified young wizards begins to prepare anxiously for their examinations, yet this does not impede the fifth-year students from facing their ordinary wizarding level assessments. Seventh-year graduates, on the other hand, are compelled to undertake the ultimate wizarding level examination. Harry, meanwhile, continues his methodical academic pursuits, finding time to engage in Quidditch, attending classes in various offices during the evenings, and, with Professor Dumbledore's approval, preparing for exams without the necessity of attending regular lessons. To outsiders, he still appears to lounge in the dormitory, slumbering through the day, despite the incessant admonitions echoing in his ears. With a sigh, he contemplates the difficulty of elucidating his situation. He promptly shifts his study location to the room of requirement on the 8th floor, a place he realizes he has not visited in quite some time, and finds himself nostalgic. The colossal mural adorning the corridor seems to scrutinize him, its monstrous eyes casting downward as if inquiring, "Why do you not come?" The enormous club it holds twitches slightly before thudding onto the floor beneath the painting. Harry rubs his nose, internally repeating, "I need a quiet place, I need a quiet place." Suddenly, a grand door materializes in the wall, causing Harry's heart to flutter at its emergence, and Whitehue feels similarly, sensing an air of familiarity about the place, though he cannot quite place it. Harry pushes the door open and steps inside, pausing briefly to glance back. The 8th floor corridor is hushed, the hour designated for classes, with most young wizards occupied in their lessons. Observing the Marauder's map, he notes that Peeves is creating mischief in the kitchen, while other ghosts wander throughout the castle. Yet, why does he persistently feel as though someone is watching him from behind? Standing at the threshold, Harry silently surveys his surroundings, attempting to discern a flaw in the tranquility enveloping him. "What are you doing?" "Class time is approaching," reminds a voice from Gryffindor. Relinquishing his thoughts, Harry enters and closes the door behind him. As he closed the door, which subsequently vanished, a figure emerged from a blind spot in the corridor. Clad in a leather ensemble, brown marten boots, and fitted jeans, he exuded the spirit of the expansive western desert. Yet his eyes betrayed a dissonance with this rugged demeanor, revealing a mixture of curiosity and shadowed thoughts. In Chapter 90, Conflict, Chilo, who was correcting assignments in the classroom, suddenly felt a familiar sensation, akin to encountering another version of himself. This mysterious resonance stirred an inner restlessness within him. What could it possibly be? Amidst the chaos of the castle, he heard Snape's derisive remarks and McGonagall's stern criticisms, and wandered into the library, where the serene atmosphere of study compelled him to tread carefully. Suddenly, laughter erupted from afar, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. It was the Weasley twins engaged in a raucous battle with Peeves, followed by Filch's furious shouts. As Chilo meandered, he found himself in the Hufflepuff kitchen, a place he had heard of but never entered, accompanied by a Hufflepuff student named Cedric, whose impressive grades and striking looks left an impression on him. Chilo felt a twinge of self-consciousness as he touched his own face. He was handsome too, albeit with skin a touch rougher. Chilo accepted a small cake eagerly offered by a house elf, taking a bite that filled his palate with a delightful sweet and sour sensation, easing his anxious heart. For the first time, he intended to stroll through the castle, observing the place he had inhabited for so many years with newfound attention. However, the twisting staircase proved to be an annoyance. Standing on a half landing, he watched the staircase contort stubbornly, refusing to settle in its rightful place. Frustrated, he stomped down hard with all his might, yet to the staircase, it felt merely like a tickle. In response, it twisted even more vigorously. As he surveyed the whirling surroundings and the students emerging from the corridor, Chilo felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Casting a spell, he levitated himself into the air, simultaneously transforming one fortunate young wizard's book into a long slide that extended from the heights of the castle. After Chilo departed, the staircase obediently positioned itself correctly, as if the previous tumult had never occurred. The surrounding young wizards gazed up at the airborne professor with admiration. At that moment, Filch, chasing after three mischievous troublemakers, burst from the corridor intending to descend the staircase, only to find the professor openly casting spells. Filch rifled through his memory of school rules, recalling none that prohibited professors from using magic. While he was lost in thought, Peeves had already slipped into a nearby corridor, vanishing from sight, and the Weasley twins blended into the crowd. Despite their conspicuous hair, the throng concealed their forms, united in their disdain towards the ever-watchful caretaker. With no recourse left, Filch resignedly walked away. At this moment, Chilo found himself lamenting his predicament. It appeared that his transformation spell had gone awry. Instead of the ropes dangling beneath him, they were suspended above, and despite his seemingly nonchalant demeanor, he was acutely aware of the uncertainty surrounding when he might plummet to the ground, landing unceremoniously and losing his dignity before the young wizard. He managed to ascend to the 8th floor unscathed, but alas, the small cake in his hand tumbled to the floor. He gazed at the fortunate recipient of his misfortune, whose red hair was now adorned with a generous dollop of white cream. This was not my doing. Seek another scapegoat, he thought. The young wizard dashed away, and Chilo, mistakenly believing his striking appearance had moved the boy, felt a swell of pride. Upon reaching the 8th floor, he was enveloped by a sense of familiarity, a sensation that had initially compelled him to wander the corridors. Guided by his instincts, he approached cautiously, drawing nearer until he came face to face with a rugged man. As they regarded each other, Chilo discerned a familiar soul within the stranger's unfamiliar visage. The stirring from deep within his spirit gradually settled. The man greeted him amiably, and Chilo, in a daze, raised his hand to wave at this stranger. It soon dawned on him that the man appeared too mature to be a student, and he recognized all the professors at Hogwarts. Moreover, there had been no recent visitor engagements at the school. "Who are you?" Chilo inquired, raising his wand defensively. "I am you," the man replied with a friendly smile. Yet Chilo perceived a gaping maw behind that grin, as though it sought to consume him. He instinctively retreated a couple of steps, bolstered by the assurance that another realm provided. After all, predators do not fear their prey, especially with their masters still present. The man furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Although the face before him bore Chilo's likeness and the soul was strikingly similar, an undeniable difference lingered. He stirred the fragment of Chilo's essence nestled within himself, observing the other man's reaction. Chilo stared back, his expression innocent, though perhaps not entirely so, as he raised his wand higher, its tip now aimed at Chilo's throat. "This is peculiar. Why is there no reaction?" Voldemort pondered. Somehow, he had escaped, albeit with a minor loss of his soul. He'd previously undergone soul division before, and to his astonishment, he discovered a fragment of himself residing within Harry's body. It would serve as another Horcrux. When he fled, he had inquired about the status of the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, and it was still Chilo. Initially, he had suspected that Dumbledore had sent someone to impersonate him due to future teaching plans. However, upon confronting Chilo, he felt a strange familiarity in the soul and visage. Yet, the soul-sucking spell had no effect on him. His magic concerning souls seemed utterly impotent against this individual. Voldemort inwardly cursed. He had intended to control Chilo first, to infiltrate Harry's side and seize him. As the nefarious thoughts of Voldemort began to take shape, an excruciating pain pierced his heart, a familiar sensation that he had come to dread. Looking at the individual before him, Quirrell felt an inexplicable sense of dissonance. Suddenly, a fleeting image of the missing Muggle flashed in his mind, a figure equally out of place, clad in denim attire. Seizing the moment when this person was momentarily disoriented, Quirrell hastily attempted to bind him. The incantation of a spell, or rather the instinctual urge lurking deep within, enabled Voldemort to evade this assault. His gaze, filled with fury, fixated on Quirrell. The rational part of his mind urged him to swiftly erase this person's memories, while the seething anger within him clamored for a swift execution via the killing curse. Never had anyone dared to show him such blatant disrespect. The fragmented soul of Voldemort had rendered his reason a stagnant pool, mingled with shards of detritus. Chapter 91, Capture. The path to becoming a Dark Lord is far from simple, even for one who has shattered his own soul into pieces. His most prudent course of action now lay in adhering to his original plan, to subjugate the professor with the Imperius curse, followed by the erasure of his memories. Resorting to making this individual dull-witted or causing him to vanish would be a last resort. Voldemort scrutinized Quirrell with an evaluative gaze, causing a chill to creep over him. If Quirrell's suspicions were correct, this man was the one he had sought for so long. As Voldemort heightened his defenses, eyeing Quirrell with both caution and curiosity, Quirrell realized the gravity of his situation. He had narrowly escaped Voldemort's control. With just a bit more resolve, the Dark Lord could uncover everything. Quirrell was drenched in sweat, terrified of Dumbledore, and hardly expected to exhibit bravery before Voldemort. The notion of capturing him had swiftly evaporated, better left to Dumbledore or his own master. Quirrell retreated several steps, keeping his wand trained on Voldemort. The two were locked in a stalemate. Quirrell remained vigilant against the potential silent spells that may emerge, casting a protective charm around himself, while Voldemort focused intently on Quirrell's mind and the barrier surrounding him, intent on proceeding with his plans. Quirrell began to feel increasingly at ease, while Voldemort's forehead glistened with sweat. The longer they lingered, the more disadvantageous it became for him. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps reached Voldemort's ears, prompting him to act decisively. As Quirrell was momentarily distracted by the noise, a stunning spell was silently cast upon him. His defenses faltered, leaving him vulnerable, and he crumpled softly to the ground, his final thoughts tinged with regret, realizing he had fallen into the hands of such a formidable dark wizard, with little hope for a favorable outcome. Voldemort shared this sentiment and intended to act accordingly. He planned to set aside his concerns regarding Harry to address the more immediate threat at hand. Unfortunately for him, it seemed his plans would require some alteration. Voldemort felt a hard object pressing against his waist, and, as he stiffly turned around, a sudden chill enveloped him, witnessing Quirrell's form gradually fading from the ground. The sound of footsteps gradually approached. It was Filch accompanied by his little cat. Unbeknownst to him, he had patrolled up to the 8th floor. As the figure of the caretaker drew nearer, dark thoughts began to stir within Voldemort's mind. He could manipulate another individual, or use them as leverage. Watching the man draw closer, Voldemort felt a secret glee bubbling within him. However, Harry was determined to act first. With his mind divided, he cast a Muggle-repelling charm, hoping it would prove effective against Mr. Filch. As reality unfolded as Harry anticipated, Filch seemed to recall some urgent matter, hastily departing while cradling the yowling Mrs. Norris. Scratching his head, he pondered what pressing issue had compelled him. Harry was taken aback, discovering an unexpected truth, but now was not the time for joy. He ascended into the air, his inner magic swirling chaotically, bursting forth from his feet and creating an upward thrust that supported his ascent like a human jetpack. Voldemort cast a surprised glance at Harry, exhaling a sigh. Although he yearned to act against Harry, some inexplicable constraint held him back. He could not cast a spell in Harry's presence, which explained why he complied, remaining motionless under the threat of Harry's wand. in an attempt to unsettle Harry. Voldemort drew upon his lifetime of acting skills, infusing his gaze with a hint of the affection he had gleaned from Muggle memories. This sentiment lingered in his eyes for scarcely a second before he was repulsed by his own display. He bent over, as if someone had poked him in the throat, declaring, "I, Voldemort, shall not perish in such a disgusting manner, even in death." He straightened his back defiantly. Harry, unfazed by Voldemort's theatrics, seized the moment. Old grudges and new grievances threatened to overwhelm him as he contemplated various fates for his adversary. Despite his curiosity regarding Voldemort's unexpected compliance, that was not the focus now. He directed his wand at Voldemort, leading him to the entrance of the Room of Requirement. Upon seeing this familiar place, Voldemort's heart began to race with trepidation. He feared that Harry had discovered the Horcrux he had hidden here. An impulse to strike against Harry surged within him, but the immediate pain served as a warning. Death would surely strike faster than he could act. Reluctantly, Voldemort followed Harry into the Room of Requirement. As they entered, a sudden gust of cold wind swept through, prompting Harry to consider casting a warming charm. The room transformed unexpectedly. Its interior space appeared slightly distorted. Half of it resembled a storage closet, filled with items concealed by generations of students. Various exercises, practice books, foul socks, flying broomsticks, tattered wizard hats, broken desks, and even a collection of rusty tools, alongside a mound of moldy food. A jolt of recognition struck Harry. This place felt eerily familiar. Should he be doing something? Or was there something unusual about this space? Bayou discerned something unusual about Harry. He perused the extracted memories and stumbled upon intriguing scenes. Harry leaned closer, eager to glean insights from the indistinct orb of light. The young girl slightly bent forward, her cascading black hair veiling one side of her face, while a stray strand clung to her rosy lips, causing her to unconsciously press them together. Bayou cast a glance, his throat tightening slightly. Ever since he had cast a spell upon Harry, their conversations had dwindled, leaving them to coexist at a distance in silence. Chapter 92, Stalemate. Harry was oblivious to the convoluted thoughts swirling in Bayou's mind. He did not believe that his futile threats could compel Voldemort to comply. At this moment, his ability to exert control seemed akin to Draco's. "What brings you here?" he inquired, feeling a peculiar discomfort as Voldemort, a Dark Lord, grappled with his pride, unable to submit to a mere child who had once trembled under his command. Yet, an inner voice urged him to show respect to his master. As Voldemort remained silent, the anger that Harry had suppressed surged forth, overwhelming him with memories of past oppression, pain, struggles, and tears. He raised his wand, shouting, "Expelliarmus," channeling all his magical energy into a torrent of beams. Voldemort attempted to evade, but an inexplicable force restrained him. He considered retaliating, yet his instincts warned him that the agony of counterattack would far surpass the pain inflicted by the spell itself. Helplessly, he watched as the spell carved deep, searing gashes into his skin. Indeed, this was not his body, it was that of a Muggle. A sudden idea surged within Voldemort. He could destabilize Harry's soul. The backlash from this notion fused with the physical torment of the spell, greatly heightening Voldemort's agitation. "Stop! Harry, I command you to cease," roared Gryffindor within Harry's mind. He could perceive the unfolding events around Harry and communicate with him. From Harry's perspective, he saw the man lying on the ground, frail yet defiant. As Harry's soul quivered, the space around him trembled. Gradually, Harry regained his composure, observing Voldemort sprawled in a pool of blood, his garments tattered, and his flesh gruesomely torn. It dawned on Harry that as long as he remained within this Muggle-esque body, he was powerless against Voldemort. He cast a counterspell to heal Voldemort's wounds swiftly, cleansing the blood from the ground, mending his tattered clothing, and binding him to the chair. Now, he found himself at an impasse. The two were ensnared in a different kind of stalemate. Lying on the ground, Chilo was awakened by the gentle caress of a cat's tongue. The disillusionment charm that enveloped him had yet to dissipate, and Filch could only observe his little feline licking the air incessantly. With a pang of affection, he scooped the cat into his arms. However, as he lifted it, he felt his fingers brush against something icy. This sensation, akin to a fleeting thought, vanished almost immediately, failing to capture his particular attention. Yet his little cat seemed inexplicably drawn to this spot. Chilo awoke, wishing fervently that he could return to slumber. He discovered himself sprawled on the cold floor, his cheeks damp. Raising his gaze, he encountered Filch's face, who inquired if there was anything more humiliating than this predicament. No, he needed to hastily inform his master of Voldemort's arrival at Hogwarts. Bracing himself, he rose to his feet. "Filch," hearing the subtle noises in the vicinity, clutched his cat in fear and retreated a few steps. Who goes there? Peeves, is it you? Chilo silently pondered why Filch could not perceive him. Directing his focus to his own body, he noted a chilling veil flowing continuously around him. A sigh of relief escaped him. He was certain others had been present. What a good Samaritan indeed. He stealthily slipped past Filch, stirring a cool breeze. Drawing upon years of experience battling little wizards, Filch summoned his courage and swiftly seized the moving Chilo. Which house do you belong to? Shouldn't you be in class at this hour? What mischief brings you here? Filch was initially delighted, but his joy quickly waned. Chilo, resigned, dispelled the disillusionment charm, revealing his dejected countenance. Filch was momentarily taken aback. What peculiar inclination was this? To cloak oneself and sleep on the floor without fear of being trampled by young wizards? Chilo's embarrassment was palpable, but that was a matter for another time. Meanwhile, Harry found himself at an impasse with Voldemort. The Horcruxes had forgotten their hiding places. The Dark Lord lingered within this Muggle form, unwilling to depart. Harry, exhausted, conjured a pale green sofa and slumped onto it. Voldemort, observing Harry's languid demeanor, seethed with indignation. What was the meaning of this? Did Harry disdain him? Where exactly are your Horcruxes? Harry inquired, his tone tinged with exasperation. Voldemort was not surprised that Harry would learn of such matters. In his eyes, the mysterious realm within Harry's mind was omniscient, capable of knowing anything. This was precisely why he had stealthily infiltrated Hogwarts. He intended to relocate his possessions before Harry's attention shifted to the Horcruxes. Thus, he had already moved the golden cup hidden in the vault and the resurrection stone concealed in a small shed to a location known only to himself. Little did he anticipate encountering Harry on his way to the room of requirement. My two soul artifacts reside within you, Voldemort candidly remarked, nearly choking Harry with his words. If you intend to obliterate me, why not take your own life instead? Enduring the profound anguish within, Voldemort smirked and delivered another cutting remark. He had entered a wondrous realm that could entirely confine him. He could now linger beside Harry, seeking an opportune moment to infiltrate, or perhaps to comprehend, and see if he could make it his own. This was undoubtedly far more potent than the Philosopher's Stone, the Invisibility Cloak, or the Elder Wand. Chapter 93, Requiem. Harry gazed at the man bound to the chair, whose face was strikingly unfamiliar, yet the soul within exuded an odious aura. Is there a way to contain him? Harry inquired. I have a method. I possess a means. Two voices suddenly surged within Harry's mind, Bayou's triumphant tone and Gryffindor's steady resolve. Harry sighed in resignation. Ever since he arrived in this realm, he had never felt lonely. His mind was a cacophony of voices, which was rather delightful. Not only was he accompanied by many in his thoughts, but he could also converse with them at will, and there were multiple pets nearby, providing endless entertainment. He recalled the two little snakes nestled in his bed, their cool presence each night, and the worry that his roommate might discover them. Thankfully, they were clever enough. Harry glanced at the small portion of his arm that was visible, for the first time feeling as though he possessed an abundance. Speak, he urged, holding his breath in concentration, striving to discern the unique tones within the duet, though he generally prioritized addressing by you in such matters. Find a way to confine him for a while longer. Wait for half a year, and with the dawn of the new year, you may draw this man's soul back into your mind, Bayou suggested, shifting the perspective to reveal subtitles appearing on the glass wall. The task of exploring the magical currents of Hogwarts had turned gray, with an additional task of seizing Hogwarts privileges faintly glowing beneath it. The progress bar indicating less than half completed. Is there any difference between saying this and remaining silent? Is he not aware? Harry thought, dismissing the notion as rather unreliable. What he sought was a swift resolution to this intricate dilemma. Observing Harry's silence, Bayou despondently sealed his lips, while Gryffindor's suggestion appeared promising. I have a potential method. Though it may require some preparation, Gryffindor stated after a brief pause. Noticing Harry's recent demeanor, the individual in another realm seemed to have also spoken. He wished to avoid redundancy. I can transport this man's consciousness to the space we occupy. I possess the ability to confine him within this realm, Gryffindor asserted. Harry was somewhat taken aback. Is that feasible? What do you mean by that? Bayou questioned, perplexed by Harry's words. Harry's heart skipped a beat, thundering violently, as if it might leap from his chest. His left atrium was filled with dread, while his right ventricle brimmed with anxiety. The blood vessels responsible for circulating blood began to pulse in sync with his racing heart, leaving Harry feeling utterly unsettled. He realized he had grown careless. Holly, sensing something amiss, pressed her hand against her own wildly beating heart, lamenting Harry's continued emotional instability. She gasped, clutching her heart, exclaiming in pain. Bayou, drawn by her outcry, glanced over with a hint of unease, wondering if the repercussions of his previous attack had afflicted Holly. Harry exhaled in relief. If he could keep Bayou restrained for a couple more days, his preparations would be complete, as advised by Gryffindor, and then his voice trailed off. Harry regarded this nonchalant man with a sense of dilemma. He could not afford to idly watch Voldemort for 2 days. He still had final examinations to undertake. Tests conducted publicly before a throng of young wizards. These assessments not only evaluated the psychological resilience of the participants and their adaptability, but also revealed their authentic capabilities in the face of crisis. Harry understood that the initiation of these events might partly be attributed to him. He could not simply abandon them. Lost in thought, he remained silent. Meanwhile, Voldemort was also forcefully suppressing his impulses, feeling the crown hidden deep within the clutter, stirring restlessly as he communicated with another version of himself. Do not approach just yet. What purpose would your presence serve? Why do you have to command me? Those who fail should engage in self-reflection rather than dictate from the sidelines. The crown emitted a faint yellow glow, standing out remarkably amidst the drab surroundings. Should Harry draw near, he would undoubtedly glimpse this unique object radiating an aura. Isn't this the living Horcrux you sought? I can sense the essence of our kind upon it. The crown remarked, somewhat dissatisfied. Why is the future version of myself so cowardly? I am destined for greatness, and all shall bow before me. The crown, undeterred, pursued its own intent to approach the living Horcrux, seeking to merge with its being and dominate its original consciousness. Bound to a chair, Voldemort meticulously contemplated this scheme, opening one eye to observe the pensive Harry. He deemed the plan potentially viable. Very well, we shall collaborate shortly to see if we can summon the 2 Horcruxes within Harry's body. The 2 Voldemorts communicated through their consciousness. Meanwhile, Harry retrieved an envelope he carried, eager to summon the individual. However, despite his efforts, the frail envelope crumpled under his immense strength. Sighing, he felt a pang of frustration at his own naivety. How could he have believed the words of a stranger? Never mind, I shall seek assistance from Dumbledore instead. Harry felt that at this moment, the only secure method was to ensure that Dumbledore kept a vigilant watch over Voldemort. Yet, where could he possibly find him now? Draco, without a doubt, was likely still preoccupied with exam preparations. As for Dobby, his limited understanding would render him unaware of such matters. Professor Snape certainly possessed the knowledge, but Harry was reluctant to reveal his unique ability to converse within his mind. Sighing, he resolved to prioritize the greater good, commending himself for his selflessness, sacrificing his own interests for the benefit of all. Professor, Professor, Harry's voice echoed from afar. Snape was conducting a potions class for the upper years, with a gleaming silver cauldron before him, its golden liquid gently swirling. The potion had reached a critical juncture. Any minor error could lead to catastrophic failure. The witches and wizards below listened intently, each possessing a natural aptitude for potion making, which had earned them a place in Snape's advanced class. Every word the professor uttered was invaluable guidance, rare and precious indeed. As the moment of utmost importance approached, the atmosphere became charged with anticipation. Professor, Harry called out once more. Snape's hand, holding the herbs, trembled slightly, causing a fragment to fall into the cauldron. Instantly, the golden liquid transformed into a dark brown solid, emitting intense heat and a foul odor, which ultimately evaporated into a brownish-green mist that enveloped the entire classroom, eliciting waves of nausea among the students. Snape's expression mirrored his distress. Chapter 94. Display of power. A thick layer of ash covered Professor Snape's face, and his once oily hair became entangled in the splattered brownish-green gas, forming locks as thick as fingers, resembling a Pro Max Plus version of dreadlocks. His meticulously fitted black wizard-esque robe was topped with a dark green vest, yet inside, he felt like a volcano on the verge of eruption, ready to unleash fury upon anyone who dared speak to him, turning all into ash and nourishing the soil beneath. The seated wizards bowed their heads, none daring to witness the bat-like professor's disheveled state. Though silence prevailed, the trembling shoulders of the students betrayed their amusement. The frontmost, which's quivering shoulders resembled a butterfly poised to take flight, only to be reduced to ashes upon landing on the erupting volcano. Everyone was swiftly ushered out, leaving only Snape behind. He attempted to clean the grime from his attire, but the new appearance was stubbornly resistant to removal, requiring additional potions to rectify the situation. He recalled the voice that had momentarily distracted him, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Gryffindor giant. Listening intently once more, he found silence. Could have been a mere figment of his imagination? Was he truly yearning for Harry so deeply? For various reasons, during his time within Harry's mind. Snape had been careful, as Harry concealed his extraordinary abilities from him. When calling for the professor, Harry hesitated after a few attempts, a chilling gaze emerging from the abyss of Snape's eyes silencing him. In that moment of uncertainty, he missed the fleeting opportunity for communication. Perhaps he should summon Dobby to seek out Professor Snape and see if a discussion could be arranged within the mysterious confines of Gryffindor. The weather outside the castle abruptly changed. Dark clouds gathered ominously, and intermittent flashes of yellow lightning illuminated the sky. The waters of the Black Lake thrashed violently, splashing onto the shore, where the grass was suddenly invigorated, growing wildly, with some blades reaching heights of 2 meters. In the realm of reality, outside Hogwarts Castle, the day was bright and sunny, with teams practicing Quidditch on the pitch. Some individuals wandered across the lawns, while others made their way towards the greenhouse. Suddenly, the sky surrounding Hogwarts darkened, as if a veil had been drawn over the sun, casting an eerie shadow over the land. Curiosity piqued. Some looked up to discover a massive, thick black cloud looming directly above Hogwarts, while the distant horizon remained bathed in sunlight, yet the proximity hinted at impending rain. The oppressive clouds hovered over the castle, as a brilliant flash of yellow lightning erupted from within. At that moment, the atmosphere in Gryffindor resonated in unprecedented harmony with the external chaos, revealing the true influence of one of Hogwarts' 4 founders over the castle. With Harry's body as a conduit, the progress bar on the glass wall surged upward wildly, leaving Bayou astonished, mouth agape in disbelief. Far away, Dumbledore felt his grip on the school plummet exponentially, akin to stock prices crashing during a financial crisis, causing him great distress. He inwardly called for his phoenix, Fawkes, while apologizing to his companion, swiftly executing a disapparition. Just as Nick had drawn forth his magical stone, he witnessed his old friend fleeing in a state of frenzy. Having reluctantly agreed to the plan, Harry felt a wave of dizziness wash over him before losing consciousness. It would not be until 2 days later that he opened his eyes again, now bearing a powerful and magnificent soul within him. Harry's emerald eyes, shimmering with hints of azure light, swayed gently, embodying the profound depth of millennia. He pointed his wand at Voldemort, demanding, "You're Voldemort?" In that instant, Bayou's entire realm froze, abruptly severing the connection with Harry. He could no longer discern what transpired outside, only the frantically rising progress bar, which hinted at significant events unfolding. The entire castle seemed to awaken, trembling slightly. As the ancient walls shed their dust, portraits stirred to life, and hidden knights emerged from their corners, brandishing their lances, while the spiral staircases between the floors began to whirl madly. The door to the hidden washroom on the 2nd floor swung open and closed, startling the weeping Myrtle, who hurriedly dove into the toilet to escape. In the Ravenclaw common room, the statue emanated a serene blue glow, while the portraits of former headmasters in the principal's office suddenly sensed a mysterious force calling to them. The 4 colored funnels placed at the front of the Great Hall began to spin violently. It was the first headmaster since the founding of Hogwarts, and everyone rejoiced at his arrival. Silence reclaimed Hogwarts once more, as if the earlier turmoil had merely been a figment of the imagination. Professor McGonagall rubbed her eyes and glanced at the chattering young wizards below, her voice cutting through the noise as she commanded them to begin the lesson. "What are you staring at? Have you all mastered what I just taught?" Severus Snape, having concluded his class early, cast a disillusionment charm upon himself to stealthily evade the young wizards, intent on slipping into the potions office to brew some potions. He aimed to alter his appearance before attending to other matters. However, as he commenced his potion making, the castle trembled once more, and his hair erupted into an unruly mess. Snape opened his mouth, and a plume of black smoke escaped as he coughed painfully, lamenting his misfortune that day. After Harry called for silence, the castle quieted down. Voldemort stared in disbelief at the suddenly transformed Harry, while the diadem, sensing the shift in Harry's demeanor, had long since retreated to the depths of the clutter, burying itself among the textbooks, which were then placed inside a dilapidated desk beside the bookshelf. Drawing upon the vast reservoir of magic he had accumulated over the years, Voldemort yearned to surround himself with everything he could. Having survived to this point, Voldemort's success largely stemmed from his acute sense of timing, which he deemed a hallmark of Slytherin tradition. So, the younger generation has quite the audacity, I hear. Harry approached slowly, his wand crackling with electric energy at its tip. Chapter 95, Fusion. Voldemort remained silent, still bound by the constraints of his own body. No. How could the younger generation dare to act rashly? "Who are you?" He spoke, his tone laced with a hint of respect, devoid of the rebellious attitude and bravado he once possessed. Though he could not see what transpired outside, he sensed the special treatment afforded to the person before him. Voldemort, along with the chair that bound him, found himself ensnared in a quagmire as the environment within the room of requirement transformed dramatically. The towering piles of clutter amassed by generations of students immediately receded, vanishing from sight. Voldemort felt the connection within his mind weaken and secretly sighed in relief. The ceiling of the room morphed into a brilliant blue sky, adorned with soft white clouds drifting lazily by. The ground began to ripple, sprouting tender green grass, and an occasional cluster of white daisies appeared amidst the foliage. Dandelion seeds danced on a breeze that seemed to come from nowhere, brushing against his nose. The entire space expanded rapidly, where magic flowed, wonders materialized. In the distance, mountains rose, and a vast lake emerged at the center, its waters stirred by unseen creatures. Voldemort gazed towards the distance, recognizing the unmistakable silhouette of the Black Lake of Hogwarts. His respect for the individual before him deepened. Could it be that this unfolding scene was indeed orchestrated by the enigmatic figure residing in Harry's mind, the possessor of mysterious powers? Harry, indifferent to his presence, circled around Voldemort with his frail form, scrutinizing him. For the first time in his long existence, Voldemort felt like a mere object under someone else's gaze. Discomfort etched across his brow. "You don't appear particularly impressive," remarked Gryffindor, observing the face of this Muggle, sensing an incongruity between the man's actions and his appearance. After a brief moment of disdain, he noted Voldemort's tightly clenched fists and his stifled frustration, which brought a smirk to Gryffindor's face. This young man had caused Harry so much sorrow. It seemed a small lesson was in order. Harry waved his wand, hastening the process of fusion. The surroundings sharpened into clarity, revealing dew glistening on the grass, the dark clumps of soil beneath, and the faint outlines of earthworms and beetles. The boundary between the lake's waters and the grassland began to take shape, depicting the dry yet damp earth, clear footprints, and the small fish leaping from the lake's surface. Concurrently, the sky darkened, ominous clouds coalescing into a heavy, low-hanging mass as if the heavens were poised to collapse, reducing all to ashes. Voldemort, taken aback, lifted his gaze. Could it be? In his youth, Voldemort donned the robes of Hogwarts, his hair a raven hue, his stature upright, his visage strikingly handsome, winning the favor of many with his smile. He had secretly bribed the librarian at that time, securing a professor's signature in the absence of Professor Dumbledore. Spending an entire night in the restricted section, Tom, wielding his wand, cautiously navigated through the shrieking volumes, dispatching a brown tentacle conjured by a dark magic book. He clutched a fragile piece of parchment, confusion lingering in his expression. Why would a legendary tale bear such a title? God, in his benevolence, bestowed wisdom and magic upon his descendants, granting them a superior existence, endless treasures, eternal life, and untroubled minds, rendering them wise and free. With the light from his wand illuminating the page, Tom glanced down, having unlocked the Chamber of Secrets of Slytherin, where he discovered the Founder's manuscript. Yet, this particular page stood apart, the scrawled handwriting betraying a sense of haste and anxiety that piqued his interest. The mention of longevity thrilled him, igniting a fervor within. Could this be the reason Slytherin diverged from the other three? Had Slytherin uncovered the secret of immortality, finding the fabled god? Tom continued to read, though unfortunately, some of the text had become obscured with the passage of time. God, the Creator, has chosen and bestowed upon him the ability to discern the meaning behind those few discernible words a millennium later. A profound yearning for power surged within him, igniting an insatiable desire to unravel this secret. Yet, during his journey, he stumbled upon the intricate revelations of dark magic, which, in contrast to the ethereal and unverified legends, he found far more compelling than the tangible craft of soul artifact creation he could grasp in his own hands. After his escape, he connected with several of his soul artifacts, having recently engaged in profound discourse with the diadem. Voldemort perceived this moment as a divinely ordained opportunity. If that young Harry could succeed, why could he not? The prophecy from July echoed in his mind as he clenched his fists in determination. The surroundings had undergone a dramatic transformation since the beginning. However, the spatial realms of Granville, along with the outskirts of Hogwarts, inexplicably converged, revealing his true magical prowess through the room of requirement. A brilliant radiance enveloped him as Voldemort closed his eyes, remaining motionless, hoping to leave a favorable impression on the formidable entity before him. He excelled in both simplicity and complexity, adept at leveraging others to consolidate his own resources. a skill that had served him well in his youth and continued to do so now, as Voldemort surveyed his tranquil and serene environment. Even the castle of Hogwarts appeared indistinguishable, with two figures seemingly emerging, one male and one female, the latter being one he recognized all too well. Meanwhile, in the real world, Harry appeared dazed while the Muggles gazed in terror at the unfolding spectacle. Cautiously, he reached out to touch the small boy before him. Upon witnessing the starkly different realm, he screamed and fainted, while the diadem, hidden deep within a pile of debris, trembled in fear, as though contesting the sovereignty over the crown. The figure of Lady Ravenclaw materialized above, her expression cold as she fixed her gaze upon the swirling darkness below, remaining silent for what felt like an eternity. Chapter 96. Embrace. I truly wish to ignore you, but the stench is unbearable. Lady Ravenclaw's first utterance after a millennium struck the dark sorcerer, who had long ruled with terror with profound impact. Though many had claimed he was a harbinger of malevolence, none had ever described him as foul-smelling. Gradually, the sun intensified, causing the clouds to thin and the opening in the sky to widen. Eventually, sunlight poured through the breach, and the immense cloud could no longer sustain itself, fracturing into fragments of white that leisurely drifted towards their destined horizon. Never mind, what does it concern us? George, mimicking his brother, yawned and pushed the little fish that swam around him aside, closing his eyes to bask in the warmth of the sun. However, unbeknownst to him, a figure loomed, growing larger by the moment, appearing at the lake's edge. It was Percy. You two are utterly out of control. Percy observed the throngs of people gathering, whispering among themselves, their eyes fixed upon the two figures floating on the lake, filled with envy and mockery. A few first-grade girls, gazing at the audacious attire, blushed deeply, while simultaneously spreading their fingers to steal a furtive glance. Despite the constraints of time and space, they could only glimpse the pale white. Percy truly wished to disavow these two younger brothers. His toes nearly excavated a Barbie castle in the soft grass, his red hair contrasting amusingly with his flushed cheeks. Hey, George, did you hear someone speaking? I did. What shall we do then? Should we heed that pretentious talk? What are we listening for? Is basking in the sun comfortable? It is indeed quite pleasant. Then why the fuss? The two brothers continued to disregard their elder brother-esque calls. Nearby, some restless individuals, unable to contain themselves any longer, were growing increasingly agitated. The previously overcast sky had now turned glaringly bright, the sun scorching the grass, seemingly intent on restoring the light and warmth that had recently been absent in a single moment. Splash! Splash! Several young wizards leapt into the depths of the Black Lake. Percy, unable to watch idly, cast a slowing charm with a wand in his hand, then approached his two mischievous brothers, towering over them with an air of danger. The same location, yet a different realm. The task completion rate on the glass wall suddenly surged to 85%. Bayou speculated that perhaps this was a consequence of the usurpation of authority. Turning his head, he noticed that Hallie was still peacefully asleep on the sofa. Hallie and Harry had ventured out of the castle together, arriving before Voldemort. Harry gazed around in wonder, observing so many reflections of himself, reminiscent of the last time he had consumed the polyjuice potion. With a chuckle, Harry instantly grew taller, his muscles thickened, his physique became robust and handsome, his hair tousled, exuding an untamed vigor. Wasn't he at just 2 days? How is he suddenly well? Harry turned, perplexed, and inquired of Gryffindor. Look at the surface of the lake. Gryffindor chose not to explain immediately, instead directing Harry's attention to the lake. Harry's mouth fell agape in astonishment. A massive figure emerged upon the lake's surface, shimmering golden, its lines undulating with the water's movement, yet the overall structure remained unchanged. A head rose from the center, and Harry squinted, attempting to see more clearly. Meanwhile, he, accompanied by two versions of himself, soared to the center of the pattern, where a silhouette gradually materialized, radiating a soft blue light. The figure, elegant and slender, possessed wise eyes that seemed to penetrate all, revealing none other than Lady Ravenclaw. This is a delightful surprise, Gryffindor said with a smile to the two, then eagerly rushed towards the lady, embracing her tightly. However, as his joyful words resonated, Gryffindor's expression shifted instantly. He gazed in disbelief at his arm, which had penetrated Lady Ravenclaw's abdomen. Shaking it vigorously, he realized it was merely a projection. Look what I brought you. The woman, with a smile, placed her ethereal hand atop Gryffindor's head. Gryffindor slightly bent at the waist, attempting to allow her a better view, even though it was but a fanciful delusion. Meanwhile, Lady Ravenclaw gripped a swirling orb of darkness with her other hand, The orb thrashed and shrieked upon her light blue palm, while Voldemort, imprisoned within the castle, widened his eyes in terror. Who is it? Who has brought another version of him here? Harry hovered above, astonished, his eyes widening as he felt his hand tremble slightly, seemingly captivated by the orb's power, or rather, by a yearning that emanated from the depths of his soul. He grasped his elevated arm and forcefully brought it down. Beside him, Hallie gently patted Harry's shoulder, sensing that Gryffindor's summoning of Voldemort into this realm was a perilous endeavor. Unless he were to be utterly vanquished, it could only lead to a perilous situation, akin to leading a wolf into one's home. During this tumultuous time, Harry needed to maintain his unwavering resolve. Otherwise, was he still truly Harry, or merely a fusion of himself and Voldemort, intimately entwined with the very enemy who had taken his parents from him? This intimate connection posed a grave threat to Harry's psyche in the long run. Chapter 97, The Door. Gryffindor received a flickering orb from Rowena's hand, the dark mist writhing, screaming, and cursing as it desperately attempted to flee. The heavens, sensing its discontent, allowed it to escape from Gryffindor's grasp, causing him to widen his eyes in astonishment, baffled as to how such a fragment of soul power could elude him. It was only upon noticing the faint glow emanating from Harry that he began to comprehend the reason. Harry, witnessing the black orb racing towards him, instinctively extended his hand to capture it, and in that instant, a shiver coursed through him, raising goosebumps across his skin. Hallie, witnessing this, abruptly struck Harry's hand. Yet to their surprise, the black orb seemed drawn to something even more enticing, swiftly diving into Hallie's soul. She felt a sudden, intense pain, instinctively crouching down and clutching her abdomen, although the pain resided in her head, and she was at a loss as to why she reacted this way. Hallie, are you all right? Harry quickly crouched beside her, gently patting her back. I'm fine, Hallie replied softly, lifting her head to meet Harry's gaze. Their emerald eyes locked once more. Harry was taken aback, for one of Hallie's eyes shone a vibrant green, while the other emitted a faint dark aura. Unbeknownst to him, when he first absorbed the orb, his situation mirrored hers, their fates intertwining once again. Gryffindor, disregarding the chance to reminisce with his old friend, rushed over, a wave of guilt washing over him. This is all my fault, he lamented, glancing at the two crouched figures before turning to his dear friend. Rowena, do you possess any solutions? Ravenclaw observed the worry etched across Gryffindor's brow, her expression equally laden with remorse, and responded with measured calmness. There's a solution, though it may require some time. Rowena recalled the harrowing experience of coexisting within a vessel alongside Voldemort, a profound sense of helplessness and indignation washing over her, akin to a violation of one's sanctuary. The typically elegant lady found herself on the verge of unleashing a torrent of invective, pondering the peculiar disposition of the current students, what had caused them to become so neurotic. She drifted gently from the core and alighted beside Harry, intending to speak to her old friend before taking any further action. Gryffindor nodded vigorously. The prospect of redemption was indeed enticing. Meanwhile, Harry was consumed by an overwhelming sense of agitation and impulsivity, teetering on the brink of losing his rationality, rendered nearly indifferent to everything around him. As he surveyed the people nearby, an intense wave of aversion surged within him, prompting thoughts of unleashing an Avada Kedavra, wishing to take the entire world down with him. In the adjacent space, Bayou observed as the glass wall abruptly turned a vivid crimson, a dense, dark red aura swirling within. He felt his control gradually diminishing. Bewildered by the turn of events, this was not how it was supposed to be. Drawing upon his years of experience in this realm, he transformed into a blue light, penetrating the glass wall, which continued to emanate a chilling luminescence. Deep within the glass wall's confines, 3 droplets of blood floated serenely alongside a shadowy figure. Quirrell, feeling utterly innocent, was perplexed by his sudden escape from the awkward scene. Just moments before, he had faced the peculiar gaze of Filch, forcing himself to explain, and after a sigh of relief, he found himself inexplicably transported to this strange place. Surrounded by profound silence and enveloped in a cerulean hue, it felt as though he were submerged deep within the ocean, standing still as he observed the shimmering waves. Suddenly, his attention was captured by 3 small objects drifting before him. What could they be? Quirrell sensed an uncanny familiarity with one of the droplets, which appeared to be his own blood. Though he did not fully comprehend, he instinctively knew. As if entranced, he extended his long, pale fingers to touch one of the droplets, only to be engulfed by a swirling white vortex, the drop merging with it, transforming into a green pearl that plopped onto the ground. Bayou entered the scene, passing by without acknowledging the 2 droplets of blood, proceeding deeper into the space. In an instant, a grand door materialized, towering at least 2 stories high, its edges adorned with gold trim and intricately carved with the likeness of a 9-clawed golden dragon, with faint traces of a phoenix and a chelan interspersed within the design. At the center of the door, a bronze hand ring gleamed exquisitely. A magnificent tree etched from the bottom center of the door, its trunk concealing the door seam while its branches sprawled across the brilliant blue surface. Baiyu regarded this sudden manifestation with an expression devoid of surprise, as though such occurrences were commonplace to him. He inclined slightly, addressing with utmost respect, "My lord, I am uncertain about the situation, but the external controller has just turned crimson." Baiyu hesitated for a moment, adopting a more tactful tone to inquire. "It seems I no longer possess the authority to fulfill the task you entrusted to me." Tentatively, he spoke, while inside the grand door lay a magnificent palace, soaring into the heavens, resplendent with gold and jade, each brick and tile intricately carved, with mysterious patterns embedded within the jade. At the deepest point sat a throne, upon which a figure reclined, his elongated fingers toying with a small green orb. He remained silent, merely shifting his posture, during which the faint sound of bells reverberated throughout the space. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the individual was bound to the throne, his feet ensnared by transparent cords, the occasional jingling of bells being the sole testament to his existence. Useless, the figure spoke indifferently, his tone laced with coldness and impatience. Truly inept, despite the considerable distance between them, Baiyu felt as though the figure's voice resonated directly in his ear, prompting him to kneel in trepidation, burying his head deeply into the ground. "Do not concern yourself with the red light. The loss of authority is my punishment for you. Focus on your own duties and assist Harry diligently in completing the task." Baiyu prostrated himself even lower. Qilu scratched his head in confusion, sensing that something had transpired moments ago. It did not seem to affect him. Chapter 98. Forming Connections. Ravenclaw transformed into a stream of teal water, slowly penetrating Harry's brow. As the animosity within both individuals gradually dissipated, enveloping them in a warm, fragrant embrace, gently washing away years of accumulated fatigue, Harry collapsed onto the ground, inadvertently pulling down the adjacent Harry as well. Gryffindor observed, chuckling as he led both to the grassy bank. Above the lake, a colossal golden pattern materialized as luminous points, cascading gracefully into the sky. Meanwhile, Voldemort, imprisoned within the castle, remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside. He broke free from his restraints, wavering between leaving a favorable impression on the eminent figure and uncovering the secrets of this place, harboring the suspicion that Harry and that individual were allies. If that were the case, would his actions hold any significance? Voldemort meticulously weighed his options, surveying the surrounding space, a form of magic that existed only in legend. Curiosity piqued, he wandered through this familiar yet alien place, hearing voices from afar. "Our teaching staff will soon be augmented by another." "Really? Whom did you hear that from?" "Just look outside. Such commotion only occurs when welcoming new friends." "Indeed, but what manner of individual shall it be this time?" "So, it was Lady Ravenclaw who expedited the process?" After regaining his composure, Harry reclined on the lawn, inquiring of Gryffindor. Indeed, on this occasion, Voldemort entered the room of requirement, and after a brief interval, I sensed a familiar aura drawing near, culminating in the sound of Rowena's voice, as explained by Gryffindor. "Oh," Harry nodded, a hint of panic in his inquiry, with the commotion we've caused outside. "Surely White hasn't he noticed?" "Fear not," Gryffindor reassured confidently, having lived this long. "How could I possibly falter in such a significant matter? I advise you to make your exit promptly. I recall you have examinations looming in the coming days. Furthermore, consider how to elucidate the events that have transpired here." Gryffindor continued, while hastening away. "I made quite a racket upon my departure, and I believe most within the castle have sensed it." With that, he slipped through the castle's grand entrance, inadvertently pushing Harry out of the space, leaving him with a reminder: do remember to seek out the crown. Upon entering the castle, Gryffindor beheld the shattered remnants of the chair that had bound Voldemort, with tiny wooden splinters strewn about. He raised an eyebrow, grinning broadly, displaying his gleaming white teeth, seemingly delighted. "What a mischievous fellow," he mused. "It's the first time someone has so openly disregarded my authority." After overhearing the group's conversation, Voldemort adjusted his attire, conjuring what he believed to be his most charming smile, and approached them. "You must be the new instructor," he remarked, quickly perceiving that the individuals before him emitted no trace of magical energy, eliciting a twinge of disdain within him. Could they all be Muggles? Or perhaps their powers were so formidable that even his keen sight could not discern them. Suppressing his doubts and scorn, Voldemort moved with deliberate grace. His steps firm as he approached, offering a slight bow. "Greetings, everyone, I'm the new arrival." He envisioned himself as a tall, elegant, handsome gentleman, the epitome of a refined English aristocrat, regrettably lacking a hat. Should one materialize in his hand, it would undoubtedly enhance his already impressive demeanor. This was his thought, and the space seemed to indulge this desire. Suddenly, his visage transformed. His exquisite suit melded with a luxurious leather coat, rugged features softened by undeniable charm. And in a moment of stillness, a top hat appeared in his hand. I ought to leave them with a favorable impression, he thought, secretly reveling in the company of such distinguished individuals, all possessing sharp gazes and unique personalities. Clearly, they were not ordinary folk. Amidst the crowd, a gentle voice floated forth, laced with a hint of cheerfulness. Voldemort focused intently, observing the subtle movements of their facial muscles. What could this signify? "Dear lady, how may I be of service to you?" Voldemort was adept at winning the affections of women. "May I inquire if I might smile?" Smile? Despite Voldemort's confusion regarding the sudden nature of this request, he instinctively acquiesced. "Oh, of course, my beautiful lady. Laughter is a right that belongs to all." Upon hearing the permission granted by the lady in question, the group could no longer contain themselves. It began with the woman's hearty laughter, followed by many joining in. And soon even the most serious individuals were unable to suppress the corners of their mouths. "What is the matter with you all?" Voldemort inquired, perplexed. Yet his disdain and fury intensified. How audacious they were, treating him, the illustrious Dark Lord, with such irreverence. "Just take a look for yourself." One among them, seemingly unable to bear it, casually drew a circle in the air, causing moisture from the surroundings to coalesce into a swirling vortex, which eventually settled into a smooth mirror. At that moment, Gryffindor arrived, and the first sight that greeted him was Voldemort's brazen demeanor. With a disdainful snort, Voldemort was suddenly propelled like a kite severed from its string, hurtling out of the castle window and straight towards the Forbidden Forest. The trees within the Forbidden Forest seemed to awaken, growing suddenly tall, their branches imbued with life, reaching out to ensnare him. From above, the forest opened its gaping maw, devouring the plummeting Voldemort. Regret washed over Voldemort for his arrogance, as he had intended to cultivate a relationship with this mysterious figure. "Isn't that the new teacher?" one individual asked weakly from the crowd, tinged with a hint of regret. "No," Gryffindor replied solemnly. "He is a criminal, a dark wizard who should have perished long ago." Chapter 99, Tom. Knock, knock, knock. Seated in his office, Snape, while tending to his hair, was suddenly interrupted by a series of knocks at the door. Gritting his teeth, he poured the potions from his desk onto his hair, which quickly became drenched. The solids adhered to it, scurried away like mice fleeing from a cat. And with the arrival of the potion, chaos ensued, ultimately cascading onto Snape's garments. The knocking persisted. "Professor, Professor, are you there? Dumbledore wishes to see you," came Cedric's voice from outside, his expression reflecting his discontent. Why did such misfortune befall him again? He recalled Dumbledore's smiling visage and steeled himself, preparing to enter. "Come in." Snape's distinctive voice echoed from within, instantly reassuring Cedric as he pushed the door open, only to find Snape standing by a bubbling cauldron, his hair unusually voluminous and cascading smoothly over his shoulders. "Professor, Headmaster Dumbledore requests your presence in his office," Cedric said with utmost respect. "Very well, I am aware. I shall attend shortly. You may leave for now," Snape replied nonchalantly. Cedric, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, swiftly turned and made his way, contemplating sharing his grievances with his roommate about how fortune never seemed to smile upon him. Yet he always found himself in peculiar predicaments. Upon entering the Grand Hall, he observed the Gryffindor table bustling with activity. Professor McGonagall stood amidst the crowd, her grip firmly on the ear of one young wizard, visibly irate, her feline demeanor bristling with agitation. 20 points from Gryffindor. "Please, Professor, no." A familiar voice reached Cedric's ears, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It was no surprise that if these two were involved, the deduction of point from Gryffindor was entirely justifiable. Soon, the house would be known as Gryffindor with fewer points. Although Hermione was clearly exasperated, she could not suppress her amusement as she gazed at her friend Ron, whose flushed cheeks and burning ears suggested a tempest of embarrassment. "I've always known your two brothers have strong personalities and unique perspectives, but I didn't anticipate their antics would attract Dumbledore's attention," she remarked. Ron recalled the earlier incident, his mortification nearly overwhelming him. "I must write to Mum at once. Take a page from Ginny's book. This is utterly outrageous." While watching a film, Ron had always found those two characters amusing, failing to comprehend their brother Percy's excessively serious demeanor. Now, however, he understood well, believing Percy to be somewhat overly kind-hearted and conservative. Fred, ever perceptive, caught wind of this, and, disregarding Professor McGonagall's lecture, quickly turned to Ron. "Don't, little Ronnie." The plea only spurred Ron to flee faster, followed closely by a fluffy little tail. "Wait for me. I have paper and a quill," came Hermione's voice. In the spirit of Gryffindor, Dumbledore conjured garments for the duo, then casually summoned a senior wizard to fetch Snape, and another to seek out Professor McGonagall to address their house's issues. The unfortunate Ravenclaw girl with dark hair was chosen, yet she appeared exhilarated as she skipped away. Dumbledore reclined in his chair, popping an orange sweet into his mouth, his long white beard swaying with each chew. "Tom," Dumbledore called softly, and a figure gradually emerged. "Please refrain from calling me so often. What if others overhear?" Dumbledore chuckled resignedly. "I have faith in you, after all. I brought you from the orphanage and introduced you to the magical world. My trust in you has always been unwavering, as you know. Your Severus seems to employ similar tactics, doesn't he? Futile. What's your perspective on this matter?" Dumbledore pivoted the conversation, seeking Tom's insights, which often provided him with refreshing viewpoints. "The situation has undergone too many changes for me to foresee my own actions." Two individuals stood together at the lower left corner of Dumbledore's desk, their hands resting upon it as magic surged forth, and in an instant, they found themselves transported to a mysterious realm. The portraits on the walls behind them appeared as if veiled, oblivious to their discourse. Even Black, who usually relished in prattling on, had fallen silent, engaging in a half-hearted conversation with a figure in a nearby portrait while straining to eavesdrop on the exchange. Yet they had already ventured into another dimension. Observing their vanishing figures, Black let out a discontented sigh. Why did it always unfold this way? The space was confined, allowing movement only within a 10-jong radius, yet it also stretched infinitely, teeming with the spirits of past headmasters, alongside many renowned figures from the magical world, potion masters, and spell experts, all seemingly without end. However, Dumbledore and Tom were unable to perceive them. Their gaze was fixed on the entire map of Hogwarts floating in the center of this space. The map was intricately detailed, marking every secret passage with clarity. It was divided by two streams of magical energy, one red, the other blue. "Indeed, my authority has been redistributed. Is Hogwarts preparing to select the next headmaster? It seems premature," Dumbledore pondered with a hint of confusion. "How would I know? Aren't you the headmaster? Shouldn't you be aware of such matters?" Came the soul's inquiry from his student. A blend of blue and red light illuminated Dumbledore's face, rendering him enigmatic. "Let us observe for now. Only upon reaching a certain threshold will the name of the individual from whom the other magical force emanates be revealed." Dumbledore felt perplexed. If it were merely this, his earlier sensations should not have been so intense. It felt as though his authority had been entirely stripped away by an irresistible and formidable force, leaving him utterly defenseless. Such an occurrence should progress gradually and steadily. "Forget it," Dumbledore mused, adjusting his beard, his gaze lingering on the few white strands in his grasp. He sighed, recognizing his own aging. "Once Harry matures further and addresses the burdens within his mind, perhaps he could shoulder my responsibilities. Godfather, this world is perilous. A child needs two fathers." Dumbledore recited a saying he had heard in the Muggle world, finding the wisdom in it particularly resonant after all he had experienced. Moreover, he sighed again, recalling that another individual was still languishing in Azkaban, showing no respect for the elderly or the young. Dumbledore reminisced about his old friend, whom he had forsaken, and the incessant harassment from Grindelwald, alongside the troubled Harry and the inexplicably reappearing Snape. His mind felt as if it might explode. Harry furrowed his brow, recalling the excruciating torment of his soul from the previous two encounters. How should he weave this tale? Yet, Harry was at a loss. Perhaps fear had simply driven him to this point. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed the Muggle lying on the ground, suddenly springing to his feet, arms raised, charging towards him, muttering something about him and his peculiar companions. Dazed, Harry resignedly rendered the Muggle unconscious once more. He thought of the small pink vial. Should he get a try? He could not allow the Muggle to retain any memory of the events transpiring here, although he was not particularly adept in this area. Well, another lesson presented itself. This was the voice of Gryffindor. Harry felt somewhat exasperated. He truly wished to rid himself of these two voices in his head. Since arriving in this world, not a single day had passed in peace. Oh well. He feigned ignorance, stating, "I merely felt a sudden dizziness that rendered me unconscious." In truth, Harry's words held a grain of truth. He had likely been attacked by Voldemort. He gestured towards the Muggle sprawled on the floor. Speaking of which, how was Quirrell faring now, having encountered Voldemort? Surely he was not being trampled upon? For the first time, Harry felt a twinge of guilt towards this unexpected individual, realizing his oversight. Perhaps he should venture outside to investigate? Harry mused and acted accordingly. As for the crown, he scanned the room and concluded it must be within the room of requirement. Otherwise, Gryffindor would not have sensed it. He lowered his gaze to the Muggle on the floor, casting a disillusionment charm followed by a stunning spell to ensure the Muggle remained unconscious and unseen by others. Within his mind, Bayou observed Harry's silence, recognizing that further inquiries would be futile. Listening to such perfunctory remarks seemed less productive than seeking clues himself. An attack by Voldemort? It was a possibility. After probing the outside world, he discerned that the Muggle's soul had undergone a significant transformation. Voldemort must have departed from this body, and Harry had been nearby when the soul fell into peril, though it would soon recover. He gazed at the glass wall, which had taken on a faint blue hue, emanating a luminous aura reminiscent of gentle waves, akin to the sea, instilling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. "How long has it been since I've conjured a bed for her?" A feminine voice interjected, which Bayou heard. Behind the glass wall, Hallie lay sleeping, her hair cascading like a waterfall over the leather sofa, though she appeared somewhat uncomfortable. Sighing, Bayou contemplated conjuring a bed as an act of atonement. He unwittingly obeyed the command in his mind, and without hesitation, he proceeded. While Hallie slumbered, the sofa beneath her suddenly expanded and transformed. The leather morphed into a soft bed, and a thick quilt materialized from thin air, gently covering Hallie. The cushion upon which her head rested transformed into a silk pillow, enveloping her entirely. Holly felt an enveloping warmth throughout her body, while a refreshing sensation gently flowed within her mind. Never before in her life had she experienced such comfort. A serene expression unconsciously graced her face as she slumbered. Her delicate cheeks nestled against the soft pillow, burying herself deeper into the bed, inhaling the fragrant aroma that emanated from it, sinking into an even deeper slumber. In the Gryffindor common room, Holly sensed the warmth enveloping her, finding it increasingly difficult to resist. She let out a great yawn, which did not go unnoticed by Gryffindor, who observed her with a gentle demeanor. "You should rest. Your injuries have yet to heal, and you sustained more harm," he remarked softly. "All right." Holly nodded, her eyes heavy with sleep. With slow, unsteady steps, she ambled forward, while Gryffindor sighed as he watched a retreating figure. As she walked, the surrounding space began to transform. The worn tiles of the corridor gradually morphed into smooth, pristine marble. The corridor itself began to constrict, its length diminishing while its width expanded. The window at the end drew nearer, and the classrooms flanking the corridor vanished, replaced suddenly by a bed. "Thank you." Holly turned around, lifting her skirt slightly as she crouched to express her gratitude to Gryffindor. "You may lie down now," he urged, his tone becoming even more gentle. "Okay." Holly complied, flinging herself onto the bed center. The soft blankets enveloped her, yet the bright light surrounding her compelled her to squint, prompting her to shield her eyes with her hand. Within the realm of her consciousness, Bayou observed the solitary bed positioned centrally and sensed something amiss. "All right." He waved his hand, conjuring another tent that enveloped Holly. Both Bayou and Gryffindor, in their respective realms, performed the same action and nodded in unison. The man behind the blue door witnessed this unfolding scene and emitted a faint chuckle, remarking to himself how fitting it was for friends of many years. In his hand, the green orb he had just extracted still emitted a dim glow, though it was gradually fading into darkness. With a sudden thud, Chilo collapsed to the ground, causing the surrounding young wizards to erupt in cries of alarm. "Professor!"